Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got Willie Fritz joining us in about 5 minutes here on the show, so we'll talk some Cougs football, but we start with the weekend that was, and really, really quick, let's go through the headlines before we bring Coach Fritz on. We talked about his win on Thursday. That was really, really nice, and we will talk to him more in depth about that in just a couple of minutes. Astros they split with the Angels. Boy, they looked really, really bad in the middle couple of games, but then they opened up the bats again yesterday and took an 8-3 win. And so they split. They're better than I thought they would be against two horrible teams. They're 4-3. So I could easily have seen them being 3-4 or even 2-5 the way they play at home and the way they play against bad teams. You get out of there, and you feel good about your club. You feel really good about your club because they went 4-3 against two of the crappiest teams in baseball. So that's nice, Lance.
Yeah, that's great. I was hoping for 5-2, but they're 3 games up now. So
yeah,
all you really have to do is just play 400 baseball, and you're going to keep picking up games on Seattle. That's really all you have to do.
Yeah, listen, Seattle's not very good. They're 8 games over 500 now. Actually, here come the Rangers. They are actually 9-1 in their last 10. They've won 6 in a row. And the Rangers are a better team, if you want to know the truth. They've got better pitching. They should be better than they are. They're just not. But the Astros just have to hold them off. You're coming up on the last 12 games of the season against all division opponents. So that is going to be an interesting time. And now you got the Yankees in town tonight. So that's going to be fun. Here we go. And we are off to the races down the stretch here. And hopefully you play like you did yesterday and not like you did over the weekend. Boy, it's just so difficult to watch sometimes. But they opened it up yesterday. Jose Altuve with a nice home run. He's just so up and down this year. My goodness. The stuff he swings at in big situations. At one point, they were 5 for 45 with runners in scoring position, and then they opened and then they got a few home yesterday, which really, really helped. But boy, they were really bad with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, terrible in the middle of the series. But the one thing I want to, before Willie comes on, and I'm going to let you handle Willie because I'm a little under the weather today. But the one thing that I think we have to talk about, and it's going to get buried because it happened Friday, was Christian Javier went 6 innings of no-hit ball. Like, no-hit ball for Christian Javier in 6 innings. That was exciting. And, Jake Arrighetti still has a ton of walks, but he also allowed
what did you call him again?
I call him Jake every time.
Every time.
Is there a Jake Arrighetti?
No,
is there a person named Jake?
No, there's a Jake, the Cubs pitcher.
Arrieta.
Yeah, that's why I do it.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
That's why I do it. Spencer allowed, what was it, 1 hit or 2 hits? Like, it was another.
Yeah, it was another.
It's just he just can't figure out his walks.
Yeah.
He just can't figure it out right now.
Yeah, and then
but Luis Garcia. How about Luis Garcia yesterday? Just comes in and pitches like he's been in the bigs for a while.
Well, yeah, he gave up a couple homers in an inning, but you know what? That's to be expected. He you know what? He's going to have a little bit of a hit. Hey, he started better than Javier or McCullers or Arrighetti did. So that was
McCullers is out of the rotation.
Yeah, McCullers is out. McCullers came in and didn't look great again. So I think you're getting your road. We'll see. I mean, there's a long way to go. But it looks nice again. It's starting to look nice again with the rotation, with guys that you know. And the batting order looks great. It just isn't. It just is so up and down. But we got a lot of time to talk Astros baseball. We are going to be bringing in right now Willie Fritz, the head coach of the Houston Cougars. Big win, 27-0 on Thursday night. Coach, welcome to the show. How are you? Coach, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Congratulations on a nice win, Coach. Break it down for us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we played really well defensively. After an opening game, I thought we tackled exceptionally well. It's something you always worry about because you're not able to do a I guess you can, but you're sometimes concerned about guys getting injured and hurt leading up to that first game. We tackled well, played with great leverage throughout the game, something we always try to track with our guys. And offensively, we had some opportunities, didn't cash in a few different times, but did a great job with no turnovers, which in first game we always worried about. And got better as the game progressed in the kicking game. So a lot to build on, but for an opening game, the guys did a nice job.
How did Connor grade out?
He graded out well. He's there's a lot of guys. It's everybody. It was the first time they played a game since last year, so it's you got to knock the rust off a little bit, and then Connor. This is another new offense for him, and from last year and his high school career and those kind of different things. So I think it. He just got better and better as the game progressed. I thought he did a great job. Running the show, protections, and checking us into the right plays. And, I thought for a first ball game, I thought he did a really nice job.
Yeah, boys, Koziol's a nice player, Coach. That is a nice weapon to have when your tight end is that big and that good. Tanner really had a nice breakout game here Thursday night. Yeah,
he did. He's got great length. Obviously, 6'6", 6'7", whatever he is. But the thing he does is his arms toward the ball when he catches it, which takes advantage of his length. And last year at Ball State, I think he led the nation with 27, 28 contested catches. Where a guy's on your cylinder when you catch the ball. So he's really good at that.
Yep. Coach Willie Fritz. Brought to you by HRP every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And, Coach, man, that's a shame about Ray Sean getting injured and losing him for the season. How big a blow is that?
It happened during camp and unfortunate. He was having a really good camp, but he's got a really positive attitude about everything, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to play this season for us, but he'll be back and better than ever.
Yeah, I hate that for a kid. He goes through the whole off season and then injured, and he doesn't even get a look. That sucks. That really sucks. But you're right. It happens every year. Defensively, 27-0. You guys got the shutout, which was nice, and you're flying around. What I noticed is that guys are just defense is energy, isn't it, Coach? And boy, did you have your guys had a lot of energy on Thursday night.
Yeah, they really did a good job, Coach Armstrong and the defensive staff. That's one of the things they prioritize. Number one is effort and playing hard, and some people think that's a given, but it really isn't. You got to coach guys to play hard, play after play after play, and that gives you a chance. As long as you're doing your assignment, you're playing as hard as you possibly can. You got a chance to be successful. And like I mentioned before, I thought we tackled well. We had 8 missed tackles, which for game one is pretty darn good. And we graded that pretty tough. So outstanding job by the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you got, the city rivalry. I noticed you got the Bayou Bucket that's coming up this week. For those of you that want to go to the luncheon, the Touchdown Club puts that on. That's always a great event. So if you want to go there, Coach, she's going to be there. And Coach Abel as well. Tell us about, hey, they went to Lafayette and won a football game. That's not easy to do.
No, Lafayette's got a really good program. And they went over there and won. And that's putting together their team, for the first ball game, with a new staff, new philosophy, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. A lot of continuity defensively. Coach K and what they were doing last year, they had a really good defense. Last season at Rice, but offensively they're running that gun spread triple option. We used to run that when I was at Sam Houston State quite a few years ago, and then ran it at Georgia Southern, and it's difficult. It's something that's unique that you don't see very often. Where you got a true pitch player. A lot of people run I guess they still call it triple option, but it's more out of the RPO game than it is the run game. But you got to really make sure you got somebody on dive, quarterback, pitch, like kind of old time football, and they got good speed on the perimeter. So, we got to really be assignment sound this week defensively.
That is you got so many new guys always on a football team, and maybe not most guys not here from Houston. They just, when they play Rice, you might look at a program or whatever you look at, but it's always a tough game. Always a tough game, Coach.
Oh, I know that. I got a lot of respect for what Coach did at Davidson. His path kind of similar to my path, and did a fantastic job there when he's head coach there. And I've gotten to see their coaches in action a little bit, and recruiting and different events and things like that. But they're doing a super job. We're excited about the opportunity to play our in-city rivals. And this will be the last time we play for a while. Unfortunately, the scheduling didn't work out to continue to keep playing. So, this will be a big game for us.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a shame too. Because that's a great rivalry that's been going on for your city rivalry. That should always be played. Maybe sometime down the road they can work that thing out, because that's been going on here forever, and that's just a shame. That is a shame. Well, best of luck, Coach. Congratulations on a nice win against Stephen F. You got Rice this week, and then the schedule. Then we'll see what happens. But man, this is a rivalry week here this week for your guys, and best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Go Cougs.
All right, there is Willie Fritz right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 every week, every Tuesday at 7:05 right here. So glad you could join us, and glad Coach can get here every Tuesday. So we're just getting it started right now. We talked a little Astros baseball. We got so much college football to get to. So much college football. What a game last night, a barn burner. I hated to see what happened last. That was just awful. To see what happened, because I think Jordan I think she's going to do great things in life, and just hate to see her sad, like she probably was last night. Hate that for everybody. But we will talk about that and a whole lot more here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, right now, I'm talking about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you get your car sold. It's where you go to sell your car. And now, how about this? At GiveMeTheVin.com, they are giving away $25,000 a month. They've been doing this for a little while now, but you have to sell them your car, okay? And then you get in the hopper for a possible another $25,000. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more information, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. You want to buy your car, whether it's a supercar, a minivan, an SUV, an exotic, whatever. It doesn't matter. Say goodbye to the dealerships who aren't going to give you as much. They're just not. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your car right on the money. It's easy. You just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your car's VIN number or license plate number, which is a lot easier. You get an offer on your car in minutes, and that's going to be better than any dealer quote. If they can't beat CarMax, they will give you $100. Easy and fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer, and giving away $25,000 in cash every month. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So let's go around the room. I know, well, Dell, I have a feeling I know what yours is. Watched that Miami game on Sunday night. They looked pretty good. Carson Beck looked actually pretty good. I didn't think, he didn't look anything like that last year. He was crisp. He was throwing, and he threw a nice ball. He led the team. Very nicely done. Miami beating Notre Dame was, that's a playoff team last year, and Miami took care of that business at home. You knew that all. You liked Miami going into it though.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised about how that game played out in its entirety because of. I think there was a lack of understanding about what Miami had built on their lines, the offensive line, and what they invested in that, just in terms of recruiting, and also the defensive line. Those were two units that I think people underestimated, partly because of how bad the defense was last year, but that had a lot to do with the secondary play, which they added like 6 transfers there. So I was not surprised that Miami could hold up physically, and I'm also not surprised that once they got up big, the Mario of it all came out because he decided it was time to sit. The worst thing that could have happened was they took 7.5 minutes off the third quarter and scored a touchdown, because I knew at that point he was going to try to shorten that game and run the football, and it turned out it almost bit him because that's the Mario way. But as far as the team, he has built a team that can compete. It'll just be a question throughout the year of can the Mario on the sideline get out of the way of the Mario the recruiter, because the team itself is good enough to make a playoff, and obviously matchups determine if they'll win it all. But Notre Dame, Miami, great. Good for that field goal kicker who had made 4 field goals his entire life going into the game. He was like 4 out of 11 at FAU. They relegated him to kickoff duties because he wasn't good enough. And then he goes and knocks down the biggest kick of his life in his first game with the Canes. So Carter Davis is his name. Yeah, good way for at least that rivalry to get back going.
Yeah, no, that was nice. I thought one of the best things from the weekend was the way ESPN handled Lee Corso. It was awesome. All the stories about him, the way I thought he was going to dot the I, but he didn't dot the I. I thought he was going to dot the I, and that would have been a great way for him to give the pick, put the head on as he dotted the I, the Ohio I. That's a sacred thing. Oh, I guess they wouldn't give that up. They told the story of, I don't know if you've seen it before or you watched it, how Brutus was the first ever head that he put on when he's picking the games, and how Kirk Herbstreit helped him get it. That was a great story. But I thought, boy, he's gotten old. I don't want to say in a hurry, but man, oh man, he has. It's good that they were able to honor him, and instead of in the last game of the season, the first game, kick it off that way. That was. I thought that was really neat. I thought it was great.
Yeah, they did handle it well. I'm not, I don't live and die for when he puts the mascot head on, but apparently a lot of players do, because when they did the interviews of Arch Manning and this guy and that guy, they were all, you couldn't get ready for a game, or you couldn't get ready to watch football until you saw what Lee Corso did. I'm like, really? Y'all were all waiting for that? So apparently I'm the stick in the mud, and everyone just couldn't wait for Lee Corso to make his pick. So I guess I'm the cranky one. But I do want to say before I get to mine, Carson Beck playing well, that's really shouldn't be. This guy was considered the first pick of the draft headed into last year. And then Arch was, a top 3 guy or whatever. But Carson Beck has talent. I'm not really super surprised, and I'm less so when I see how talented Malachi Tony is. Number 10, the freshman, holy crap. They just kept running whip routes with him, and nobody could guard him man to man. You better keep an eye on number 10 for Miami, because he is going to be absolutely electric for as long as they can keep him until somebody steals him with a higher portal number and a transfer fee. He's going to look amazing at Oregon too, by the way.
Yeah, because Miami doesn't spend money.
When the Ducks, your guys go to jail, and then you don't have money anymore.
Well,
Your money
that
people.
was certainly the story going into the game, because Catholics versus convicts, but that kid's 17 years old, Miami born and bred. That doesn't guarantee anything, but he has been a Miami legend for a pretty long time. He was a high school quarterback, by the way, who didn't play full-time receiver until he got to Miami.
Well, I bet he was a real nightmare to try to stop as a quarterback, like playing against Michael Vick in college football back in the day. It was on the college football video game. It was probably a nightmare. But mine, I'll just go take it right to Ohio State and Texas. Um, there's going to be a lot of talk about Arch Manning, and you know what? Here's your silver lining. In the fourth quarter, he made a couple throws that were good throws. One was down the seam, one was deep sideline that you can potentially hang your hat on as good signs. But I think that should be that's a good defense. It's a tough environment. It's tough for any quarterback to do well there. With that said, you see that Arch Manning is just not ready for the hype that was out there about him. Is he going to get better? Yeah, he's going to get better. But we're talking about easy throws where his ball placement was way off, and that would be a concern for me if I'm University of Texas. But that's the thing that really stood out to me as a passer. He did not look even remotely ready for a top level game, not even remotely ready with basic stuff, footwork, ball placement, timing. They were all off almost the entire game.
So yeah, that was a rough day. It was a rough day. You know what? All the hype. I didn't hear. Did anybody hear Bruce?
No, I know who you're talking about.
Feinbaum. Did
Paul
anybody hear Paul
Feinbaum, yeah.
Feinbaum about?
I
what
searched
happened?
up his Twitter account to see what he was saying, and he was very quiet during the game. He didn't tweet anything about the game.
They didn't through it. Yeah, I didn't see on yesterday morning what
I'm sure he said
ESPN
something.
what they said about it, but it was too much. It was too much for Arch. Listen, you've seen his high school highlights. He's playing against little kids in high school. He made slow decisions in high school, even against little kids when he had some better athletes on his side. He still made slow decisions. He is slow to his footwork was terrible, but he's slow to make decisions. His S2 is going to be rotten. His S2, if you thought CJ's was bad, wait till you see Arch's S2, because he doesn't react to anything in a hurry. And he waits too long. I was watching him. He's focusing in on receivers. He's doing one. He's not, the only thing. Well, the other thing is he checks down all the time. I mean, he threw more sideway passes, finally started opening up and throwing it down the field towards the end of the game. But they still had a chance. I mean, they don't get stopped on the goal line. They still had a chance to win that football game. Arch is going to be better. He was awful on Saturday. He was one of the worst quarterbacks in the country on Saturday. Now, Ohio State has something to do with that, right?
Yeah, and the team, the time of the game, which is the first game of the year, the location, which is Ohio State. Arch is going to be better, but make no mistake about it. The hype was too much. He is not, and he wasn't last year. If you watched, he was not. A lot of the passes that he made were to wide open guys, and or touchdowns where guys broke long plays off. They were waiting on balls from him. But what he does well is run the football. Sark made a massive mistake in not having a game plan that featured Arch running the football. He's got to run the ball. He's a run pass quarterback. That's what he is. You can try to make him Peyton if you want, but that's not what he is. He's got to run the football, and they've got to have called runs for him, zone reads, all that stuff. That's got to be a feature of that offense. Early in the game, and I know you saw it on that 4th and 2 where they ran a dive play. It might have been a called dive play, but it looked like it could have been a zone read. And if it was, Arch made an enormous mistake by not pulling it and running.
Huge
enormous.
Mistake.
No one was even there.
Huge
and he had a
mistake.
wide receiver, he had a tight end peeling off where he also could have made a sideline throw. So that's the kind of offense they should be running, is option type offenses.
They did that maybe later in the game where he came and rolled left and
first
threw
drive
on the run to the tight end. Was
on the left.
Beautiful play.
Yep.
Beautiful play. And you're right. That inside handoff on 4th and 2 was just ridiculous. He's just got one guy to beat, the defensive end, and he's got his tight end going out in the flat. I mean, you gotta, Arch, you gotta be smarter. You gotta play better. You gotta make better decisions. But I'm telling you, he's just not a good decision maker. He does
No.
not. He can't process stuff as fast. He just
No.
doesn't. And until
He
he
really
gets that,
wasn't.
and still he's even last year during the spring game when everybody was lauding him and how great he was, he's holding the ball until the guy is wide open, holding it, not making a decision. He's got to be a better decision maker than that if he's going to be good. I mean, you can't, especially at that. Forget the next level. He's got to start doing it here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can stop saying, is he going pro this year? Is he? I'd say he could. He could definitely go pro. He was the favorite to win the Heisman. Now, it's one game, but in that one game, you should see flashes of like, this is who he is. And the only flash I can give you is that throw down the left sideline. That's it. And I thought that the safety could have, made a play. He probably should have made a play on the football rather than worrying about the wide receiver. But that's neither here nor there. And that was pretty good zip on that throw. But there were no real flashes for Arch Manning. There were really no real flashes. And I thought Sark, remember, this is the second year in a row against Ohio State. Last year, he couldn't get it in near the goal line in the playoffs. And then this year, he had short yardage from the half yard line or whatever. And he ran a 4th and short previously that was stuffed up. And somehow on a late surge, Arch was able to, I guess, get enough. I mean, I guess they got enough for a first down, and that was in the first half. In the second half, they got down on the goal line, and that was actually a good drive by Sark. I thought he called some good plays. You mentioned a play where it was that option to the left, and then he threw. Instead of running it, he threw to the wide receiver that was out near the boundary. I thought that was a really good drive until the last 3 plays where he didn't get creative. You can't just line up and smack people in the mouth right now. Your offensive line wasn't good enough, and Arch was too predictable. They should, and that quarterback sneak, that should have been something where he takes the ball, and this is a football IQ thing too. He takes the ball and he goes around the tackle, knowing that everything's going to be bunched in. That's one of those things that Tom Brady would do a lot. Drew Brees was good at it, and even Peyton was pretty good at it when he had.
Well, he tried to go outside. Sneak. He tried to go outside, and he just got thrown. I mean, he didn't go far enough outside, obviously.
No,
but he
definitely
he absolutely went over the guard. He didn't go over.
Should have been over the tackle.
Should have been over the tackle.
But regardless, Sark also has to get more creative at creating opportunities through play calling. I thought he did a poor job. I didn't like the way Sark called the game. I didn't like the way Arch Manning played the game. And I did think Sayan played well. I thought that was a good game for Sayan, and I thought that was a good game plan for Ohio State.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's in about 15 minutes. We got one segment in between. If there's anything, we got a lot more to talk about. Not just Arch. And we got the Aggies to talk about. Actually, they look pretty damn good. We got a lot of football. Oh, man, there's so much stuff that we got to get to as we open it up after the first real college football weekend of the season. Yesterday, I went over to Texas Card House, played a little poker. It was just great. They had 2 tournaments going on at once. They had, I don't know how many tables going. It was great. This is the one on Green Ridge. This week, Thursday, we are going to be up in Spring at Spring Cypress. We're going to be doing the show from there this Thursday. Can't wait to get over there and see that one as well. That's where they have, I mean, not that both of them don't have huge tournaments, but there are huge tournaments going on, especially in spring, because it's just crazy. It's crazy what they do. They've got a $100,000 poker tournament, hold'em tournament. They've got a $40,000 PLO tournament every month. $100,000 hold'em and a $40,000 PLO tournament every month. All right. Plus, on Saturdays, a $40 buy-in with a $10,000 guarantee. That's ridiculous, people. You have no idea how that is. Just you're playing it. You're only spending $40 to be in a pool of $10,000. That's crazy. That is crazy, but it's happening at Texas Card House, the premier poker house in the city of Houston. You got 2 of them, Green Ridge and Westheimer, and up in Spring at Spring Cypress and 45. Just awesome. Big parking lots, beautiful facilities, clean facilities, bar open till 2 a.m. every night. It's 24/7, so you got a game all the time. They got a game going on right now. All you need to do is go to TexasCardHouse.com, see for yourself. TexasCardHouse.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Hey, I want to tell you about St. Arnold, and if you haven't been to St. Arnold, it's phenomenal. It's a great spot to go watch a game. It's a great spot to hang out with your friends after work. It's not just the awesome beer, which they're well known for, one of the original breweries here in Houston, but it's the food, it's the location, and it's the amazing opportunity to have private events there. We're gonna be in the beer hall, which can hold up to 300 people. We are going to push it to that limit with about 300 people at our listener appreciation party this Friday, September 5th. And that's, we got that booked early on. There are a ton of different dates for you to book as well. They can host for anywhere from 20 to 300 people. They have the Investors Pub, which is going to be for smaller, 20, 40, 50 people. And then you have the larger one, which is Beer Hall, which is going to be for larger events. They have audio visual connections. So you can play, your deck. You can put your deck on and go through stuff from a business standpoint, or even, a lot of people like to go have rehearsal dinners there, where you have pictures that you want to show from when the couple was younger, and it's fun stuff like that. So let St. Arnold handle it. The food is top notch. They can put together an appetizer table or even a full feast for you, and of course, beer, cider, root beer, soft drinks, whatever the case may be. Food, drinks, beer, fun. It's all available for private events on even holiday parties, but you got to make sure you book it now so you get the times that you're looking for. Go to starnold.com and click on private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, just crazy, Lance. How they wasted a Hunter Brown start, a Spencer Arrighetti start. And he did give up. Arrighetti gave up 5 walks, but he had 8 strikeouts. Gave up just 1 hit. Gave up 1 earned run, and they lose that game. Hunter loses the game, giving up just 1 run. I mean, but damn, a little consistent. Of course, this Angels staff is one of the great staffs in baseball history. So you're not gonna. That should have been expected. That you're not going to be able to handle something like that. It just is so maddening. They should have been 5. They should have been at least 5-2, at least 5-2. Plus, Brian Abreu didn't help with his outing on Saturday night. That was awful. You sure do miss him, Josh Hader. That's for sure.
You do. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can't lose a guy like that and not lose anything. So what? Oh my God! Some of the things that happened this weekend. What about the LSU fan? What about the idiot LSU fan?
Well, when he stuck a finger in that guy's booty?
LSU fan came stuck his finger in my booty.
Not that one. This was a different one. He was at the game at Clemson. He's standing there, and he goes up just a couple of rows is where the concourse is, and he's on his knees giving double rods to a Clemson fan. And the Clemson fan, I mean, he's like, after LSU scored or the game was ticking down, whatever, like mean double rods. Not the good kind like we get, right? Double rods like, bleep you, we just won, and the Clemson fan comes up and chokes him out.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. It was, and I can't blame him either. What an idiot. I mean, hey, dumbass, you're at a football game. Why are you going after? I don't know if they had words earlier or whatever they had, but it's a freaking football game. Slow your roll. You're so much better because those guys on the field scored 17 and the other team scored 10. You are so superior to everybody. I mean, talk about just idiots. Idiot fans. That's what dude was, and he deserved what he got. That's for sure. The Aggies.
I tried to watch. I accidentally disconnected my connection here for the radio show, but wow, LSU fans, and this is going to come as a surprise to some people. They're known to get a little out of control when they drink at games.
You think that's the case? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I ran into one Friday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. At Riel.
Oh, really? And Me or my wife?
You,
Me.
Wendy had it together. What are you talking about? Wendy was perfect.
Wendy was great. Yeah, Wendy was great. But no, yeah,
Dale, you know what she
we had a
said?
good time.
I told Wendy that you and I talk about there should be a wristband that says, "What would Wendy say?"
You told
And
her
she
that?
goes, "Yeah." I told Wendy. I said, "Me and Dell talk about the fact there needs to be a wristband that says, 'What would Wendy say?'" For John. And she goes, "You're right. I told him he can get himself canceled. I don't care, but don't you get me canceled."
That's fine, and I will someday, I'm trying my best on both ends. What about Alabama? What about Alabama?
Oh man,
I'll tell you this. There's
Man.
one. This is what was going to be. What did I learn this weekend? I learned that a guy named Castellanos does not look like I thought he would look.
No, I thought was it his grandfather or great grandfather that was shot at Sparks' steakhouse out in New York by the other mob family? Because he doesn't look like he was
No.
born. He doesn't look like a blood relative.
No. Paulie Castellanos? No, he doesn't look like-
Castellanos,
Tommy.
he's leaving the
He
pocket.
does call himself Tommy now. It's not Thomas anymore. It's Tommy
I
Castellanos.
love that he's Tommy Castellanos leaning into it.
That's great. He didn't look like I thought he would look.
I mean, I had seen him before, so I was not surprised by
Yeah.
how he looked.
Yeah, you had seen. I hadn't.
I had seen
Billy
him.
ran him out of town, right?
Oh yeah,
Bill O'Brien ran him out of town.
good
yeah.
for him. Good for him.
He and
'cause
Bill
didn't
O'Brien
need-
couldn't
He
get
didn't
along.
need a good quarterback like that.
Well, the system was one that Billy likes, and it wasn't one that fit Tommy Castellanos.
No.
Being in Gus Malzahn's system is a good fit, where you can go 9 for 14 and still beat Alabama
As a
because
star.
you're a better threat, run the football.
That should have been Arch Manning's offense.
Just run. Yeah.
Take
run.
off running. But this kid is way more talented as a runner, by the way.
Yeah. Oh no, they looked pretty good. Florida State looked really.
They were
really good.
physical. So I can tell you this. So the Joe Moore Award, the guys are already watching tape on every single game. And they showed Alabama. Oh my God. Lawson, number 0, the linebacker, there's like 5 plays that are atrocious for him. Alabama was getting physically manhandled up front on the defensive line. The linebackers were turning their backs to lead blockers and turning their shoulders rather than taking on blocks. Like, it didn't look anything like we've seen Alabama look over the last decade plus. It was bad, and it doesn't look like they better change their attitudes, because their defensive front does not look. They do not have that dog and that grit based on this one game and the 4. This is the first opening day loss for them since 2001.
Yeah.
24 years that they've won their opening game, and that came to an end.
DeBoer is he's already in some trouble there. He's already in some trouble.
I mean, it's loud already. They're not happy, and
No.
I'm sure the good doc will call tomorrow.
No, I'm sure the good doc is going to call when he feels. I'm pretty sure he's under the weather a little bit, so we'll see if he doesn't call in. There's some petty stuff going on, like Northwestern. Hey, idiots! Let them wear white, but to celebrate
Tell people what that means.
the hurricane. They Tulane wanted to wear white at home,
Right.
And Northwestern said no. They're bringing their white jerseys, so you can't do that. So Tulane kicked the snot out of them. So Tulane beat the snot out of them, and here is their head coach talking about that.
We wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever. With that,
Wow.
Questions.
That was John Sumrall, the coach at Tulane.
Yeah.
How much would Josh Payton have liked to have had that information in advance?
Yep. Hey, I'll tell you what, Josh Pate had some information. I was watching his pregame about Auburn and Baylor, and he was like, listen, Baylor doesn't have the defensive line. I think they could run all over them. Oh, for 307. How's that? Josh Pate not only picked South Florida, but he also told us about that Auburn offensive line versus the Baylor defensive line, and that'll make you a little bit of money. That'll make you a little bit of money.
Well, it was we got to break it. We'll find out what people what everyone else learned this weekend in one sentence.
Yep.
But
We will do
a
that on
lot
the
of
other
college
side.
football.
What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. You learned something from your wife, from your kids, from football, from whatever. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. You learned something. So get in here now. 713-780-3776. That's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. I am talking right now about Houston Powder Coaters. I'm talking about my peeps. I'm talking about Robin. She's awesome. Robin is the best. Her people are the best at what they do. And powder coating is kind of a big deal. I think I've told the story before about how the West Side Tennis Club bought all kinds of new furniture. And they got it delivered to, and it was sitting, brand new furniture still in all the wrappers. And I'm like, why would somebody bring brand new furniture here? And they were like, well, you powder coat it before you put it out there, and it'll last, I don't want to say forever, but you don't think that it's going to look nice. Brand new furniture with no problems whatsoever. You powder coat it, it'll last for nearly ever. So this is something that you might think about as well. If you're going to buy new furniture, get it powder coated first, and guess what's going to happen? It's going to look like new for forever. This is something that happens every day. Now, most of the people wait until something that's metal is rusted out or it just needs fixing or whatever. That's fine too. But do it at Houston Powder Coaters. They're the best. Free pickup and delivery. I'm telling you, their operation is second to none. You're looking to powder coat whatever it is. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. Mm-mm.
So I want to tell you about a name that I hope that you don't have to use anytime soon because it means something bad's happened to you. And that's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. With the Daspit Law Firm, you're talking about a group of lawyers, and it's a large number of lawyers because he wants every lawyer to have a smaller, number of caseloads, so he can put, so that he or she can put the maximum amount of time into taking care of, those cases. And what they're doing is they're helping people who have been injured due to negligence. It could be on the roadway, it could be at the workplace, it could be at a store or restaurant. It really doesn't matter. And you need someone on your side who is going to help you recover your medical bills, help you recover money lost because you can't work in the short term or long term, and of course also going to help you with pain and suffering and getting the right settlement for you, so that you are you're accounted for. You're somebody that matters, because so many times the insurance companies on the other side are going to squeeze you. They're going to try to get you to agree to something right away, and they don't care about you. They are not on your side. They're on the side of the other person that has been negligent. And so I don't care about them. John Daspit doesn't either. He cares about you, and he wants you to keep his phone number handy in case you ever need it or a friend or family member ever needs it. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So as soon as somebody gets off, you can get in, and you can tell us. We got a full board here. So 713-780-3776 as soon as somebody gets off. I'm going to start it. I learned this weekend that furry that plays quarterback for TCU, he can play. Not only is he a furry, but he can play quarterback.
Not a furry.
Too. He kind of is. That's what I read. He's a furry.
We didn't learn any lessons from reading stuff off the internet that aren't true.
Well, that's what I saw on the internet. He's a furry, and he can throw the ball. He's pretty good. I like him.
He's not a furry, but credit to John Hoover for going in there. And is it Hoover? What's his first name?
Yeah.
Whatever his first name is, credit to him.
Yeah, no, he looked pretty good. So it was against a Bill Belichick defense, which was easy picking. So there is that. Do you learn anything this weekend, Lance?
I learned that going up against the Matt Patricia defense may not be a lot of fun for college football quarterbacks.
No, well, that is true. And Matt Patricia on Ozempic is a different guy.
Yeah, not even recognizable.
No, I was like, that looks like Matt Patricia, only the guy, Matt Patricia could eat that guy.
I told you his sister works at Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, how about that? Does she look like Matt?
No, but she was a former ballerina in New York, so
look at that.
Oh,
she's in good. Yeah, that's what you learned today.
The alleged furry is Josh Hoover. Shout out to Josh Hoover for what he did last night. I learned that there are so many Notre Dame podcasts to listen to and laugh at.
You listen to you're so petty.
Yeah, I don't call in and
you're so petty.
I don't call into post-game shows, but I listen to them and the shock and awe of I can't believe we were dominated physically by Miami. That was nice to see.
Yeah,
or hear.
That was nice. Let's go. Keith starts us. Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that the mighty SEC is a little bit weak, and Vanderbilt is looking really good at 1-0.
Do we all want to talk about who Vanderbilt actually played for him to call in about that?
All year we're going to have that. All year.
Hopefully not.
Well, every time they win.
It was Vanderbilt football played Charleston Southern.
Ooh. Well, they look pretty damn good doing it.
Congratulations. And the Pavia brothers got arrested. Not the one who matters.
No,
the other ones.
The brothers.
I said the brothers. Yeah, the ones that don't matter got arrested.
Yeah, the ones that don't matter. Right. It seems like family members are really chiming in early in this football season.
Yeah,
did they fight the Jokic's?
No.
I don't think they want any part of that. No. But it was drunken behavior that got them arrested. Yeah.
Who was the quarterback from the long hair from Kansas State?
Oh, Avery Johnson.
Avery Johnson's
brother and father.
Brother and father, right. They're really chiming in early here, the family members. Tom on a burner. Tom on a burner. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that a fantasy draft is not what I thought it was going to be.
Tom on a burner learned about a fantasy draft. 713-780-3776. Ocho usually brings something good. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence, Ocho?
Yeah, I'm probably late, but I learned that Seattle Mariners' Cal Riley is the first player ever to hit at least 20 home runs in a season from both sides of the plate.
First ever to hit 20 home runs.
That's
from each
true?
side. That's true. Is that right? I guess that is. I would think Mickey Mantle would have done it, right? But he didn't.
I would think Berkman maybe got close.
Yeah.
Did Berkman ever have over 40?
Well, he just didn't have enough at bats against left-handers, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
Man, the Cal Raleigh is strong.
Cal Riley, yeah. I know you think he's really,
I'm just
really
impressed with his jump.
year.
That's all. He's very strong.
Very strong. Elliot, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned I'm getting old because I struggled to keep up satisfying a freaky 23-year-old's needs multiple times the entire night. Thank God for TRT.
Good Lord.
Wow.
I don't like this call.
I don't like that. I don't think that's
not because of the content of the call. It's a humble brag.
Just pissed.
Well,
Well,
it's just a
yeah, but it didn't have to be nearly as graphic. We understood.
Yeah, he's humble bragging. I was with a freaky 23-year-old. Yeah, I couldn't do what I need to do, but I was.
Well, it was a game. It was a game time. It was a subtle game time shout out. It was, yeah. That's not really the spirit of what did I learn this weekend. Typically.
Well, that 23-year-old, just enough would have been a 23-year-old girl who has more energy than you do. That would have been enough. That would have been plenty. That's all we needed.
Multiple times. Yeah, congrats, you had sex.
Congratulations. That's a first. That is a first. Mike, what did you learn this weekend?
That is a tough follow, but what I learned is that John hates the Dallas Cowboys and anyone who wears Cowboys gear.
Yes, you did learn that.
That's Mike from the fantasy football league.
That's Mike from the fantasy football draft. Now, that was Mike. Mike's the friend, right?
No, Mike is just a part of the league. He wasn't the friend, and he
He
wasn't the guy
just watched it happen.
He just watched it. Well, he should. I mean,
he saw the carnage.
It wasn't. It was fine. The dude loved me.
It was
he
kind
came
of
back the
aggressive.
next day in a Browns uniform, and we were boys again.
He was wearing a Manziel jersey.
He was.
I want just to be clear, he didn't come in full uniform.
Yeah, it wasn't Browns.
It was Browns.
It was a Browns.
By the way, I learned that Johnny Manziel hates Cleveland. I learned that this weekend too.
They hate him, so I guess it's
right.
mutual.
I think it's mutual. Tom, what did you learn this? This is the real Tom, I think. Tom, what'd you learn this weekend?
Morning, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when you're looking for college football to watch on the weekend and you accidentally flip over to a women's college volleyball game, it's worth watching.
I almost accidentally hit that myself. Penn State was playing, and I didn't go there because I said, "Nah, I'll get stuck there. I'm not going on that. I'm not going to that." Matt, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned Arch Manning is definitely adopted.
Arch Manning is. Did you see the Peyton and Eli were doing the Peyton and Eli show, watching the game, and Peyton said, "Yeah, he's adopted." He's adopted.
No, were they really?
Well,
It was
AI.
Yeah, it was AI.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It is. It might be time for the Mannings to get humbled a little bit. I have to deal with Jersey Mike's now. Eli's got a commercial with Frank Reynolds from also known as Danny DeVito.
Right.
I've got Arch Manning in back-to-back commercials for Viore shorts and I can't remember the other one.
Warby Parker.
Warby Parker. I'm like, can the Mannings stop doing TV commercials just for 1 year ever?
No, they can't. No, they can't.
Do they need all the money?
Yes, they get all the money. Well, Arch's dad is in that one. Cooper didn't make any of the money that the other brothers made, so I felt good for Cooper. Okay, he got a little something, thanks to Arch.
They say so. Cooper worked for CBS Sports.
Yeah, they said he was a colleague. I heard.
Yeah,
that.
they said our colleague Cooper Manning. I'm like, okay,
I didn't know
this.
that.
So this guy is basically he wouldn't be a colleague if his son wasn't Arch Manning. I bet.
Well, I don't know. Has he been there? I don't know.
They said our colleague our Cooper Manning. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but do you know he was there before?
No, it was Fox. He hosted the Manning Hour on Fox NFL Kickoff.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
How long ago?
It's Well, this is a show he has hosted for Fox Sports since 2014, known for his short 2-minute segments featuring a variety of guests.
Okay, so he'd been doing that well before Arch. Arch didn't make him that much.
He co-hosted some stuff with NBC, so he's been in the media before Arch became Arch.
Yeah.
But yeah, he works for Fox.
Yep. That had to be. I feel bad for. And you know what? And I feel bad for the Mannings because they had to watch that and go. I mean, I've never seen the hype. Before the game, they did a 5-minute piece on Arch. That game. By the way, Fox, if you say the game's going to start at 11, start the damn game at 11, not 11:30.
They've never done it. Big noon kickoff means the game starts at 11:15.
Okay, this was 11:30. It was ridiculous, and it was all Arch. It was a half hour of Arch. It was like, what the hell are you doing? That poor kid, they put so much pressure on him.
I mean, Art says he's not adopted. The ears give it away.
Brian, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that us University of Tennessee fans were more than happy to trade Nico for Joey Aguilar.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Nico,
one of the great bag fumbles, and his dad. I got to admit, it's kind of, I think a large percentage of college football fans are enjoying the schadenfreude that comes with a kid that really, it was a greedy move, and it was handled in an extremely poor way right before spring, trying to leverage university and a $2.4 million deal that it was already agreed upon. They tried to renegotiate after what was a very average year, to be honest with you. And now, for those who don't know, Tennessee said, get lost, go to the portal. We don't care. We don't want you. We're not giving you what you want. So they said, okay. So they called their bluff. The Aliavas, or what is it? Amelia, just say his
While
name
you figure
again,
out how to
Joe.
pronounce the name, we'll get to underrated mess and then go to break.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Amelia Mavio.
Still wrong, but we'll figure it out.
Underrated mess. What'd you learn this
Amelia.
weekend? In one sentence.
Nope.
I learned that Dickinson football took down the Katy Tigers.
How about that? The Katy Tigers aren't what they coming up this season. Katy was like 20th in the state.
Why are you trying to hate on Dickinson's big win?
No, Dickinson had a nice win, but Katy ain't what they used to be. Katy ain't what it used to be. I was like, where are they? Holy crap!
Are they
North
the
Shore.
Alabama of Texas high school football?
Oh, man.
You might be onto something.
Yeah, that helmet says Katy Tiger on it, but
Yeah,
are
but
they the real Katy Tigers?
I don't know.
Is that what you're
I
saying?
feel bad for them. I'm feeling bad for everybody right now. I know what it's like to have,
high expectations don't live up to them?
Yeah.
Yeah? Lance, you want to try Nico one more time? What's his last name again?
Emilio Mava.
Emilio? No.
Ialomiva.
Nope.
Aliamava.
Ia Maliava.
Maliava.
It's pretty easy once you figure it out.
Some of the consonants and some of the
Maliava.
Yeah. So they called the bluff. He went to UCLA, and then he was very average at UCLA in another disappointing loss for UCLA. And he's going to be a lost, forgotten guy. He'll transfer out of there too, by the way. He'll porter out of there to somewhere else. That's almost a lock. This really is the Premier League now with the guys. Have you noticed? I learned that I can't watch a college football game without every other play. A play is being made by a transfer. Like almost every other play that the announcer calls, a transfer has made the tackle or the catch or the run. It's just what it is now. Like I'm curious what percentage of rosters now are transfers of starting lineups are transfers.
Well, UNC's roster, they flashed it. Not that they're all transferred. Had 70 new players on it.
UNC 70, and that wasn't the most. West Virginia has the most.
Yeah.
Holy crap! 70 new
world
players.
we live in right now.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. 803 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Great job, everybody. You did. You were wonderful. And what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your testosterone on and a whole lot
They
more.
have freaky 23-year-olds.
It's that's right. You need testosterone if you're going to be with a freaky 23. That's what we learned.
We learned today.
You need more testosterone.
Is she freaky or is she just freaky because you're older? Who knows? I guess we'll never know. But Lance, you want to tell people about Underdog?
Yeah, I'll tell people about Underdog Fantasy. So they got something new called Ladders. I thought this was really cool. because it kind of rewards you for being really right on something. You know how underdog, we're picking stats, we're going higher or lower on statistics are out there. Well, with the ladder feature, you pick between 3 and 5 or players, to go higher or lower on their statistics. Go find the statistics you like. But with ladder, what it does is it allows you to make more based on the level of win that you have. If you really kill it with your pick, you got a chance to win more money, and that's a cool new feature. And I've played streaks before, and they have streaks which you start with 2 picks, and if you win both of them on higher or lower, then it opens up the next one, and you can make the next pick higher or lower. Now, at some point, if you want to cash out, you can cash out for that amount. But if you want to go for the big bucks, you go all the way to 11, and if you get to 11, you're going to win big bucks for as little as a $5 entry. And that's what's really cool about Underdog Fantasy. You can play smaller amounts and still win much bigger amounts if you're willing to pick more games and you use your sports knowledge to give yourself a chance to win the most. While you're watching the games, play along with the games with Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance on your download or on your first deposit. And what they're going to do is when you play your first $5 on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get $50 in bonus funds deposited into your account. How simple is that? You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
HRP. That's what we're talking about right now. HRP. HRP is where you make your business that much better. Okay. You're a CEO, you're a CFO, you're driving into work right now. You've got problems. You've got issues with maybe you got an admin company already. Maybe you're not crazy about this admin company. Maybe this admin company you're like, wow, we paid them a lot of money every month. A lot of money. What's going on here? And maybe it's not as efficient. Maybe it's not as good. Maybe they're not doing as much for you tax-wise when come tax time. Maybe it's not as easy. Maybe they screw up the payroll. Maybe that's what happens. It's too much for them. Maybe they're charging you way too much for your insurance policies or for your employees' insurance or for whatever. Maybe you're with an admin company that you're not completely satisfied. And if you're not, try our guys, because it's not an admin company, it's HR and it's payroll. And, well, they do take care of your taxes for you as well. But they're going to give you choices on the other stuff. They're not just going to force their insurance. They're not going to force their 401k on you. So maybe you're not completely satisfied with what's going on with yours. Get a free quote from our guys, HRP. We love them. You will love them too. They have so many testimonials on here that it's ridiculous. Everybody loves when they're dealing with HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. I mean, there's plenty that you guys can talk about right? We had the first weekend of college football. How awesome was that? Okay. Is anybody dumber than Mike Gundy? What are you doing? What exactly are you doing, Mike Gundy? Mike Gundy went on. He's got Oregon this week, and he's talking about how much money Oregon spends. Okay, Mike Gundy. I think Oregon spent close to $40 million last year alone. So that was just 1 year. Now I might be off a few million. Oregon is paying a lot of money for their team. From a non-conference standpoint, there's coaches saying they should play teams within similar budgets. So I guess because Oregon is college football royalty, and they're such. I mean, it's just big business. While Oklahoma State is just poor little Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten $1 billion from T. Boone Pickens.
Well, I mean, they're Oregon's new money. They're the flashy new money that you don't really want in the neighborhood, but their money is going to keep them in the neighborhood, and maybe Gundy's feeling like a have-not for whatever reason.
How is Gundy a have-not? You know why Gundy's a have-not? It's because Gundy has made so he is. It's incredible how much money he's made and how much money has been put in that program.
John, where are you finding this story? Are you reading something from Twitter?
No.
I thought you might have. Not that it isn't real. I know what you're talking about, but
That's real, yeah.
But maybe you saw the clips on Twitter or some of the excerpts on Twitter, because Gundy lifted up his shirt at one point in his presser.
I saw that.
Now this is the radio show I think you're reading from, but in his presser he lifted up his shirt to show that he, I guess, didn't have his nipples pierced like Ryan Day is supposed to have.
I saw that.
That got out, yeah.
No, I'm reading this on ESPN.
Okay, yeah, I know it's real. I just thought maybe some of the excerpts were there, but I don't know what Gundy's on. I mean, he's in a point in his career where
he don't care.
He doesn't care. Right. I don't know if the Oklahoma State people care. I don't know if he's in a place where they're never going to get rid of him. I mean, what's the standard at Okie State now? 8-4 and we're good. Is that what the standard is now?
Yeah, if they go 8-4, it'll be a nice year for them.
Now, at one point, we're talking over a decade ago, they were a national title contender for a couple years. But maybe the Gundy Act is a little worrisome, lifting up your shirt at a presser, complaining about the school you're about to play, outgunning you with money. I guess setting everyone up for, hey, when we get our ass kicked, just know it's because of the money that Oregon spends, not because of me or anything.
Well, the ass kicking that he's going to get by Oregon now. Here's Dan Lanning now responding to Mike Gundy's comments about how much Oregon spends.
Is listening to him talk. Like I said, I got a ton of respect for Coach Gundy. Ultimately, how blessed are we to be in a place that's invested in winning? If you want to be a top 10 team in college football, you better be invested in winning. And we spend to win. Some people say to have an excuse for why they don't, right? And ultimately, he's a great coach. They've done an unbelievable job, but I want to be a team that's competing at the highest level. And we're really fortunate to be in that situation. So I can't speak on their situation. I have no idea, what they got in their pockets over there. I'm sure UT Martin maybe didn't have as much as them last week, and they played. So we'll let it play out.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think UT Martin spends as much.
But here, I'm going to say something that's unpopular. Gundy's not wrong in the sense that this really has become, I've mentioned it before, but it's amazing. And correct me if I'm wrong, Del, but this is exactly what
wrong.
International soccer, you're just assuming I'm wrong. This is exactly what international and Premier League soccer looks like. You have the haves, which is a small number of teams that every once in a while, a new team, because there's new ownership, like Texas Tech got a new owner this year, Cody, whatever his name is, a former offensive lineman. So Texas Tech's football program got a new owner this year. And so they're a new spender. But in the Premier League, the thing that I found out when I was watching, I didn't realize was, okay, there's only like six. There's a big six. These are the teams with all the money. It's not that different in college football. You've got Texas A&M, Texas. You've got Oregon. You've got, I think, you got Ohio State, Michigan. Believe it or not, SEC teams are not as heavy. Like, they don't have as many hammers. Now, they're putting money up there, but they're not as loaded as people think it. Alabama at Georgia. They don't have the same number of big dollar alumni. So it's a lot like the Premier League, where if you have the most money, you have the best shots of winning. And that's just all there is to it now. So I get Mike Gundy's, he does have T. Boone Pickens. I don't know how much he's still giving. That frustration that Mike Gundy has.
So he's dead.
It would have to be his foundation if there
is
is
the
one.
foundation giving money?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, that's probably why he's really salty now.
So here's the thing. Yes, the money is public. The money certainly divides who can win and who can't. But how many times before the money became such a big deal were we having a diversity in champions? Like in the 2000s, it was a Florida school here, an SEC school here. I'm just reading off the list and see if we see any real changes. Starting with the BCS era, let's do that. Tennessee won the first BCS national championship. Florida State, Miami, and Oklahoma. Well, Oklahoma won that one. Miami next. Ohio State, USC got a split with LSU in 2003. You got USC in 2004. Texas, Florida, LSU, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Florida State, Ohio State. You don't see a lot of teams popping up out of nowhere. And even going back further, you might have like a Georgia Tech show up or a Colorado show up when they split their national title. But it was still the Michigans, the Floridas, the Nebraskas. That's the big change. What happened to Nebraska?
Yep.
But other than that, it's always been these schools. It's just now that we know the money is publicly talked about and the salaries, if you want to call them, to the players are talked about. But they're always the have-nots, and it will always be that way.
Well, it's refined now to where there's a smaller amount of big haves, because it used to be teams were cheating. And what you're mentioning is that some of those teams, as you're mentioning, they were paying. And I mean, that's why the idea that players weren't being paid was always kind of silly, because we know that behind the scenes there were, but now it's much more money, and it's on par with being employees on a professional level. But I think what the big difference is now is that the biggest wallets really can go steal the best coaches and really get the best players. Now, the great equalizer is supposed to be the salary cap of whatever it is for football, 16 million. I think it's supposed to be for football, but what I was told by a friend of mine with the colleges, it's not really going to matter, because teams will just go back under the table and start making under the table payments. So it's not really going to matter. The teams with the most money are still going to have the biggest advantages, but it doesn't guarantee you're going to, win. You still have to be good evaluators. You have to develop, and you have to have good coaches. And when you have a good coach with good money, I mean, Dan Lanning's a really good coach. You give Kirby Smart the money at Michigan, forget about it. It's over. And it's already tough enough to beat them at Georgia, and Georgia has good money, but they don't have great money. I worked with their NIL a couple years ago, and he said, our donors are starting to get donor fatigue. And this is 2 years ago, because they give to the school, they give to the athletic program, and now they're being asked to give to individual players. And so you got to have enough big donors to make it work. So I get Gundy's frustration, but it's just not changing. Like, you're just spitting into the wind. It's not going to change.
Well,
the only thing that's going to change is how college football is aligned.
Do it after the game.
After you get your ass kicked. Don't just piss them off.
Not before.
Because Lanning, you can lay whatever number you want now.
No, Dan Lanning is going to beat that.
You can lay whatever number you want now.
That is going to be ugly. Dan Lanning, he's got bulletin board material. He's going to, and because that's a game. Well, I don't know that they wouldn't get up for.
He coached under Kirby, by the way. He has that. Remember what he did to Dion?
Yeah, we're here for wins, not clicks. Yeah, Gundy, not the most opportune. Sure, you won your first game, Tennessee Martin. Not the most opportune time coming off a 3-9 season where you went 0-9 in conference. Perhaps you just play the game on the field instead of we don't have enough. I don't think Oklahoma State people who donate want to hear you don't have enough. You have enough not to go 3-9 and not win a conference game last year. You probably have enough for that.
By the way, you better hope that you stay in that same schedule tier, because what's going to happen is the haves and have-nots are going to split off in college football probably within the next 3 years. You better hope you're on that top tier where the big spenders are, because you're not going to have as much money anymore if you don't.
Ooh, 9-game losing streak to close out the year for Gundy. last year.
How's he still
No,
there?
it goes back.
Well, because he went 10-4 the year before.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I mean,
Well, they were in the Big 12 title game the year before, so he's asking how he's still there.
Yeah. Well, trust me. There's talk every year, but they owe him so much on that contract.
They do.
He took a cut. He took a cut this offseason.
Well,
he had to because of NIL.
Yeah. And he had to because they were going to fire him. Either you take a cut or, or
there's
we're
that
going to
too.
fire you.
But I thought he took a cut even the year before, or right? Wasn't it something? There was or maybe it's the coach at Louisville had to start. He gave back some of his money so that they can help build something athletic facility.
He might have taken a cut.
Gundy's salary will drop. It was at the start of this year. Gundy's salary will drop by $1 million.
Yeah.
He took a cut.
Yep. All right. Game Day Men's Health. Don't cut corners. Game Day Men's Health is just better. I'm going there this week, as a matter of fact, getting my pellets put in. I mean, I've got the peptides that they've given me to help me and help my testosterone boost, just to feel better, to look better, to focus more. Everything about what Game Day Men's Health does is just to make you better. What is it that your goals are? What are you looking to do? Are you looking to work out harder? Are you looking to bounce back better after your workout? Are you looking to gain weight? Are you looking to lose weight? What is it? Whatever it is that you need to do, Game Day Men's Health has the answer for you. They pay the attention that they pay to it. A free evaluation to get a look at what your body is doing, and the other places they'll charge you as well. They'll charge you to find out whether or not you're even a client. How do you? That's gall. Charging me to find out whether or not I'm going to pay you money to be a client. That's gall. Well, Game Day doesn't do that. Game Day is going to give you that free evaluation. Go in there, find out for yourself where you are, where you want to be, and how Game Day can get you there. I love the expertise that they have and the attention that you get. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. 11 locations around the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lawrence Taylor, Michael Jordan were at the game last night. Mia Hamm. I mean, pretty disappointing. Bill Belichick is. I'm sorry. He went out. I mean, well, he's got who's his right hand? Mike
Lombardi.
Mike Lombardi. They were the judge. All this talent. Did you see the new depth chart for North Carolina?
Stupid. I mean, that kind of stuff isn't going to. I was looking at the comments under the picture where they didn't list any players basically except 2 linebackers on the depth chart. And somebody made the comment that, you know what, you're going to have to earn this kind of stuff that you like to do. You're going to have to earn that in college football because you don't have, you're starting all over. And that's kind of, there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. The Bill Belichick stuff is going to wear really thin unless he's winning at a high level, and that's not going to happen this year.
Yeah, no.
Do you believe now?
I believe that. I just don't. I've never believed in Bill Belichick as a college football coach. If you want to know the truth, I don't think he's never been a great judge of talent. All right, I think he won a lot of football games.
Well, there was a time he was a pretty good judge of talent.
Well, I don't know.
Willie McGinnis, you have Tom Brady, you have.
Well, he got Tom Brady in the 6th round. I think that
Sebastian Vollmer was a good player. He's had a ton of all pros and Hall of Famers. Teddy Bruschi,
more misses than he had hits.
Ty Law, Teddy Bruschi. Like, it wasn't until the hits he had tremendous hits until he got to about 2012, 13, and he's had a good decade.
Willie McGinnis was there with like Parcells.
Was that Parcells?
In 94. Yeah, he didn't draft Willie McGinnis.
Oh, no, wait. Well, but he was on that staff, wasn't he, or no? Or no, he would have been Cleveland.
No, he would have been in Cleveland, yeah.
Wait. No. Was he still in Cleveland in 94? No, I think he was. Yeah, he was.
Either way, he wasn't the decision maker for the Willie McGinnis draft.
Well, maybe not Teddy Bruschi either. Then
no. Listen, and if it wasn't for 12, Bill Belichick wouldn't be considered one of the greatest coaches. He wouldn't be considered one of the greatest quarterbacks.
You could say that about Phil Jackson, though.
Well, Phil Jackson did it a few times.
He did it a couple.
He's with
always
Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah, I mean, yes, elite talent means a lot, particularly in basketball.
Obviously,
yes.
I think I hate to diminish Bill Belichick as a great coach. I think he was a great coach. I think he could still win some games over there. I'm not going to just say he's not going to. I know from talking to my dad, he was a nightmare to match up against because he was so good. I just think running an organization where you try to buy the groceries too, it really passed him by in a big, big way. And it became an issue. And I don't know, maybe football's just passed him by. Maybe he just doesn't have his fastball anymore. Who knows? Because it didn't look good at New England at the end, and it's not looking good now.
No.
Yeah, we all shouldn't be surprised considering all the changes they made with all the different players. The question is, does he have the patience to see this out? Can he suffer through a bad year but be willing to go, you know what, first-year coach, first year in the program, it's going to take a couple of years before we get it going, if he's capable of that. I don't know that he is. Does he want to be bad for a couple seasons to get it right? Which is probably what it'll take.
Yep, and it's not going to be easy for him to watch that. I already heard that Jordan is in the transfer portal.
Those jokes are all coming.
They're all here.
So they were down 41-7 at one point, I believe, and someone made note that, ironically, that's the age gap, or it's the age gap between he and his girl.
Wow. Seems like a lot.
So that's 34. Is it 34 years or is it more?
It's more than 34.
Yeah, it's even more than the score that the decisive score in that game. Yeah.
Yeah. No. If it was like 56 to
I don't remember how old Jordan is, honestly. But yeah, it's giant, and so is that score line.
Is she Jordan or Jordan? Did you see the Air Jordan new logo?
No, what is it, John?
You know how he's holding her up on the beach where he's laying down and he's got her up in the air. The shirts are on sale if you guys want to buy one.
I'm not buying the Tommy Castellanos Saban Can't Save Him shirt. I'm not that he's got out now. I'm not gonna buy this one either.
Yeah. No.
He said that. How about Tommy Castellanos said that this summer? Saban can't save him. How the balls to say that and then follow through with it.
They did. They did. They knew they were pretty good, and you know what? They were right.
Good luck.
They were right. For Norvell, I guess it's all about having that quarterback, right?
Yeah, he was bad when he doesn't have Jordan Travis.
Yeah. And now he's good again when he's got a quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, how come he was a good here's what was a little puzzling to me. I didn't really have a feel for that game. All I could think about was boy, Florida State sure was good year before last. Like Florida State sure was really good year before last. They brought a bunch of guys in on the portal on the defensive line that ended up being disappointing. One of them, Marvin Jones, has gone to where did he go? He transferred. He was on the defensive front of a team I was watching this week.
From Georgia. It was a recruiting battle that
in
Florida
from
State
Georgia,
lost.
and he left after 1 year. He's one of the portal babies who was just going to hop from team to team to go make his money. But they brought 3 guys in that didn't really fit the culture. It was a nightmare for them. But in this day and age where you can portal your way into success more quickly, I wondered if maybe the idea that Florida State had just plummeted into the depths of hell might be a little overstated considering how good they were the year before with that same head coach.
Yeah, Marvin Jones was at Oklahoma last. He's at Oklahoma now.
Yeah, he's Oklahoma now, yeah. And they got Michigan this week.
Yeah.
So he's been at Georgia, Florida State, and Oklahoma. That is not what the portal was made for.
That's what it's made for. Move around.
Yeah.
You want to see the country?
You want to travel?
Play college football.
Yeah, Marvin Jones Jr. just wants to travel. Yeah.
You're going to hold it. Stop.
You know where I'd like to go visit?
Traveled
Oklahoma.
Europe, okay?
Yeah.
Marvin Jones just traveling the U.S.
He'll see a lot of great college towns like Athens and Tallahassee. Yeah. Now he's in Norman. Yeah. If he has another year eligibility, who knows where he's – maybe Oxford.
And I told John,
who knows?
Matt Money Smith told me once that his brother gave him the advice that he said, listen, he's like, where should I pick for college? He's living on the border of Chicago and Indiana, and it's cold, and his family doesn't have any money, but he's a good student, and he's like, man, I got to find a place to go to college. I've got really good grades, and he said, pick a place you want to live. Forget all the other stuff. Go pick a place where you want to live. And so he walked into this college fair at his high school, and the first table he saw was Pepperdine. And Pepperdine's campus is just beautiful. The whole, and he said, that's where I'm going. I'm going to Pepperdine. Then he went and lived in Italy because they have a campus in Italy. So his junior year, he spent completely in Italy. And I think that's what Marvin Jones is doing. Go where you want to live. And Oklahoma, I think, is where you say, I want to go somewhere where I really want to live, maybe for the rest of my life. And he said
Pepperdine.
Oklahoma.
Not exactly.
That's not what no one says.
Not exactly scenic as Pepperdine.
No
Tallahassee, Athens, and Norman. Not exactly the West Coast.
But they have Native American casinos. There's different casinos there.
Maybe that's what it is. He wants to get in touch with America's past. Norman, as you mentioned,
he's going from
got
Florida State
and Tallahassee.
from Florida State to Oklahoma. That is. Maybe he just is into Native American
culture.
Can't
explain what he was doing in Athens, though. But the
other
stops.
That's why he left as soon as he could.
Yeah.
And Cracker Barrel changed their logo back, so there's lots of Cracker Barrels in Oklahoma. Don't worry, I jumped on that stock when it was down to 54. I'm like, they'll change this back in a heartbeat. And sure enough, I made $10 per share.
Was. Coincidentally, Bill Belichick was 41 when Jordan Hudson was
7. Yes, there it is. That's what it was.
That's
and that's true.
That's the joke.
That is the joke.
Ooh,
there it is.
Man.
Speaking, you were talking about.
He is 34 years older.
He's 70.
How's he going to keep up with those 23-year-olds?
Well, he's 73, and she's
in her 20s, right?
She's 24, which would mean that he's not 34 years older.
It was a joke. It wasn't accurate.
Yeah, I know. I was trying. I couldn't remember exactly what the joke was.
Much older.
Yeah. You're talking about the casinos in small, like in Norman. Did you see what Kenny Dillingham said? He said playing in a big city or playing in a college town. He goes, well, if we're playing kind of in a smaller town, we. Instead of getting a hotel near the campus or where the game's going to be played, we like to pick a hotel that's an hour away because with those hotels, there's no casinos attached. So because in the smaller towns, if there's a hotel there's probably a casino
There's probably a
in the
casino.
places where gambling is allowed. So he goes, hey, we sometimes we got to pick a place far away from the actual game setting just to avoid the chance of a slot machine or a poker table with our players. So.
All right, let's break, and Darren, we got you on the other side, and everybody else who wants to call in, 713-780-3776. You're up first, very first, as soon as we get back. Right now, we got Air Team Ltd, airteamltd.com. I love what the Curtises do. I'm a big fan of family-owned businesses that get passed down, and this is something that's happened at Air Team as well. They've had the business forever. They've been great, and they're really, really good at it, okay? And right now they got no interest, no payments for 3 months, and then you work out what the payment schedule is going to be. But if you're in a situation where you don't have air conditioning right now, you can't live. You can't possibly live in the city of Houston with no air conditioning, especially with how much it rains and how hot and humid and horrible it is without air conditioning. No. This is not the 1800s. We have air conditioning in the city of Houston. And the Air Team is here for you 24/7, 365 days a year. If your air conditioning goes out, right now you call 713-936-5346. I used them. I've used them multiple times. I used them again on Friday. We had some issues with a pan, and they came over and took care of it. I mean, they're awesome. They are on the spot, so knowledgeable, so good at what they do, taking care of the business that you got to get taken care of. AirTeamLTD.com. I can't recommend it more because I've used them. I've used them and used them and used them, and they're great. You're looking for the best way to get that air conditioning. If you've got any issue whatsoever, AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Darren is here. We told him to get in. He was on hold. If anybody else wants to get in, come on, 713-780-3776. Something happened from this weekend that you want to talk about. Let's go. Darren, what's up?
Hi, fellas. I'm not sure if y'all touched on the LSU and Clemson. I heard you speaking about the fan interaction, but I'm not sure if you touched on the game.
No, we really haven't. We haven't talked about the game. What did you tell us what you saw and what you liked?
LSU's defense,
yeah,
they got athletes all over the field on both teams, but it was just impressive with their defense.
Well, you know, Perkins had an off year last year. I think he was out of place last year a lot. But if he's going to play in the league, he's going to have to play linebacker. He's not big enough to be a D end in the league, so he's probably got to go. It was to the detriment of their defense last year. But I tell you, Weeks is incredible. Weeks is just all over the field. I love that. Love that guy. Love the way that he plays. And he'll be playing on Sundays. He's just a maniac.
Perkins can play safety too, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an athlete, so he don't have to play DN. He's a hybrid.
Yeah.
He can play strong safety, really.
But where he made his name his first year was rushing the quarterback. And he doesn't do that. Oh, he was awesome. He was one of the best in the country. So him changing, it really hurt him last year, but Perkins is going to be, you're right. I think he can play a lot of places if you want to know.
I like him, but the problem with him is that he doesn't Isaiah Simmons just got cut.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he's been picked up. And his whole problem was they couldn't find a real position. He was caught in between positions. And Perkins has some of the same issues because he's not a real he could maybe be a box safety, but he hasn't played safety for a while. So we'll see. I thought Nussmeier Nussmeier can really make some throws. Like Nussmeier, his brain just explodes at times, but man, he can really fling it. There are some throws that he makes that are really outstanding, but it's just keeping his head squared on right and figuring out when to risk it and when to just sit tight is going to be the real key for LSU. I think defensively, LSU has plenty. That was really a game that everyone thought was going to be, and I thought it was going to be Dabo's, reemergence on the scene. And it wasn't at all. LSU just defensively shut a veteran quarterback down, completely shut down what Clemson was doing. And what a great win for them on the road. Really, really good win. Brian Kelly's a good coach. He hasn't been a very good fit in LSU up to this point and may not end up being one. But if there's going to be, is this year 4 for him or year 3?
This is 4. He lost 3 straight openers, didn't he?
Yeah. If there is going to be a year where he pulls it all together, it's going to be with the veteran. Now, it's going to be with the veteran. LSU never wants for running backs and wide receivers. They're always going to have skill position. They're always going to have speed on defense. But with a quarterback who has some talent, this could be the year Brian Kelly, now that he's a little bit under the radar, because the expectations are not high anymore for Brian Kelly. This could be a good spot for him.
They are now after beating Clemson on the road. And
well, now it goes a lot higher.
He found the perfect foil. We know they struggled to win openers. He ran into a guy who can't produce good offenses on opening day. Since they hired Garrett Riley, he was supposed to rejuvenate that Clemson offense that had gone stale, really, since they couldn't find a great outside receiver, and they're still lacking there. He played Clemson, Garrett Riley in season opener since he's been there. 7 points, 4 turnovers in 2023, 3 points and 188 yards last year, and 10 points, 261 yards this year. So if you start to factor in who they're playing, Clemson always plays a top team early. There's a Georgia in there. That was last year where they got absolutely stomped, like 34-3, particularly after the half. Georgia took over in that one. I forgot who they played in 2023. But Garrett Riley has not shown up, and the Clemson offense hasn't shown up in week 1. And now Dabo's on a bit of a losing streak as far as beating good teams. They don't have a good record over his most recent stretch. He's the opposite of Ryan Day.
Listen, he's got an easier road to the playoff by losing than LSU would have had. LSU is going to have a tough. The LSU schedule is pretty damn tough, and especially in the SEC is really damn tough. So he winning that game was bigger for LSU than Clemson winning that game. Clemson is going to win. Well, Clemson's going to win ACC games. Period.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are. But Miami's not going to be. That is not going to be an easy.
Well, they don't
Miami's
play
going to be I know, but they're going to be a formidable team in terms of just wins and losses in that conference. Miami has got a lot. Like I like what Miami showed the other day, and then
of course Florida State.
A game that we haven't talked about. And Florida State. We got to see what they've got. But ACC looks like it could be a little saltier than expected.
Georgia Tech
or maybe
wasn't as good as we thought they would be, though. I mean, they struggled.
No, but I still wouldn't. It's hard to beat Deion Sanders.
On the road, first game of the year. That's
yeah,
tough environment.
That's a pretty good. They were favored by 6.5. They won by 6.
7. They won.
They won by 7.
Yeah, and the final bet was 3.5. Georgia Tech favorite. That's the final line, is it?
It came down, huh?
Yeah, and they won by 7, so they covered.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Georgia Tech's going to be pretty. I think they're going to be pretty good. I know this. The game that we haven't talked about much, and I'm not sure how much we want to talk about it. It was not a great opponent, but it's actually a very competitive opponent at UTSA is Texas A&M. We haven't really talked at all about the Aggies. We can get to that in a second. UTSA actually with Jeff Traylor, that's actually a pretty good first game opponent historically. And then you had one of the McCowns as quarterbacking over there, but. I don't know. Get your thoughts when we come back on the Aggies.
Yep. I know. That is a tougher game than Dana struggled with it. Struggled with that game, and that's why and Texas A&M looking as good as they did because they did. They looked good. It was tight for a while, but then they pulled away and a late score by UTSA made it even closer. But it was 42-17. So. Yeah, looking good is kind of a big deal. And the way the Cougs played against SFA, you know what? They looked better than just getting by an opponent that they should have been looked better against, which was good for them. Good for them, good for the Ags. 8047 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk right now. Or Lance, you need to talk about All-State Siding Windows.
I'll talk about All-State Windows and Siding because they are a company who is family-owned and family-operated. Why this matters to me is I like to speak for companies, that do great work that I've used, and I've used them for windows and siding. So I know all about the work, and I know about the workmanship. I know that they take glass out when they're replacing windows. I had single-pane windows. The windows they put in are double-pane. They're double-strength. They're made in Texas for our weather, and you know how severe our weather can be. They're made to withstand hurricane-strength wind. They're made to withstand the derechos, which I saw a documentary about that. Yesterday that was like, holy crap, derechos are crazy. But you got to have windows that are built and designed, for the weather that we have here, which is crazy weather. Let's just face it. And that's what Allstate Windows and Siding will do for you. They're going to give a big discount. Mention you're an ESPN 97.5 listener. You're going to get a big discount on windows, but also complete siding jobs as well, because it beautifies your home. It lowers your electric bills. It makes you more energy efficient, and it adds a layer of safety. And it's something that once you get it done, you don't have to worry about it anymore. From the siding to the windows, you're good. So make sure that you have their number handy, or you simply go to the website and check out all of the work that they can do for you. And you can even start by booking your appointment with them online at Gulf Coast Windows and Siding, at Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
hypotheticals, but I will say that every.
Hey, time for me to talk right now about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Love Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I love Billy and what Billy has done for me. He's incredible. Billy, it's reciprocal. Billy loves us too. Billy says, you know what? Our listeners, you guys are fantastic. You guys have heard the message. You've heard what Billy does. Heard how well Billy does it. You've heard that he's a plumber that won't come and charge you just to look at what is the problem in your home. If you sprung a leak, man, you got to have a guy there immediately, because otherwise you're ruining your floors. The restoration process is tough. They got to pick up the floorboards and everything else and cut them out and all this stuff that's got to go on. So you want somebody that's going to be there. You want somebody who's reliable. Somebody who knows what they're doing. Lance and I have both used Billy and his guys for I don't know how many times. But he's probably sick of us. But I can tell you this: every time it's a great experience. And if you have any issues whatsoever plumbing wise, we feel like there's only one guy. There's only one place to go, and that's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You have any issues plumbing wise, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Right now, well, not right now, but in a couple minutes, it'll be one of your final chances to win a pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Listener Appreciation Party. It's going to be at St. Arnold Beer Hall. There will be food from BB Tex Orleans, Nico Nico's, Taqueria Arandas, and Portillo's, and, of course, all the drinks from St. Arnold. And for the first time, we are bringing you to the roast of the 97.5 hosts. Did we sign up for this to allow Barry Laminack to roast us? I did not know that was a thing, but apparently that's a thing.
Then we get to roast Barry Laminack.
Well, if you so choose. You can win a pair of tickets at 9 o'clock. In fact, because we waited so long, because we're supposed to give away 2 pairs, it'll be caller 4 and 5 at 9 o'clock wins a pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party, and you'll get to enjoy the food, the beer, and apparently a roast I didn't know we were signing up for. So at 9 o'clock, 4 and 5 wins a pair of tickets to that party. It's this Friday at St. Arnold.
I had no idea we were going to get roasted.
Yeah.
But I'm all for it. I'm fine. I don't care. Think Barry Laminack can hurt my feelings?
Yeah, you don't really have feelings that can get hurt.
Yeah. Nope.
Please be careful, Barry. I've seen what happens when people try to go after John.
Yeah, that's true. The wheelhouse caught the brunt of that.
I'll have sex with all your moms. Wait,
I did
what?
not say that. That's not even close.
What did you say?
I said they'll make fun of me mispronouncing a baseball name, and then I'll call their moms ugly names. That's what I said.
You sure?
Yes, that's exactly what I said. That was a Ken Hoffman. Ken Hoffman told Charlie Palillo, he said, you do not want to go you know what? I know that between shows there might be something. I think I had something about Charlie, and Charlie was getting, and Ken Hoffman told him, don't, dude, don't, because he don't care. He will open up. So don't do it. And so Barry Laminack, Barry Laminack can't hurt me. He can't hurt me.
We're already mandated to go to this party on a Friday night. Now we got to sit down for a roast.
That's right. Sit down. Let Barry go after you. That's fun.
Is it? We'll see how fun it is. Does Barry know enough about most of us to create a good set? I know he's a funny dude, but
only me, John, and Joel.
Yeah, I don't know if I or Jeremy Branham have revealed enough about our lives, or he can. I'm sure he'll find stuff, but that's what I'm interested in. Because you've been around a long time. Lance, you too. The rest of us, I mean, my dad does like Ukrainian women, apparently, through mail order brides. But other than that,
right. Well, I mean, there's plenty to go after you for.
You slept in a truck in Las Vegas?
Yeah, but I've told that story. Sometimes you undercut some of it by telling yourself, I don't mind that story. That's about my dad not wanting to pay for a hotel room. I'm fine with that. We'll see. I mean, I'm sure he's got stuff, but So if you want to see your host get roasted, Barry Laminack will be doing that this Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, you just come to the party anyway. Let's go. It's gonna be
As long
fun.
as you're invited and have a ticket.
Yeah. Like Raheel thinks he's going to get one.
Well, he was asking.
He was asking. Go ask Jeremy Branham for one.
Why Jeremy Branham?
I don't know.
Why
He
is Raheel catching it now?
because he's catching it. Okay. He's trying to circumvent the system instead of winning the tickets like everybody else. You
could put him on the list. You're allowed to.
You literally could put him on your
could just
list.
Go, hey, can Raheel get Raheel in? And that would be fine if you wanted to. Apparently, you don't want to. So, Raheel, if you want to call in and win, be caller 4 or 5 at 9 o'clock coming up here in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, call in and win, Raheel. Call in and win. All right.
That's so insulting.
I love that. He was like, "Oh, Jeremy Branham can get stuff done around here. You guys can't." Well, that's your boy. That's your boy, Jeremy Branham. Give him a call. All right, let's go. He can get stuff done. 713-780-3776 is the number. We haven't even touched on our Texans this week. We got a game. We got a game on Sunday.
We got a game on Thursday to kick it off and a game on Sunday. And away she goes. By the way, that's going to be a low-scoring game. I think the Texans' defense is going to be really good this year, provided they have no injuries in the secondary. And I just think the offense is going to really struggle early on. I think it's a low-scoring game. I understand why the Rams are going to be favored. But if CJ can play good football, they're going to win. Because I think that you have, and which Kaimi Fairbairn shows up, I guess that could end up being an important part of it as well. Because it's going to be a bunch of field goals, I think.
You do?
Well, I don't know about a bunch of them, but I think that every point is going to matter in that game. I don't know. The game started off as like 44.5. I don't know what the over-under is right now, but I just see both defensive lines giving the opposing offensive line a lot of trouble.
Yeah. And Matthew Stafford, how mobile is he going to be? How quick is he? Listen, he hasn't done much this whole preseason. Is there going to be a rust factor? Is he going to have to get the ball out quick? Is he going to make hurried throws because he doesn't want that back to get hit? I think you're right. I think that this is going to be I don't think he stands back there like a statue. Certainly, he's going to have to. He's going to
have to be out. The ball's going to have to be out quick.
Yep.
All you got to do is make sure Kyron Williams. What you don't want them to do is get the run game going to where they don't have to worry as much about your pass rush. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, and if they can run the football, that's going to slow down the pass rush. Play action will slow down the pass rush a little bit. So, but if they can't run the football, LA's in big trouble against this defense.
Right.
Yep. So Kyron Williams is a key to this football game. And, CJ's going to have to get the ball out quicker. We saw the depth chart. Ursari's the starting tackle. Cam Robinson's a backup. Ursari is starting left tackle. A little scary to having a left tackle, rookie left tackle.
Yeah, but it was going to be scary with Cam Robinson too. So
yeah, that's
it really didn't matter. I mean, there's going to be scary things on either side.
That's true. And Titus is back at the position he should be at. I think Lakin Tomlinson has been a stalwart there, right? He was going to be there at left tackle.
Yeah, he'll be solid.
Yeah.
I think he'll be solid at left guard. We'll see what happens at center and right guard because, those two could be fluid early in the year depending on how the starters play. Who do they have? Do they have Andrews as a starter?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I figured. And they've got Ingram starting at right guard.
Yep.
Yeah. See, I won't be surprised if we see Patterson and Scruggs at some point in there. So we'll see. The issue with Ed Ingram is his pass pro's not great. So we'll see how that holds up.
Yep.
We'll see how that holds up. But it's we got the Texans coming up this week. So as we got Josh Pate's going to join us on Thursday to talk college football. We've got 5-Star giving you picks on Friday. It looks like Mike Elko is only going to join us every other week, it turns out. So his time constraints are not going to allow every week. So we'll have to get that figured out. But we're going to have a lot of pro football talk coming for you because we really haven't talked much pro football at all. And I feel bad that the Astros, but it's almost like we're just kind of waiting out the Astros until they get to the postseason. One thing we haven't talked about, and we can hit on the other side, is Jordan Alvarez looks like he's really starting to find his I'm pretty happy with how Jordan's hitting the ground right now after coming back from missing that much time. Having a real Jordan in the lineup could end up being a real boon, even though, offensively, this team still is just so maddeningly up and down.
Inconsistent, man. Either put up an 8 spot or nothing. It's just, and most of the time it's nothing. It's just crazy how good they are up and down
Well,
the
hit
lineup.
with a
and
man
how,
in scoring position.
and
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, they were 5 for 45. I mean, just awful. And then then it turned around. But man, oh man, how do you go through these deserts of offense when you're this good offensively? I don't get it. Jeremy's been a great leadoff guy. You got Yoron. You got Hall of Famer Altuve. You got Carlos back. You got Christian Walker, who's hitting well. And you added Jesus, and Urias just continues to come up with big hits.
Yeah.
And then you put up a 1 or nothing against the Angels. I mean, it just is, it's maddening. All right, 713-780-3776, the number. I mentioned I was over at Texas Card House yesterday. I played. We're going to be there Thursday up in Spring. I played on Westheimer yesterday, but we're going to be up in on Spring Cypress and 45 on Thursday, and that's going to be so much fun. They have everything you could possibly want. And they had a tournament yesterday that started at 2 o'clock. They had one that started at 10 in the morning and another one that started at 2. And they've got a $40 buy-in on Saturdays where $10,000 is guaranteed in the prize pool. That is so unbelievable, people. When you got that kind of investment and you got that kind of payoff, and that's what a poker player is looking for. That's exactly what you're looking for as a poker player, okay? Where it's a small investment, yet a huge payout. And that's happened in the Texas Card House. And you got Hijack Poker. You got the app that you can download that you can play at home or wherever you are, work, whatever the case may be. But it's against only Texas people. But you can deposit and you can withdraw your money at either Texas Card House location here. You can also do it in Austin and Dallas or wherever you are. But Texas Card House has the best poker, not only in the city, but probably in the state as well. Texas Card House is the place to get your poker on. If you're looking for a safe environment, wonderful environment, it's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com. right, our headlines. Astros win, split the series with the Angels. Got the Yankees in town tonight. Fromber against Fried. Couple pretty good lefties. Fromber looked good again in his last outing. Let's see if he can continue that. Beat Kikuch yesterday. Little Kikuch. Yep. The Astros took care of that Kikuch.
I don't like any of that.
What do you mean you don't like any
They
of that?
beat Kikuch.
Yeah. Yep. They manhandled him.
Stop, please.
Okay.
My goodness.
Dominated that Kikuch.
I don't know
Jeez.
Wow. I don't know why this is happening.
It's like he keeps reloading the gun.
Yeah, finding
the
other ways.
musket where they put more, they bite off that gunpowder and they put it in and keep camping it down before they get their next shot off.
One ball at a time.
Boom.
What a way to fight.
All right.
We're all gonna stand here. We're gonna stand here in formation and watch as we load this pistol with gunpowder.
They come charging us with bayonets.
Yeah, hold on, please wait.
I gotta reload.
Stop coming at me, please. That's John with Kikuchi. By the way, his name is Usei
I like the
Kikuchi.
Kikuchi. That's my guy. That's my guy.
Kikuchi.
Well, you can't do that if you're not in studio.
Cooch.
Yeah,
You won't even be on camera.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to sing your song.
I'm not camera ready today, boys.
Yeah, you're not.
And we got our big fantasy football auction, so I can't miss that. So I already feel like crap. I'll just have to sit off to the side.
Yeah, please do.
Because you can't it's an auction. You can't have somebody just step in your place and go bid on players. That doesn't work.
One of the hardest things tonight for me is going to be, I finished second last year, so I get to pick who's going to be in my division. And but I only get to pick one, and then it snakes and pick another. Last year I got to pick, because I finished third, I got to pick Lance and Chad. This year it's going to be difficult. I'm going to have to flip a coin. I'm going to have to somehow flip a coin and who I'm going to get this year, Lance or Chad in my division. Because
what are they, soft touches or something?
No.
Well, you didn't see John's reaction.
I've been in the playoffs like 12 times, and I've won it once.
Mm-hmm.
John doesn't seem too concerned.
Yeah, based on last year. I can't remember how I did last year. Obviously,
I think you didn't put in a few times. You didn't even put a team in. You had guys that weren't even playing.
I do think that I had that happen.
Yes.
That is embarrassing. You can't have somebody who's on a bye week in your lineup.
Didn't that happen? Okay. But I think you were out of it already, so you didn't care.
No, but still, I'm a big believer in you got to try your hardest even when you're out of it.
Because if I'm playing, if I'm trying to, playing against a guy you're playing against,
No, it's important that you put you got to put your time in.
You got to put the time in. Let's go. Anyway, so that'll be difficult. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ES. I didn't even drink Coors Lights yesterday because I wanted to go to bed and be ready. I got Coors Lights today as I'm playing golf. I'm in a golf tournament. But then I'm going to – but I wanted to be sharp today for the draft.
Not for the show you're doing.
I don't give a rat's ass about the show. Wow. I think we got our fantasy draft tonight.
You know, a lot of the things that you do are offshoots because of the show you do. What you've built up over 20-plus years.
I'd still be in the league.
Yeah, but you think about all the things you get to do because of the work you've put in on this show, and you've decided that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Okay. I mean, you heard it here first people.
Hey,
if yesterday wasn't any indication when these two decided, you know what? Yeah, I know, first big college football weekend of the year. We're not gonna work.
I watched a boatload of trust me. I put the work in.
And people were looking forward
my ass off all
hearing
weekend watching games.
You two yesterday, and instead nothing. It was.
Why would we be? Who was listening to the show yesterday?
Well, you prompted people because, by the way, Lance was here doing a Joe Moore Award
podcast.
Yeah. So he was doing something radio-like, just not his own show. So he walks in and tries to distract and destroy the flow of my show, and that because
No.
he's an
Why
attention
were you
seeker.
doing a show on Labor
Because
Day when
everyone
nobody-
else was
Exactly.
who was here.
Exactly.
Every other show
So
showed
you can
up.
get a comp day when everyone's actually listening to the show.
Or you just add it on to your vacation.
Listen, I got up to take Wendy to the airport yesterday. No one was on the road. No
Nobody.
one.
Well, when Lance was like, "Who's listening?" A bunch of people say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to call in because I am listening." In fact, we had a caller go, "I'm actually working today, so I'm listening."
All 4 listeners called in. I mean, all 4 people listening called in. John.
We had other callers too, besides your prompting. So yeah, people wanted to hear you guys, but instead you guys decided, nah, not today.
Good, they're hearing us today.
Because you guys
Good
don't,
things come to those who wait.
you guys don't even belong in this business, as I was told.
Good things come to those who wait.
John certainly doesn't. Didn't work on Labor Day.
Yeah, I don't care. Well, I'm not working when nobody is even on the road.
People.
Paul also works.
Everyone was here except for you guys.
Great.
What a foolish
That's how
concept
you
that
make
is.
the Hall of Fame.
Work when no one's. Hey, you make the Hall of Fame by working when people are listening, and not working when people aren't listening.
You dumbasses working hard for nothing.
I want a comp day so I can take off when hardworking listeners are
right when the listeners are there.
You do like a quarter of your shows outside the studio. I'm talking to Lance. We know John's 3/4 outside the studio. You work from home. You both work from home more often than anyone else here.
Not true.
That is true. Who else works from
Not
home
true.
more? Who else?
I'm sick today, and I'm still doing a show.
Who you are out
Well,
of
I
the
have
studio.
had a couple lately, but not a quarter of this. Not a quarter
You're out of the
them.
studio quite a bit, whether it's for your NFL.com stuff or you're
Not
at the
a quarter of
combine.
them.
You work a lot outside the studio.
Not a quarter.
Just seems like
So does Joel and Jeremy. They work at restaurants.
Well, they have to go there.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
They have to go there. You guys don't have to. You just decided to. So you're not hard workers. We all know that.
Oh, I work my ass off for this show.
To the bone.
I worked all weekend long watching football games.
Everyone
To the
did
bone.
that.
And drinking, John. Don't forget that part.
Everyone who, either if they worked here or not, was watching football all
Coors
weekend.
Light
You don't
likes
get
when
credit.
Coors Light likes when I drink and watch the games. That's what Coors
You
Light.
drink and
Yesterday,
John
I went. By
drinks
the way,
and doesn't know things.
I saw a guy, Michael's actually working at Pete's Fine Meats.
Oh, look at that! Another guy working. Look at that.
Yeah.
He wasn't working Monday. He was working Saturday.
Yeah.
I think they were off. No, they would have been off because I went and got some bacon wrapped beef. He now has bacon wrapped beef tenderloin. Are you kidding me? With jalapenos and cream cheese. Oh, what a blessing! The Lord has blessed us with that, and buffalo hot dogs.
Mm-hmm. How about
But
that?
I was glad to see him walking around after having such a terrible, terrible, terrible back issue.
Good for him. Love Michael. He's a great guy. All right, 9:13, 14, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 catching up on some breaks here. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, let's catch up on a little underdog fantasy.
Well, let's talk about underdog. Why? It is the premier. And, I remember starting with them about 5 years ago. And I said, man, I really like this. I love the interface on the app. It's really great. It's easy to get around, and it still is. It's easy to get around. They have, and I was on when it was just best ball fantasy, football, and daily fantasy. And then they added a pick 'em, and it changed everything because I can take my sports knowledge, and you can take your sports knowledge and the matchups in basketball, baseball, but now it's football, college and pro football. You can take your knowledge of what's going on. You can study, and say, I think that the receiving yardage is going to be lower. I think that the rushing yardage is going to be higher. I think this player is going to have a higher amount of sacks. I think he's going to go off. You can take that knowledge and put together 2, 3, 4, 5 players going higher or lower. The more you pick, the more you can win. And they've found so many different ways for you to win money, and not just win money. I'm talking about win multipliers of your original play. So you can put something as low as, $5 out there, and before you know it, you got a chance to win $2,500. I mean, it's crazy what Underdog allows you to do, and it's just a great way to watch your games. Play along with the games you're watching. Make real money with your sports knowledge. Download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. When you make a play of only $5, they're going to put $50 worth of bonus funds into your account. So don't miss out on that. Make sure you download and get started today. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win. Jose Altuve hits his 24th off the foul pole to give him an 8-3 lead and go on to win it 8-3. So Astros and Yankees tonight. What happens in this series, boys?
I'm gonna say the Astros show up and win the series because
so.
that's usually what they do against teams like the Yankees.
Yeah, Yankees playing much better baseball lately.
I mean, the Angels, that's a tough team to beat. The
You can't
Orioles
beat
at
the
home, that's
Angels
tough
or
to
the
beat the
Rockies
Orioles
at home.
or the Rockies.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
But you can beat the Yankees and the Dodgers. Those are teams, and let's face it, Yankees aren't playing great baseball.
Yes, the Yankees are playing great baseball right now.
Not by my standards.
Well, they're actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-1 in their last 8. So, yeah.
Well, what are they in their last 30?
Well, they're
exactly
a game a month ago matters more than a game in the last, week. Yeah,
it's a marathon, not a sprint, Dale.
I've heard that, but it's actually a bit of a sprint now.
Well, now in all fairness, they did beat they have been beating the Nationals and the White Sox.
Well, I mean, you can't use that because we just watched the Astros scuffle and barely get out of the Angels series.
Well, but that's what the Astros do.
Well,
you know what? See, other teams beat up on bad teams. Other teams actually beat bad teams. The Astros only beat good teams. They can't play against bad teams.
Who do you play in the playoffs?
You play good teams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, how'd that theory work out last year?
So where are we now with the rotation? What's going on? Arrighetti keeps walking everybody, but when he's on, he can be a little tough to hit.
Run in 6 innings.
I know.
I'm fine with it.
But the walks are a lot of people on base, but he's showing like there's flashes. It's kind of what he does anyway. Christian Javier, I was ready to just write him off, and then he comes with a no-hit performance in 6 innings the other day. You got Luis Garcia, who has been rock steady in all of his rehab starts, comes out, did give up a couple home runs, but other than that, he had 6 strikeouts, no walks in 6 innings. You know, gave you a quality start. By the very definition, it was a quality start. 3 earned runs in 6 innings. You have Fromber, which, you know, to be determined. Hunter Brown, solid. He's not Scooble. He's not Paul Skeens, but he's still good. They did lose his last start. And Lance McCullers was moved to the bullpen. And frankly, he's pitching himself out of any consideration for the postseason. I mean, it's to the point now where what are you going to do with Lance McCullers? I just don't think there's anything you can do with him. I am interested to see what happens with Jason Alexander long term, long term season wise.
Yeah, I think you still got to pitch him. You got to keep on. You know what? Lance McCullers is where he should be. Lance McCullers is in. And you know what? He can be handcuffs for. I don't know. Christian Javier did look really, really good. Maybe he can be handcuffs for Jason Alexander if he struggles. I think he gave up 3 earned his last outing. 3 earned is listen. That's dangerous for this team to be giving up 3 earned.
It's insurmountable at times.
It's incredibly difficult to overcome. Okay, so you know we can't be having Jason Alexander giving up 3 runs. Okay, that's not what we're about here. What we're about here is you better throw 1-hit ball, and even then, Hunter Brown got the loss the other day. And on Sunday, and he was great. And he gets the loss because they can't put up a frickin' run against the Angels. But again, this is the Angels. He 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Not great, Hunter Brown, with the 3 walks. He had 4 base runners all day, but he did give up a run. You can't win. You can't win if you're giving up a run to this Angels team. Because this pitching that they have this is the 71 Orioles, okay? You're not going to be able to overcome that, giving up a run, Hunter.
No.
So pick it up. Pick it up. Yeah, that was just so embarrassing. You got this lineup. You got 2 hits, 1 out of Jordan and 1 out of Urias. That's it. The whole game. That's embarrassing. I know Soriano, big, strong dude. No, you can't. You gotta be better. It's the Angels for. Never mind. For F's sake, let's go. Pick it up.
You got an untrustworthy club. You can't trust them.
No, they are. They're really not. Now I can trust them against the Yankees.
I hope so.
I can trust them against the Yankees. I can't trust them against the Rockies or the Angels.
Like in the playoffs, if the Yankees come to town, I ain't worried about it. That's just hammer and nail. In a series in September, I don't know. Hopefully they show up. The lineup's unexplainable. How they can just disappear. We were talking about it yesterday when people are actually working. Sean and I, the lineup is pretty much whole. Outside of whenever Jake Myers comes back, what the lineup you see, that's the lineup.
Well, what's going to be difficult is getting Urias in there, and you got to get Urias in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's out.
Yeah, I don't know. Sanchez has got to play against right-handers, right? He's not going to play again tonight. He's terrible against lefties, so you can't play him. But Urias has got to be on the field, and maybe it's Jordan's the DH or Jordan's in left, and Altuve is DHing or vice versa. But that guy at second base, he makes play. He made another beautiful play at second base the other day. I mean, he just is. He's money. He is a true Gold Glove, still a Gold Glove. You got Altuve won a Gold Glove. He ain't a Gold Glove second baseman anymore. Urias is still a Gold Glove guy. He is fantastic in the field. So, and especially with Framber on the mound tonight, he's got to be on the field.
Well, what are you going to do now on Sunday? Dana Brown said that Jake Myers could return from the 10-day injured list in another week or so. So they are planning on his return.
Well,
what is that going to do to the
Jacob
lineup?
Melton sits in. That's all. I mean,
so Dubon can't play.
Well, yeah, Dubon is going to be. It's going to be tough to get Dubon on the field unless it's against a lefty. Then Sanchez sits. I mean, Cam Smith. Hey, you know what? This is what we talked about. It's going to be that lineup every day is going to be really, really difficult for Joe to put together because you got to make sure that he's got guys that are hot too.
Caratini. You'd love for Caratini to get some more looks. I mean, you got some guys that can hit that are going to be. Joe is going to. He could potentially get second guessed on a lot of this stuff just because there are guys who can hit that are going to have to sit down.
Yep. And
I'm not sure how you work Jake in. Like Jake's been gone for so long. If he starts off hitless in his first 4 or 5 games, the inclination is probably going to be, well, that's all for you. We got other guys we know who can, how they're playing.
And if they're in a hit desert again, they're going to have to. I don't know. Joe's going to have to. He's going to make a lot of tough choices. He's going to have to make a lot of tough choices. Altuve for a while was like, man, just awful. The stuff he swings at, and then he homers. He's got 24 homers. He's got right up there with the RBI lead. I mean, he's got a lot of tough decisions. We got what did we miss? We got that coming up, right? And on Friday, what did you miss this week on the show?
No, what did you learn from
the show? What did you learn? That's right. What did you learn from the show this week? But we got what did you miss coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, we got Zadok Jewelers, who working there?
Matt Patricia's sister.
What?
Yeah, and that's just listen. I love talking to her. I love talking to the Zadok family, but I love talking to her specifically because we were talking about her. I was talking about her her prior life when she was in the ballet, and we were talking a lot about that. And then we got into I asked how you got to Zadok, and she loves being at Zadok, and I understand why. The Zadok family is amazing. When you're looking for the very best, it's already a given that you go to Zadok Jewelers. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. I mean, they have tremendous amount of diamond settings for engagement rings. They have a ton of different diamonds. They can help educate you on cut and clarity and finding the perfect diamond, for you and for your future wife. But the good people over at Zadok Jewelers make it so easy to find exactly what you want that you may not even know that you're looking for, whether it's a timepiece, whether it's a diamond engagement ring, whether it's a necklace or earrings or tennis bracelet. They can find that perfect gift. They'll work with you in terms of your budget. But if you're looking for the best quality and unique jewelry that is going to be found only at Zadig Jewelers because they're a boutique location for so many designers. That's where you're going to find it. You're going to find it there, and you are going to make someone extremely happy with your choice. And Zadig Jewelers is going to help make that a reality. Just head down there. Let them do all the heavy lifting for you. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, or go to Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, apparently, oh my gosh. Who was the wide receiver the Panthers were trying to get a hold of?
Hunter Renfrow.
Hunter Renfrow was cut by the Panthers, and then they lost. Who got hurt? They lost
a young receiver had to go on IR. I think I forgot his name.
Yeah, so they needed to get him back.
They traded Thielen.
Yep, they traded Thielen. They traded Thielen back to the Vikings, and so Hunter Renfrow. They made 10 calls to Hunter Renfrow, and he and the Panthers did, and they kept hitting delete or not, don't answer.
Man, Hunter's really upset about us.
Yeah,
cutting
apparently
him.
he doesn't want he's not taking our calls, and he just doesn't want to be back here. Unfortunately,
Did you see Shiloh Sanders kind of said the same thing about Tampa Bay? Here's the thing: Shiloh's not going to be an NFL player, but he was cut by Tampa, and then he came out and just said, he really doesn't care. Like he's hoping for a different team, doesn't want to go to Tampa. I'm like, dude, don't say you don't want to go unless you don't want to play football anywhere. You have to keep every option open.
well, he said he's going to go into the music world.
Well, now he is, because the football world's probably not going to be.
It's not going to be for him. But Hunter Renfrow wasn't the one that was hitting don't answer. It was his 5-year-old daughter who was watching Bluey on his phone.
Yeah, it's annoying for the Panthers, for Dan Morgan to keep calling. Hey, Dan, she wants to watch Bluey. Stop calling.
Well, she kept hitting no.
Yeah. What if she had kept him from getting an NFL job?
Well, Bluey's more important.
Bluey is more. A 5-year-old wants to watch Bluey.
Get this off the screen.
Don't give a rat's ass
Is
about
Bluey as annoying as Caillou?
I have never watched Bluey, but I know little kids apparently love it.
Kids love Bluey. Okay, my nieces and nephews, they love them some Bluey. When we were there, when I was just there, a couple in Chicago, they were watching Bluey for hours and hours. Bluey is. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But
like, there are some kid shows that I understand because even they slip in stuff for the parents or guardians watching.
A lot of them used to, yeah.
Back in the day, but now, nah. There's nothing, and there shouldn't be anything for us. But I know they want to make sure the parents are at least around and watching, but not anymore. I don't get it, but hell, I'm not 5 years old, so I'm not supposed to.
Now that we've got smartphones, you don't have to put anything in there. But before smartphones, when you might be watching, you would put stuff in there.
Bluey's just about Australian animated dogs. It's just an Australian cartoon about dogs.
It's addicting. It's crack.
Apparently.
For kids.
Oh, stop licking yourself there, mate.
I don't know if that is said at all. I don't think the dogs are dropping the C word. I don't know. I don't think they're talking about sound like Paul Hogan. I don't think it's. Well, maybe they do. I don't know.
They might.
No. How did an Australian show blow up here? Do the dog? You were around. Do the dogs sound Australian? Do they have accents?
I don't know that.
Okay,
I can't tell you that. No.
Probably.
Well, who were the guys with the pirate on the shin? They used to sing and. They were Australian too. I mean, I think Australians know how to
entertain American children.
They know how to captivate kids.
By the way, we didn't talk about this. How about when you had Taylor Ward cutting a giant gash in his face because he ran into the scoreboard, and the Angels literally lost their mind, like, what the F is a metal scoreboard doing where somebody can run face first into it? This is the stupidest construct ever to have on an away game, to have a scoreboard downhill for players to run into.
Makes sense, except that's the first time it's happened, right?
I don't know that for a fact.
I
First
don't
time I've
remember
seen
anybody's
blood.
face bleeding from the scoreboard.
First
before.
time I've seen bloody face.
Yeah, that's the first
I'm
time.
sure it doesn't feel good to jump into it.
No, I'm
going for a
face
ball.
first.
Judging by how he got taken out of the game, no. Did not. Yeah, it was. I forgot who the Angels player's name was. He goes, "It's stupid." He wasn't explicitly directing it at the Astros, but he says it's stupid to have an out-of-town scoreboard that's metal. Why? Why is that out there? Why is that a thing in baseball? That shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah. Well, the Red Sox is higher, right? They have the scoreboard as well on the wall.
Is that metal, or aren't they like old school where they just?
I think they're.
It's hand.
The Cubs have it
changed.
Too. Oh, no, the Cubs don't. That's ivy. How about ivy? How about sticks in your eye if you run into it?
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's the padding, like ivy, right? There's no actual padding on that wall. It's the ivy.
The ivy is the padding. Right. Hey, stop moaning like a little biatch.
Well, the guy did get hurt.
Who cares? Stop running into things with your face.
Well, he's just trying to play baseball. That's baseball, John. That's just baseball.
That's just baseball. All right? I mean, guys have been getting hurt by walls forever in baseball. One guy died running into the wall.
Well, they did put up nets to protect the patrons.
Yeah,
maybe do something for the players.
Did Taylor Ward die? No. So
that's the line. If someone dies, we change things.
That's it.
How about we be preventative? Let's do it before someone dies, or not.
Well, okay. I mean,
look, we know the deal. If it happens to a player you care about, you're going to be upset. That's how everyone is. Like if that had happened in Anaheim to Jordan in the very few instances he plays in the outfield, everyone will lose their mind. But it's the Angels, so who cares?
Yeah, it's the Angels. Okay, let's stop already. Yeah, if it happens to a Yankee, if it happens to Aaron Judge, now we're going to have a problem, right?
All of baseball. It'll be an ESPN story if Aaron Judge gets hurt, yeah.
Oh, no, how the Astros are trying to kill people now instead of
cheating and now murder.
Right. Right. Exactly. What else did we miss today, Del?
We talked about Suarez and the spitting, right? Did we mention Luis Suarez spitting on someone in a Leagues Cup final for Inter Miami?
Oh, no.
He spit on a staffer after the game.
That whole thing got salty as hell.
Their punches thrown. It was 2-0.
Yeah.
Inter Miami loses to, I guess you would say, MLS royalty, the Seattle Sounders. They've been one of the premier clubs in the league for a very long time. Messi's up there. They lose the game. And at the very end, when there's some confrontations, it appears Luis Suarez, known biter. And the dude doesn't just do it in, like, small, like, games. He'll do it in the World Cup. He'll bite you in a World Cup. This time, he spit on a staffer, allegedly. It looks like he did, during the aftermath of their loss. Inter Miami hasn't said anything about it yet. We'll see if the MLS gets involved. Inter Miami's not a well-liked club in Major League Soccer because they circumvent rules to get players and, of course, the whole Messi attention. So MLS lifers take a degree of joy when Inter Miami fails. And they failed miserably. Now, a lot of people didn't see it because it was the Sunday night where Miami was playing Notre Dame. But
why did he spit on somebody?
He was upset. That's all. He's a madman. Why does he bite people? What's the explanation for that? He's a madman on the field. I don't know what he is off the field, but on the field he kind of loses his mind sometimes. And he's just spit on some old guy. Some old Seattle Sounders guy. I don't know.
Now that Seattle Sounders guy, the guy I'm thinking of, came in aggressive, and I even thought he threw a punch at one point at somebody.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. It was hotly contested. Inter Miami filled with guys who have played in major games, much bigger games because of their status when they were in their prime. Probably don't take losing well, particularly to MLS teams, and it showed. And they acted poorly. Why do you keep bringing up? That's him, by the way. It's not me. That's Lance's phone.
Lance, what are you doing?
I don't know what happens. What are you doing over there?
Nothing. I was just trying to look at a video, and it did something.
You did that the last time, and something didn't
He just
happen.
did something. It just showed that Bill Belichick's girlfriend is literally on the sideline. Do you see that she's on the sideline talking to him during a game?
Well, she works there. Well, of course
he would never let his wife do that. He would never let his wife talk to him during a game.
That's true.
But she's a lot
You
younger.
got to be young and fine to be able to do that.
Did you see now all the pictures? Tom Brady with a woman who looks like she's 100, and it said if this would be Tom Brady, this would be Bill Belichick sitting with a woman who looks like she's 100, and this would be Bill Belichick's girlfriend if he didn't have Tom Brady. And then he's in a Chick-fil-A shirt.
A lot of
this would be his job.
He's working at Home Depot
if he didn't have Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Did you see the post game? Maybe they did enough cropping so you don't see it, but someone took a picture of what the setup was for after when he's up at the podium, and they're like, it's balloons. Like they have the backdrop of UNC, but around there it's like balloons, like he's at a birthday party. And someone goes, "This is the most embarrassing post-game setup we've ever seen." Of course, everyone's going to blame Jordan for it. It does look like prom, like when you take your photos for prom. It's just I don't know. I've never seen balloons in that setting before, but it is there. If you go to like Tom Pelissero's account, he quote tweeted it, the picture, and it's just.
I'm looking at it now. It's terrible.
Nuts.
Why are there balloons?
I don't know. Was it supposed to be festive because they expected a win?
Did they?
I don't know.
Did they? Wow.
If you see it, you're gonna look.
This is the least balloon guy in the world.
But it's football after a game. Why? No one is a balloon guy after the game doing a post-game presser, win or lose.
No. Anything
I'm
else?
watching. Yeah, one more thing. TCU's football account on Twitter
Oh, they're on one.
went all the way in on Bill Belichick in North Carolina. I mean, just completely. I mean, there's a video of Deadspin has, babe, wake up. Bill Belichick coaches college football today. They had a day ago, and it said, babe, go back to sleep. TCU football. Then it said Carolina football tweeted out, excited to showcase our program this fall on Hulu. More information to come. TCU football quote tweeted said, when does episode 1 come out?
We're going to be heavily featured.
Somebody tweeted, if Matt Patricia has Arch Manning in hell, what do you think Bill Belichick will do to the poor kid at TCU? TCU football quote tweeted, I guess we'll never know. I actually was of the same mind. I actually thought after watching Matt Patricia, disguise his safeties so often and throw Arch off, which didn't appear to be hard. I thought, oh man, Bill Belichick's going to have something for TCU. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't have anything for
He
him.
had nothing for TCU.
Yeah, well, let's point out one guy has Caleb Downs and the rest of that recruiting arm and machine that is Ohio State. The other guy's at North Carolina. So you can make a lot of things work when you have 4- and 5-star players as opposed to all the transfers you had to bring in to fill the roster.
Yeah. Before the game, Pete Thamel was doing his report. He said, I'm with a lot of pro scouts here. They think North Carolina has maybe two guys that can play on Sunday.
That'd be high. That's probably high.
No, there's both corners. One that transferred from Washington State.
Yeah, there was one who was following TCU's best receiver who is a good player. That's why they attacked number 29 throughout the game. I don't know who the other guy is, though.
Yeah, it was two corners. One that was there last year and one that came in this year.
Got it.
And that was the only two guys that had a possibility of playing on Sundays. But that's not Mike. He's right. Isn't he the GM?
Mike Lombardi?
Yeah.
That's part of his job, yeah. So,
part of his job.
It's part of his job.
Let's be
finding
honest
good
here.
players.
Mike Lombardi hasn't really done anything other than be with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady in the past. He was with the Cleveland when that wasn't successful. I mean, I don't know that Mike Lombardi is locking in on anything. By the way, did you see what Steve Spurrier said? Every once in a while, Steve Spurrier likes to pop out and just stick somebody's nose in the poo. It's his favorite thing to do. He just came out and said, I don't know why everyone thinks Arch Manning's going to be so great or something like that. I mean, he couldn't even get in last year when they needed. They wouldn't even put him in last year in the playoffs ahead of the other guy, and that guy was drafted in the 7th round.
Right.
Well, that's actually
that's
accurate.
He said that in the summer, and he and Jordan Rodgers, particularly Jordan Rodgers, because he had to fight off ESPN's hype machine. Paul Feinbaum came after him, although he works for ESPN as well. Greg McElroy took issue with Jordan Rodgers' assessment. Big winner week 1. Jordan Rodgers, when it's telling people, I don't know what you guys are talking about with Arch Manning. Watch the tape. What are you guys seeing to think he's going to go into Ohio State and handle that? Jordan Rodgers, the more likable Rodgers brother, and smarter than the rest of those guys at ESPN, at least through week 1.
Yep. All right. 947 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little Daspit. News of the Weird coming your way on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm. A phone call away, 713, call now. Why is it important? Because when and I'm just going to paint this picture. You're in a car accident. Somebody T-bones you. They run a red light. They hit you, and they injure you and another passenger in the car. You're immediately rushed to the hospital. There's broken bones, but you're not sure what else. So what they're going to have to do is get x-rays on multiple parts of both your bodies. They're going to have to get an MRI potentially taken, a CAT scan potentially taken. There's going to be other things that have to be done to determine what's going on. You say, I don't have insurance, or my health insurance isn't good. I got a huge deductible and I just can't afford it. Don't worry. John Daspit's going to take care of it. He's going to make sure that when you miss your work, whether it's short-term or in this scenario, long-term, you're not going to be able to work for a while. He's going to make sure you're paid for that. You're going to pay, all your medicals are going to be paid for. All your time missed from work is going to be paid for. And you're going to get a fair pain and suffering settlement, because it was the other idiot that ran through the red light that put you into that position and turned your life upside down. So you want someone fighting for you that's not in cahoots with the insurance agency. It's not in cahoots with the other lawyer, so they can get things, just get a settlement done, scratch us off a check. I'll make sure my client signs off on it. We're good. I'll move on to the next case and get my commission. That's not how John Daspert works, and that's not how the Daspert law firm works. They fight for you till the very end, and they will get you a strong settlement, and they do not lose. Whether it goes to court or it's not going to court, it doesn't matter. The settlements are going to be exactly what they should be, and he will not lose for you. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspertlaw.com.
A male killer whale at a closed marine zoo is being sexually stimulated by his trainers to stop him from inbreeding with his mother.
Ooh,
Oh my God,
a lot of
Lord!
awfulness in this story.
This is one of your most news of the weirdy of the weirds.
Oof, there's a lot of bad here.
Marineland, they shut down, but managers, the French government, and animal rights activists have not agreed what they should do with this. Apparently, they are one lifts up the flipper while the other stimulates him while he's writhing around.
Oh,
you're worse. Who wrote this?
You're
Who
worse
wrote
than the
this?
guy who called in about the freaky 23-year-old right now. describing this.
So
Who wrote this?
Do you think you should just let him have mom?
How about we just move someone to a different enclosure?
So you can't get at mom's?
Yes, in this case, yes.
Is this why the whales are so dumb?
I don't know that. Are whales dumb? Is that a thing? Because of
Do you think they would be?
I think the offspring of this couple would be dumb. I don't know that whales in general are dumb, though.
Okay. I can't even do this one. Which would you rather do?
No. The answer is no.
Mm-mm. That's bad. That's whole.
What's
that whole story's
what's
bad.
Is there something about stimulating a whale? Are you going to ask us would we rather do that?
Would you rather do that?
No, I don't want to do that.
Is there a worse job?
They're probably worse. I mean,
probably are worse jobs, but I think that's.
Here's news of the weird. Del, did you do this? ESPN 97.5 Houston Twitter account just said, "Rest in peace, Graham Greene." I don't even know who Graham Greene is. I saw this guy died. He was a director, and I'm looking at his movies.
Why would I do this?
I don't know that I know any of these movies.
Oh, he is. I've seen him in stuff. I recognize the face. He's been in a lot of
stuff. I guess he did. Well, he's a director?
He's an actor. He's the guy. He's been in a lot of parts where they go, hey, we need a Native American to be in this part, an older Native American man. Let's go get Graham Greene.
That sounds like that sounds like a Sam thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't tweet that out.
Yeah.
I don't control the account.
That's got to be a Sam thing. She must be.
He was in Dances with Wolves, I guess.
Yeah, he was an Academy Award nominee, so he's done some good work. I have to pull it up. I don't know what it was because I don't know his wiki.
You'd know him if you saw him.
Yeah, I said you would recognize the face.
Graham Greene.
Probably.
All right. How about this? The
Dances
Lee
with Wolves.
Corso parlay paid a $10 bet, paid $1,900. It was almost 200 to 1.
So let me guess. It's Ohio State.
Yep.
It's Florida State.
Yep.
Money line. I don't know. Who else?
He picked Miami as
Tennessee minus 13.5. South
You
Carolina.
mean if you do all of his picks?
South Carolina minus 7, and Miami of Florida and LSU.
Yeah, he was perfect on game day making picks his last time out.
The Lee Corso parlay.
Also, every team he either coached or played for won as well.
Yes. Every team he coached or played for, and all the picks on game day. How about that? That's pretty good.
Divine intervention, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Way to go, Coach. Way to go out strong. And finally tonight, would you rather make the Kansas City Chiefs or a wedding invite?
To Taylor Swift's wedding?
So that's what guys are fighting for on the Chiefs. Not only to make the roster, but to be on the wedding.
Look, I don't particularly care to be at a wedding, but Taylor Swift has a lot of famous, attractive women for friends. So if you're a Kansas City Chief, I get why you might want to go.
I see that.
Yeah. I don't like whatever, nuptials, ceremony, whatever. But there are going to be a lot of women, famous, wealthy, attractive women in their 30s and 20s that maybe a Chiefs player might want to meet. So I get it. I wouldn't want to go.
That's how Bill Belichick met that one girl.
Where was he again where he met her?
Probably at somebody's wedding.
I don't think that's how that went. Did he meet her on a plane or something? I forgot how that story
He met her
goes.
at Tom Brady's divorce. Yeah, he did meet her on a plane.
Who met who?
He met Jordan on a plane.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, where he was reading he had a book or something like that. Yeah. He autographed a book for her.
I don't know. I was just watching. I don't want to be ugly, but
yeah, you do. Go ahead.
Bill Belichick is. How a 27-year-old.
You know how 24, by the way.
24-year-old is.
Oh, good Lord.
With that, Bill, he's not in the best of shape. He's not.
Well, he's a 70-something-year-old football coach.
But Pete Carroll's 70-something. He's in better shape than
Pete's a vampire.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a.
Pete doesn't count. I think Pete's older than Bill Belichick, and you never know.
He is.
Yeah.
No. And the energy that he brings.
Yeah, like a vampire.
And not once did he have his girlfriend on the sideline.
Well, we'll see. Pete's going to New England for a game, and it's daytime, so maybe he's a day walker if he's a vampire. Maybe he's like Blade.
I don't think that I don't believe he lasts more than this year.
Pete is a couple
Who,
months
Pete?
older than no. I think Pete will be fine. What about Bill Belichick? Does he last?
You got to have at least 2 years to prove yourself.
Does he
You don't want to go out like that.
Is he going to want to? I asked the question. Is he going to want to fail enough to get it right? Is he going to want to sit through 2 years of being
Where's
bad?
he going to succeed? I was told by somebody close to Atlanta, somebody actually in the building in Atlanta. I was asked why he didn't get it there, and they just said ultimately the people in the building didn't want him.
Yeah.
Like he thought that he was going to be locked in Atlanta, and ultimately they said, you know what? We just don't want an older coach with, very short term. He's not going to be a long term coach. There's questions about whether or not he can win without Tom Brady. It makes everything uncomfortable for everyone else in the building because he takes over everything. I don't think there's a job for him in the pros unless it's Jerry Jones doing something like that, and then that won't go well.
Yep. No, I don't believe. Listen, just look at him. Again, without Brady, he's not. It's not very good. It's not good. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show.
Mopey and Mapes doing our second day of work of the week.
Big deal.
Well, yeah, we're doing big deal anyway. Yeah.
Unlike you guys.
Yeah. Well, I do Coors Lights.
Hey,
I did Coors
you
Lights
need to,
all
John,
week.
John, make sure you tell Dell to do the same thing he did yesterday so people can hear it today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So actually, you can. You know what? Just
rehash everything.
Do the recording of the show because
No.
nobody heard
just
it.
replay that.
No,
just replay
I
it.
mean, the recording of the show is already on the podcast, so if they want to hear it, they can do that.
Okay.
But we have different things to discuss, but we didn't touch all of college football. There's a lot to get to. And just know, we're already warmed up. We won't be rehashing the things they rehash because
They'll say, "Hey guys, why aren't y'all talking any Ohio State, Texas? Like we haven't heard any talk about that yet."
Yeah.
That's what they'll be saying when they're listening.
That's,
yeah, right.
That's
because
a lie.
You've already,
We talked about it
you've already
yesterday when you were
rehashed it all.
sleeping.
I hope you guys know you're not the center of the universe, so people found their information other places just because
not
you
really.
weren't working.
There was nobody on the street yesterday. That's all I know. I was out there. Trust me.
You in the streets? John, you from
I'm
the
on
streets?
the streets. I'm in the streets. That's
John,
what
you're
I
for
do.
the streets?
Yeah, I'm from the streets.
No, you're for the streets. You're not from the streets.
Yeah, from the streets and for the streets, all of it. Right now, I'm all about Coors Lights. Today's going to be a pretty good Coors Light day. And then I have another fantasy draft tomorrow that'll be a pretty good Coors Light day, okay? And then Thursday is Thursday, so that'll be a pretty good Coors Light day. I'm telling you, what day isn't good for Coors Light? There's no say they haven't made that day yet. They haven't invented the day that isn't good for Coors Lights. Not for me, anyway. I don't know. I'm telling you. Look, if you're looking for the best way to be cold, it's so hot. It's raining all the time. It's a bajillion degrees, and you got to be refreshed. I don't know why you would pick a beer that looks like motor oil. Why? What is wrong with you? Be refreshed with your beer. Have it on hand when your boys come. You need you. They want that Coors Light. They need that Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. The only way to stay refreshed in my life and going forward in your life, I hope, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Welcome into the show. We start a little bit later than normally when we start late because our intern has been on the phone for probably 5 to 6 minutes dealing with an individual trying to figure out how to access his tickets to Listener Appreciation Party. And I start with that because I understand how important it is. Some of you guys want to go. We're going to give away 2 pairs of tickets on this show today because I forgot to give away a pair yesterday. So if you wanted Listener Appreciation tickets, party tickets for Friday at St. Arnold, and you missed out on John and Lance when they gave away 2 pairs, we're going to do that here today. So stay tuned. We'll get a pair in the first hour and a pair in the second hour so you guys get your chance to go. And, of course, the shows throughout the lineup will do that today and tomorrow. We're getting close to that party at St. Arnold. Sean, did you know that we were signed up to be roasted? Maybe not you, although you do some hosting even on this show and on the bullpen, that the ESPN 97.5 hosts are signed up to get roasted by Barry Laminack?
I saw that yesterday in the copy for the listener party. That was the first I've
I don't know. I don't know that being drafted into being roasted is part of the deal. You normally people sign up for that because I'm willing to get made fun of.
Yeah,
I'm
friends with Tom Brady.
Yeah, I'll do that. I mean, when did I say I want to sit down and allow a professional comedian to roast me? When did I say that? What is that about? In fact, an investigation needs to occur. Whose idea was that? Because I know they want to give the people more than just, hey, milling around and eating and drinking and talking. So we're trying to, considering where we are, St. Arnold, they're going to try to spice up the party. I don't want to be part of the spicing up of the party. I just want to walk around, be prompted to giving hugs because people know I hate that. I'll comment snarkily about the hugs and, go about my business. Now I got to go up on stage and watch Barry Laminack joke about me. Who's looking for that on a Friday night? I'm not looking for that.
You're not looking for that.
No. Who is?
The listeners?
Did they ask for us to get roasted?
I'm sure they're pro.
I'm sure they're fine with it, but this is someone's thing. We don't have a large brain trust, but it's someone who, in fact, I'm going to blame Joe because he didn't step in and say, no, we're not doing that. I don't know that it's his idea.
But he could have stopped it.
But he could have stopped it. I'm going to have a conversation with someone. I just want to know who originated this idea and then who was like, you know what, this is a good idea. Friday. Hey, by the way, you guys have to be here. Oh, okay. And you also have to sit down and let this professional take you apart.
Yeah, that's really bad for you guys.
Yeah, and I can't live up to the comebacks because I don't have a writer. Like some of those people who get roasted, then they get their opportunity.
Oh yeah, well there'll be a.
Do we get access to a comedy writer who allows us to go after Barry after he roasts us?
Is it a full roast? Or
or is it just Barry just gonna riff on us for however long he wants to? All right, I don't know if this is a Todd or Joe joint, but we're having a conversation. All right,
again, I feel bad for you guys.
Yeah, it's not going to be great for anyone. But we move on.
Luckily, I don't know if he knows who I am, so we're good.
well, that's
might
tough.
know BMAC.
That's tough. That's a tough thought. I think he does. I mean, he had to make sure you had your accommodations for the Golden Nugget. So somehow he had to know you existed.
Oh, I meant Barry.
Oh, Barry. Oh, yeah, Barry. I thought you meant Todd.
No.
Yeah, Barry may not know. We'll find out on Friday. Oh, well. Just be ready for that, everyone. The lineup's getting roasted by professional comedian and friend of the station, Barry Laminack, so that should be enjoyable for some of you. What was pretty good last night for the Astros, or at least yesterday afternoon, was Luis Garcia. He's back. We talked about it yesterday. Hadn't pitched in over 2 years. Went 6. Longer than I would have thought. I mean, 6 innings, 3 earned runs. I don't believe he walked anyone yesterday. So if we're talking about debuts after that long of an absence, and you can call it a debut when you don't pitch for 2 years, all credit to Luis Garcia for going out there and giving the Astros a chance to win. It's 3-3, but they found a way. They went on to score 5 more runs. They get that series, or at least they tie the series, get the win, 8-3 the final in that one. So credit to the Astros for not losing a series to the Angels. So the first part of the homestand, which was supposed to be really easy, they go 4-3, and that Altuve hit a home run, hit the foul pole. So Chick-fil-A for people, I guess. And of course, because they scored more than 3 runs, you get yourself a jumbo jack, I think, as long as you buy yourself a drink. I think that's the promotion.
You know what? And I know 2 that are right next to each other, so I
Ooh,
can
double dip.
Yeah, maybe just eat for free.
Nice
tonight.
As long as you buy yourself a drink.
Yes,
which you're going to need anyway.
$5.50 or whatever it ended up costing.
And speaking of that, I mean, I didn't mention it, but because I don't know how I was going to crowbar it in. But now that we're talking about food, did you see or do you know that the honey Chipotle chicken is now gone from Chipotle? My guy at Chipotle let me know. He goes, only 2 more weeks of this. I was like, really?
Wow, you're Connect?
It's not a Connect. I just happen to be there like once every 2 weeks, so he knows, and he just says, hey, by the way, because I had ordered it as I was, and he goes, by the way, this is going to be gone in 2 weeks. You know, we have a fairly jovial back and forth where I go, hey, man, how are you? He goes, hey, how you doing, man? And I'm pretty good. Got off work. I'm feeling good. Oh, that's great. Would you like double the chicken this time? In fact, yes, I would. Yes, I
only
would.
got 2 weeks of it.
Yes, I got to load up. So, yeah, while you're getting your jumbo jack, possibly, and
probably not.
and
But
free,
maybe just the free Chick-fil-A.
yeah, and the free
I'll be honest.
Chick-fil-A. I want to alert everyone to the fact that if you hadn't been to Chipotle in the last couple weeks, the Chipotle honey chicken out. I had to go with the barbacoa yesterday because I ain't gonna go with regular chicken, not all the time. We gotta change it up a little bit.
You're used to Chipotle chicken.
Yeah,
Or
the honey Chipotle.
Honey Chipotle.
Yeah, you can't get me addicted and then take it away. In fact, yes, we can. We can. So that's what they did. But yeah, the Astros win. They feed you if you so choose. Thanks to their 8-3 win over the Angels, and it was nice to see Garcia out there in their City Connect uniforms, whatever they're officially called, getting it done. Thank goodness you don't lose a series to the Angels. You're now 3 games up on the Mariners because they lose again. And while we have our issues here with this team and the ups and downs of the lineup, it looks like the pitching, at least from the starters, is coming around. You've gotten good starts throughout the Angels series. You just couldn't take advantage of it because of your bats, and now you may be at full strength. We talked about Christian Javier with his outing, 6 innings, didn't give up a hit. Luis Garcia in his performance, Arrighetti pitched well, and you got Fromber and Hunter Brown. So that's a strong 5 if those guys are going to round into shape. And then you will have some real questions about who is your third starter. I didn't even mention Jason Alexander, who throughout his time while the other guys were scuffling and finding their way back has put up solid performances. So right now, of course, there's only one turn in the rotation. We'll see what happens the next time. They look pretty solid when it comes to their pitchers, and at least 2 of those guys, and Javier and Garcia, have a background of pitching well over long stretches. The Arrighetti thing, there's some ups and downs, but as I said, he pitched well. And of course, Alexander, whatever we get from him is a win, and he's done a good job. So, Yankees tonight, they play a good team, which generally has led to the Astros playing well. We'll see if that continues, where the Yankees have won 7 out of they're 7-1 in their last 8, so they've been playing really good baseball too, or at least they've been playing really good baseball. We'll see if the Astros can match them. As far as the records, the Yankees are a half game better. They've played 1 less game, have 1 less loss than the Astros. So we know there'll be a lot of attention. Yankee fans will be in the building. There'll be Yankees media discussing this series. We'll see if the Astros can remind them that there is one king in the AL. It's on TBS. I don't know if that means Space City Home Network won't carry the game, but it will be on TBS tonight if that's the case. If you go to Space City Home Network and you don't see it, that's because TBS has picked it up because it's Yankees Astros. Why wouldn't they? All right, Julian, I see you. You want to talk FSU Miami. Julian, I believe, is a Florida State fan, 49er fan, Florida State fan. I don't know who he roots for in basketball. I'm sure he's a Laker fan or something. He fits the profile. Or is he a Golden State fan? I don't know. I guess, no, I'm not going to find out. I think he's a LeBron fan. I'm not going to ask those questions, but we will talk the college football weekend. Apparently, he has some thoughts on 2 teams who didn't play each other and how the ACC showed out this weekend.
He said he would have called yesterday, but he didn't know that we were on. because the
Because
standard,
because
the
John
morning
and
show
Lance
thing.
show wasn't on, so he didn't think we were on. Of course, the one show that sets the tone didn't show up while the other shows did. And they've pushed back on my claims of them being lazy and how other people were working. But they know. And you guys should know. They don't care about what they do anymore. They're going to be at the party. They're going to shake hands. You're going to love them. But in the back of your mind, or just know, they don't care anymore. Wash Kings. All right. We'll talk to Julian and anyone else when we come back. 713-780-3776.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
A little bit later, we'll give away a couple spots. And by a couple, I mean at least this hour, you and someone else can come to listener appreciation party. And then in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll give away another pair. So we still got spots open. We'll make sure you guys get in on this show, and then the rest of the lineup will do the same. But let's get to Julian first. He wants to talk about the two ACC teams that had pretty good days this weekend. What's up, Julian?
Woo! Man, I was not just wrong. I was completely wrong. I talked bad about Castellanos because of what he said. Hey, I don't mind eating crow when my team wins. Hopefully, we can see each other in a month, and it'd be, two undefeated teams on the come up, maybe high in the rankings, and I don't think we'll beat them. Also, I'm a Bulls fan. NJ all day.
That makes sense.
Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, it's somehow. He more old school than I thought, but yeah, that tracks. 49er fan, Florida State fan, teams who were good in the 80s and 90s, and then the Bulls who came to prominence in the 90s. It all fits. I don't know who the baseball team would be. Maybe. I don't know he would still be an A's fan because they were good in the late 80s.
Braves.
Probably. Probably. The Braves are not. It's not a bad call. Yeah, Florida State, big win. We'll see where they go in the rankings because I believe the AP poll comes out today because they had the last game of the weekend, the North Carolina TCU game, which was a drubbing. North Carolina got whooped. We'll talk about that. But if he's probably calling back to explain. That's what he does. So if you look at the schedule of the two teams Julian talked about, Florida State, the rest of the way until they see Miami, they have East Texas A&M, Kent State, Virginia, and then Miami. Neither team has a bye up until then. Miami has, you would say, a more difficult schedule, Bethune-Cookman not so much this week. But then you have USF, who had the nice win against Boise State, and then you have Florida at home. So if we're just talking about lead up to the game, Florida State would have the advantage as far as strength of the schedule that the two teams have to face, and Miami may be very beat up after the Florida game. So, and you got that one at home if you're Florida State. So
excuses.
No, I'm not. I think Miami should win.
Okay.
I'm just saying if we're just looking at advantages, I don't bet, but if you're a bettor, you look at advantages. Miami's playing a tough SEC opponent who has thoughts on making a playoff themselves in Florida, and then they head to Florida State while Florida State is playing Virginia with an extra day of rest, I believe.
Virginia looking to
win 5 games,
not have their coach be fired.
Yeah. So I still think Miami should win. They have a head start on the roster construction because Florida State kind of had to start over after the 2-10 season last year. But it's a prime spot for them to get 2 top 10 wins if Miami doesn't lose before then at home. So Florida State has a real chance to show out in the first month plus of the season. Good luck.
Man, it's like the 90s are back.
I don't know if Tommy Castellanos is Charlie Ward. But yes.
But if I'm squinting, it does look like number 11 in orange. Oh, where have I seen that before?
He was, I don't know if it's because of the elbow injury. He was some soft tosses out there that did remind me.
A little Ken Dorsey-ish.
Of his receivers having to bail him out, just like Dorsey had. He had some great guys like Andre.
Well, name one play where his receiver bailed out Carson Beck. Name one.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe
Now you got a point. I can't remember.
The number one play on SportsCenter last night.
And even the ball that Malachi Tony caught for the first touchdown, it was a nice job avoiding pressure in the pocket. He floated it out there, but it was very Dorsey-like, some of his throws. A little off target on some. Guys made plays. He is known to have a stronger arm than what he displayed. Maybe the elbow is a bigger issue as far as taking some velocity off of his throws. I don't know. The 11, if you squint and you go, okay.
If you put a film of 480p over your over
Yes.
your TV,
if you
nothing's changed.
If you buy one of those TVs from the 2000s that when HD didn't really exist, you could think to yourself, is that Ken Dorsey out there? He led a game-winning drive against a rival to win the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no
against the wishes of his coach, but yes, he did lead a scoring drive.
Yeah, well, if Mario could have ran 8 times to get into field goal range, he would have. But you did have to throw it a couple times, and that changed things. All right, so there it is, Julian. That game is in early October. We'll see if both teams are undefeated. Florida State probably should be, considering the schedule I ran down. Miami's got some bigger tests along the way, but it should be a big game no matter what. Let's get to Eric here. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I think the SEC has lost its luster with Texas losing and Alabama losing. I think it might be overrated this year. Also, do you see Miami and Notre Dame again in the championship game this year, later on this year in January? And I saw Toxic Avenger. It was great. I'll hang up the listen.
Eric, who did not call on Friday, but did get his call in to talk about Toxic Avenger. Eric has a bit of a thing about Miami playing in the title game. He thought Miami and Texas would play. He discounted the abomination that was Miami's defense throughout the year, and that certainly reared its head late in the year. I don't know, Eric. We're talking like 16 games from now. 15, 16 games. I don't know, man. We're talking like 4+ months between now and a potential rematch if he's talking about a title game.
Also, let me put on my Paul Feinbaum hat right here, which is a bald cap.
Okay.
The SEC had 6 games against Power 5 opponents, or Power 4, sorry. RIP Pac-12. Power 4 opponents in week 1. Their record, 4-2.
Ooh. So
myth busted.
So perhaps the SEC isn't overrated. Maybe going and playing the defending national champion doesn't say that Texas is overrated, just that they played a really good team to within 7 and had every chance to win that game.
LSU beat a playoff team last year.
They're a team that Texas beat in that playoffs. So I don't think the SEC is overrated. I think they played, at least in Texas's case, a great team. And by the way, Texas not an SEC team. They just happen to play there. I will continue to stand on that. They're SEC. No, Texas is Texas. They shouldn't be branded as an SEC team. The brand is too big for that.
Yeah, I think the real test is when Oklahoma plays Michigan this week.
If we can start to call out the SEC.
Yeah.
Another team.
If Oklahoma loses, it's on Oklahoma that the SEC isn't good anymore.
Yes, place all the pressure on Oklahoma. That's
if they win,
right.
Then they did what they're supposed to do.
Because they're Oklahoma and they're in the SEC. Yeah.
Playing a freshman quarterback.
Got it. Yeah, John Mateer. If you are who they told us you were, you should beat that Bryce Underwood team and certainly put up numbers against Michigan.
Brent Venables, if you are who we think you are, you should be able to confuse a 17-year-old quarterback.
Well, to be fair, if Brent Venables is what we think he is as a head coach, Michigan's going to run rampant on them. At least what we think he is as a head coach. We'll see. I
think he's great.
We'll see. Yeah, I know. You love him at Oklahoma. You love him there. Now, the rest of the college football world probably thinks higher of him than we do as a head coach. Did you see, speaking of Brent Venables, we joke about how he had his sons play defense at Clemson, that a Sweeney has been the holder for how many years in a row now at Clemson? Was it like 8 years in a row? The last time a Sweeney wasn't the holder was when they won the national title game with Deshaun Watson.
Yes. It was the Hunter Renfrow catch, like the PAT after the Hunter Renfrow catch.
That's the last time a Sweeney wasn't the holder. I mean, CJ Carr may be a Nepo baby, but at least he's playing quarterback.
I heard that anecdote on the broadcast, and I think I spent the next 5 straight minutes just thinking about, is that a smart way to deploy nepotism if you're Dabo Swinney?
Because his sons probably weren't gifted enough to be starting receivers or backup receivers. I know one of them got time in blowouts as a receiver. So you throw him in as a holder because you want your kids around, you want them to play.
So the only thing is that is like one of the only jobs on the football team where they could lose because
They could
of
lose
him.
the game because if you screw up a hold. We saw now it wasn't the holder's fault in the Miami Notre Dame game, it was the snapper, but we saw that operation can be tricky, and if it goes poorly, the person who screws up is going to be exposed. So you're right. Like
But
if it was laces in or something on a big kick.
Exactly. We all saw Ace Ventura. We know how Dan Marino can screw someone over.
Yes.
Yeah. What if one of the Clemson kickers turns into Ray Finkel? Wow. Or Einhorn. But but it's also you're a holder. Like it's not that demanding. Like I assume that anyone really with good hand-eye coordination could become a holder with enough practice.
Probably. I would
I don't know what the disqualifying factors are other than hand-eye coordination and I don't know, stick-to-itiveness.
Guts, I guess.
Your dad telling you have to?
I don't know if he's making the guys do it, but you got to have a little guts because, like you said, you're kind of isolated, and if you screw up a hold, people are going to know about it. But yeah, the Sweeneys going to be in our lives.
Holding dynasty.
As long as the Fergusons have the snapping dynasty on lock. Although Blake didn't do any favors to that dynasty with what he did in his only appearance with the Texans before they cut him. The Sweeneys are the holders. At least in college football.
Also, he spaced them out perfectly to do this.
Was that the plan all along? That's how like some families plan when they're going to have kids. Dabo did it. So
it was like
one guy was
eligibility.
All right.
Now there's going to be a pandemic in 2020, so he'll get an extra year.
He is close to God, so he probably did know that was coming. But the Sweeneys continue to hold, and the Sweeneys continue to not score points in week one as long as Garrett Riley is the OC. Trace, we see you from Port Arthur. You might have called in yesterday. We'll get to you when we come back, Trace. I appreciate you letting us know that Port Arthur is a separate place from Beaumont. So we'll talk to Trace when we come back. If you want to follow him, you certainly can. 713-780-3776. Sean and I will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Trace, we'll get to you here. So, Sean, we discussed it yesterday as we continue to talk college football. We'll get to some Texan sound here as well because it's game week. D'Amico Ryan spoke. We'll hear from him. Confirmed from a different angle that C.J. Carr first touchdown pass, no look. So credit to the young man for pulling that out of his bag in the moment. Tied the game at 7 at the time. Notre Dame people feel pretty good about their quarterback and nothing else. I think they were a bit shocked that flashy, soft-ass Miami could hang with them in the trenches. That was the biggest surprise. Because I've listened to a lot of Notre Dame podcasts to laugh at their sadness. And
any thug talk?
No, those guys have not made another podcast since that moment. I wonder why. If you guys missed it, a Notre Dame podcast that wasn't one of the more popular ones. There are a lot of them. They weren't one of the more popular ones. I think it might have been called the Four Horsemen podcast. Real original, guys.
I don't know. There's 4 of them.
Yeah, anyway, I get it. Yeah. Congratulations for thinking that up. But one of the guys played into the stereotypes of calling Miami players unintelligent thugs. And he said it a couple of times, and the other three horsemen found it hilarious. And they have not been seen again. But beyond that, it was from the podcast who avoided that particular faux pas. It was a lot of, hey, the Notre Dame O-line and D-line, we thought we had the advantage. Turns out, Mario Cristobal, of all people, would build a strong O-line and certainly believe in the trenches. And that was their big takeaway, at least my big takeaway from those podcast listens. Surprising. They were surprised by all the things that they didn't do well. And they're longing for Al Golden of all things. I mean, what a turn. Longing for Al Golden as he now is trying to...
Can't relate, right?
No,
Right.
not at all. Not at all. As he tries to turn around. Now he's in Cincinnati trying to turn around an awful defense and see if they can be at least simply below average to allow the Bengals offense to go win them games. All right. Let's say at 10:45, Trace, we'll get to you. At 10:45, caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. That is going to be this Friday at St. Arnold. We are going to set you up with that, and it's going to be a good time. I mentioned early in the show the roasting that will be done. Still got to find out who okayed that. But beyond the roasting of the ESPN 97.5 hosts, you're going to get a chance to get the great hospitality from a place like Great Plate Hospitality, BB Tex Orleans, Nico Nikos, Taqueria Arandas, and Portillo's, and, of course, all the drinks from St. Arnold. So, caller 4 at 10:45, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets. And if you don't win those, we got another pair to give away in hour 2. So, 10:45, be ready. All right, let's get to Trace. He wants to talk. What's up, Trace?
Hey, what's going on, Dale?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Hey, so let me start by saying, love the show. You guys got a pretty good take on things. I like how y'all pretty much take what everybody's already talking about, but spin it on in your own direction. Got a lot of respect for that. Not easy to do.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Did you go
With
ahead?
that said,
all right, go ahead.
I got a shout out at Lance. I'm still listening.
I'm telling him. I told him this morning. He didn't believe me. I told him. People were
No,
listening.
of course. I mean, like he said, what they had to listen to your podcast or whatever it was. I apologize, but
No, he
Yeah.
wanted me to repeat exactly what I said yesterday because he didn't believe anyone was listening. I told him we had evidence to the contrary. People were listening.
you know what? Maybe Lance needs to talk to his boss, Mr. John, and let him come in on Labor Day because obviously he wanted to be there on Labor Day, and he couldn't have his show without his boss. So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Trace, you may not be wrong. I'll pass along. I think we all know that John is Lance's boss. I mean, it's something we say behind his back because we know it's true, but he doesn't like it. So I will explain to him that maybe beg your boss to do a show on Monday mornings on Labor Day so you can actually talk. Because, yeah, you're right. He came in. He wanted to be heard. I guess he just
Yeah,
needed
of course.
the distraction of, or at least distracting me, I
I mean,
guess.
not only that, he interrupted your show. I mean, he was rocking and rolling, but all of a sudden he's got drawers opening up. And like, what the heck?
Yeah, you're not the only person who acknowledged he just wanted to be heard and to screw up my show. We had another caller do that as well. Yeah, Lance is who he is, a Hall of Famer, but one who decides when he wants to work.
Both
Yeah,
of them are.
yeah,
I agree with you.
yeah. But one is the other's boss. I agree with that.
So, hey, maybe, hey, Lance, why don't you ask John if y'all can work next Labor Day? Or, you know.
I think Lance is here, Trace. I'll pass that along.
All right, man. Y'all be good. Hey, keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Appreciate it, Trace. Trace from Port Arthur called in the last couple of days. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. If you missed it, we did do a show yesterday. Lance became a distraction and tried to point out that people don't listen on Labor Day, which was proven false. Because people, unlike him, are working. Not everyone has a day off. Just so happens that he's in a blessed position. All right. Remember, a couple minutes away, or at least now 1 minute away, I guess. You win a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. If you called in early, we're about to X out the phones. If you called in early or about to, just wait. 10:45 is the time. Was it that someone trying to get in early, Sean? All right, we'll just X out the phones now.
They realized the error in their ways.
Yeah. 10:45. We are seconds away from that. And then you get your chance. And, of course, we'll do that again in the next hour as well. But we're going to go to break here. But before we do that, I'm going to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to when you want a great car. It's pretty simple. Whether you are looking for a Silverado 1500 or the Blazer, or in this case, the car of the week, the Malibu. If you're looking for something more economical for yourself or for someone else, maybe you got a first-time driver and you want to get them something safe and economical because, sometimes gas prices can be a little much. That is the car for you. Check out the entire inventory, what color you want of the Malibu, on the website. You just go to monumentchevrolet.com. It's a great website. And of course, once you see the car that you want, you head on out to Pasadena. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225. The car that you see on the website will be the car that you see on the lot. The prices do not change. The great people out there have been in business for 50 years for a number of reasons, but one of them is they treat the customer right. So you're not going to get tricked. If you see a car you like, and the price that you like, it's going to be that same price once you see it in person. That 1.9 APR financing for 36 months is perfect for that stylish Malibu. So check out the cars, no matter what you want, and then get on out there. Monument Chevrolet is the place for great service and great cars. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website once again, and also in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this: Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we have our winner. We'll have another winner in the second hour. So if you missed out on your chance to win listener appreciation party tickets, we're going to do that again. Give you a chance to get to the party. It'll be on Friday, 6:30 to 9:30. I know Sean was talking to the winner, and that person was asking when Barry was going to go on. We don't know when Barry's going to go on and roast the host, but it'll be sometime between 6:30 and 9:30 at St. Arnold.
Yes, can confirm.
Yeah, we can confirm that. I went to ask someone whose idea this was, and Joe happened to be here, and he said it was my idea. And I said, why is this your idea? I thought it would be fun, was his answer. And then I said, are you going to be a part of it? He said, yeah. All right, okay. I don't think, if given the opportunity, any of us should try to roast Barry.
No.
You're not going to beat a comedian. And now we will see how far he goes.
Should someone try to do the B-Rabbit thing and be like, yeah, you're right. My takes do stink.
I don't know. I don't know if any of us.
I do have a face for radio.
I don't know if any of us.
I do live in a trailer park.
Are capable.
Oh, that's actually just from
8 Mile. I don't know if any of us are capable of looking at ourselves like that and then undercutting him in that way.
I know something about you.
Yeah. Yeah. Did Barry go to a private school and his parents stayed together? I don't know. Does he have a persona which suggests that's not the case? And then I do my research and find out. Yeah. I know. You do that independent radio, so you're kind of you're actually a corporate chill. No, I don't know. I don't know if he has that in his background. So we'll just have to wait and see what Barry does to us on Friday. Hey, we got a busy week actually. The John and Lance show, and then myself as well. We're going to be out at Texas Card House on Thursday. That's the one in Spring. And then on Friday, the entire station is going to be out at East River 9. So a busy week ahead. It all culminates with the Christmas party. The listener party at St. Arnold from 6:30 to 9:30 on Friday. All right, D'Amico Ryans and the Texans, they got a game, an actual game that matters this Sunday against the Rams. And one of the questions this offseason was the health of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and would he be available. We're not going to play the clip because it's like 4 seconds, but D'Amico said we expect him to be ready for week 1. So I think he will remain questionable when we get our first real injury report of the season. We'll see if he's limited in practice or if he's a full go. That certainly will determine his designation, but they expect him to be ready to go for the game against the Rams. He got his number 8. I mean, maybe he wouldn't have wanted John Mechie to get traded, but he wanted that number 8, and he got it.
It had to be him.
Yeah. But sometimes things just work out. And it worked out in his favor, and he got his number 8. We'll see if that number 8's on the field this Sunday against the Rams. But D'Amico Ryans has an idea of how this game will be decided. He puts it on a certain unit. And maybe you're surprised by it. You might be surprised by it. But here's D'Amico Ryans on what he thinks will determine the winner of this game.
This game, I think ultimately, it is right now as I continue to go through it in my mind, I think it really hinges upon both offensive lines blocking 2 really talented defensive lines. The Rams have one of the best young defensive lines in the NFL, Verse, Fisk, Turner, young. It was a young group, and those guys they get after it. They play relentless. They're tough. They're going to be a really, really good group to challenge our offensive line, and the same for their offensive line versus our defensive line. We have a really good group up front, one of the strengths of our team, and we have to, it's going to be a challenge to see how that shapes up, but both offensive lines are going to have to play well, and whoever wins that battle, I think, will ultimately decide the game.
Both offensive lines, if we're doing which side gets a check mark, both offensive lines would be at a disadvantage compared to the defensive lines they're going to face. As he laid out, there's a lot of talent on both sides. So since the Texans decided on their top 5 and we saw them play the one time, but reporters who have seen them at joint practices and throughout the offseason have given them more positive reviews as the offseason has gone on. Yes, they would get their ass kicked by the Texans defensive front, but as training camp kept going, you would hear or at least see reports of things getting better. We have exhausted the conversation about the offensive line maybe being their fatal flaw. Sean, after listening to what the reporters have said and at least watching them in that one stint that they had against the Panthers, are you less concerned considering the level of talent that currently is on the roster? Or same level of concern, or do you feel worse about what could possibly be seen on Sunday?
I don't feel worse, but I'm not. I think I'm about the same, maybe like an edge, like one step closer to better, just because it is a settled situation. Like it is a settled group. They made the decision. They're sticking with it, and it's not still what we heard at the end of July and start of August, where every day it's tough day for the Texans offense. So that is better, you know. It is not bad news, so it is good. But I'm still not putting a ton of weight into it until we actually see them in games. So I think I'm again about how I felt to begin, maybe just like maybe it's just the Ariante Ursary hype train of like, oh, he might actually be good, where I had no doubt in my mind who Cam Robinson is. I know. I got it. I know the program.
There's some hope with Ursary because we have not seen him fail yet. The Robinson, we have seen enough failure to not be excited if he was out there. Can he be a swing tackle or at least a backup left tackle that plays in a pinch? I wouldn't like it, but
feel better.
I feel better about that they have found a better option. Now, it may have just simply come about because he was hurt for enough time and then Ursary jumped in and took it. If he's actually better, great. If it's simply, well, the younger player wasn't a disaster, so let's just roll with him, I don't know. I just don't know how it'll play. I agree with you. I'm where you are. I don't feel a lot better. I'm just glad that when we saw them against the Panthers, although the Panthers are pretty bad defensively,
yes,
they don't really have any pass rush. At least the no pass rush team didn't develop one against you guys. Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that. Now, the hype on Ursary, we'll see what Verse has for him and others. When you get a real defensive front and they're actually going to run games and try to confuse you as opposed to what the Panthers did, we will see. But I will say I'm cautiously believing that C.J. Stroud won't be running for his life on Sunday. If he does start to run for his life, I won't say I will be surprised by it because the lack of talent on that line does bother me. But if it's the power of friendship and the power of physicality, and hey, we think one way, we're gonna be mean. We're gonna be mean. We're not gonna be the unit that we were last year. If that's enough to get him to, I won't even say league average. Let's say in the high 20s. If they're in the high 20s, I don't think that offensive line is good enough to win anything of any consequence because they don't have a superhuman like Patrick Mahomes to make up for a subpar offensive line. But at least I don't rule them out of possibly winning a divisional round game. But that's a long way away.
Yeah, it's not going to kill you. Yeah. You're not worried about like, oh my God, they're doing C.J. Stroud a disservice because they have the 23rd ranked offensive line according to PFF. Like, it's bad. You want to be better.
But it is in the 30s.
Yeah, it is a step in the right direction. It's not so bad you can't win with it. It is a limiting factor, but like we saw last year, you can still kind of get it done. We just need to be a little bit better than last year, game to game. And you're right or D'Amico's right about the Rams front. This is, I won't say like the hardest test in the league or anything, but it is a hard test for this new group. Like they're not starting on easy mode with Verse and Fisk and all those guys.
Yeah, for the Rams, they're not exactly a unit that's stellar. They've got a quarterback we know who's going to play, but there are questions about his durability. And you've got one of the better defensive fronts in football. The Rams may not be the tops, but at least your ends would certainly put you in a conversation when we're talking about the Texans, and we can certainly go across the other units in the league and say, if this was like June 15th, we would do a ranking, but it's not. It's actually game week, so we don't have to.
No time.
Yeah, we don't have to do that. But yeah, the Texans are certainly formidable, and the Rams are going to have their issues with them. So we will eventually have to see if the positivity surrounding that unit bears some actual significance because they're improved. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll close out the first hour with that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. It's game week. There won't be a lot from today because I believe today is the off day. But, real practice starts tomorrow as the Texans are preparing for week one. We're here. We talked about it before. I am not of the thought that I'm desperate for football. I feel like there's plenty to discuss considering what this show likes to talk about. But it is nice. It is nice that there are games to talk about from college, and there are, of course, games to discuss with the NFL season. And what are we, like 2 days away from Eagles, Cowboys?
Yes, 2 days away.
And then Friday, it's Chiefs,
Chargers.
So
in Sao Paulo, I
yeah.
believe.
So we're getting there, everybody. If you're desperate for your fantasy stuff to get started in the NFL in general to get started.
Yeah. Big matchup week one.
Oh, I wasn't really talking about us specifically. I'm not one of those people who makes the fantasy football stuff about me because I don't think that's that entertaining.
I think people want to hear about it. We'll do a full recap.
Speaking of that,
the day after.
If you're watching on the stream, the trophy is here. This is what the winner wins. Why it has a baby cow on it, I'm not sure. I would think.
Oh, I thought it was a goat.
I thought it was. Oh, it is a goat. I was trying to make sure.
Okay, good. I also took a glance at it.
They made it somewhat photorealistic. There are udders on this thing.
Huh.
I could have gone without those, but either way, we have our trophy here for the winner of the Fantasy Football League. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll be back.
Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And we did have a game last night. It wasn't very competitive. We had the excitement of the opening drive for North Carolina. They go up 7-0, and after that, it was a disaster. They get beat. The jokes started to fly. People were trying to decide which was bigger, the deficit in the game or the age gap between Bill Belichick and his girl. And I can call her his girl because at 24 years old, you can say, oh, that's your girl. Like, if it's like a more age-appropriate relationship, oh, that's his girlfriend or his significant other. But at 24, that's your girl.
Well, because a more appropriate for age for a relationship with Bill Belichick would be much older than us.
Yeah.
Not instead of
younger
than us.
Yeah, and she is of the age where if someone I knew was dating her, I was, oh, that's your girl. You can say that to a woman, about a woman who's 24 in the colloquialism of how we speak. See, your girl, that's your girl. Your girl's coming to the game? That's what we can say.
Yeah.
And his girl was at the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't
Right
go
next to
well.
Randy Moss.
So Randy Moss was there. Michael Jordan was there.
Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, yes, Lawrence Taylor.
Roy Williams.
Julius Peppers was there. And the North Carolina team wasn't there after the first drive. They got whooped. Credit to TCU for not allowing what happened to them against Colorado to happen to them again. North Carolina had a lot of changeover with players. I think 70 new players on that roster. They showcase Michael Lombardi up there. He is the North Carolina GM. He's no longer a talking head talking about quarterbacks or teams and coaches, and now he has to be evaluated. Week 1, not great. TCU, I don't know how good they're going to be, but at least last night they're clearly the better team. Josh Hoover of alleged furry fame did a nice job. He's not a furry. He was alleged to be a furry. He went out there, played well. TCU, explosive plays throughout. They had a scoop and score. They just did kind of whatever they wanted to. It was like 41-7, and then they kind of called off the dogs.
That's the craziest part is that there's so many errors on the UNC side of things where, like, they were just dropping handoffs. They were fumbling. They're throwing picks. Like, it was just sloppy. They're not tackling anybody to the point where even Kirk Herbstreit got critical of it.
Speaking of Kirk,
yeah,
the dog is a different dog, by the way, because the other dog is dead. His backup dog, as people were saying. Oh, look, he's got the backup, and they put a headset on the dog.
Yeah.
Put his paw on the mouse so he can control the clicker. And people have turned on him and that dog. And rightfully so.
It was a lot.
It's a lot. I know it's a blowout, but now everyone has to adjust around not even the first dog. It's now the second dog. At least the first dog was like he had the sob story of being ill, and the dog was spending his final moments with his beloved owner. I mean, like, you can question whether getting a dog on a plane to travel that many times helps, but whatever. Helps the health of the dog. I'm not a vet, so I don't know what that does to a dog's health. But the dog,
data.
Have no idea, because most of the time people don't have their dog on cross-country flights throughout the football season. At least it was a private jet, I guess. But that dog passes, the new dog's in, and that dog is now a broadcaster.
Yeah, by the way, this new dog, born on third, thought he had a triple.
All right, Jim Harbaugh.
The first dog did all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, set a standard.
The first dog built all the goodwill.
Yeah.
The second dog is just the second dog.
It's just the second dog. Is
it's
Kirk like? At least he doesn't name the dog after the previous dog. Like, it's not Uga. It's not whatever he would. I don't know. Was it Pete? Was that the first dog's name?
Ben.
Ben. It's not Ben 2. It's not that. I think the dog's name might be Pete or whatever. It's not surprising he would name his dogs Ben and Pete. I'll just say that. I'll just put it that way. I avoid saying something I shouldn't have said, but I will say off mic about those two names. But so I think it's Pete, whatever. He's in the booth, and that's why maybe we should not be so interested in what Bill Belichick is doing, because if we get to the first game of the year and the dog is a feature because there's nothing else to talk about, you know that there might be a problem. And there's balloons behind him when he's doing his post-game presser.
Okay.
It looks like the prom. What is that?
So the decision to have balloons at a balloon arch at the press conference podium. Let's go. A, bad idea even if they won.
Even if they won, yeah.
B, they were losing for so long that I do not understand how
they
didn't,
couldn't have taken them down.
Or just like, hey, here's a clothespin, here's an intern, go pop all these balloons.
Yes.
Just pop them. You don't even have to put them away. Just pop them. Just get these away from us.
So the assumption is going to be by almost everyone that was a Jordan move, not Michael Jordan, who was at the game, but the Hudson of it all.
JH, not MJ.
The O-N, Jordan Hudson. Yeah. Is it unfair to just put that on her? That we just assume the 24-year-old who is actually closer to prom than any girlfriend of a 76-year-old should be, or however old it is, 73-year-old should be. We just believe that was her doing. That's the assumption, right? It could have been someone else who decided that. Maybe someone in her orbit. Who knows who did it? But we just assume it's her. That she wanted,
because she has a voice in that program. She has power in that program. So
I don't want to blindly assume, but all the details point to her doing that.
I also don't want to blindly assume. It's also, I can't. We have no facts. We have no idea. I will just say it is funnier, the idea that it's her idea. That is funnier.
It fits the narrative.
And so that's what I want
of all the things that have happened since they made that hire. That she would be involved in having a balloon arch behind a football coach after his game. Like doesn't fit football. It certainly doesn't fit Belichick.
It's definitely what someone. And here's the thing: North Carolina football program wouldn't say it's storied. Wouldn't say that it's full of football people. I think that's fair to say. The idea to put a balloon arch over press
the backdrop,
conference,
yeah,
it is a very not a football person idea. Like no one, like it's not Mike Lombardi's idea.
No, his idea is to get bad players.
It's not Steve Belichick's idea.
Or Brian. I didn't know there was another Belichick, but there is.
It is either someone in the UNC administration who doesn't know anything about football and they're like, this is a big event, let's do this. Or it's another person in the UNC administration, Jordan Hudson, who also said, hey, this would look good on Instagram.
Yes. Now, because of how you crop things, I'm not sure if it made it on video the way I saw it, at least on like North Carolina's feed, where I saw some reporter who was set off to the side a little bit, and you could see the balloons. A lot of things to discuss. Why wasn't it immediately removed when someone saw it go up, or stopping it from going up? And then even if you thought, as you said, it was a good idea, when you thought you might win this game.
Hey, we're down 24-7 at
Pop
halftime.
the balloons.
And, first, I don't know if it was the first play, but very early in the third quarter, 75-yard touchdown run. I
think it was the first play.
We can get rid of these.
I think it might have been the first play. 48-14 the final. It was 20-7 at the half, and it just got worse from there. And will Bill Belichick and that UNC program continue to garner this type of attention? I don't think Jordan's coming to another game. Lawrence Taylor, probably not. Mm-hmm. But because remember, who knows? Colorado won their game, which started the train moving. This is an embarrassing loss. Yeah. So how
Colorado was like 3-1.
Yeah, until Dan Lanning got involved.
Yeah,
and things changed. It changed things as far as year one. I mean, Bill Belichick, he doesn't have the same flash as Deion. He's certainly not going to get the same type of, let's say, celebrity to show up at his games like Deion did very early, and that continued.
No.
If they play a Friday night game, is the studio crew going to be there for a game? I don't think Big Noon Kickoff was planning on going to UNC unless they got good, like they did for Colorado over and over again in that first year.
I think they forfeited because they brought Nick Saban was at this game. Nick Saban and Desmond Howard, like they made the game day guys go to Chapel Hill for this game.
Probably will be the last time.
Yes, unless they rip off several in a row and play Clemson or someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good for a little while.
So
until they're like 7-2 or something.
So
then we'll revisit.
I was trying to think because of my bias, because he was a Patriot and I didn't certainly grew up rooting for a team in the AFCs. Him being bad like that was fun for me. But is he, as a legend, is he one of the only few that people take joy out of when they fail this miserably? Like if it was someone else, if Andy Reid for some reason left Kansas City and then decided to go coach in college and it didn't go well in the first game, would people take joy out of Andy Reid failing?
I think Coach K.
Yeah, because he's coaching for a program.
Yeah.
That people don't. He coached for a program people don't like.
Yeah.
And the Patriots, despite all the winning, didn't engender a lot of fandom. Like, sure, Boston people, New England people, and sure, people were fans of Tom Brady. But overall,
no,
they didn't play a particular brand of football that people enjoyed that much.
They didn't supplant the Cowboys as every bandwagon fan is a fan of the Lakers, the Cowboys, the Yankees. Like they should have supplanted them.
But it didn't happen.
But it just didn't click.
Yeah, so I can't think. He might be one of the few. Well, if you don't reach lovable status, you go into another venture, and people are like, man, I hope you fail. And all the controversy, if you want to call it that, surrounding it with the girlfriend and all that stuff probably helps the cause for people hoping it's a disaster. And they got their wish.
I don't know if the girlfriend thing makes you root against him more. I think it just makes it funnier that he's losing.
And she's so prominent.
It's just like more embarrassing.
Because there are a lot of older men.
There are a lot of older
who will date younger women. Maybe not to that big of an age gap, but it happens. It's part of life. Rich men wind up with younger, attractive women. Shocking, I know. But the fact that she's not off to the side as, hey, she's a girl he's into, but she has nothing to do with the football program. Once you get a job with the football program, then all bets are off as far as the comedy that people take from all of it. And last night, for the football itself, they looked poorly coached, gave up explosives all over. They look very un-Belichick-like as far as even when you're bad. Like those last couple Patriot teams weren't great, but they didn't look poor. They didn't look so poorly coached. They just looked like they were lacking talent. This was lack of talent and poorly coached, which you would think wouldn't be the case. The coaching, you think, considering the former NFL people all around, would have been up to a standard where even if their talent wasn't even to the level of TCU's, they could have extracted as much talent out of the talent as they could to make that a more competitive
not lose
game.
By 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, at home, yeah.
I would have thought they would have had enough coaching. I don't think the talent is 5 touchdowns worth of talent.
No,
that's the difference.
It feels, in some ways, it feels like the coaching made it worse.
Yeah, they were just wholly uncompetitive.
So some of the numbers: Bill Belichick allowed the most points in a game of his career as a head coach, moving past a 47-17 loss to the Bills in 2021. This comes from Shehan Jaraja from CBS. He suffered the second worst loss of his career, trailing only a 38-3 loss to the Cowboys in 2023. And Bill Belichick trailed by 34 points only 4 times in 511 games as a head coach. And in game 1 as a college coach, it happened. It's tough going against those Horned Frogs, man.
They are tough.
And the Horned Frogs took this game.
They took it personally.
Very personally because of what happened a couple years ago. They're like, okay, we weren't the story that time, and we allowed ourselves to get wrapped up in the story, and we lost to a bad Colorado team. And surely, they're coming off a blowout in the national title game, a lot of roster change for that TCU team, but they were expected to win that game. They remembered that game and decided, not this time. I mean, North Carolina, they weren't supposed to be good, but they weren't supposed to be that bad. And that's how we wrap up the college football season, with a legend getting embarrassed. Do you think he makes it through 2 years? On his own accord. I don't know if the UNC will fire him, but if it goes poorly for 2 years, do you think he would come back for year 3?
No.
I don't think so either. I don't think he is used to the level of losing that he might be in store for.
Do we get
a second year?
Yeah.
How bad would it have to go?
Does he coach the Duke's Mayo Bowl?
They're not making a bowl game, are they? Are they making a bowl game?
I don't know. They have an easy schedule. They do have I saw the screenshot of their schedule. They get all the worst ACC teams. Just name a bad ACC team. They probably play them.
That's true. They have, and before that, they play Charlotte and Richmond, don't go get beat on the road by Charlotte.
No, I'll say 2 must-win games.
Yes, Richmond and Charlotte are must-win games.
You have to win those
They
games.
do have
Bill
Clemson
Belichick.
at home, so that's one.
Okay, they'll get smoked by
And did you
Clemson.
see what that Cal quarterback did? That freshman did?
Yeah,
They
don't
go to
love
Cal.
that. Don't love that.
And you know Cal loves to jump on ACC teams who have no business playing them at that time of night on the West Coast. We saw what happened last year with Miami.
I'm not sure if Gio Lopez can dig out of that hole.
Probably Gio, not on the way of being the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Yeah, I'm going to say not Cam Ward. So I get what you're saying. You got Virginia.
They get Virginia. They get Stanford. They get Wake. I think
no Wake this year.
Oh, no
which
Wake?
is weird because that's I take it back. They do.
Okay.
They have Wake.
Thank God.
November 15th. Stanford's
okay.
bad.
Game day might be there.
Syracuse, we'll see. They did play a Tennessee team with Joey Aguilar who looked good.
Syracuse should be.
They should be better. Steve Angeli. We'll see if he has a better performance over the course of the year. But Clemson, Cal, they could beat UCF before that. So the 2 must-wins, Charlotte, Richmond.
Yeah, that's 2.
Can they beat UCF on the road? That's a toss-up at this point.
Yeah,
right?
I'll say toss-up.
And then Clemson and California and Cal. They could be. I'm going to give them the 2 must-wins.
Yeah.
But they could be 2 and 4 going to Virginia. I mean, hosting Virginia.
2 and 4, yeah, and then they need to go 4-2.
I don't know if a bowl game's a guarantee from what we saw. Now
they'll beat Cal. Come on.
I don't know. That Cal freshman's pretty good.
Did they have a bye week before that?
Yes.
UNC.
Oh, he gets his bye.
He's gonna cook up something that, again, a kid who actually was at senior prom 6 months ago. He's gonna see something he's never seen before. Now UNC defenders might also not know what
And
they're
not
doing,
be able to execute it.
but he'll have to be if he does. Okay, if the freshman Cal quarterback comes in and absolutely tears up the UNC defense, Bill Belichick doesn't make it to the end of year 1. If you can't do that, if you can't confuse a freshman quarterback, what are we doing here, Bill Belichick? What's actually the point of doing
How's he going to confuse him? All that kid did was throw nine routes against his opponent, against Oregon State. You can't confuse him if all he does is throw go balls and he's deadly accurate with them. What's
Too high.
so confusing?
Too high the entire time.
I guess.
Too high. Throw some
a cover 2
exotic
shell
blitzes
or something.
Yeah, come on.
We could have thrown some too high against Josh Hoover. It didn't matter.
Josh Hoover.
Yeah, let's see if you can stop Cal.
Cold-blooded.
Well, all that furry talk really infuriated him. Look what we got.
He heard
you
it.
created a monster.
He heard it.
Yeah.
Even though he seems like the guy least likely to be like, yeah, I heard all that talk, because the little 30 seconds because this was a blowout, and they're like, well, we probably should talk about the starting quarterback for the team
who's
that's
blowing
up 35 right
yeah.
now. They're like, he would pull over his car to literally help ladies, old ladies, cross the street and mow their lawns. He literally would help old ladies in his free time.
But yeah, that's one side of Josh Hoover. You don't know what the side. You don't know
Once
what
he
the
puts
other
on
side.
the mask?
Yeah, you don't know. Once he puts on that TCU workout gear, you don't know what he becomes. And then he's reading on his phone that he's a furry. It's go time, and we saw it last night. All right, we'll go to break. Remember, we still got a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party to give away. That's Friday at St. Arnold. But we'll do that before we wrap it up today. We got a couple more segments here, myself and Sean. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So as we get closer, and we talked about it, the NFL season, just a couple days away, we were trying to figure out how to watch that Friday game. It's Chiefs-Chargers, and while we and some of you, of course, will be at the listener appreciation party, for the rest of you who are at home, just want to watch an NFL game, it's not on any traditional channel. Chiefs-Chargers is going to be on YouTube. If you have YouTube TV, that's who you subscribe to for TV. It's there for you, of course. But if not, you have to at least hope you have a smart TV and the app on the TV. Maybe you can download it depending on what type of TV you have, or you're watching it on your computer. Now, it will be free on YouTube, but it won't be even on a streaming service that you're used to. Like, we've all, at least some of us, have become accustomed to watching games on Prime Thursday night. We know Netflix has their options. Peacock will have a game exclusive to Peacock. This time, YouTube. So if you're trying to look for something on Friday night, trying to find that game, it'll be on YouTube, and hopefully you have access to it. I don't know how many people are going to be interested in watching a game, NFL game, strictly on their computer if they don't have a smart TV or the app that they can download on their TV. You can broadcast from your phone to your TV, your laptop. I just think plenty of people are like, can I just watch an NFL game without all the work?
Can it just be on Fox, NBC,
Yeah,
or
why do I
CBS?
have to work hard? I just want to watch a game. But this Friday, maybe a little work will have to be done to watch it if you're not someone who's already subscribed to YouTube TV or have YouTube on your television. I am in the world where I subscribe to YouTube TV, so it won't be a problem for me. I'm also in the world where I will be at a listener appreciation party, so maybe I'll watch it on my phone while Barry's roasting me. We'll see how things go. Chargers, Chiefs.
What time is it?
From Brazil. Oh, I think it's at 7:30 our time.
That's right around.
Right around roast time, probably. Yeah. An hour in, we'll see when. Maybe he's the closing act. Who knows? Something that popped up. Sean, you remember the name Trent Richardson?
Yes. People forget Trent Richardson was a problem.
He was a problem.
At Bama.
He was a problem.
At Bama. You have to specify it.
Yes, he was a problem for the teams that employed him when he was in the NFL. Apparently, he does some stuff with A.J. McCarron, something called the Dynasty Bama, of course. And this is his quote after watching the Florida State game. I literally saw an offensive lineman from Florida State rub their junk on somebody's head from Bama while they was on the ground. Like he pancaked him and rubbed his junk. Just letting him know you're finna get this all night. They sent a message to us early. While that is a very descriptive way to talk about what happened in that game, that's been a lot of the talk from Bama people, how they got physically dominated. There are a lot of loafs. Dan Orlovsky's out over there counting loafs from the game
21.
film he watched. He said, 21 loafs. And
that's a lot.
Incredible amount is what he said.
Yeah, in case you
You're trying to figure out how many loafs are okay. And loafs are laziness by defenders. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it's boiled down to. And apparently there are 21 of them that he counted. He also defended Arch very vehemently. So can you take him at his word? I think he can count.
Yes.
So give. Oh, yeah, of course. I think we can take him at his word that he can count. And this has been the talk that Kalen DeBoer is not going to last through the month. 8-4 is not good enough. We're not A&M. All those things. So rub his junk on a guy's forehead.
It must be like truly mind blowing that if you're Trent Richardson or if you're AJ McCarron or any of these like former Bama guys, that like this is just what Alabama is now. Like that is possible at Alabama, is that they have an offensive lineman for the other team rub his junk on your head and you get dominated and 21 loafs and like all this stuff that is like specifically not Nick Saban football. And it's like, yeah, that just kind of, whoops, we'll come back, be better next week. Like that, it must be like, what?
Yeah, Caleb.
What are they letting slide now?
Yeah, and Kalen DeBoer had a press conference talking about how unacceptable all the laziness by the defenders were. We'll see if it gets fixed. They have Monroe, coming up, that should be an easy win. We expect that to be. Yeah, I know that it happened like over 15 years ago to Saban, but let's just
No
believe
loafs.
that's not going to happen. We'll see who loafs and who doesn't.
Okay.
But
Ask
Alabama
John
in turmoil.
Parker Washington? John Parker Wilson? I forgot what the
It might have been.
Bama quarterback's name was.
Sure. Could have been him. Could have been, like, they're all the same at that point. McElroy,
It
John
was
Parker
before
Wilson.
back. It was McElroy would never lose to those guys.
No, McCarron wouldn't either. Times has changed. Like a lot, the Shula era bleeding into the Saban era. That's how those things happen. But no longer until now. But I don't think Kalen DeBoer is losing to Monroe.
I don't think so either. However, it would be funny if he did. Would be funny if he did.
I don't know if funny is the word I would use for the future of Kalen DeBoer, but for the rest of us, yes, it will be funny.
For me.
I mean, if he, there will be an outcry we have never seen on outside of when Tennessee doesn't want a coach hired.
If they go 8-4, like it would be
If they
ridiculous.
do what A&M gets made fun of for Texas 8-4, if that happens to Alabama, pack it up for Kalen DeBoer. You can go coach some West Coast school and hide out there and build up your reputation again if that happens. But hey, you got a long season. Maybe that was just a blip. Maybe Florida State's really good, but you can't explain away all the lack of effort.
The loaves. Loaves? Loafs.
Loaves is for bread.
Yeah.
Loafs is for laziness.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to spell that with a V if you're loafing.
Dan Orlovsky.
Loafing, you don't have to go to the bread.
Man, I'm looking at Alabama's schedule.
It's pretty soft. Oh no, I'm looking at Monroe's schedule. Sorry, I was trying to see.
No, I in LSU, like it's a bunch of teams that just like look good.
Yeah.
Tennessee, LSU, like teams that we feel like are better now than how we felt 8 days ago.
Yeah, it's Monroe, then Wisconsin. Both games at home, and then they head to Georgia after a week off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about Georgia. I mean, 8-4 is on the table. It's not crazy. Go to South Carolina, who gave them all they can handle last year.
And as Keith will tell us, they do host Vanderbilt, which should be a scary one for Alabama.
What if Vandy takes over the stadium on October 4th? Bryant-Denny Stadium, a.k.a. Vandy South.
Yeah, Alabama south of Nashville. So, yes, Vandy South. Vandy has never said that about any place ever. Because they're pretty southern as far as states are concerned. And anybody else south of them is an SEC school.
They're not getting that off on anyone else.
No. We will see. But you can fix it, Kalen DeBoer. And if not, take that buyout, relax for a year, and then go coach someplace that doesn't have the pressure that Bama does. I'm sure you'll be fine. If you find another Michael Penix, I guess.
Yeah. You know. I'm trying to think. UCLA or someone will be open. USC will be open.
At that point, someone like Deshaun Foster probably might only last a couple years.
Or Arizona. Take the Arizona job.
There are jobs.
That's what you need to do.
There are jobs in the former Pac-12 that you can take and be just fine. But hey, you got a season to figure it out.
Yeah. Wait, why are we talking about this? The playoff's still on the table. FSU is going to be ranked like top 15
because of the win.
This week.
Probably. The SEC is still on the table.
It's a quality loss. Really, if you think about it, that's a good loss.
One weekend, yes. We'll see what Florida State is the rest of the way.
It's a top 4 loss in the country right now.
Okay, you want to go through this before we go to break? Let's see.
Ohio State, it's a good loss. Or Texas, good loss to Ohio State. Clemson, good loss to Bama. Or to LSU.
Notre Dame, good loss to Miami.
Yep. Boom. FSU, next best loss. At least you want to say, like, Nevada, good loss against Penn State.
That's a better loss. They lost to the number 2 team in the country.
Then they have, like, a top 10 loss.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to actually do this. Was it Marshall who lost to Georgia?
That was a bad loss.
So was the Nevada Penn State game. That was a bad loss too. But if we're doing this when we talk about losses, there are better teams who beat.
Okay,
teams.
I think Nevada is not a good loss to lose to Penn State, but I think for Marshall it's a good loss to lose to Georgia.
It's Marshall
because it's the SEC.
Got it. I should have seen where this was going. There it is.
Syracuse, great loss.
Of course. South Carolina, Virginia Tech, great loss.
Great loss.
Correct.
It could hardly ask for a better loss.
But
other than
hold
Clemson
on.
Losing to LSU.
By your logic, losing to Ohio State's not a good loss.
Oh, Ohio State, the defending national
Wait a
champions.
minute. Big Ten, who cares?
They're
Penn
the
State.
defending.
Penn,
No,
Penn State was in the Big Ten and in the playoff.
Ohio State gets a carve out on the Big Ten football. They get the carve out of they are Ohio State.
You're picking and choosing.
I'm only picking Ohio State.
I mean,
and Miami. Miami gets a carve out too. People don't go, oh, ACC, Miami. Huh.
It's true.
You don't get lumped in with
Wake Forest.
Wake Forest the way that Penn State gets
Penn
lumped
State doesn't
in
get lumped in with Northwestern. You're just hating on James Franklin, which I endorse, but in this case, your logic is a little flawed. All right, we'll go to break with his flawed logic, and at 11:45, if you want to win a pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party, all you got to do is be caller 5, 713-780-3776. At 11:45, you win our second pair of tickets for the day. If you don't win them from us, the Killer Bees and Paul Gallant will be giving away a pair of tickets as well. We're doing that tomorrow because we're filling up fast. We want to give you a chance to win. 11:45, caller 5, 713-780-3776. But before we officially go to break, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app and the official daily fantasy sports app of your Houston Astros, who, hey, probably helped you make a little bit of money if you're playing on Prize Picks yesterday. The scoreless first inning helped me a lot in my quest to put a little money in my pocket yesterday. That Yusei Kikuchi and Luis Garcia both got out of the first inning without giving up a run. And then just like I said, Bill Belichick would put a stop to Josh Hoover's passing yards. Josh Hoover, less than 288 and a half passing yards. He only had 284. Money in my pocket. Now, how Bill Belichick went about keeping Josh Hoover less than 289 passing yards, that's none of my business. What is my business is that cool little 3X in my pocket right there after playing on Prize Picks, and you can too. Use your sports knowledge to the test. I knew that, I said that Bill Belichick would have a great defense that stops Josh Hoover. In fact, it was the opposite. He had such a bad defense that Josh Hoover had to stop passing. But anyway, doesn't matter. All that matters is the little green check mark that says I won. And you can win too. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win that lineup to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So they don't really treat it this way in baseball when they talk about matchups. You know, in football, this guy can stake his claim because he's playing another great quarterback against another great quarterback. Of course, someone chimes in, well, he's actually playing the defense. But when two quarterbacks meet up, it is about them, even if they don't actually get to play against each other. Fromber against Max Fried. Of course, we love a good pitching matchup, but I think it goes beyond that for Fromber, particularly because Max Fried is a left-hander who just got paid. And while Fromber's had his struggles, he did bounce back in his last start. If we're talking about a guy he can model his next deal after, Max Fried is that guy. Left-hander, about the same age. I think Fromber may be a year older than Fried, particularly when he's up for a new deal. And he watched Max Fried get the money that he got, and Fromber's probably saying to himself and anyone who comes calling this offseason, I'm just as good as that guy, if not better. My money should be similar. So if you remember Max Fried, the contract he signed with the Yankees was 8 years, $218 million. That contract, that length, those numbers will take Fromber out of the Astros price range. All evidence historically suggests that that's the case. I don't believe baseball goes well. We saw the two guys match up against each other, and Fromber outdueled him. So that means he's worth this. But if you're trying to let it be known that I'm that dude, look at how I go against the guy you all decided was worth this, at least the Yankees did, $218 million. I should be paid just as much. And I think it's a big night because the Yankees are in town, and there is a race you're trying to win now that you're still 3 games up, and the Yankees have a better record than you now, so that might come into play in the playoffs as far as who might have home field advantage. But on a personal note, maybe we should expect the best of Fromber, considering who's on the other side. If he looks at it and goes, why would anyone deny me the deal he got?
Yeah.
When I am just as good, I've done more winning, and in the last time we saw each other, I was the better pitcher. Now, some of that has to do with how the lineups react to what the guys are throwing, but I think we should expect Fromber at his most locked in.
Yeah, you would think just the whole idea of being in a contract year, and now especially the last month of the season into the playoffs, like this is where if you have a hot month, you can make a lot more money for yourself. Where some teams either talks themselves into the extra $10 million or whatever it takes to put a little more money in Fromber's pocket.
And of course, we got the rest of the season to go to see how it plays out. John Granado has talked about how people view Fromber, and he isn't apparently viewed, at least nationally, at least he believes, in the same way that some of these other top pitchers are. I don't know why that would be the case. There was a ranking of the best pitchers in baseball that it might have been someone from ESPN, maybe Buster Olney, I don't remember exactly, and Fromber wasn't on the list. And Fromber's been a number one, or at least 1/2 for the Astros for, what are we talking about now? 3 years or so now?
Yeah,
4
or 5 years.
Yeah, so he's been in that category of a guy they've depended on quite a bit. So I don't really understand why he's not looked at that way, if that is true. But he's got the last month and a potential playoff run. That if there are people who don't think he's one of the top pitchers in baseball, to change that, and then he's got Max Fried right on the other side who got his money. I don't know if there is a team out there like the Yankees who's going to be willing to pay that type of money for a 30-plus-year-old pitcher. But if Fromber wants to solidify his spot, go out there and outduel Max Fried. It helps the Astros. It helps himself. And it would be maybe a marker to say, all right, I'm the one for the next however many days we're playing baseball. Hopefully we got 2+ months of him pitching for the Astros.
Yeah.
Which seems like the last time he will be doing that for the Astros.
And he goes on a Linsanity run. And
we did not mention Jeremy Lin has retired from basketball.
yeah, why didn't we mention that?
I don't know. Well, we had a lot of college football to discuss, and Jeremy Lin hasn't been in our mind's eye for years now. Probably why we didn't mention it.
At least like a half decade.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. Jeremy Lin, former Rocket.
Yep.
I remember
Favorite Rockets Jeremy Lin moment?
my favorite Jeremy Lin moment is not even a Rockets moment. He was in Toronto during the Linsanity run.
Oh yeah.
And he knocked down a game-winning 3 with no time remaining. He just walked. I forgot who they were playing.
Yeah,
I forgot who he was playing against.
He was just ISOing
the
and
individual.
He just
walked them down, walked into a 3, and knocked it down and won. I was like, I haven't obviously watched it since Linsanity, but I remember when that play happened, playing it over and over again. Like, what the hell is all this?
What is going?
He just stared this guy down. It was like, clear out. I'm Jeremy Lin, and I'm just going to take this down to the very end and knock down a 3 over you. And then the Heatles got involved and said, we're going to torture you for an entire game. And that kind of turned things in the wrong direction for him.
That was. It's not the most fun part, but it was a fun ending of it. Is just like the Miami Heat just being like, you know what?
Enough of this. You're not doing that here.
How about this? How about we press you full court with Dwayne Wade?
The entire game.
How's that?
And then
how's that sound?
If Dwayne wants some time off, we'll just throw LeBron out there to pick you up a little bit.
There you go.
We're just going to hassle you.
You know what we do only in crunch time of like the fourth quarter of finals games to Tony Parker? What if we just did that through the entire game?
And I don't
better than that.
And I would imagine that wasn't a Spo decision. That was like, those guys, look, you're not gonna be a star on our floor tonight. We're not gonna let you do this.
I think like the week before he went for like 38 against Kobe.
Yeah, and that was not happening in that time period to that Miami Heat team. Yeah, Mario Anderson, you're a point guard. Get out of the way. You can take him a couple times, but don't worry. Let us set the tone. And they did that. Yeah, it was 94 feet, and of course,
I think he had like 12 turnovers.
Predictably, he had an awful game, being tortured by Hall of Famers. When you are simply on a run, you're not actually a superstar, led to that. But he did retire. And not a lot of, no matter how long you play, no matter what we think of the rest of his career, no one really has runs like he had. That's why he got the name, Linsanity. It was pretty special for like the 25 games that had happened. Of course, it doesn't hurt the hype that had happened in New York for a Knicks team who was looking for any joy. Was Carmelo on that team?
Yes, Carmelo was on that team. The Linsanity run basically started because Carmelo was hurt.
And they needed
offense.
Someone on the ball,
and so he
offense.
Ran pick and rolls with Amari Stoudemire all the time. And then when Carmelo came back, he was like, "Hey, thanks, thanks, dude.
Yeah,
I'm back though."
So during that run, he averaged 25 points per game, over 9 assists, 3.8 rebounds, and 2.2 steals over that 9 to 10 game span, where he was apparently the best player in basketball for 10 games.
Yeah, it really doesn't ever happen because even when it does, it's like not over that long of time, or it's guys that aren't as improbable as Jeremy Lin. Where it's like an undrafted guy who's bounced around the league finally gets a shot and for 2 weeks is amazing every single time he touches the court.
Yeah. And then, he scored 17 points on nearly 55% shooting in a game against the Hawks. The next night was the game where the Heat were like, nah. 8 points, didn't turn the ball over 12 times, 8 times. Okay. Still a lot.
Okay.
8 times, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and went 1 for 11. And then when he got away from Miami after a bit of a week off, like for whatever reason, he didn't play. The Knicks didn't play again. At least he didn't play again until 6 days later. 19 points. The shooting was good, but the numbers weren't awful the rest of the way. They just weren't at the level.
Yeah, they just kind of normalized.
Yeah, they kind of normalized for a player. But yeah, the Heat.
Like even like Quentin Grimes, last year went on a run.
Yeah,
but that wasn't. It's just not the same.
Yeah, he didn't play for the Knicks. Quentin Grimes. Look, we can dance around it, but the fact that he's an Asian player doing what he did, back then it certainly added to the.
Oh yeah,
people to it
got in a lot of trouble because they didn't know how to
there's
talk
someone on ESPN who put up a headline. I don't know if it cost him his job, but it certainly everyone took note of it. I ain't gonna say it, but it was not good, and people. I think even was it Max Bretos who said something along the lines of that too, and he caught some heat. I think it was a headline on the website, and then even Max Bretos, who's been around for quite a while, he said something that got him in trouble, I believe. So people didn't know how to acting up, I guess you would say, because of Jeremy Lin. I don't know why. Because he's Asian. I don't know why that was, but enough people avoided it, but some people did get caught up. And Max Bretos is one. That's the name that keeps popping up. There's a racist headline, and they had to apologize for what they said. It was an anchor and a headline writer who got suspended, and ESPN had to apologize. Bretos did apologize on Twitter for it. Wanted to apologize, and he didn't write. I don't know if it's because of characters, but he wrote "wanted" and then the number 2. Wanted to apologize to all.
You gotta find that extra character somewhere else. Two and TO is a one character difference.
Yeah,
you just gotta find it somewhere else. Take out a comma.
He also dropped "my wife is Asian," and would never intentionally say anything to respect her and that community. Different times, man.
It was, in 2012 or whatever, that was like a good apology.
Now it just makes you laugh. What are you doing? All right,
he actually did my wife.
My wife is Asian.
I know a lot of them.
Would never. I love an Asian person. I decided to commit my life to them. I would never intentionally. All right, thanks, Max. Appreciate it. We're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
Another thing not said about Jeremy Lin. All right. Thanks to everyone who called in. Thanks for listening. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
They're struggling with runners in scoring position all homestand until today. Altuve bids for a 2-run home run. It's gone! Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 5-run lead. It's now 8-3.
Well, everything they didn't get in those previous games is coming out right here against the Angels. They are unloading.
Unload a little more. Woo! All that Labor Day weekend frustration on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. The Astros split their series with LA before they open up a 3-gamer at Daikin Park against the Yankees with an 8-3 win. They now lead the American League West by 3 games. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, September 2nd of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, Texas. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We did have a show yesterday in case you didn't tune in. If you do feel the need to vent about Texas and their loss to Ohio State, Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian, the floor is still yours, but not going to be a huge part of today's show coming from me. Again, though, all show long, you want to vent, you want to talk about it, you can. Always weird in the sports talk radio industry where we work Labor Day, we have takes on Labor Day. The takes are at their freshest then. I suppose they're a little stale now, but in case you didn't tune into yesterday's show, yeah, Art stunk. Steve Sarkisian was worse, and his track record as a play caller, I think, is a little bit more concerning going forward than Sark's first game going up against the defending national champions on the road. So that's on the table for you. I do want to start by talking about the Astros and their win yesterday over the Los Angeles Angels. Simplistic take. Simple question. But shouldn't we see that more? Is that so crazy to ask for? 8 runs. All right, that might be more than a baseball team typically scores. But shouldn't the Astros score 5 runs, 6 runs on a more regular basis? The 1-run game, the 2-run games, the getting shut out. That's inexcusable. We all agree on that. But isn't this offense good enough to regularly put 5 or 6 runs across the plate? I looked this up just for a little context because we all know that the Astros, despite having one of the better averages in all of baseball at the plate, also happen to have one of the worst run score totals among all teams in baseball, and specifically among those who would make the playoffs if the season were to end today. So I threw this out there on a couple of StatMuse search bars. StatMuse is this website where you can look up some specific statistics. I asked the question, how many games this year did a team score 5 or more runs? The Los Angeles Dodgers lead baseball with 75. Brewers have 70, and the Yankees, who the Astros are welcoming to town for 3, have 68. The Astros, meanwhile, rank 20th in games where they've scored 5 or more runs. 53. That seems high, doesn't it? Their win-loss when they score 5 or more runs is a not surprising at all 46-7. There's been lots of injuries this season. The lineup has had to hold things together with bubble gum, with duct tape, blah, 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 blah. Right? But shouldn't they be capable of more than the 20th most runs of 20th most games of 5 runs or more? I also asked the question, how many times did the Astros and teams in baseball score 6 runs or more? They're 19th with 41. The Rangers have more. Rangers. mean, come on. At least they lead the Mariners on that front. At least it seems like. Actually, hang on a second. StatMuse is a weird website. But 16th when it comes to 6 or more runs. That's actually nice. Hey, look at that. But when it comes to 5 runs or more, 20th, come on. I know this is a very simple question to ask, and I know it's a simplistic way to look at the Astros. But I do not think it is asking too much to look for this team to score 5 runs or more on a slightly more frequent basis. That's all. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. We do have some comments here coming in on the Twitch side of things. Junior Broncos says, go Vols, and he is blocked for that. He is blocked. We don't play that, okay? Too soon. I need some time to lick my wounds. This is a very unfriendly to the Vols program. Junior Broncos, you're out entirely for that. But he also said Arch Manning is a fraud. Tony the Handsome says we should break down the Cougs game for 3 hours. That was like a year ago. Okay? We're not doing that either. No. But there you go. On the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. There was a funny moment in the midst of yesterday's Astros game, and you heard Jose Altuve's home run coming into the show. John McClain had this to say about Jose Altuve right before he hit that home run. Altuve has been horrendous with runners in scoring position. He's just left the bases loaded. He used to be so clutch, but not now. Astros lead 5-3. He gets the home run with a runner in scoring position a little bit later. Pathetic, John. But going forward, when guys come back from injury, and it does seem like a bunch of dudes are about to return, whether it's, Jake Myers or I guess even Zach DeZenzo, you got to wonder if there's perhaps some juggling that takes place in the lineup. Does Jake Myers go up towards the top based off of what we've seen from him this year? Does Jose Altuve get dropped at all in the lineup? Some questions that I have for you. From the 713 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Who cares about Texas? Ready for some NFL? I'm with you there. Let's just move on. Texans, Rams, let's go. From the 747, Paul, you have low energy. Pick it up. It's because I'm still talking about baseball and it's football season. I mean, it should have been a 4-game sweep over the Angels, and it shouldn't have taken them 1, 2, 3 games to actually get the offense going. 3 runs in the first 3 games of this series, I just wanted it to be all about football going forward. Some other questions here from the 713. Check that. From the 409. In town for the Astros game tonight. Any suggestions on spots around the ballpark to kill time, have a drink, eat, shop? Well, around the ballpark, sure, there's options, but get in early before the El Tiempo margarita lines at Dyken Park get too long. Come on. You got to get in there and get your one, specifically on the third base side, because that's where it's at its best. Third base side. It's a lot quicker. Center field, good luck. It'll take you an hour to get it. Third base line, it'll probably take you still 15 to 20 minutes, but that's the line to go to. Frozen El Tiempo, margaritas, you get there early, it'll still be frozen, and you'll be feeling really good once you get that one in your system. Maybe you'll even get 2. Gets a little dangerous, though, when you get 2. I'm just saying. So, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Poor Marine asks on YouTube at ESPN Houston, UT as usual, not going to win the national title. How old was Sean when they actually won one? Or was he even born? Well, Sean, born in 1996. Texas wins the national title early 2006. I'm assuming you were 9 years old?
Yes.
Boom.
9 years old.
Little math right there.
Boom.
On the fly. Listen, Texas is not out at all. I think it's crazy, some of the finality with which people are speaking.
Most programs don't win a national title every year.
That's true.
The vast majority. I mean, Texas A&M hasn't won one 100 years.
Ever. Let's be frank.
Oh,
They never won.
1939,
You can't claim.
38, or whatever.
Oh, during the rise of Hitler? What were you doing to stop that, Aggies? Always talk about, the
Playing
T-Sips
football.
didn't play war. T-Sips, they didn't go to war. Well, I mean, you guys didn't go to war early. You guys weren't going to Europe to serve with all of the armed forces that were fighting there, Hey, if you watch the movie Pearl Harbor, what does Ben Affleck's character do? Oh, he goes to England, fights in the Battle of Britain, Unlisted, but he was an American.
Be more like Ben Affleck
Exactly.
in the movie Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Then you lose your friend, your lady to your best friend.
That's a tough beat.
But then you get back with your lady because your best friend dies at the end. And then you have a kid and you name the kid after the dead friend.
Wait, does that happen in that
I think
movie?
so. It's Michael Bay.
It's a very
It seems like you have a high bar for this show.
That's a very complicated relationship.
Poor Marine says, tell that to Alabama. Listen, Alabama is dead, but Alabama used to win all the time. And then that was used to. I mean, it's been a little bit of time for Alabama as well. So listen, it's very funny, all of the people that are just burying Texas. It's very early in the year, and hey, they lost to the defending national champions on the road by a touchdown with a chance to win at the very end, or at least tie the game up at the very end. And they played like ass. Sarkisian's play calling is concerning going forward. Arch is concerning as well, given the hype. But what? This team with that defense can't be back in the college football playoff where anything goes now. Alabama was still in the conversation last year with 3 losses, and they lost to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma, for God's sake. I got in a big argument with my friends during the college football season last year because they were like, well, that'll probably do in Alabama. And I was like, no, because of this stupid expanded playoff that you guys seem to like. Like, they're still alive. And I mean, they were in the conversation at the end despite 2 awful losses. So no one's dead. I mean, it's one of the bummers about college football. Usually a loss like this would be catastrophic. It would be for Texas going forward. You cannot lose again in years past. But now, no, they could probably lose 2 more times, and they'd have a chance to, at the very least, make the college football playoff.
Yeah. 9-3 in the SEC or Big Ten, and you can complain about not making it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where it puts you in position to embarrass yourself trying to make the case of please let me in.
Yeah.
10-2, you kind of breeze past that.
Right, exactly. But look, they're Texas. There's a chance they'd get in. Ratings, TV.
Yeah, money.
People like talking about them. Anyway, from the 281, old Bill looked like he had all of the energy sucked out of him last night.
Ew.
Choose one, coaching or the girlfriend. Listen, Belichick didn't want to show anyone in the ACC valuable game tape. Why are you laughing? That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
And this has had no impact on my mood to begin today's show, which Key from LA sent some down. Okay? Maybe I did put a futures bet on North Carolina to win the national title. Maybe I did. What do you got your hand in your head for, Sean? He is the greatest coach that's ever existed. He's like the second coming of Alexander the Great. Less gay, allegedly.
I think we know he's less gay.
Right.
I think we know he's.
No,
less.
I mean Alexander the Great.
Oh, okay.
People kind of ran with Alexander the Great being gay. And again, nothing there's anything wrong with that.
I feel pretty comfortable that Bill Belichick is less
I feel
gay.
comfortable about that. Yes. Anyway.
Long way to go for UNC. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't. You give up 48 points. It's tough.
That is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant, most interactive sports talk show in town. Very simple question, but the Astros should score 5 runs more regularly, right? Oh, wait, we all agree. Good. We're done talking baseball. Up next, a man dealing with a back injury, not named Micah Parsons, is going to be on the field against your beloved NFL team on Sunday. Are they ready? Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros coming off an 8-3 win over the LA Angels yesterday. Host the red-hot New York Yankees for 3, starting tonight with Framber Valdez on the hill. The Yankees had won 7 in a row, and then they lost to the White Sox yesterday. Baseball, am I right, folks? It would be nice if the Astros scored 5 runs or more on a more regular basis, because last night's game between the hits, specifically with runners in scoring position, the stolen bases, the most they've had all year, 5. All of those things were things I was hoping to see more of this year. They're more healthy. It should happen on a more regular basis going forward. We will see if it does. Also, we were touching on some of the college football takes that maybe you didn't hear on yesterday's show. Ohio State beating Texas. It looks bad for Texas. I think it looks worse for Steve Sarkisian than it does for Arch Manning. The season is far from over. Line Pride 71 on Twitch comments at ESPN 975. Paul, before you crash on Sark's play calling, there were more than a few occasions where the receivers weren't running their routes correctly. Couple that with Arch's bad throws, you get a disappointing result. Did not like the goal line call. No one should have. That was brutal. And it's more that it's a trend red zone wise with Sark where the calls just don't look so good. Should have called a timeout. Can't remember if Texas had one. Off the top of my head, I cannot either. Sark looks bad. There are causes for concern with Sark as a play caller because we are always told he has this great offensive mind. And yet, take a look at last year and this season in this first game against some of the best teams. They have struggled to put points on the scoreboard, you know? Anyway, what else do we have? I am a little bummed out because I guess this would be my 5th college football team. North Carolina got skull bleeped by TCU last night. And everyone's clowning my man Bill Belichick. It bums me out. From the text line, Bill looked highly dejected and that he had been enjoying retirement. Those hoodies looked a little snug. Well, you get in your 70s, I would assume most people don't really care about the bod. It doesn't really seem like Belichick's ever cared about the bod. But you would think, there was that one picture of them on the beach doing some sort of team yoga exercise. You would think that maybe Jordan would tighten him up a little bit. Maybe he just don't care. I'm Bill Belichick. Look who I'm dating. Why would I need to get in any shape? Could be that.
Yeah. Really, I think the biggest problem with him and Jordan, I think he does need to fix the program a little bit. I think he needs to tighten. I don't know if them being like the 14th best team in the ACC will. I don't know if Jordan Hudson's signed up for that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And there's a lot of season left.
There is a lot of season left.
I think TCU has better players, but it shouldn't be that much of a discrepancy between TCU and North Carolina.
Not 35 points of better players.
Right. No matter how much of a Patriots Bobo and a honk for Brady and Belichick I am, there's very little I can do to defend that. I would have a tough time being the public defender for Belichick and the Tar Heels performance. But at the same time, can we give my man a break? Can we stop making jokes about Jordan Hudson going up to him on the sideline like she's asking for $20 for a sleepover? Can we stop making jokes about Jordan Hudson merely standing next to Randy Moss, assuming, Jordan's already on to the next prize? Can we stop clowning, if we're Tom Pelissero, North Carolina's tacky, in quotation mark, get up for Belichick's press conference? Tom Pelissero, I have seen some of your hoodies that you have worn. How are you doing, fellow kids? That is what I would ask to you. I even posted about it on my ex, Gallant says, and I posted it at him. Okay? I'm getting a little defensive. I'm a little agitated.
The knives are out.
Yes, and I think some of them are over the top. Everyone wants to see this guy fail. It was a rough performance last night. A lot of season left. And the ACC has no good film on North Carolina.
They're saving it.
They're saving
Oh my
it.
God! When Cal sees what they have cooked up for him.
Oh man, if they lose to Cal,
That freshman quarterback looked awesome.
He did?
Yes.
Oh,
now,
no.
what I said earlier was if Bill Belichick can't scheme up a defense that confuses an 18-year-old quarterback, I don't know what the point of this is.
You might have confused the 18-year-olds who are supposed to defend against the 18-year-old quarterback.
I know, but they have a bye week before then.
God, Skip Bayless too last night. My God, dude.
Everyone is taking shots.
But Skip Bayless was the one who wasn't taking shots. Skip Bayless was the first drive acting like, oh my God, this is so on. Because the first drive was good for North Carolina.
It's actually amazing how many people had tweets after the first drive where they're like, this is why Bill Belichick's the greatest coach of all time.
It's week one for football takes as well. And
there should be a law where it's like, don't tweet out a take before the second quarter.
Yeah, especially now where the algorithm will show the old takes as opposed to you seeing the timeline as it comes.
Most of it I saw in the third quarter as I was just scrolling my phone as the TV was on. Was Jim Rome from 2 hours ago being like, see, this is what it looks like when a real coach. It's like, oh my God.
More on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Let's move on. Texans, Rams, Sunday, late afternoon slate. Oh, late afternoon game for the Texans.
Wow.
Not because of national TV as much as because
it's in LA.
It's in LA, but it's a 325, not a 3-er. It's a 325.
That actually is nice. So we'll watch the end of Witching Hour and then boom.
Yes.
Watch the end of the late, the nail biters and the noon slate.
There's going to be no layups for this Texans defense, which some believe could be one of, if not the best in the NFL this season. We have been monitoring Matt Stafford and the weird way the Rams have been talking about his back, which is injured. Here is what Rams head coach Sean McVay had to say yesterday about Stafford's status for Sunday.
Hey, Sean, do you expect Matthew to start against Texans?
I do. Yeah, he'll be good.
Will he participate in the full week of practice?
Yep.
So you hear that. And then you go back to D'Amico Ryans in his 3.5-minute Q&A about Joe Mixon and sharing injury statuses where he painted the media with a broad brush, may have pulled some pages from Donald Trump's playbook, yada, yada, yada. You know what would have been good when he was asked about Joe Mixon? To pull a Bill Belichick and say, you could see it on the injury report. You can see it on the NFL injured list. It's not like you're dealing with hyenas here in Houston, Texas, and those who are on the Houston Texans beat. They are very nice. I think sometimes a little too polite, a little too deferential, a little too friendly with everybody that's hanging around. You can give one-word answers. You can. I prefer the one-word answers. I prefer, honestly, them to go back to what they were doing. I just think that there are people on the Texans beat that need to be asking that question about Joe Mixon every single day. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, meanwhile, with his untorn ACL, expected to be out there for D'Amico Ryans, who was asked about that yesterday. Here's the head coach of your Houston Texans.
Yeah, CJ is doing really well, progressing fine. We expect him to be ready for week 1.
Boom. Easy. Breezy.
Beautiful.
Lemon squeezy? I'm not sure. Yeah, that was beautiful. That was easy. He could have done that with Joe Mixon. Yeah. And they tried to go around it as much as they could. And then some people asked questions about information about injuries being shared with us. And then he just went on this weird 3.5-minute ramble. D'Amico Ryans did the same. Nick Caserio did the same thing. I thought both were unnecessary. But it's nice to see that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is trending towards being on the field for Sunday. Matt Stafford will be there. Matt Stafford's Rams nearly beat the Eagles. No one came closer to beating the Eagles in the playoffs last season than those LA Rams. Interesting to think about, but NFC Championship game, blowout. Super Bowl, blowout. Rams-Eagles, even though Saquon Barkley had nearly 500 total yards in 2 games against the Rams, if not more, it was a 3rd and long that Matt Stafford got sacked on that took the Rams out of a position where they could have realistically taken the lead at the end of Eagles-Rams. Go back and watch it. This is a Rams team that I am not turning up my nose about. Stafford is maybe the toughest quarterback of the past decade, after Tom Brady, of course. And that defense with Jared Verse, amongst others, might not be great at stopping the run against guys like Saquon Barkley, who the Texans do not have. But Jared Verse against Tay Ursery, who is listed as your starting left tackle going into the year, a rookie, mid-second round pick. That's going to be a tough first test. Verse is awesome. Entirely new offensive line. No Joe Mixon. Entirely new offensive coordinator. New offensive line coach. This is going to be a tough first week test. I am not leaning towards picking the Texans on Sunday right now. Today, 12:30 p.m. Central Time on September 2nd, 2025. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, let's go back and take a look at everything that went down over the weekend in college football. We're going to open up a college football six-pack for you. Stick around on the Paul Gallant Show. Your college football six-pack. I'm sorry, Sean. I have to say it like this. But Texas is back to us making fun of Texas is back.
Yeah?
They're back to that
Why?
because
They lost?
Yes.
Okay.
That's really it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. It was way more hurtful when they were bad.
For sure.
It's like
The
now
Charlie
it's just
Strong days, the sarcastic
Yeah.
Texas is back, but you're going to have to deal with this if you're a Texas fan for probably another 4 weeks. And perhaps, depending on what happens in this weekend's upcoming South Florida game, if Florida makes it difficult for Arch Manning, it could
Yeah.
continue.
Oh yeah, like it is just a point of like stasis until the Florida game of just like, we'll see.
Sark should be getting as crushed as Arch. He should. Ryan Day and Matt Patricia deserve more credit. They do.
Yeah, I think we talked about it yesterday, where it's like a weird line to walk of like we don't want to let Arch or Sarkisian off the hook for how badly they performed, but then at the same time, like you do have to give credit to Matt Patricia. Begrudgingly, begrudgingly, you have to give credit. Better college coach than Bill Belichick? People are asking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying, oh, well, solid Matt Patricia to Arch Manning.
Yeah.
What's Bill Belichick going to do to this poor TCU kid? Give up 48 points. That's the answer.
Yeah. No, I had that same thought, and I even on Prize Picks took the less on Josh Hoover's passing yards.
Yeah.
Still hit because they were up so much they just started handing the ball off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, amazing. Ryan Day did not ask too much out of, I keep on saying, just saying whenever I see him. I know it's Julian saying,
Yeah.
but I always think about the TV show that I did with John Granado back at Cube 57 whenever I see Jay and saying. So every single time, and the girlfriend was confirming this as we were watching the game on Saturday. Just saying? And I was
Just
like,
saying?
I know, is it just saying? The whole afternoon.
They should have named him Justin, not Julian.
I know, right? Justin saying would have been a lot better. By the way, here's just some obnoxious. I didn't want to hear it because I really did not want to hear these words spoken. Texas safety Michael Taff, if there's now a collective sense of being able to move forward without the hype of Arch Manning's season debut. Quote, we always remind each other before the game that you're free. God already won the battle on the cross, so everything that we do has no impact in this earth.
True.
The plan on this earth has already been finished, so this is not our eternal life. It's a temporary life. And I told him, quote, hey, dude, you're free, end quote. And we always remind ourselves, so after the game we lost, he's still free. He still has the ability to do whatever he wants in life because God came down and sent his only son to die on the cross. So that's what I reminded him. He'll be good. Do you think Arch Manning liked hearing this after the game? Do you think it's going to help him reset for this week's game against Schlubblebutt University, whoever the hell they're playing?
San Jose State.
Same thing, right? I don't think it's going to help out. I don't, but I appreciate Michael Taff and I appreciate his faith. I'll just say, like a lot of people, if I had just lost and the first thing I hear is Michael Taff,
No
give
big
me
deal.
this, I would be very mad.
No big deal.
With a little time after the loss, after a cool down period, I hear that, I'd feel a little bit better. I hope he did not say this
Yeah,
as he was
maybe
going
just
into
the
the
part
locker
where he
room.
says you're free.
Right.
No problem. Hey,
You're free would have been easy, but
Yeah.
that in the locker, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a paragraph.
That's a lot to hear. Alabama is dead. Shout out to Tommy Touchdowns, Thomas Castellanos. He looked great. He backed up the bleep talk that he had this offseason. What he said was, they don't have Nick Saban to save them. I just don't see them stopping me. While doing a little research last night, I went back and I saw some of the things that Alabama players did in response to that. God, what an unserious program. Our guy Cole Thompson asked Timmy Kennan III, his name's Tim, but we're going to call him Timmy, about the comments on facing Alabama without Saban saving them. Quote, the disrespect will be addressed, end quote. When?
It definitely wasn't addressed on Saturday.
They're going to have to wait until the next time they play Florida State. I don't know if there's a home and home, but whoops. And now Florida State quarterback Thomas Castellanos is selling Nick Can't Save Them t-shirts. Woof. Anyway. Number 3 in your college football six-pack, LSU. They're the real Tigers of Death Valley. They took down Clemson. Cade Klubnik. Good for Brian Kelly finally winning a season debut with LSU. Good for LSU finally doing that too. Always feels like they would shoot themselves in the foot Labor Day weekend on an annual basis against another team that is probably going to be in the top 25 at the end of the year. After the game, did you see all the LSU fans getting in the middle of Clemson's field and dancing on the Clemson Sea? Or is it the end zone? I'm not 100% sure. Actually, it looks like it's the end zone. Okay. I thought it was the actual midfield logo. These LSU fans should have gone all the way out.
Yeah, there's a crossbar behind them. What the mascot tiger is doing a dance on the logo.
Right.
Wow. Hey, listen. Once the battle for Death Valley and you win, you can do that. If Clemson goes to Baton Rouge next year and beats LSU, they can do the same thing.
They should have planted the flag at midfield. And they should have danced at midfield. Honestly, what's Clemson going to do? Pray at them? What? Is Dauber going to throw holy water at them and say, like, you got it? This is very disrespectful. This is very disrespectful what you're doing.
Brian Kelly would definitely not like that.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not saying it would sting. I'm just saying he wouldn't like it. I'm not saying it would hurt him in any way.
Oh, good for LSU, though. I was hoping that they would finally win the first game of the year. I like LSU. What do you want from
it? It gets overused of like X is just better when so-and-so is good. It is a little bit better when LSU is good. College football is a little bit better when those people don't hate their team and actively hate their coach.
For sure. I'm with you there. And they miss Ed Orgeron. So we'll see with Brian Kelly. It's going to be tough for them to ever like him. He has to win a national title.
I use the word actively dislike.
Right, exactly.
I think as long as he wins, he passes that by.
Miami, as good as last year, they beat Notre Dame 27-24. Carson Beck looked pretty good. Notre Dame almost snuck back into this thing. Hell of a game. Honestly, love the girlfriend. Yes, we've said that to each other, but I really wish that I'd watched this game instead of Bachelor in Paradise. I will admit, though, I was actually into the Bachelors in Paradise episode. The Bachelor is a guilty pleasure admission. Like, I don't know what it is about it. I think I just like to talk bleep about the people to anyone near me, which maybe means I'm a bit of a gossiping woman. No offense to the ladies out there. Like, that's a stereotype. But I wish I'd watched this game instead of Bachelor in Paradise.
It was a good game.
It was a good game.
I think not quite as good as LSU Clemson. LSU Clemson was a little bit more, I don't know. It felt like there's more swings in that.
Yeah.
Of like momentum, and like this was just kind of like Miami got out in front and then started coasting, and Notre Dame got back into it, which credit to Notre Dame. They did the same thing in the national title game against Ohio State.
Yeah.
But I can't say if you made a bad decision or that you're right to be upset.
It was a good episode.
I didn't watch Bachelor, so I can't make a fair comparison.
It was a good episode.
I'm just saying I'm not sitting here saying I wish I watched Bachelor in Paradise live instead of this.
I found myself hating the same characters that I guess not characters, people, but to me it's so fake. They're characters. They're not real people. They're not real people. But I found myself hating the same people that my girlfriend hated. So that was actually a fun little bonding experience. But I do wish I watched Miami Notre Dame. That seemed like it was a hell of a game.
Maybe on the second TV or something.
Yeah. Well, see, so we're always at her place, and she doesn't have a second TV, and I don't want to screw up the feng shui because her place got featured in like famous Houston Instagram account, like showing her place. Her place is awesome, but it doesn't have a second TV yet. We'll see. Planting the seed, babe. I know you're listening. Catch of the year. CJ Daniels, who is in his 6th year. He played 4 years at Liberty. He played 1 at LSU. Now he's at Miami. Makes an incredible catch on a touchdown pass. Going Case Keenum out there. Shout out to you, CJ Daniels.
It does feel like 6 is now the new 5 years. Where every once in a while you'd be like, wow, 5th-year senior, definitely his last year of college. Now it's like, I guess he can just come back for a 6th year now. Like 6-year seniors, about that. You hear it a lot, but that's as far as it goes. Where, 5th year used to be, okay, that's it. Better enjoy his last season.
I want to know how do you play 4? What happened here?
I'm guessing he redshirted one of those years at least,
right?
And maybe had a medical redshirt another, because that's how Keenum did it. Is that he had a medical redshirt one of the years?
Yeah, that was it.
So
it must have been one of those.
Yeah, but I don't know. Would you want to be in college? I guess if you're a college football player.
Yes, I would 100%.
Yes.
Like the odds are you're not going to make it to the NFL.
Yeah.
And especially now that there's NIL, if I can find a way to get a couple more years out of this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Because you being a receiver at Miami, even if you're like the 2nd or 3rd receiver at Miami, like that is more than likely more money than you'll make in any non-football career that you'll ever have.
For sure.
Especially because it's 4 months of pay.
Mm-hmm. 5 in the college football 6-pack. I think Bill Belichick has North Carolina exactly where he wants them. They lost 48-14. Whoops. And Tulane is mad at Northwestern. They're mad, guys. We talked about it yesterday in great detail. It's because Tulane wanted to wear their white uniforms that they wore in their first game after Hurricane Katrina. They claim Northwestern denied the request, so they had to wear green. Summerall said, when you disrespect John Summerall, the head coach, when you disrespect the city of New Orleans, you're going to run into it. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but don't disrespect the city of New Orleans. I really do think that something was missed here, and that there's a very good chance that someone from Tulane forgot to tell Northwestern until the very last second, and then they just asked this question. Perhaps I'm wrong, because I saw there were some Northwestern players, I think, defending themselves, saying like, yeah, man, it's hot. We don't want to wear, it's an outdoor stadium. We don't want to wear the purples. It's like the only thing that would be worse as far as, I guess, heat absorption would be black uniforms, Purple is not great. It's pretty close. So there you go. That is your college football 6-pack. 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 281. Hold on, you're already using the L word with your girlfriend. How old are you? 13. How miserable are you? A virgin? How about that, bitch? Up next, playing with the boys. We had an expose about the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We're wacky. we have had a juicy last week for the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers, gets the extension from Green Bay. We've also had a couple of articles about the Micah Parsons situation over the last couple of days. As I expected, on Friday, we got our first smear piece from Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated, where, per Breer, Micah Parsons' podcast with The Bleacher Report created issues in the Cowboys locker room that went all the way up to Dak Prescott. There also was, this morning, a piece written, I guess it was yesterday, but it was a piece written by, because there's another piece that was written today by Rob Demovsky and Todd Archer about an interview that David Mulugeta did on ESPN. But Jeremy Fowler and Don Van Natta wrote an article where basically it confirms what the Cowboys had said, that there was a handshake agreement between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons that would have given Parsons, at least per the Cowboys, more guaranteed money than the Packers gave, but it would have been over 5 years instead of 4 years. Also, this handshake agreement led to Micah actually calling the Cowboys back, per the Cowboys, of course, and asking for a little more money. And the Cowboys gave it to him. Like, he asked to sweeten the deal after the handshake had been come to. And this is where the disputing is starting. And of course, David Mulugeta, who would not comment on this article, did go on First Take today saying that Micah never wanted to leave the Cowboys. He wanted to stay there. And he claims, David Mulugeta, the Cowboys would not negotiate with him, the agent. So I'm really wondering, like, okay, on Jerry Jones' front, we know where it all went wrong, where I'm assuming when all of a sudden the handshake agreement was no longer a handshake agreement and they realized that he was going to have to deal one-on-one instead of, as it's called in the industry, hotboxing. This is when the owner negotiates directly with the player. That's the term, funny term. He probably said, all right, I'm out on this. We'll actually just get rid of him as soon as we can. We won't get the best possible offer. And Jones deserves criticism for both of those things. But the way I'm reading that article and the way that I'm reading this transcript, essentially, of Mulugeta's visit / PR hit for Micah Parsons on First Take today, is that Mulugeta was as involved in this as he was when it comes to Deshaun Watson forcing his way out of town a couple of years ago. That's the read I am getting from it. I'm sure there are people closer to the situation, specifically Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Micah Parsons, and David Mulugeta, who could give us details that prove otherwise. But seems like the story that they are giving is pretty similar to the one that's being reported. And I know it's easy to dump on Jerry Jones, but it also sucks when a super powerful agent gets involved in a situation that you thought was resolved.
But also hotboxing your players. Like, what are you doing?
I agree. But if it's always worked, why would you change it up? I mean, no one knew that Jerry Jones did this until the back and forth with this contract, you know?
Yeah.
I agree with you, Sean. Why are you continuing to do this? But if it has never bit you in the ass before and you're an 82-year-old man, why would you change it? To me, like, the biggest miss, much like it was with the Texans media and Joe Mixon, is that no one found out that Jerry Jones has been doing this for all of this time. How many books have been written about the Cowboys? How many people cover the Cowboys? How many people talk about the Cowboys? It's wild that no one ever got to the bottom of this until it seemed like the last couple of months.
Yeah, like I watched the Football Life, the Tony Romo Football Life documentary, and like there's like a story in there about how like they made Tony Romo sit between Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells as they like try to hammer out the negotiation, as they're like literally like trying to intimidate him when he was still the backup behind Bledsoe. It was ironically the year before he end up taking the job. And he was like, no, talk to my agent. Like and they're like, wow, we that's when we knew that he had like mental toughness that he could say, no, talk to my agent to me and Bill Parcells. So yeah, it is a funny tactic that he's tried. I think now the money's so big that I don't think you can still do this when it's like, yes, I'm trying to negotiate a $188 million contract by talking to 25-year-old Micah Parsons, and that's it.
Yeah, and also on Parsons' end, hey, if he talked to Mulugheta and got Mulugheta involved early on, instead of seemingly engaging in these conversations,
I'd just be like, talk to my agent.
Might have been just like what you mentioned with Tony Romo.
Yeah.
So, Parsons, if you're a Cowboys fan, you might miss that Micah Parsons. You might hate that Micah Parsons is gone, and I see mixed reaction to that. Obviously, Skip Bayless was like, Micah Parsons looks small wearing number 1.
He does look small.
Well, yeah, everyone wearing a one-digit number.
He looks twice as small as he did when he wore 11.
It's one less number. That's fair. But you can point the finger at Micah for this, and if Micah wanted to stay a Cowboy, I don't know. Maybe he gets his agent involved earlier. None of this happens because it feels like there's a lot of weird miscommunication here that could have been avoided. That's also on Jerry. And David Mulugheta is super powerful. And if you give any super agent a little bit of leverage in a situation or create something that could easily be resolved and don't resolve it, the agent is going to flex because he's going to feel like he needs to flex. He's going to feel obligated to do that for his client. So it's all done now. As far as Cowboys weighing in on the trade, Trevon Diggs had Micah Parsons back afterwards, and Dak Prescott less so. Dak Prescott said he wasn't completely surprised by the Micah Parsons trade. Now, with all the hullabaloo that was going on, I wouldn't really be either.
Yeah, you can't be completely surprised.
But the Cowboys are for sure trying to make it seem, and this could be the reality, that Cowboys leadership, specifically players, signed off on this. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
Yeah.
So there you go, playing with the boys, everybody.
I do like that they tried to it's because it's podcasts.
Yeah.
Just like red meat for people.
For sure. Such red meat. I respect Albert Breer a great deal. I know he's connected, and I know that he didn't put out that headline as such. It was somebody else, an aggregator, who found that specific part. I do want to make that clear, but to me, I mean, it's so funny. It's everywhere when a player moves on. A team moves on from their great player. Like, this always follows. Wouldn't it be nice if that didn't happen once? Just once. I know it's a messy situation, and the Cowboys do feel probably a little sensitive, like they look bad, but just once.
You don't have to bury them on the way out.
Exactly. Just once. That's all. But this is the society that we live in now, you know?
Yeah.
Mr. Wafer29 comments on Twitch. Micah is a bitch. Todd the Show says he hopes both sides lose. We will see what happens. We will see what happens. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Lots of things on the table since we had a busy weekend that maybe not all of you were tuned in when we talked about it. Yesterday, Texas losing to Ohio State. Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian. Who's more to blame between those two? Is Bill Belichick cooked after what we saw yesterday? Also, the Astros, they scored 8 runs yesterday. Why don't they do that more? They should try that. It's all at the table. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros won yesterday afternoon 8-3 over the LA Angels. I do think that they should be capable of scoring 5 runs or more on a semi-regular basis. They are in baseball 20th among all teams when it comes to games with 5 runs scored or more. I'm not saying they have to do it even half the time. I just feel like they should be top 10 on that front. And I understand there are injuries that you can point to as a reason for them not having been there and not being currently there. But I will say this. Going forward, it's my expectation that this stretch that you just saw over the weekend, this stuff's done. You can't do this anymore. You have been asking a lot out of your starting pitching all season. And hey, at least over the course of this homestand, the starting pitching has been doing what it's supposed to do. And Luis Garcia comes in yesterday and he gives you a quality start. He had one rough inning, the 4th inning, where he gives up a couple of home runs, but really liked what I saw out of him. Struck out Mike Trout his last batter faced. So going forward, I get it. Like, it hasn't been easy this year, but you're getting close to the point of out of time when it comes to struggles with runners in scoring position. And I know that there's been a lot of people out there that say, well, this is just the team that the Astros are. This is just who they are. I would just say to those people, well, no, they should be better than that. I refuse to believe this is who they are. I don't believe it. You got a lineup with Jeremy Pena having an all-star season, with Carlos Correa, now at the Astros, playing a lot better than he played in Minnesota, with Yordan Alvarez healthy, with Jose Altuve, even if he's not the Jose Altuve of yesteryear, with Yainer Diaz when he's healthy, who maybe isn't the best defensive catcher behind the plate, but certainly has power, with Christian Walker, who, okay, if you're expecting him to be one of your top 3 hitters, yeah, that's been annoying. But, I mean, if this guy's one of your top 6 or 7, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and since July, he probably has been one of your best 3 hitters.
Definitely, Sean. And then you have Jake Myers, too, when he comes back, who's having a career season. We'll see if he could tap back into that. I mean, it shouldn't matter that you're regularly playing Cam Smith or insert Taylor Trammell or Jacob Melton or
Urias Dubon.
Exactly. Urias, by the way, good for him last night.
He actually had a good game.
Urias has been doing pretty well recently. And yeah, Dubon's been doing what he's been supposed to do. Like, the lineup should be better than what it's been.
Yeah, I guess, like, we're not asking for the best lineup in baseball. It's just don't go 3 games every week where you only score 3 runs. Like, combined. Like, don't have 15 straight innings without scoring a run. Like, just don't do that. Have games where you do get to 3 or 4, because with how a lot of these guys are pitching now that they're back from injury, and especially when you have Hunter Brown on the hill, 3 runs wins you a lot of games. Like, I think there's something where Hunter Brown has, like, some terrible win-loss record over the last month or so, but over that same period, he has like a 2-something ERA, where it's just like, because he doesn't get any run support because this team has gone weeks without scoring for some reason, where they are better than that. That is what we need. We need them to avoid those stretches.
Right, especially come playoff time. So put together some of these. And by the way, this series now, just given New York, and all of a sudden they've woken up. Credit to them. They had won 7 in a row before yesterday. This is a hot New York team you're playing. And obviously baseball is such a weird sport where you can go from winning 7 in a row to losing to the worst team in the American League, which the Yankees did. But the Yankees are playing better, and this is going to be a really interesting series. And I would say for Framber Valdez today especially, hey, man, I want to see more of the Framber Valdez that I expect. it's contract year for you.
Yeah.
This is one of the biggest games that you are going to throw in the rest of the way because the Astros don't play that many playoff teams the rest of the season. They do have a tougher schedule down the stretch than the Seattle Mariners do, but this is Fromber, an opportunity that you might not potentially get in the playoffs. Say things hit the fan. You might be in a situation where you're pitching on short rest or what am I talking about here? Without a lot of rest, like where you're having to pitch after a couple of days instead of after your typical 5 to 6. So big opportunity, I think, for Framber Valdez tonight and also for the Astros offense.
Yeah, and it is funny that like this year, or maybe like just this past month or so stretch of Fromber, you are like, hey, dude, you realize it is a contract year. Like the Astros aren't going to pay you, but other teams are watching this. Like,
right.
Maybe you want to make yourself a little extra money, and a good way to do that is to have good playoffs and to show out the last month of the season, especially starting off the last month of the season with the Yankees, a team that a lot of people are going to be paying attention to. Like in a weird way. I don't know if the ratings actually check out, but a TBS game against the Yankees, like, are more people going to watch this game than watch the 3:00 start like 12:30 start last year against the Tigers?
Yeah.
Like, are more people going to watch this game?
It's on TBS.
It's on TBS on a weeknight instead of a week midday. Like, there's a chance that more people watch this than last year's playoff game.
That's a fair point. By the way, all right, I go on rants about this all the time, but I'm paying an ungodly amount of money for Fubo TV because I don't do the illegal stream stuff. Maybe I should, but Fubo TV does not have Turner, so I guess I have to watch this on HBO, but I don't even know that HBO carries baseball. So I really do not know how I'm going to watch the game. I know that HBO, they do with basketball. I know you can watch basketball games. So I guess I'm going to have to watch tonight's game through HBO Max, which is it's just so frustrating that there's not one thing where you can just get everything where it's reasonably priced. Like the amount of money I'm paying for Fubo TV, I should get everything. And Fubo TV loves to kiss its own ass as the app that has sports, but they don't have Turner.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe that's not a big deal now that Inside the NBA and NBA on TNT is done, but they still broadcast some sports, whether it's college football or it's baseball and specifically baseball's playoffs.
The a little thing called the NCAA tournament.
That too. Yeah. Like there's always one thing that's missing. I miss cable. I miss cable. Ugh. I might get it, but the problem is I have so many TVs in the house, and it's easier to have these streaming apps when you have multiple TVs because you have to pay a monthly thing for every single one of the things. Oh, God. Anyway, they have us by the balls, and it sucks.
TBS, it doesn't say that you can watch on Max, at least. So, TBS, MLB Network,
the one time
Prime Video, and then MLB Network. Those are 3 games this week.
The one time I actually want to watch a baseball game in September, because I've been bitching about this on the Twitch all morning on the show. They're like, "Pull your attitude's not great today." Fair point. But I'm just tired of non-playoff baseball. This is how I always feel. It's always August and September, that little stretch between the last preseason game and the first NFL regular season game. I hate it because I'm just like, I want to talk about the sport I love and then put the sport I don't really care that much about. No offense to baseball. I like the Astros. I want to wait to talk about that in the playoffs. And when playoffs happen, I will talk about it probably more than I talk about the NFL and college football. But
we're just in a weird in-between zone, especially Tuesday of Texans week 1, because I don't know, other than Stafford's going to play, CJ Gardner-Johnson going to play, there's not a ton of news regarding the team just before the season starts. Now, once the season starts, there's like a steady churn of reaction to last week, looking ahead to next week. But right now, we're just staring at the game that we've been staring at for 2 weeks. And but it leads us to needing to talk about the Astros and having segments, which I agree with, like, hey, you guys should score a lot of runs more often. 5 runs. We're not asking for 8 every game. But if you could do 5, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What? 3 out of 4 games? That would be, you would win so many games doing that.
It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. If you want to weigh in on the Astros, you can. They're giving against the Yankees tonight. You can. The texter that went after me a little bit earlier, because for those who don't know, the girlfriend and I exchanged L-bombs a little bit ago. This person decided to talk a little trash about that. And honestly, the way that he did it, I mean, if I saw him in person, I would say this the exact same way that I got in the face of some rando who happened to say Syracuse sucks at Kirby Ice House on Saturday. I do not care how big you are or what you look like. Like, this is just how I am wired. And if it leads to me becoming 2-5 in a fight, so be it. But this texter responded. Should I respond to this texter? Sean, you're the executive producer of this show. You're the executive producer of the show, and the Twitch is right. I am in a little bit of a mood today. I do not know why. It's not really any cause for it. It's more just like might be just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Yeah. Everybody sucks, blah, 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 Limp Bizkit. Do I read this text and respond to this text?
I have no idea. I'm just going to say yes. I have no idea what it says, but I'm just going to say yes.
For those who don't know, this person texted in a little bit earlier, and this person texted in, hold on, you're already using the L word with your girlfriend? How old are you? 13? I responded to that, how miserable are you? A virgin? Bitch? He did not like me using the B term, and he threw this out from the 281. Watch your tone, Paul. Don't throw around that B word all freely, because I can see your ass anytime. Okay. Pause for a moment. You came in hot. I always come back hot, but we do not kick you out of the bar. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston for a reason. You came in hot. That is how I chose to respond. So the word B, which I'll say now because I'm trying to keep you around, does that hurt your feelings? Do you know what I get on a regular basis? Do you know how many times I get called the other F-bomb, which I can't say on the air? Like, that's a daily thing. I don't mind it because I'm not soft like you are coming off right now. This is the first time in my life that I have found something that I care about the way I care about my girlfriend. I really do love her. That is how you chose to approach that on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And if you come at me like that, I'm going to come at you in the same way. Don't get mad because you're falling in love after a month or two like a little girl. It's been 5 months. This is the longest relationship I've ever been in. I've been married longer than you've been alive, little man. Well, I doubt you've had much sex. I doubt you've had much sex with the way that you're coming after me here. Okay? Thus the virgin comment. Now, I'm not going to call you another name because you're clearly sensitive and you're going to be on Soft Boys tomorrow. Okay? It's a word, buddy. It's a word. Are you one of those people that gets in a fight when someone calls you that? And listen, I know there's a lot of people out there in the world that do that. I know there's a lot of people out there like that. Like, oh, you can't call me a bitch. You can't call me the other F-bomb. You can't call me X, Y, Z. You know, there's another word where I almost feel like it should be a green light for someone to get their ass beat when you throw that word around. I think we all know what word I'm talking about on that side of things. But you're really this butthurt about me clapping back at you because you talked a little trash? Like, come on, man. Come on. I want to show these texts to your wife. You know? I just want to show them to her. Do you think she's going to like them? Do you think she's going to be ashamed of you? I'm just saying. And hey, come to the listener party, I guess. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. What do we got coming up next? Huh. Did Joe Espada say anything interesting today? We've also got Astros Yankees on deck if you want to weigh in on this. I do think this is a very big series for the Astros, for Framber Valdez, and for this offense. Can they keep doing what they did yesterday? All that's on the table. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros Yankees tonight. Framber Valdez on the hill. A thought on him in a moment. A shout out to Jeff from Clear Lake, who offered to be my bodyguard at the listener party. There's a lot of St. Arnold's there. I believe that it is all free. We will have a listener party pair of tickets giveaway at 2 p.m., right, Sean?
Yes, and I received word from Joe. And this is subject to change, but I believe these will be the last pair of tickets that you can get by listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
This is the last one of our quota.
Okay. Well, we generally fly by the seat of our pants, so
Yeah.
perhaps we'll think of something.
Yeah.
We want to make it a
If you know
monumental
Muay Thai,
occasion.
that'd help.
Yes. If maybe
Taekwondo, orange belt or higher.
that would work.
I don't know. We can't fact check this.
We can't really. Yeah, we maybe we need somebody to impersonate Liam Neeson in Taken to try to intimidate Mr. 281.
The most Liam Neeson or John Wick
Yes.
call that we can get.
Oh yeah, like who can call and say the most threatening thing that's also okay for the FCC?
Yeah, we'll workshop. We have 30 minutes.
That would actually be pretty funny. Like this guy's calling me out, like, "Hey, watch your tone," and then we just have a bunch of people calling, like, "Oh, I'll cut your throat." By the way, guys, don't do that. It's illegal. It is illegal. Anyway, what else did we have here on the most interactive sports talk show in town? From the 713, Mean Text with Paul is at least one step better than Bachelor in Paradise update segment. Yeah, that's a fair point. Listen, I'm just saying I don't want to talk about. I'm bummed out that I missed Miami Notre Dame. Miami Notre Dame. I'm mad I missed the game. I'm mad. I'm mad I missed it.
That was the point.
No, I'm mad at my girlfriend, who I love. I'm mad that I did not watch the game. I'll be perfectly honest. I did not think it was going to be a game. And that is on me. I had a lot of wrong college football takes going into the week. One of them was Carson Beck stinks. The other was that Texas is going to do well. The other was that Alabama was going to win. Right? Also, I think I picked Syracuse to cover against Tennessee. It was not a good week for me in picks. Sean is going to be in first place in the pick six. Congratulations to you, Sean. We do that every Friday at about 2:15 or so.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think you did well. Or at least you did better than
Like
me.
500.
Yeah, I think you were 500. But yeah, listener party tickets. We will give them away at 2 tonight. Framber Valdez on the hill for the Astros. Very interesting text a little bit earlier. I never thought about this, but considering that Framber Valdez is going to be a free agent at the end of the season, is it possible that Framber is auditioning for the New York Yankees tonight? I thought that was a great question. Asked a little bit earlier. I do not think Framber Valdez is going to be an Astro next season.
Agreed.
I do not think he will be a Seattle Mariner or a Texas Ranger either. Now, I might be overthinking the 2 seasons ago stretch of games where he was throwing at guys when things started to hit the fan for him. But his services definitely will be in demand. And not to go when I was working up the Texans flagship and Garrett the Web guy wrote an article about teams that Tom Herman is most likely to leave University of Houston for and said Texas was number 1. Not to do that.
Yeah, because Framber will never come on our station ever again.
Right. The Framber Valdez show. Wouldn't that be funny? I'm just just interviewing him and
Through a translator.
Through a translator the whole time. ¿Qué pasó? Sí? No?
That would be the best part. Is you trying to speak like
Los Yankees. Oh?
You would come in with one like Google translated question and like just try it out, see what happens.
Los Dodgers?
See?
Yeah. This texter from the 281 says, if you want to call me that name in person, I will stop by the office tomorrow at 11. Okay, this guy's unhinged.
And 11 is like an hour too early.
That's too early. I come in at 11:58.
Like 50 minutes too early.
I come in at 58. That actually is true. The amount of times that I like 11:30, maybe I'll be here if you really want that.
It's like a if not at 11:30, it will be late.
I can't believe how insulted he is that I called him a bitch on the air. Like I get called that all the time. It's a word, dude.
Yeah.
You that soft? My friends call me a bitch. I call them a bitch back. That to me is not fighting words. That's small penis energy. It really is though. Like that's what it is. Like again, kicking my ass is not going to prove otherwise. Like you can be a bitch and kick my ass. You definitely can be. You know? It's not going to prove anything. Oh, I got so mad about the word you said. I assaulted you. Oh, you showed me. In jail. Anyway, Framber Valdez. The Framber Valdez Show with Paul Gallant. Hang on a second. Siri, can you tell me how to say, hey, Framber, what team do you think that you will play for next season in Spanish? Let's see. Let's see if Siri can give me something here. I got it. Okay. So we could do the Framber Valdez Show.
And just cut out
We could do it.
His interpreter.
Yeah, we could cut him out. He's always stressing me out. He always looks so stressed. Framber's the Astros Spanish translator stresses me out. He just does. There's something about the way he looks.
It's just his resting face as he's, and it is a hard job because they are giving out
very
lengthy questions and lengthy answers that he has to translate in his brain. And half the time I forget. Like if you had, it's less so the questions actually, just the answers in English. And my job was to just repeat the answer in English. I don't know. I do not think I could do that.
No, I definitely couldn't.
Never mind. It's in a different language, and I bring it to English.
Not disrespecting him. All I'm saying is the guy last year did not always seem stressed, and this guy has he has a look on his face that reminds me of the therapist in Office Space. Like it just, not that I think he's about to have a heart attack, but I kind of do. So we could do it. Where will Framber end up next season? I do think the Dodgers are always a possibility. God, that would suck, wouldn't it?
Dodgers and Yankees are always like looming. The Yankees are tough though because they did just pay Max Fried, who is very similar of a player and age and also left-handed as Framber. They also, I believe, still have Garrett Cole on their. Yeah, they still have Garrett Cole on their payroll. So that's a lot of money going to two starters. I don't know if they're itching to get a third one. That's very old Yankees to me. Not so much Steinbrenner Jr.'s. I know it's not actually Jr. I forgot which one's dead and which one's alive. But one of the Steinbrenner bros, they don't really do that as much. So I kind of think like the Mets. Do the Mets need a starting pitcher? Feels like a Metsy kind of move.
It does feel Metsy. They have lots of money.
It also feels like they would hate him after 6 weeks.
They hate everybody after 6 weeks. It's
That
just
is
a
true.
miserable fan base. And I get it. Like, they've been through a lot, but miserable fan base.
I don't think they're built to withstand the first Framber Valdez
meltdown
incident.
start. Oh, my God.
I don't think they're
I
built
want
for
him to be a Met now. That would be so funny. Mets fans would not handle it. Like that Frank the Tank guy from Barstool.
Oh, my God.
Who, to his credit, has lost a lot of weight. But still, it definitely concerns me whenever he gets himself worked into a tizzy. Yeah. Frank the Tank having a meltdown after a Framber Valdez rough inning. I am here for that.
Him being a Met or Philly would be the funniest.
He would not survive Philly.
No,
he would not survive Philadelphia. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Philadelphia is 100% not going to work out for him.
Yeah, he needs to go to a chill place, or at least a place where like people aren't going to be on his throat every start.
Yeah. Where is that? Like Tampa Bay?
Nah, yeah,
Miami?
I mean, maybe Tampa.
I think he still wants to win though, and he wants to get paid. Nah, I don't think he wants to go to Canada. I think listen. This call me perhaps xenophobic here, or call me a stereotyper, but I do not think Framber Valdez is going to want to go somewhere cold.
But it won't be cold when he has to live there.
Yeah, still.
And they play in the dome.
I don't know.
Vlad Guerrero doesn't have a problem with it.
Isn't Canadian inflation like an issue and stuff too? I don't know the economics. The tariffs, right? There's something about the thing. It's not good for the economy, you know?
It shouldn't be less of an economy and more of a economus, you know?
Yeah.
It's about all of us.
HTX Rhino, Todd the Show says Detroit. Yeah, that is a pretty good one. Detroit would be interesting.
Just every Ash show just goes to Detroit.
Seriously, right now. I mean, what do they have? They have Charlie Morton. They have
AJ Hinch.
AJ Hinch.
I know the Bregman thing was a rumor for the entire offseason.
There's some reliever dude. Yeah, like there's a couple.
Montero.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That was at the trade deadline. No, and there's more. There's more on top of that. So anyway, where's Robert Valdes going to end up? We'll keep that on the table. It's a big start for him tonight against the
Could Frommer be
Yankees.
playing his future team?
From the 281, my last time texting you about this, you think it's funny, but if I see you, I guarantee you will never call another man a bitch again. Like, dude, you called me a little girl. This is how this whole thing started because I'm happy about a relationship I'm in. Okay, like you're being just such a baby right now. Does that work? Is that word okay? Like now, just based off of the amount of text, I'm starting to get a little concerned. Leave my cat out of it, please. Don't kill my cat and strangle her by her own intestines or something like that. Because it does feel like that's the kind of person you are. Just saying.
I'm going to be nice to you just in the situation that this is a Billy Madison type scenario, and he's Steve Buscemi.
Well, Jeff from Clear Lake. We got it.
Yeah.
Jeff from Clear Lake.
Thank God I was nice to that guy.
Yeah. Listen, you came in hot. I came back hot. It's a word, and there's another word to describe the way that you're acting. And like I want you to calm down, but not out of fear. Like I will gladly take the L to prove my point here. You know, I will be like although I probably will swing, but I will be. Doesn't mean I'll hit, but I'll probably be like Alexander Hamilton. You know, might be guns just a shot up in the air situation. You know, or I might pull
Alexander the Great.
What about Obi-Wan? You know, I will become more powerful than you can ever imagine, because you will feel guilty about that forever. You will. See, like I don't think I'm gonna win. Like I think I'll just get assaulted, and hopefully like no teeth lost or jaws broken or bones broken or anything like that.
That'd be hard. Hey, sorry, Nate Griffin can't be on.
No, I'd go on there. Like jaws wired shut. Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Robert Valdez was good last night.
Man, dude, I'm just telling you, Texter, you gotta relax, man. You gotta relax. This is not that deep, but you should, like, I'm telling you, going forward in your life, like, serious advice. You should not get that worked up about something that someone calls you. You really shouldn't. As someone who gets called it all the time, not just on the text line, to my face, I don't mind. I don't lose my bleep. I used to lose my bleep. I used to. That's how I'm 2-4 lifetime in fights. You know. You learn things, but come on, man, you gotta relax. Like you call it out. I'm feeling something I've never felt before. You know. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. This show's been weird today, but it's been fun. It has been fun. We're 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. Sean, do you want to just get into the countdown really quickly, because there's not much going on in the National Football League today. We went through all the Micah Parsons stuff. Basically, hey, guess what? David Mulugeta, probably just as much the cause of as Jerry Jones as far as Micah Parsons now being a Green Bay Packer. We are 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. Hit it. We are 2 days away. The guy sent a follow-up text. Do we want to read it or do we want to move on? This one's funny. From the 281. Funny you say that. I have broken a man's jaw before. It was wired shut. Cool, bro. Cool. One time I killed 60 people in a Call of Duty round.
I thought you were going to say one time I accidentally gave a palm strike to someone's nose and then accidentally poked their brain and killed them. My first night being home after being a Green Beret. Then I had to write my daughter notes in a Southern accent for years. And then finally I made parole. I was getting transported on an airplane full of convicts. Some would even call it Con Air. Steve Buscemi was also there.
He was, and he was the most messed up of all of them.
Yeah, well, Danny Trejo's character is pretty messed up.
Danny Trejo's is bad, but it seems like Steve Buscemi's character in that movie grew as a person. He became
Sure.
He just as much as Cameron Poe became a better man. we are 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who's the best number 2 in NFL history? Matt
Johnny
Ryan.
Manziel. Oh.
Sean at the Improv tonight. Heyo. Here is what Grok says are the best number 2s in NFL history. This is another one of those weird numbers that a lot of people just haven't worn. Matt Ryan, who won the MVP in 2016, Offensive Player of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year 2008, 4-time Pro Bowler, among the all-time leaders in passing yards and touchdowns. Other choices for number 2, Cardinals running back, quarterback, punter, and returner Charlie Trippey, who played for the Chicago Cardinals from 1947 to 1955. David Akers, Philadelphia Eagles, 6-time Pro Bowl kicker. Mason Crosby. I've been on Mason Crosby's radio show before up in Green Bay.
Oh. I was going to say, this feels like a kicker's number other than Matt Ryan. It feels like a kicker-heavy. And I guess now, we've talked about it before, but now, like, wide receivers were number 2. So this list in 25 years is going to be very different.
It is going to be a little bit different. The last one, Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie wore 2 with the Chargers. Flutie's time with the Bills was fun. Flutie had a couple of seasons, and I would specifically point to 98 and 99, where the Bills became fun for a little bit of time in the post-Jim Kelly years with Wade Phillips running the show. With Doug Flutie at the helm, I do not know what truly happened with the Music City Miracle, where Frank Wycheck threw that pass across the field to Kevin Dyson. I do not know if it was a lateral or a forward pass. I do think it was one of the most awesome plays in NFL history. And there's a part of me that likes to think that that play happened as a direct result of the Bills benching Doug Flutie for the playoffs to put in Rob Johnson. The curse of Doug Flutie. Can the Bills overcome the curse of Doug Flutie this season? We shall see. We shall see. Best number 2 in Houston Texans history. Not a lot of guys have worn number 2 for the Houston Texans. I'm just going to go through them really quickly. I think that Kalen Bullock is going to wear number 2 this season. I think that he has actually officially changed his number.
That sounds right.
And yes, he is number 2 with the Texans.
Robert Woods wear number 2?
Robert Woods did wear number 2. You're right. Other number 2s. Robert Woods is probably the second best Texan to ever wear number 2. I already think Kalen Bullock is the best number 2 of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he might be, honestly.
Brett Hartman, the guy who sued the Texans because of the pallet grass field destroying his knee. Philip Dorsett. B.J. Daniels. Remember B.J. Daniels? USF legend.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Ingram wore number 2, but that was 2021. That was a rough year.
I was going to say I have no memory of that, but
yeah,
that makes sense why I have no memory of that.
TJ Ace wore it for a couple of games in 2017. AJ McCarron. Tavier Thomas. So there you go. Not a great number.
It is a lot of backup quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that more people haven't taken number 2. I suppose it's you don't want to be number 2, but I don't know. It's a number that's wide open for anyone to really take it and make it your number.
Make it your own.
Yeah. I mean,
like
everyone.
Matt Ryan did.
Yeah. Like everyone does 12. Everyone does 13. Everyone does 10. Do your own. Anyway. What is going on across the National Football League? And here's one. Micah Parsons. He's going to wear number 1 in Dallas. There is a part of me that really wants to see actual anguish and anger from Packers fans that Micah Parsons will be the first person to wear number 1 since Curly Lambeau.
Whoa, that's
fairly significant. Fairly significant.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact because someone's had to have asked for it before.
Mm-hmm. Jaden Reed is wearing number 11, which he also wore at Penn State. And I guess he is not going to buy that jersey. He is just going to wear number 1. Curly Lambeau, obviously the Packers play at Lambeau Field, was born April 9th, 1898. That's how long ago that guy played. He founded the Green Bay Packers in 1919. The packing company that he worked at put up $500 for uniforms. That fall, the founders of the Green Bay Packers, he and George Whitney Calhoun, secured Willard Big Bill Ryan, formerly of Green Bay West High School, to coach the team. The team's name reportedly was offered to Curly by his girlfriend, Agnes Aylward. Agnes, that's such an old name.
I know. An Agnes in Wisconsin, 1919, that fits.
You know what? Some people might be mad at Curly Lambeau here, but he would have been canceled today. Curly wanted to call the team the Green Bay Indians to respect Indian Packing's purchase of uniforms for the team. Agnes simply blurted, "Well, for heaven's sake, Curly, why don't you just call them the Green Bay Packers?" The team's naming rights were sold to the Acme Packing Company, and the team remained the Packers. He could have been canceled for that, though. He wanted to name them the Indians.
You know, good note by Agnes.
And not after the Native American Indians. It was after Indian Packing, a meat packing company. That would be so hilarious if they were called the Indian. And it's like, no, we don't respect Indians.
It's not racist.
It's not racist. We're referring to the Indian Meat Packing Company. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. Shout out to Curly Lambeau. I still can't believe that they gave number 1 to Michael Parsons.
It's pretty
after
crazy.
The guy who invented the Green Bay Packers.
It's pretty crazy. Playing halfback in the then popular single-wing offensive formation, he was both a primary runner and passer. Lambeau threw 24 touchdown passes, rushed for 8 touchdowns, and caught 3 touchdowns in 77 games. Lambeau was the first Packer to throw a touchdown pass, and make a field goal in Green Bay Packer franchise history. He was occasionally the team's kicker, kicking 6 field goals and 20 extra points. He won his only NFL championship as a player coach in 1929, retiring as a player after the season. There you go. And you're welcome for the old-timey
It must
voice.
be so fun to be like, I invented the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, my God, seriously. It's the best.
Because of $500.
That's all it took. That's all it took, everybody. And now you know the story of the Green Bay Packers, and Micah Parsons has just erased the history of the Packers. Joel's going to be pissed today. You think I was mad earlier in the show?
Yeah.
Joel's going to be pissed.
Next, they're going to call it Parsons Field.
That would be so funny. Yeah, Curly Lambeau, dead. His memory just been erased. Because Micah Parsons has his number. I
was going to say, he's definitely already dead.
I would love to do... Yeah, that's true. Now he's rolling over in his grave.
Yeah.
I would love to do fill-in radio in Green Bay and just throw that out and clearly being sarcastic with you guys, but being totally serious with the people of Green Bay. I can't believe that they're taking away Curly Lambeau's name.
And you can go back to the newscaster voice. Thank you.
Yeah. I love that. Lion Pride says that in Biz Markie's song, I guess he does bring up Agnes. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I've heard of people named
And Baby
Agnes.
You? I Got What I Need? That one?
Yes.
Okay.
Or that is a Biz Markie song.
Okay.
Yeah. Agnes comes up in that song.
Someone texted in, number 2, Deion Sanders wore that in college. That is true. Interesting. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we now know how the most criticized unit in Houston sports came together for this season. Stick around and find out. Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. It's been a very interactive day today. 713-780-3776 to call to text. 2 o'clock, we're giving away another pair of tickets to the listener party. Don't call in yet. Wait until we give you the cue. Probably we'll do it at the back of the 2 o'clock segment. The AP Top 25 is out after the first week of college football action came to a close last night, where Bill Belichick and North Carolina got stomped, mollywopped even, by Texas Christian, a.k.a. TCU. The rankings are as follows. Ohio State is number 1. Good. I like that they leapfrog Penn State, too. I like that. Ohio State should be number 1. They should have been number 1. I think if you're the national champions the year before, I get that you lose some guys, but I don't know. It should be number 1 until you lose. I guess it's a freshman quarterback.
I would actually just be fine with like the reigning national champion always just starts preseason poll number 1.
Yeah,
like just do it.
Yeah,
like, they're gonna lose anyway. Like if we're wrong, they're gonna lose.
Exactly right. It should start that way. I get that. Hey, you might have a couple of AP voters who dissent from that, and the Associated Press got to be the Associated Press. But I mean, isn't this just the obvious thing? Maybe don't do a rankings until after the first game. But hey, you got to do the preseason polls. I get it. Penn State's 2. LSU moves up from 9 to 3. Georgia at 4. They moved up. I guess because some teams ahead of them lost.
Yeah, Texas moved down. So
Miami from 10 to 5. Oregon from 7 to 6. Texas from 1 to 7. Clemson from 4 to 8 after their loss to LSU, 17 to 10. For what it's worth, I mean, they were still hanging around in that game. Cade Klubnik, name difficult to pronounce.
Yeah.
Definitely looking a little fraudulent.
Yeah.
Notre Dame falls from 6 to 9 after their loss to Miami. South Carolina jumps from 13 to 10.
That feels a little bit like they played a standalone game on Sunday and won, but they were not that impressive in that game.
24 to 11, they beat Virginia Tech. I'm with you there. This is not Virginia Tech of yesteryear, or even the Frank Beamer days, you know?
No, Frank Beamer was at that game wearing a South Carolina zip-up.
Oh,
because
his son's
the coach.
Yeah, I forgot about that. We're going to go through it. I'm just going to give my immediate reactions. And listen, I'm not that familiar with the Big Ten. Illinois 11? What? Shut up. You serious?
They won 10 games last year. Bring back a lot.
I just made a hand
lewd gesture.
I can't say on the air.
Yeah.
It's like, congratulations.
That's a fighting gesture right there.
Yeah, that would be a fighting gesture. Sorry, Mr. 281. From the 12 Arizona State. They beat Northern Arizona 38-19, unranked. This is how I would do the rankings. If you don't impress me in week 1 when you're playing like Bugaboo, Poop House, Steak.
If you give up 3 scores to Northern Arizona.
Yeah. I mean, you should beat Cracker Barrel State by more than 3 scores. Okay?
You really should.
Florida 13. What?
They did beat Long Island by a lot.
I'm not convinced they covered the spread against South Florida, let alone win on Saturday. We will see. I hope I'm wrong on that front. Florida State unranked to 14. That is merited. Michigan drops from 14 to 15 after beating New Mexico 34-17. Could have fallen a little further. Iowa State beat Kansas State 24-21 in Dublin for week 0 and beat South Dakota 55-7. I mean, they are 2-0. Shouldn't they be number 2? I'm kidding.
They
I'm
showed
kidding.
the most.
I will say, though, considering Iowa State had 2 guys drafted by the Texans.
And are still good.
And they're still good.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive what they've built there. Matt Campbell. 17 SMU, 18 Oklahoma, 19 Texas A&M. We have not mentioned the Aggies game. I have 2 thoughts. One, Casey Concepcion, awesome.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
That guy's awesome.
That punt return was awesome. I was like, whoa, holy crap, who the hell is this guy? So he looks great. The tackling was awful. They made the guy whose last name was Henry for UTSA. Like, I actually looked up. I was like, wait, is he related to Derrick Henry in any way, shape, or form?
Because he even had the dreads.
He had the dreads and everything.
The same way that Derrick Henry does.
He was pretty big, and he ran all over them.
70-something yard touchdown run.
Yeah, they're gonna have to clean that up. They play Utah State coming up on Saturday. Ole Miss is 20, Alabama 21, unranked. I'm sorry, unranked. Especially, we didn't even play Kalen DeBoer. Dude, let's play Kalen DeBoer, this interaction he had with the media yesterday. Kalen DeBoer, head coach of Alabama. I mean, just when you thought you couldn't get any less confident in Kalen DeBoer, this is him on Monday.
You mentioned the great week before the game. Just how much do you self-scout the preparation before games, and are there times as a coach where maybe you notice during the week that things might not be going the way that you want them to?
You said, what do you mean, great week?
A great week. You said a great week of preparation.
For this week, you're saying, or are you referring to last
going
week?
up to Florida State before that game.
I said that?
You said that, yeah, before.
Oh, just
coming
oh,
up. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, boy.
It's tough to do great. We had a great week, and then go out and do that.
Yeah.
Because normally you just say we had a great week of practice, and it doesn't actually.
You could just say it didn't translate to the field.
Yeah.
And instead, I mean, this has nothing to do with the actual game itself, but between that and he's got a kind of disheveled look to him where he's bald, but the stubble on the sides, he has like a stubble monk cut.
Yeah.
Like a medieval monk cut. That's what I call it. When you got the top is nothing, but the rest of the sides is still there.
He got in trouble not actually in trouble, just they lost to Vanderbilt, so he got in trouble because when they were playing Vanderbilt, he was only wearing like a t-shirt like on the sideline.
Yep.
He wasn't dressed like a coach should, which again, I don't think is a problem unless you lose to Vanderbilt.
And you're Alabama.
These are all problems that only happen when you lose as the head coach at Alabama.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. Anyway, not great for Alabama,
No.
but they are still ranked.
21.
Tennessee smoked Syracuse
They should
45-26.
be higher.
Yeah, 22.
If you do that to a Fran Brown team,
I thought they looked really good. The only people that didn't look good on the field for them were the receivers. I thought the receivers need to work on the hands. But Joey Aguilar, no, I think Tennessee, based off of what I saw, and again, Syracuse definitely not as talented as Tennessee, and I'm a little psycho Syracuse homer that watches these games for some reason. But I was really impressed. I was really impressed by Tennessee. I think they should be higher up. Indiana 23, unranked. F in Indiana. You beat Old Dominion by 13 points. Frauds. Big Ten sucks.
they don't. They're just scheduling as soft as the SEC does.
Texas Tech 23-24. Utah unranked. They're 25. Utah should be ahead of Indiana.
Utah should be
serious. It's Utah. They were unranked.
Yeah,
they were unranked.
Yeah,
it's Utah. What are we doing? Utah's one of the most respectable programs that's in college football and has been for years. They should always be in the top 25.
I was looking at there's some like mock draft or thing or like names to watch for the mock draft. There's 2 Utah tackles that are like first rounders.
Really?
Yeah, they have 2 offensive linemen that are going to be, or that at least right now are tentatively first round grades. Yeah, they should be top 20 at least. They should be ahead of Ole Miss and Alabama at the very least.
He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros Yankees is tonight. Is this the last true playoff test for the Astros? Also, 2:10 on the dot. App listeners, I know you guys are wondering. We will be giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the listener party, which is coming up on Friday at St. Arnold's. Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Third and final hour of the show. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Astros and Yankees tonight on TBS. I wonder how Yankee-centric tonight's broadcast will be. That's generally how it goes when it's a national broadcast. Yankees are playing better of late. They had won 7 in a row until yesterday, where they lost to the Chicago White Sox. Meanwhile, the Astros split their series, 4 games against the LA Angels over the weekend. Come on, you got to win 3 of 4. Come on. But they did score 8 runs yesterday, and Framber Valdez is on the hill in what might be his last real chance to prove, in the regular season at least, that he's worth all the money this offseason. And I say that if you take a look ahead at the Astros schedule, which we have done a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, unless he ends up pitching against Toronto, and at least for now, he is scheduled to pitch against Toronto on September 9th in Canada. But there's something about the Blue Jays. I just think they're kind of BS. I know the Blue Jays have a good record. They lead the AL East. There's something about the Blue Jays. I think it's because they have awesome uniforms, and they always seem to have a lot of hype behind them. There's something about the Blue Jays that reminds me of the Los Angeles Chargers. And I think they're baseball's Chargers. And I feel like the Blue Jays will charger it up. But, hey, they still lead the American League East for now. Yankees are creeping and creeping and creeping and creeping. But Framber's going to have a couple of opportunities tonight and on the 9th to show that he is worth $1 billion or whatever the hell he'll get paid. Whatever he'll get paid.
Yeah, like probably 180 to 210.
Close to 200, I would assume.
Somewhere
yes.
in that zone.
Yeah, I mean, he has been so durable. I think that's going to help him out. But then again, other side of 30, what happens from this point on? But it's a big start for him tonight. And I am, as far as I can get, excited for baseball games in August. Excited for this. But as Sean was saying a little bit earlier, it does kind of suck that some of these games are going to be of the national TV variant.
Yeah, every game is at least going to be also shown on MLB Network. So
right.
Other than this one, which will be on TBS/True TV. So yeah, it's what happens when you play the Yankees. I get it. It's what happens when you play the Red Sox. That's how we had back-to-back weeks of the Apple TV broadcast. At least we avoid that, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe, just maybe, what I need to do tonight to give myself that eye of the tiger, because I do find myself struggling to make it through the marathon of the baseball season. Maybe I need to watch the national broadcast to get mad.
Yeah, get mad at, Brian Anderson and whoever's calling the game.
I need something to happen.
I think Pedro's still on the studio show.
That's true. I do like Pedro. A lot. His favorite baseball player ever. There is a part of me that knows that I need to experience something to get locked back in with the hottest of baseball takes. I am the preeminent baseball mind in Houston, and I think it needs to be powered much like our friend from the 281 who got mad when, after he dismissed the love I have for my girlfriend, I called him a virgin bitch. He wasn't mad about the virgin thing, which was okay. But I need something to trigger me like that.
You want to feel something.
I need to feel something.
Feels good.
Maybe the TBS broadcast will give that to me. Maybe.
I think Fox definitely would. And they have a Fox broadcast this weekend against the Rangers. So there's always a chance that Dodger Joe Davis,
I forgot.
Grump John Smoltz.
Mm-hmm.
If he can't get it this week.
Maybe Saturday against the Rangers.
I don't know if it'll actually be Joe Davis and John Smoltz.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I would assume Dodger Joe Davis is focusing on perhaps the Dodgers.
He's probably doing a football game, actually.
That's also true. I do think he does a little bit of football.
Yeah.
I do like what we call him, Dodger Joe Davis. One of my guys in the baseball broadcasting game saw one of those clips. It just popped up on his feed once. He's like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Just go with it, dude.
It's
just go with it.
You wouldn't understand.
You don't get it." My whole show is all inside jokes that no
Isn't
one
that what
gets.
they taught us at Newhouse?
No, it's not. My show is 100% one of those things like once you get it, you get it. But it takes a lot of people a while to get it. I think Ryan Lost in Texas said that yesterday they were listening. He was listening with his girlfriend, or excuse me, his wife. His wife was like, "This guy's the most annoying sounding person I've ever heard in my life," which is true. My poor girlfriend, God, I had to deal with my commentary on Bachelor in Paradise on Sunday night.
And which you could have been dealing with your commentary on Carson Beck and Mario Cristobal.
Exactly. All right, we're a minute away, so we're just gonna make the announcement right now. Is one of your final chances to win tickets to the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener party at the St. Arnold Beer Hall with food from BB's, Great Plate Hospitality, Nico Nico's, Taquerias Arandas, Portillo's, and all the drinks from St. Arnold, plus the roast of the 97.5 host for the first time ever with Barry Laminack roasting us. You can win a pair of tickets right now. Here's what you got to do. We did talk about Con Air earlier in the show. So, you have to say the most iconic line that Nicolas Cage has ever said. I'm going to read it from IMDb right now, and you have to deliver it with a kind of vitriol and anger that guy from the 281 who's mad that I called him the B word delivered his text to me, angrily slamming away with his thumbs. Probably deleting a couple of times because there were typos because he was mad. Put the bunny back in the box. I need a little twang. I need you to sound like Nick Cage. But the first caller that I think was awesome at 713-780-3776 to say, put the bunny back in the box. That sounded a little Dr. Phil there. That's cool. That's trending towards Nick Cage. You win. But this is what we're going to do, okay? You need to give me a good Nick Cage because that's also going to make me feel something. I think Nick Cage is one of the greatest actors that's ever lived. I feel like the movie franchise National Treasure was honestly a disappointment. You know why? Because they didn't let Nick Cage be Nick Cage. Nick Cage needs to be allowed to be as unhinged as possible. He needs to. In the movie Con Air, I think you could say he was. In the movie Face Off, I think you could say he was. In the movie Gone in 60 Seconds, I think you could say he was. In the movie The Rock, I think you could say he was. And there's some other movies that Nicolas Cage was in, and he was very, very, very unhinged. Like, these are just the ones that all happen to come out over a couple of years. Could do Leaving Las Vegas. I mean, he plays a drunk in that. You could also get him in... I haven't seen Long Legs. I've heard Long Legs is actually like a pretty good movie. There's a lot.
It's weird, but it's pretty good.
There's a lot of movies he's been in that haven't been so hot. A lot of movies that he's been in. Man, I'm just looking at the poster for Primal right now. Oh my God, the poster for Primal. That was the movie where he like plays some dude who's on a boat. It's like jungle animals on a boat instead of snakes on a plane. Everyone gets out. He was in Snowden. I forgot about that. What's the movie I'm looking for, man? The one movie that he was in. God, he's been in so many movies. This is the thing that happens when you, go bankrupt from buying dinosaur bones and stuff. The Wicker Man. That was one of the things he was in. The movie where he was absolutely crazy. Firebirds. It's a helicopter movie. He was crazy in, was it Moonstruck? Vampire's Kiss. That's it. Sorry, just going through the scrolls. He's been in a ton of movies. This is, again, guys, be careful with your finances.
Yes, so don't quote Vampire's Kiss. Don't quote Sorcerer's Apprentice.
You have to quote Con Air's iconic line, put the bunny back in the box, okay? So we got a couple of people lined up. We've got Thomas. We've got JT. And Mark. Okay, we will start. This is your big moment, JT, with JT. Put the bunny back in the box.
Put the bunny back in the box.
I like that. Good job, JT. All right, JT is going to stay on hold for now. I like that. He started off Nick Cage. Didn't close out as Nick Cage.
A little Elvis-y.
But at the beginning, I like that. Well, listen, Nick Cage, Elvis.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Why didn't Nick Cage play Elvis in that Elvis movie?
I'm sure Nick Cage has spent a ton of money on Elvis memorabilia at some point.
You should have done it. Austin Butler? Nick Cage.
Fat Elvis? Oh, my God. A Fat Elvis movie starring During Nick Cage.
Oh, my love, my darling, I long for your touch. All right. Sorry. We're getting a little crazy.
Yeah.
Caffeine's hitting me. Thomas is up next. Thomas, put the bunny back in the box.
Put the bunny back in the box.
Oh, I think Thomas won. That sounded like
good.
Nick Cage.
That's good.
That sounded like Nick Cage. That was really good.
All right, Mark.
All right, Mark. This is you third. Sometimes you find yourself in a good situation. This is a tough one. Mark, what you got?
Put the bunny back in the box.
I like the drama, the gravitas that you added to it.
He went a different way. You had to go different after that.
You have to. Thomas won. Thomas, appreciate JT, Thomas, and Mark.
Yeah, Thomas, stay on hold. I'll get your information.
By the way, you can still win tickets via the app. This was the last chance to win on our show. On the other side, I'm going to talk to Joe to try to figure out what other times we are giving it away. But if you have the app, there are different kinds of giveaways that they're doing, and also on some of the social media apps as well. I realize that the tickets are kind of going quickly, and I want everyone to be there. Even Mr. 281, who, I mean, that would be entertaining for everybody, wouldn't it? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You know what? He texted in a little bit ago, and I think we're okay now. I think we can shake hands on it. All right. Guys, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew was now new. Who knew? One of my favorite things to do at Walmart is to go to that big old box of DVDs that they have. I still have a DVD player. And you just dive into it, and you look and you look and you look, and you see all sorts of interesting movies. You will definitely find a Nick Cage movie in those Walmart bins, but you know what? Walmart has more than just Nick Cage movies. Walmart has more than 500 million items online. 500 million. Isn't that insane? And some of these things online, you will not be able to find in stores. I've actually been looking at a love seat, a new love seat / bed for my office, for watch parties during Houston Texans season. Do you think groceries cost more when they're delivered? They might at some stores, not at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store because it's Walmart. The prices are already low, but now for free, essentially, you can have Walmart deliver you groceries in as fast as an hour. Express delivery. For groceries, for home goods, for prescriptions, when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, or honestly, anything. Nick Cage movies. Think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart.com.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Cleanup aisle me. I thought the game tonight was only going to be on TBS. I guess it also was going to be on the Space City Home Network. So that's nice. I would prefer to watch it on that. Just being frank. But to feel something, it might be nice to have the national broadcast shoving Yankees content down our throats and into our ear holes.
Yes, but luckily that's not your only option.
That is not your only option. A texter asks, have you seen the video of the New York Yankees dressed like cowboys? I have not. We will investigate this for In Case You Missed It at 2:30. I missed the first 2 hours of the show, a texter says. What were y'all's thoughts on Arch Manning? He played about how I expected for his first big game. Credit to you, 4-9, Josh. I was surprised Sark didn't get him out of the pocket more and utilize his athleticism. I think we would agree with that.
4-9 Josh knows ball.
We thought that he played poorly. He missed some very easy throws, but also it was his first game. It was in the horseshoe. Definitely leaves a lot to be desired. I would be more concerned about Sark going forward than Arch.
Yeah, Arch did not play well. Sarkisian did him no favors. Not a lot of the screen game, which normally Texas uses a lot of. Not a lot of the motion, which Texas uses a lot of.
I saw a lot of people talking about that in the last 48 hours, especially yesterday. And yeah, that is a little bit weird. Like what?
It was a very not bland.
They dumbed everything down.
Yeah, it was a very dumbed down approach. Didn't work. I'll say.
And maybe that was to make things a little bit easier for Arch. But I mean, hey, Julian saying, Ryan Day said after the game, we were trying to make things as easy as possible for him. He's the quarterback at Ohio State, in case you didn't know. And it's one thing to do that when you got a guy going into his first game after winning the national title. But for Arch, why is it that dumbed down? He was around this team last season. He started a game. I'm assuming in that ULN game that Arch actually did have guys going in motion and things like that. It is loud, the horseshoe, and making all those pre-snap calls and stuff, probably difficult. But yeah, it was weird.
Or he didn't want to show his hand. Don't want to give the good stuff.
Pulling the old Bill Belichick.
Yeah, what Bill Belichick did last
night.
night.
Bill Belichick did do that last night. Obviously. He didn't want to show his full hand to the ACC.
He told Gio Lopez to throw that terrible pick six.
Yeah.
He told him to.
He did, because he wants, the ACC, one of the best conferences in the world.
Yeah, Florida State.
Right. Miami. Maybe not so much Clemson, but I mean, think about that.
Hung in there with LSU.
Against an SEC team.
Yeah.
Now it was at home, but I mean, hey, if there was a quarterback not named Cade Klubnik out there, who knows what would have happened? It was rough for Cade Klubnik. I mean, Syracuse is in it. 10 wins last year.
They did have 10 wins last year.
They had 10 wins last year.
SMU made the playoff last year.
That's also true. Thank you.
It's a loaded conference.
It's a loaded conference, and Belichick doesn't want to show his hand to the rest of the
close to the vest. He learned that from Nick Caserio.
He said
playing things close to the vest.
Exactly. Paul said while sweating a lot. I'm not a sweater. I'm like Belichick looked like that was awful. That was rough. That was really rough. From the 409, check the stats between Peyton's first game versus top 5 team and Arch's stats. Pretty similar. Okay, I like the spin zone there.
I will say, hands up, I've seen a lot of those. There's also similar stat with Colt McCoy's first start against his first career start was also against Ohio State.
Okay.
Also not good. Let me just say, there's also a lot of guys who ended up not being one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time or college quarterbacks of all time that also played badly in their first start. I'm not saying because Peyton Manning played poorly in his first start, that also means Arch Manning is going to play better, going to turn into a Hall of Famer.
By the way, this is a guilty admission. Last night, I went back and I watched a YouTube video of Peyton Manning's first season in the NFL, and I specifically went to the parts of the 1998 season where Peyton Manning played against the Patriots, and in those two games, 7 interceptions. Oh,
what?
Oh yeah.
There's 7 interceptions.
7, yeah.
Oh my god! I know he
had a lot of
record.
interceptions. Yeah.
Yeah, he has the record for rookie interceptions.
At least 6.
That's still.
It might have, but I went back and I watched a couple of them because they were Ty Law interceptions, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this one. Some of them were in Monday Night Football. It was great.
Pete Carroll, great coach.
That was a year with Pete Carroll. Wasn't his fault they fell apart down the stretch that season. I think it was the players' fault because he made them feel like adults, like they weren't kids. Every Tuesday going forward, Tuesdays are going to be a little bit loaded. Some of these takes that we have are just going to be from basically the 48 hours that come after the football weekend is done. But we have a couple for you from two of the least liked people in the sports take sphere for a special edition of Worst Take Tuesday. You know things are bad when Ric Flair is doing a drive-by on you after your takes. Paul Feinbaum of ESPN said that Texas would blow out Ohio State, that Arch Manning was the best player since Tim Tebow, that Alabama was a national title contender, that Alabama being ranked 8 was far too low. And I want to repeat one more time. Feinbaum said that Arch Manning is the best player we have seen from every aspect since Tim Tebow. I mean, Lamar Jackson. What are we talking about here? Anyone who watched Lamar Jackson at Louisville, I know it wasn't that many people, but once like the Heisman buzz started, it was sick. So that's who he should have said. Maybe this is the most hype since Tim Tebow. You could argue that, but come on. Lamar Jackson was must-watch television, like on the same level Michael Vick was back in the day. So that's Paul Feinbaum. His takes aged poorly. Also, Skip Bayless, who is throwing things at the wall at this point. And listen, as much as I'm not a fan, I've always respected his ability to find the opinion that no one has and to really sell it as if he actually believes it.
He knows what how to touch the lightning rod.
Well, he touched the lightning rod and got electrocuted when it comes to his takes on TCU UNC. TCU is about to get blown out, he posted last night at 7:23 p.m. Central Time. Too much MJ. LT about to get mossed. Because Randy Moss, I guess, was in attendance.
Randy Moss was there.
Was Michael Jordan there?
Yes, Michael Jordan and
Lawrence Taylor? Because Lawrence Taylor's a UNC guy, too.
Not LaDainian Thompson. Or he might have been there. I didn't see him. Yeah, I don't really get the too much MJ LT.
What does that have to do with Bill Belichick?
They're in a box together, with Roy Williams.
I would say too much Jordan Hudson, too much JH,
too much Jordan Hudson, too much Mike Lombardi.
Yeah,
too much my sons.
Yeah,
no, it we talked about it before. It's funny that how good they looked on the first drive, to where it gave people enough time to have all these reactions.
It looks great.
And then it looked terrible for the other 3.5 hours of this game.
It didn't look great. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a shame they're not playing Cincinnati next week.
I know. We're on to Cincinnati. I mean, we're on to Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte is semi-respectable. They had a good year a couple years ago.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
They're still winnable. It's major Bill Belichick. If you don't win this game,
it's not out of the realm of possibility that they lose against Charlotte, for sure. Worst Take Tuesday continues. Hey, can we stop saying this, just period? Can we just stop saying Team X has a huge opportunity to send a message? Sarah Walsh, strong, powerful, independent woman, formerly of ESPN, I guess was on the NFL Network, weighing in on Buccaneers-Falcons week 1. And her take was the Falcons have a huge opportunity at home to send a message in the NFC South. Now, Trey Wingo reposted this, and I think Trey Wingo is a little bit bitter that he is no longer, being asked for his NFL opinions.
Trey Wingo is the snark master on X.com when it comes to NFL media.
Right. Because I think he feels he should still be in it. And you know what? To his credit, he was the host of NFL Live and all those NFL shows at ESPN for like 20 years. So I do get that side of it. But hey, Trey, it's not like you're offering much better takes too. There's something about the TV people. They don't need to give takes, and they always feel like they're going to give a take, and the take is like, they have an opportunity to send a message. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No bleep. Everyone does every single Sunday and Saturday.
Yeah. And especially week 1 against a divisional opponent. Like, you have a chance to send a message.
I think Skip Bayless, excuse me. I think Trey Wingo, though, like saying, hey, this take is bad. It's like, Trey, you don't really offer much more.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's like a bad, he's right, but it's a bad messenger.
Exactly. Speaking of bad messengers, I don't usually agree with Quincy Avery, but I've never agreed more with Quincy Avery on this post. This is Deshaun Watson's quarterback coach for a lot of other guys.
Yeah.
Why does Kirk Herbstreit get carte blanche to bring his dog on every field? Like him and his dog's relationship is the most important relationship going. I think he's meant to say most important relationship going. Yeah. Man walks around like he's the most important part of college football. Yeah, I agree. The dog on the broadcast last night, especially when there was that moment coming back from the commercial break where Kirk Herbstreit said, "You're bad." Yeah, because he was probably talking to his dog who probably pooped on the carpet. Sean's laughing. That's definitely what happened. He probably said, "You're bad. You're bad. You're a bad boy.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't dookie on the carpet."
And then gave him a treat.
Right, probably.
Mixed messages.
And then on the broadcast, they put the headset on, and it was like, I mean, I get it. The game was 48-14. I get why they did it. Hey, let's keep people watching. Here's a cute dog.
I don't think you can do that to Bill Belichick. I think that was too disrespectful to Bill Belichick.
I agree. Listen, I've said it before. That dog is cute. It does not need to be in our face all the time. And it just reminds me of the people that constantly bring their dogs around and make them a part of your day. And there are great dogs out there where sometimes the dog that is made a part of your day brightens your day. But a lot of dogs are overrated. A lot of dogs are like Alabama out there, right? On paper, whoa, it's a dog. It's going to be a great time. And then either it gets unnecessarily aggressive with another dog. He never does that. Unnecessarily aggressive with a human being. He never does that. Poops or pees in a place he shouldn't. He never does that. Doesn't stop barking. He never does that. Is the people that can't control their dogs out in public but bring them everywhere drive me crazy. I know it's not that many people. It's enough, though, to the point where when I see Kirk Herbstreit's dog, who is not the dying one that he was bringing around everywhere. This is the kind of dog that it seems like he might have, I don't know, gotten a governmental favor to give it service dog designation when it clearly is just an idiot golden retriever. And golden retrievers are cute dogs. They are, but they're kind of derps, right? And this thing just started running onto the middle of the field before that kid kicks a field goal to win $250,000. Just, just a big old mud pie right there. And the kid steps in it. His shoes are ruined. And then on this broadcast, here's more of Kirk Herbstreit's dog. Is that your whole personality, Kirk? Do you have a family? I think you have a family. All I know about is your dog, which is the replacement for your dead dog that you brought all over the place. And I get it. Your dog. It's a dog. Dogs, bruh. But the way that he brings that dog around kind of flies in the face of every normal human being who is not allowed to bring their dog everywhere. And I think he's abusing the situation and abusing the power that he has at ESPN. And I'm sick of his dog. So I'll say it. Fuck Ben. Said it. Cute dog. I'd pat him on the head.
Ben's the dead one.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Thoughts and prayers to Ben. What's this dog's name?
I think Peter.
Whatever. Okay. Anyway, I said what I said. You want to isolate
you sure
that?
Did.
What's the Killer Bee segment? Joe's laughing too.
Who said it?
Oh, who said it? Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I stand by what I said, but I'm clarifying it's the other dog. All golden retrievers look the same to me. What do you want? Day One Donna says, "Leave the dog alone. He's not hurting you." No, he is. His presence angers me. It shouldn't, but it does. The dog's everywhere. It's everywhere. I don't bring my cat everywhere. I would if I could. I don't.
Friday?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not.
She claws at everyone. She never does that.
My girlfriend has 2 great dogs. She doesn't bring them everywhere. We go back. We take care of them over the course of the weekend. Like I love her dogs. They're great. We don't need to bring them everywhere. We don't. You don't. It's not your whole personality. I hope you have more to offer than that. Anyway, I'm done. F that dog. F the dead dog, too. Screw it. I don't care. F them both. Stupid. Texas lost. Arch did not play well. Sark had a bad day at the office when it came to play calling. Alabama lost to Florida State, despite all of that trash talk by Florida State quarterback Tommy Castellanos. Miami, they took down the Catholics. How about that? LSU took down the other Tigers in the other Death Valley. What else happened of note over the weekend in college football? Colorado, they played and they lost. And that's not that surprising post Shedeur Sanders, post Travis Hunter. But Deion Sanders did have a booth because he had his bladder removed, which is nuts. Glad that he's okay. So now there's a booth on the sideline for Colorado, and it is sponsored by Depends.
Well, this is how I learned that it's not Depends. It's Depend.
It's Depend.
Yes, on the thing it just says Depend.
God, Gotcha. So maybe depends. It's like referring to pants or.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or
I got my depends on.
I also think there's a little bit of like Kleenex happening here, where I know other brands have to make adult diapers, but Depends just runs the game, or Depend runs the game of Depends. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's not what the thing's called. It's like Kroger's, or Kroger versus Kroger's. It's one of those. So yeah, turns out Colorado down Shedeur Sanders, down Shiloh Sanders,
and
down
with a new Buffalo.
New Buffalo, who doesn't have
new Ralphie,
doesn't have a aversion to running or whatever it was, that we put on Soft Boys. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a not fall back to earth, but they're not gonna be. It's gonna take a while to get as good as they were.
It bums me out
with Shedeur and Travis.
Yeah, I mean, you bring Shedeur wherever you're going. You bring Travis Hunter wherever you're going. That's one thing. Are they gonna? Who's the next like real star that they're gonna bring into the program? And it doesn't feel like they have that this year. So they might be completely out of the conversation within a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I hope that's not the case. But I'm gonna miss Colorado being a part of anything, mainly because, Sean, I am already tired of people saying, where was this energy with Shedeur Sanders? Where was this energy with Deion Sanders? Because now we've got people saying, like, yeah, why were you criticizing Deion Sanders the way you won't criticize Bill Belichick? Why aren't you criticizing Arch Manning the way you were criticizing Shedeur Sanders? No, everyone's criticizing both of them. But the Colorado people are now focused on people saying, like, well, you weren't consistent. And I already hate them. Move on. Like, at least Peter the dog is a golden retriever who's cute. He's just everywhere. He doesn't need to be. I'm just saying. The Rock, he's skinny now. Kind of weird.
It is weird. But he is like 50.
He is 50. But, I mean, he's always been yoked. He got skinny for the smashing machine, so I'm assuming there's a plot point in that movie where the person gets cancer or something. That is my assumption.
He looks big in all the, like, preview or the, like, trailers and stuff.
For sure, he looks massive.
Yeah.
But this picture, he looks
slimmed down.
He looks very slimmed down. Slimmed down to a point that we've never seen before. I bet he would love to stay that way going forward.
It has to be easier to be slimmer than the way he was.
But here's the problem. Much like Henry Cavill as Superman prioritized the Mission Impossible franchise and kept his mustache in for a Superman movie, I need my man, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, to be on his A game for the next Fast and Furious movie, which he is going to be back in. And to me, this is concerning. Is he going to be back to form? Torn ACL, gaining 100 pounds of mass, those are tough recoveries. So unless Fast and Furious, whatever number it's at now, doesn't matter anymore, has already been shot, I'm a little bit concerned.
It's, it's called Fast X Part 2. B, it looks like it started last month. It started filming in August of 2025.
Well, they can't have him as a part of the shooting.
No, or he filmed all the stuff while it was still big and then got small.
I guess so. I guess
over
that's
the course
possible.
of a month.
But that would imply that he's not on set again, which we don't want to happen. Like, he can't be on the same set as Vin Diesel, which is one of the reasons that people thought he left Fast and Furious, only for him to come back dramatically after the post credits reveal.
Yeah.
Which we saw in theaters and started hooting and hollering together. That was a great moment. It was a great moment for the Paul Gallant Show. Like,
as one of the only 5 people in that theater.
Yeah. That was the best part, too, is that we were the only people in there, so we could do that, and I didn't feel guilty.
Yeah.
LeBron James has a new commercial. Here's how it sounds.
They called him the Chosen One. He carried the weight of every expectation on his shoulders.
Well, pause for a second. I mean, there's some people that would probably vote LeBron for president. So it's not every expectation. He hasn't ended racism yet either. I think he wants to do that. Anyway, I'm sorry to be a hater. Continue, LeBron James commercial.
On his shoulders. But he never broke. We We were all
Pause. He did join the Heat. He joined the Heat after the Celtics summarily dispatched him in the playoffs. And then he lost the first finals he was in with the Heat, you know. And then he left to go back to Cleveland, and he won. And hey, listen, what he won in Cleveland was pretty impressive. But then he wasn't winning more in Cleveland, so then he went to the Lakers. So he's moving around a little bit, like picking the situation. Anyway, more from this commercial.
We're broke. We were all witnesses. Every rival was defeated.
Pause. No, that's not true. That's not true. Every rival was defeated? Like, not defeated forever, I suppose. I guess because he beat the Golden State Warriors that one year. Fine, but you didn't beat the Durant Warriors. Huh? No, am I nitpicking too much?
It's just hard for me to stop and start and then also be on the mic.
I'm sorry, Sean. I know. I'm asking Sean to do a lot of things here. I'm just saying, LeBron. Hey, let's dial it back a little bit. You did not beat Dirk Nowitzki. And honestly, LeBron as an American, like losing to a German, that doesn't sit right with me. Anyway, more from this commercial.
Every idol was destroyed.
Whoa! What?
He took the crown and kept it.
We don't believe in that in America.
Behold the greatness. He is the forever king.
What? Hey, the last forever king was, I think, like Louis XIV, and his grandchildren got murdered via guillotine. I don't know. I am uncomfortable. A lot of people are uncomfortable with a lot of things in our country. I am uncomfortable personally with LeBron James' obsession with royalty and monarchy, which is the antithesis of the American dream. You know, we left those monarchies of the 1700s in the dust. And, you know, he's talking about monarchy in the same way that hey, Bronny James is now in the NBA. Well, what are you gonna try to pass this crown to your son? Like, revolutions were fought over that. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people died because of that happening in the past. LeBron, what the hell, dude?
King Bronny the second.
Oof.
Or no, King King James the second.
Listen,
what if LeBron retires and then immediately Bronny James is just awesome? Like the powers actually just transferred.
That actually would be kind of cool.
It just immediately becomes amazing.
That would be kind of cool. But if like he tries to transfer the crown, like I will storm the NBA offices. A patriot.
Yeah.
Just goes Sam Adams. I forget what else he said in that. God, LeBron loves to give himself the business. A little Marilyn Manson action right there. For those who don't understand the reference, just look it up. Yeah, honestly, that killed the mood. Killed the vibe. Do you have any...
You want to call another listener a bitch?
No, I'd rather just say... Listen, I now regret what I said to Peter, the dog. Because I heard that, and now I want to say, like, bleep that commercial. Was that Nike?
I guess.
Ugh. God. Anyway. Lots of commercials in college football, by the way. I'm already out. Meghan Trainor, can we have a Meghan Trainor pause? I know there were some Arch Manning commercials on Saturday, but can we pause with the Meghan Trainor?
Yeah.
All about the base. I'll give her credit. She's in really good shape now, which I did not know was possible, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's just not. I don't know. It's so annoying. It's so annoying that commercial, and then the Cody Campbell one with saving college football or college sports.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like we need to repeal some like 1961 sports broadcasting.
Yes,
thing,
that one. That was weird.
So they can make more. I'm like, wait. So the problem with college sports is that they don't make enough money off of broadcasts.
Exactly.
Like that's all the money comes from is from the SEC and the Big Ten having like billion-dollar deals with Fox and ESPN.
Not gonna lie, I love Texas Tech, but this guy being a Texas Tech booster, like I hope Texas Tech loses the rest of their games. And just because I saw this one commercial, if the IRS were to stumble across something that makes it more difficult for Cody Campbell, I wouldn't hate it. Sometimes I see something and I'm just like, hey, like get out of my life. I don't need you here. Whether it's that LeBron commercial or it's this Cody Campbell commercial.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Just saying.
goatee also. I was like, whoa. I didn't know what he looked like, and I kind of preferred just having the mental image of Texas oil man spinning billions. I guess I was just picturing Billy Bob Billy Bob Thornton. But having that and then being like, oh, it's that guy?
Yeah,
okay.
It's kind of lame.
Okay.
Kind of lame. From the 704, every Houstonian is uncomfortable with your god-awful singing on air. At least I would never be your king. I would throw the crown to the side and walk away. I would.
I don't want it.
I would not want the crown.
In the words of Jon Snow.
I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. My watch is over.
Now, I have some issues with, like, so he just goes back north of the wall? That sucks.
Dude, that's what I thought.
That sucks.
There's no women up there, I imagine, right? Like that dude is not getting laid.
Other than old what's his face?
No, they talked about how they used to bang sheep. Like,
No, the guy north of the wall, Castor whatever, Castor Troy. No, that's Pastor Troy.
Pastor Troy.
The guy who was schlupping his daughters.
Oh no, Craster's dead. Craster died.
Okay.
He died in season 3. R.I.P. In peace.
I don't know. He was kind of a bad guy.
Yeah, he was kind of a bad guy. Might have had it coming. But yeah, also, there are some plot points. Honestly, it could have kept the show going. Anyway, whatever.
You know what? We have issues with how Game of Thrones ended.
We had a lot of issues with a lot of things today. Peter or Ben the dog, LeBron's commercial, and this guy. I had never heard of him before. And, like, I love Texas Tech, and that's the first time in my life I've ever been like, F Texas Tech. Especially because he was not cartoonish, as you pointed out, Sean. If he looked like a cross between the Ole Miss Rebel and the Texas Tech Red Raider logo, like
honestly,
some sort of Yosemite Sam looking guy.
Just throw a cowboy hat on, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
That's all I wanted.
We're just making Billy Bob Thornton from Landman.
Yeah, just give him a check.
Let him do it. Yeah. Red Raider Ride says, you better bring back your tech support or I'll hurt your cat. Fine. That I will back down on. You threatened to beat me up, though. I'll take one for the team as a bit. Garbage time. Let's get out of here. Poker players keep getting robbed in Houston. Now, first off, I didn't know that it was actually possible to play poker in Houston. There was a part of me that actually would not hate trying this from time to time, but I know everyone's buying in for an outrageous amount of money. It's been a while since I played poker. Poker's fun until someone buys in for $120 and then calls you all in every single hand until you're out of your $20. You know, I like to play for $20. But anyway, according to a report by ABC 13, 17 poker players have been robbed walking out of Lucky Jay's Social Club. Whoa. That's on Richmond Avenue.
Oh, wow.
That's not that far away.
I don't know why, but that makes it hit closer to home.
Yeah. It literally is like a block away from us. 4 men were arrested last week in connection with aggravated battery of a 70-year-old man. The form of robbery that happens at these social clubs is called jugging. There's nothing to do with the juggalos, where players who win large sums of money are followed from one poker club to the next. Jeez, how are these people just straight degenerates where they're going like, all right, done playing poker here. I'm going to go to the next one.
Yeah. Hey, this table's cold. Got to go to the dealer dealing the good cards.
Houston is a known poker hotbed, but the past few weeks have been dicey. Another player was followed back to his hotel and robbed August 1st. These cases often don't receive much media attention due to the stigma surrounding gaming, since we have all these stupid-ass blue laws that I highlighted and Ramon highlighted about not being able to buy liquor on a Sunday. Kind of ridiculous, in my humble opinion. But, yeah, watch out. If you're a poker player, watch out. Watch your back.
Yeah. I don't know how you go about this because they seem like they just follow you home.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I don't want to advocate.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel and maybe stay strapped. I don't know.
At least in the car. At least keep it in the car. I don't know if we can tell them to bring it into the poker house.
From the 704. God, this show is such bleep. There's a reason your old co-host has been promoted twice, is now a national TV network, and you're still on the same radio show. That's right. That's right. Because I want to be this way. I want to be this way. I'm going to sing more tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have another texter threaten to beat my ass. It's been a fun show, everybody. Big thanks to all our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone who listens on the app. We appreciate you so much. Congratulations to, was it Thomas or JT?
It was Thomas.
Thomas. Okay. It was Thomas. Sorry, JT. I know you were the first one now that I remember it. Congratulations to Thomas. Listener party coming up on Friday. More chances to win on the apps. Make sure you're following all the ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and ESPN Houston socials, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc., etc. I am merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Brian. It's Brian. It is Brian, right? It's Brian behind the glass. Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Taco Tuesday, of course, my invention. How are things? Things good?
Acknowledge me!
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The mini blank was a little under the weather today. I had to take her to urgent care, but she's good.
Which one's the mini blank?
Madison.
Do you call one of them mini blank and the other one not mini blank?
No, but Taylor's always normally she's the first or the big blank.
The firstborn. So will you call them both mini blanks depending on the situation?
Normally it's Pee Wee.
Like if it was Tay that went to the minor emergency, would you have called her little blank or mini blank?
No, because Maddie
Baby blank?
I normally call Maddie Pee Wee.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Guys, we have breaking Texans news. Sorry to interrupt you there, Joel, in that conversation about Mini Blank.
Hopefully Mini Blank's doing fine.
Yeah, I'm glad Mini Blank's doing fine, but we got important Texans news, so I got to break in. An important extension given to a key Texan. You want to take a guess?
Will Anderson.
Well, I already know.
The Ian Rappaport is saying this is an important move for continuity in the quarterback room because Davis Mills, 1-year extension worth $7 million in new money, fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed?
Fully guaranteed.
Wow.
So,
okay, Davis Mills.
So Davis Mills here this year and next under contract.
That's sticking their neck out on a limb.
Now I see what you did there.
He had a neck on the competition.
Wow.
He won the race by a neck. No, it's not. Immediate reaction to this, I think it's good news for the Texans. I actually do believe the continuity in the room. I think a backup quarterback is kind of important to a team. I think it's kind of important to the starting quarterback, how they go about their week. You want a quarterback who, in case there is an injury to the starter, my line is always, can he go 500 in the absence of the starting quarterback? If you have a backup quarterback that can win half of the games while your starter is out, I think it's a good quarterback to have in the room. So they obviously like him. What's interesting to me is that Davis Mills is perfectly content to be a backup quarterback. Mm-hmm. This is the second contract extension he's had with the Texans where, hey, I could go out, I could test free agency, I could go to a spot that's desperate for quarterback, I could go find like a New Orleans situation where maybe I'm competing with a young player, a Giant situation where I'm competing with a project first rounder. Davis Mills is perfectly content in life being a bridesmaid.
Yeah, it might be one of those situations where they, it's like the punter and the kicker job. Like when you get one, you can make a pretty hefty living and stay healthy just by kind of staying out of the way. And maybe he likes carrying the clipboard, collecting a check instead of doing something else and not getting his head beaten in.
It's a lot of money. He's gonna live handsomely for the rest of his life by being a backup quarterback in the NFL. So, I think it's wise. I think it's really good. He's very realistic with who he is. Because, look, I think he could compete for a starting quarterback job. I'm not sure he's one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the world, but is he one of the best 45? I think so. I think he could find a situation where he is competing. But, no, he's like, yeah, just pay me lots of money, and I'm happy to hold the clipboard. And if C.J. Stroud gets hurt, I'll play a game or two.
And I think that, when you look at it from the big picture, I agree with what you said about the fact that from the continuity in the room to this from the standpoint of the team is one thing, but also from his own personal development, he's come quite a long ways from when we first saw him, and we probably expected too much until they got their franchise quarterback. But if what he did in preseason is any indication of all of what he can do for this team, if God forbid he was called upon, he looks like he's capable. And not, some teams have a different philosophy, and they feel like you have to have a veteran backup that's had, skins on the walls and a resume where they've had significant playing time at one point in their career. And other teams look at it as a throwaway position, like if we lose our starter, we're done. But somewhere in between, if you have a Davis Mills and he's at least capable of moving the offense, it could benefit you if CJ misses, not saying it's like a long injury, but even if it's just for a couple weeks.
Yeah. No, I like this from a Texans point of view. I really do. You have a trusted backup, gets along with CJ. He's great to have in the locker room. I've heard great things about him. You'd feel okay handing him, 3 starts if CJ got hurt. No, I like it. I see nothing wrong with this from a Texans point of view. I see that Davis Mills is content being a backup quarterback. And the one guy who I think this really hurts is Graham Mertz. I think this hurts Graham Mertz because I think Graham Mertz was drafted with the idea that Davis Mills, he's gonna move on after this year. Mertz just graduates to that backup quarterback. It wouldn't shock me if Graham Mertz isn't on this 53-man roster all year long because now you have your backup quarterback for the next 2 years. Mertz is under this year, next year, 2 more. 6-round project. I think this is terrible news for Graham Mertz, actually.
Yeah, it probably is. But again, coming off an injury, and I didn't know how fast he was going to develop and recover from it. But it looks like because of all of the reps that he got, that he's fully capable of playing, that maybe he thinks, like you were saying about Davis Mills, there's an opportunity out there somewhere else for him where maybe he might be able to be on a faster track to get to where he wants to go. And he wants to start. But I think when you look at it, watching what Green Bay did a year ago with a Malik Willis, who everybody threw away, but because you stay in the same system for multiple years and you're able to kind of get comfortable with it, you can bridge the gap for a couple of weeks when you're starting quarterbacks out, and if you happen to win a game or two in the process, that's a massive plus.
Let's say Stroud is out for 4 games. Davis Mills, and let's say it's just an average opponent all 4 games. How many of those games does Davis Mills win?
For sure 1, potentially 2.
Oh, okay. I would say 2 and 2.
Okay.
2 and 2. Average opponent, 2 and 2. I would be disappointed with 1 and 3.
I think the defense is a big...
For sure. Like, I wouldn't guarantee my backup quarterback $7 million if he was going 1 and 3 against 4 average opponents. Maybe that's me being unrealistic.
Yeah, I do think that game speed and all that stuff matters. And I think that, depending on how quickly he picks it all up and is sharp, the defense is the biggest factor of all things because they can win games all by themselves if they are on the field what we think that they've been so far to this point, that they can help you a bunch. But I think that if he just stays within himself, there's the potential that I think it's realistic to say 2 and 2.
Yeah. I think this is a good move. I think this is a good move there for the Houston Texans. Celebration in order, Blankers. Not for Davis Mills. Unless you want to celebrate Davis Mills, that's fine. The Astros lineup is out. And I told you we would celebrate. We would throw a party if Cesar Salazar was in the lineup catching Framber Valdez. Guess who's batting 9th and catching Framber Valdez tonight? Cesar Salazar!
I think this is the first time anyone's ever celebrated Cesar Salazar being in the lineup.
The salad bar is open.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But this has to be the first time in the history of the world Cesar Salazar has been celebrated for being in the lineup.
I am so fired up.
I would think somewhere back in his career, maybe an American Legion ball or something, that he was pretty good.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm fired up for Salazar. Spark Plug Sally, I call him. I've always called him Spark Plug Sally. He's Framber Valdez's personal catcher. He can see the game through with Framber Valdez. He can block a pitch in the dirt, which is important from a curveball pitcher. I'm pumped up. A lot of people were griping, like, you don't know ball, Branham. You don't know ball. You don't need Salazar catching a curveball pitcher. You don't need a good battery for Framber. Well, a spot of thought so, brother. A spot of thought so. I'm fired up. I've never been more right in my life.
So is this aside from the personal center fielder that we laughed about with Verlander, this is what it becomes, another one of the pitchers in baseball history that had a personal catcher?
I mean, unless he gets rocked today, then we can eliminate the experiment.
I'm
if the
just glad
Yankees
we're past
touch him up.
personal center fielders.
Yeah.
But that's no longer part of
Although
the Astros
Dubon is in
discourse.
center field today.
Of course.
Dubon is in center field today, which is bad news for Chas McCormick. This is the second straight game that Chas McCormick has not started against a lefty. When Myers is back, Chas Sugarland, what's up?
Yeah, I just think his offensive performance has been pretty bad. To me, getting back to what you just said about Framber, if his stuff is good and he has a mental meltdown, that hurts Salazar too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's on a pass-fail basis the rest of the year. The moment that Framber has a bad game, Salazar's out of here. It's back to Yiner. And look, Caratini's not with the team right now. He's in the concussion protocol. But it would be interesting. Let's say, let's just play out the scenario. Let's play out the hypothetical. There's, 28 games left in the season, so Framber's got, 5 starts left in the regular season? Let's say he's really good in those next 5 starts. Is that enough for Cesar Salazar to get a spot on the playoff roster?
I couldn't go that far.
If he's catching them the rest of the season, every single start, and he's pitching well, I guarantee you Cesar Salazar's on the playoff roster. They're not going to kick him off the playoff roster if he's pitching well. And then here you go. Here's Yiner again, and you can lose all confidence again, Framber.
But not only that, 3 catchers A personal catcher in 3.
You need 3. You can easily. You don't need 3. You can get away with 3 because you can easily do it in the wild card in the divisional round because you play 3 games, 5 games. The 5 game you have off days, all of that.
Yeah, wild card, yes.
I think you can get away with it.
But you also have to take into consideration for needing 3 because of the fact that, and again, it's different because of the guys that you've traded for that are now seeing significant time. But you know that they use both those guys in a variety of different offensive situations, regardless of Yiner's catching, that when they're both healthy, if you run into that predicament like we saw like a week or two ago, where both guys have already been in the game and you're like, oh, God, who's the emergency catcher? We've burnt through the bench. What do we do? That I could see a scenario just because of that, too, that they carry a third catcher.
They haven't been in that scenario as much since the deadline and the Jordan, I guess the Jordan return. But, that's another aspect of carrying it. That's why they carried Cesar Salazar for a month and he never played.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And I do think it's overrated, to your point, Brian, because I know what you're about to say. I do think that it's overrated. But if you have one guy that is the shepherd to Framber Valdez pitching well, then you keep him.
What do you call that? What do the Shepherds carry? That rounded off like cane thing?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the name of that is. But to your point, you kind of brought it up there. He was on the roster for, 2 months?
Yeah.
And he pitched more than he
got
hit.
a relief appearance.
And he pitched more than he hit? It feels like a wasted a wild card round aside.
What do you mean a wasted spot? He's ushering Framber to pitching well. You're not going to get 6 straight good starts from Framber Valdez with Salazar catching him and then be like, Salazar, see you later. That ain't happening.
Here's the other thing, too, Brian, you have to take into consideration who's hitting better than him that would make the roster. Because when you start looking at a majority of the guys sitting on the bench, they're all ass.
And here's the thing, too. Yeah, but he's only going to get 2-3 plate appearances max.
But at least defensively, he's doing something for you by keeping Framber between his ears.
But it feels like we're equating 6 starts over the entirety of Framber's career, where for the most of it, he's been great without Cesar Salazar.
We're trying to get the best results going forward.
So he's pitched for 5 years in the big league, and suddenly he can't do without safety blanket Cesar Salazar?
But he can do better with Salazar than who we have on the roster right now.
What percentage does Framber have to be better for Salazar to justify starting him the rest of the way, including playoffs?
Cy Young level.
No. I'm talking about percentage. Like, because Framber, look at Framber's game log. Framber, 7 runs, 5 innings, 4 runs, 6 2/3, 4 runs, 5 2/3, 6 runs, 6 inning, and then he gets spark plug Sally behind the dish, and he goes 7 shutty.
Again, it's one start. Let's play this out over the full sample
but we're
size.
playing out the scenario where he pitches well the rest of the way.
But again, we're talking about a 5-year career. I don't remember exactly how long Framber's up, but I think it's about 5 years. A 5-year career versus 6 starts? And we're weighing the 6 starts over the 5 years?
At this point, you don't care about anything he's done in the past. You care about the fact he's got to be stable.
I'm not trying to make a back of the baseball card case.
But you are.
I kind of am. I'm just saying, like, Framber's had these ups and downs before.
For sure.
The year that he threw the no-hitter, he was up and down like the entire summer. I just don't equate, we plug in Cesar Salazar, and suddenly Framber's fixed.
It gives him confidence to throw his breaking ball, Brian. Like, if you were a pitcher, I know you can't relate, so maybe I'll look at blankers here. And we've talked about this. If you're a curveball pitcher and you're having trouble with your curveball and you don't have a backstop that you can trust to block a breaking ball in the dirt, it's not going to give you the confidence to be like, I'm just going to bury this pitch.
I'm with you on Yonder, but if Carantini's back, I think I trust him.
Carantini's not a great blocker either.
But here's the thing, too.
But better than Yonder.
If you have some solution, like if you know a player for some whatever mental reasons likes to have Skittles in the locker room and it brings out the best in them, I'm putting Skittles in the locker room.
Sure.
So if I know if Framber Valdez, for whatever the reason, whether it's legit or mental or whatever, we know he's a little unstable sometimes upstairs. If I tell you that because he's behind the plate, Framber's going to be more comfortable, to Jeremy's point, to throw his pitches, to have command that he has trust in his catcher, I'm putting him out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
especially when he's
as
important as Framber.
Yeah.
Like if we were talking about Caleb Ort, your opinion's not needed here. But when it's Framber, absolutely it matters. You have to have Framber near his best if you have any chance of winning a World Series. I'm willing to sacrifice 2, 3, 4 plate appearances a game.
With this offense?
Absolutely.
This offense has scored 3 runs in 3 games against the Angels?
You didn't see the offensive explosion yesterday, clearly.
But there's 2 words for you.
Not working in here.
Martin Maldonado. You basically gave away outs to have a very, very stable backstop
and we killed Dustin
for your
for
pitchers. But
he won a World Series.
But that's exactly right. And
maybe we
because
shouldn't have been killing Dusty.
One of your two best pitchers. This is what you have to do. You have to basically acknowledge we're giving away an out in our lineup to make sure that our pitcher is the best he can be.
That's right. Sparkplug Sally's here to save Fromber's day. And here's the thing, Brian. You're like, oh, small sample, 1 star, blah, 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 blah. Fromber Valdez, career ERA by catcher. We're having catcher ERA discussions,
Please tell me
baby.
how many games this is when you're going to say Cesar Salazar.
Max Stassi is number 1 for Fromber Valdez, 0.69 ERA. Do you know who's second? Do you know who's second place?
Salazar with 1 start?
Salazar, Sparkplug Sally.
With how many starts?
He's got him 3 games. That means more than 1.
Okay.
3 games.
He started that game? Okay.
3 games. I don't know if he started or not, but I assume that he did because it's 18 2/3.
Yeah, you wouldn't usually sub out a catcher.
It just says 3 games. It doesn't say game started, but I'm assuming that's 3 games. Yeah, 1.93 ERA with Sparkplug Sally, baby. Astros to the moon. Fromber to the moon.
Whenever 3 runs total Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Whenever Fromber Valdez deals 8 shutout innings, allowing 1 hit tonight, just remember who was responsible. Sparkplug Sally.
If Fromber throws a shutout, I will come on these airwaves tomorrow and admit that Joel and Jeremy know more ball than me.
Oh, that's already that doesn't need to be proven. That's already been cemented.
It's up for debate right now.
Thank you, Esme. Appreciate that.
What was the other catcher that was randomly used? But when Greg Zahn.
Not for Fromber.
No, not with Fromber. But Greg Zahn was another one of those guys where he would sit in Midtown at the bar ripping heaters and drinking beer, and then every 15th day they'd put him in and be like, hey, Greg Zahn did something today.
Who's your favorite backup catcher?
Tony Eusebio.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
Sparkplug Sally's he's
Zahn
closing the gap quick though.
Because Greg Zahn looked like he lived in a trailer, and he also spelled Greg with 2 G's on the end. There was just lots of weird things.
He lived at the Red Door in Midtown.
Did he?
Oh, he was there every weekend night.
He looked like a good old boy.
Is that place still there?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was still there.
Yeah.
I went there
drive by
once.
it every now and then.
You ever pop your head in there?
No, it's turned into almost on the outside like an amusement park. They got all kinds of add-ons, like a castle, and
you know what? I think I saw that, but I didn't realize that was with the Red Door.
I think it's still called the Red Door, but it's definitely there.
I noticed all the amusement stuff. I didn't realize that was the same place. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We all know that Fromber's going to spin a gym tonight because Sparkplug Sally behind the dish. You can wait on that. Also, I was listening to a little bit of the pressers yesterday. The D'Amico Ryans cap, and Twitch loves when we play D'Amico sound, but we're not going to give them what they want. We wouldn't do that, but we will play some Sean McVay sound. But I started to think, I believe that the Rams are one of the worst opponents that the Texans could be opening up with, and I'll tell you why. Coming up next, we'll also discuss this Texans offensive line. Belichick took some heat. And Cesar Salazar here to save the day. Plenty to get to. 713-780-3776. YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham. On Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees. ESPN 97.5. ESPN 92.5. Pro Dunk Hoops. You already know it. They make the best basketball goal that exists. Look, basketball's right around the corner, whether you want to believe it or not. I know we're kicking off football season, but basketball is going to be here in about a month. They're going to start getting ready to go here pretty soon. Your kids are probably trying out for their high school team. Maybe they're playing a little AAU. Maybe they're looking to play basketball for the first time. They're a little one. We understand, but you need a goal from Pro Dunk at your place. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel. Stainless steel hardware, rust-proof, must-have in Houston. Breakaway rim, and that's important because it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Maybe you want to relive the glory days, throw down some yams, where you can lower it down to 5 feet. And with that breakaway rim, you can hang on it. You can dunk on it. It's going to keep you safe. Or maybe you have a little one that can't quite reach the 10-foot goal yet. He needs to shoot on that 5-foot goal because he's just getting started. And then as he gets older, you raise it up and you raise it up. That's why the goals from Pro Dunk are the best. And Thor, one of their goals is fantastic. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Easy to do, a lightning adjust feature. You can go anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, top notch. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, you know, to chase the basketball around, lazy bones, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. They're not going to deliver it to your driveway. You have to assemble a million pieces. That's daunting. You don't want to do it. No! Let the pros from ProDunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at ProDunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cesar Salazar Day in Houston. What a big day for backups, huh? Davis Mills gets $7 million guaranteed, and Cesar Salazar has been anointed Framber Valdez's personal valet, personal catcher.
Who'd have thunk we'd be talking about that at this point in the year?
I mean, we forewarned you.
Yeah, you called it.
Forewarned you. Said if Cesar Salazar's in the lineup tomorrow during our first segment, we're going to throw a party.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
I didn't say it. Lance, who famously knows ball, said it. Texture, hooray, Cesar Salad. He had Maldonado for 4 of those years. Talking about Framber. Texture, does the producer ever shut up and stop interrupting? Brian, do you ever shut up and stop interrupting?
He just stops. There you go.
Who do you leave out in divisional series for Sally? You probably don't carry 13 pitchers, is what you wouldn't carry 13. Like, it's very rare to keep the Astros didn't make the divisional series last year, and they haven't always had 26-man rosters. But usually during the divisional series, the Astros would keep 14 players and 12 pitchers. Some would even go to 15 players and 11 pitchers. Mm-hmm. And for a wild card series where you're playing, 3 games in 3 days maximum, you could actually carry fewer than that. So it wouldn't be leaving out a position player. You'd be leaving out one of these jabronis in the bullpen.
Mop-ups.
Yeah, one of the mop-up guys out of the bullpen. Astros have proven over the years you can give up one spot in the lineup if it helps your pitcher. He said pictures, but he meant pitchers. Pitchers dominate. The Astros have had a lot of glove-first starters. Behind the dish, Osmus probably the most famous, Maldi the most recent. They've had a lot of glove-first shortstops. Adam Everett comes to mind. Tim Bogar comes to mind. Mm-hmm. The Astros have sacrificed bottom-of-the-order spots in the lineup for defense for Decades.
You said Adam Everett?
I did.
Yeah, because that's the first one that comes to my mind right out every time.
I used to love watching him play shortstop.
Really
he was
smooth
so good
defensively.
He just couldn't hit a lick.
Yep.
I tried to hit him second one year so he could bunt the runner over. Those were the days. Would Valdez pitching a quality start every time he pitches for the rest of the year with Cesar Salad behind the plate, put him on the roster for the playoffs? I think so.
I think absolutely.
I think he would.
I mean, again, it's not like you're trying to kick someone off the roster that's been ripping the cover off of it or pitching lights out, over and over again. You're talking about, like you said, the last guy in your bullpen versus a guy that can keep your second best pitcher dialed in for every massively important start the rest of the way. That's a sacrifice I think most teams are willing to make.
Yeah. And what is the expense there? You're losing a guy who's a double play machine. Like, oh, no, you can't bench Yiner's bat. What do you mean I can't bench Yiner's bat? I absolutely can.
He doesn't exactly hustle it down the line either.
There was that. He got into that the other day. I feel like Yiner mostly hustles. I've actually admired his hustle at times. He did have one the other day where he dogged it. So most
and it was
recent
bobbled.
one,
I think he could have beaten it out. That's when the attention gets drawn to it.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this. I was listening to D'Amico, listening to the Cap talk to the media yesterday. It was funny watching them at the Rams. The Rams do their media differently. I don't know if they do this every day of the week. I'll pay attention this week. But they did the Zoom on Monday. They did the Zoom. Sarah Barshop was on the Zoom on Monday. And they allow each reporter to ask 2 or 3 questions and they move on to the next person. And then they all thank McVay and then McVay tells them all you're welcome. It's very weird. It's very polite and I kind of enjoyed it a little bit. But the first question is Matthew Stafford going to start? That was ever a question. Of course he's going to start. But listening to it, I started thinking more about the Rams roster and their defense. And I was listening to D'Amico talking about the offensive line, and we'll get to the projected starters here in a little bit. And Key from LA is going to get he's going to love hearing what I have to say about this. But you look at the Rams defense. The Rams have just pass rusher after pass rusher all throughout that defense. Jared Verse can get to you. Byron Young can get to you. Kobe Turner can get to you from the middle. That is a daunting defense to go up against at any time of the year. And why I think the Rams are one of the worst opponents the Texans could open with. You could throw the Ravens in here too. I'm just talking about their schedule, not the entire NFL. But for an offensive line that was the worst in the NFL last year, that has 80% new offensive linemen, a completely different scheme, a completely different play caller, C.J. Stroud, who's going to be able to adjust the play at the line for the first time in his NFL career, this might be the worst opponent on the Houston Texans schedule to put all of that to the test in week 1 against this Rams defense.
See, I had another one, but now it has the asterisk of and a caveat because he left. If you faced Detroit in week 1 of a year ago and you had Ben Johnson calling plays and you had Aiden Hutchinson on the edge and you had the defensive secondary that they have in the linebackers, and Ben Johnson's going to have about 85 wrinkles for you that you didn't have any clue of seeing because he ain't showing it in the preseason, that would have been a handful.
See, I don't really care as much about the offensive side of things, the opponent offense side of things, because the Texans defense should be good. They're experienced. They brought back tons of players. So I don't really worry about the defense. Yeah, it would be tough, all that stuff, but it'd be tough at any point. To me, it's more about the offense and having a new offensive line that has never played in a regular season game together, that might not be that talented, with a rookie left tackle, and all of a sudden you're going up against one of the best pass rushes in the entire NFL on the road on top of that. I think it's a bad first week opponent.
It is. You're right. I mean, I think from a Pittsburgh perspective, just defensively, when you get a Watt and you get Highsmith and some of the guys that they have, and you've got their interior defensive line that's so dominant, that could be a big problem. But I hear what you're saying. I think that anytime, I know it's been making the rounds on Twitter, all the different verse pass rushes and how he can just absolutely do everything from bull rush and knock you on your fanny to, rapidly get around the edge and snap your neck while you get to the quarterback. He's a handful, and they're a load defensively to deal with, and it is going to be a test right out of the chute for this line.
It's a huge limit test. If they actually look good, I'm going to be very, very bullish about the offensive line. But on the other side of that, if they look bad, I'm almost going to give them a pass.
You kind of have to.
Because game 1, first scheme, new players, rookie left tackles, all the things we just said, if you get sacked 4 or 5 times and you're kind of stuttering offensively, It's like Arch Manning. Like Arch Manning, first real start going into Ohio State. How in the world could you think he was going to have tremendous success? So I look at the Texans offense the same way.
Yeah, no, I think it's legit because I think when you think about it too, and you look at the way that they can get beat, the fact of the matter is that, you know, we a year ago we were talking about stunts and twists and all these different things, but now you're talking about just the fact that from the quality of play and the level of player that you're going up against, you almost have to give them a pass and go, hey, let's see what happens when you play another team in the division, or let's see when you happen to play almost anybody else on your schedule, not named the Ravens, because of the fact that this team is a well-oiled machine on both sides of the football, well coached, and they've got outstanding talent.
Yeah. Daunting task week 1 for the Texans. Israel says Chubb's going to rush over 100 yards. That would help. That would help.
A lot.
It would, if they can get any sort of running game going, that would help a lot. Now, I'll have to look at Nick Chubb's player prop. I haven't done that yet. What do you think Chubb's player prop will be?
I think it's probably going to be about 55 yards.
55 yards?
Yeah.
For Nick Chubb?
Yeah.
I think
Over,
that's probably a pretty safe bet. Nick Chubb, 55 yards. What would you handicap at it, Brian? Interrupt us. What would you put it at?
Oh, I can talk now? I would put him – I think Joel's actually pretty dead on in the number, but to be different, I'll say 58.5.
Okay.
He's going to price his right.
I just pulled up Underdog. They're higher or lower for Nick Chubb this week. 44.5 yards.
Ooh.
Rushing yards, specifically. 44.5 rushing
Yeah.
yards. You go higher on that?
I would go higher.
Yeah.
You go higher on that?
Yep.
Yeah, higher on that. 713-780
Phrasing,
ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Would you go higher on Nick Chubb, 44.5 rushing yards? 713-780 ESPN. Let's talk about this offensive line because it's set, at least if you believe projected depth charts. Projected depth chart radio. Texans offensive line is set. Rookie left tackle. Your big money free agent is on the bench, and Titus is not playing guard. He's playing right tackle. Is this okay? Is it all right going into week 1? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I'm here to tell you about Walmart. I mean, I know you guys are driving around or listening and going, why does he need to tell me about Walmart? I know what Walmart is. Great selection, unbelievable low prices, very convenient. But there's so much more now if you didn't know that Walmart.com has upgraded everything to be there for you. And it's in a variety of different ways. My wife and I were talking about this the other day because we were in a jam because our daughter had a birthday party to go to and we forgot to get a gift. All we did is go to Walmart.com and order it online, saved getting the kids into the car, driving to the store, bringing it back, and wasting time while we were trying to get her to the party. They delivered it right to the door, and Lisa had the gift bag and everything ready to go, and we were not late for the party, and she had a gift that was really cool for her friend, and everything went off without a hitch. It was all because of Walmart.com, because we didn't have to waste that time, and it's the same price in store as it is delivered to your door. That's right, no upcharge. The only upcharge is if you want it in less than an hour. Other than that, they're going to get it to you, and by the way, a lot of people still are trying to figure Walmart has groceries too. You can do grocery shopping at Walmart, do it online. Don't have to go sitting there and fighting through selection and produce and all the different things you need. Have it delivered to your door at the exact same prices as if you had bought it in store. Absolutely fantastic, and all just to serve you better. That's what Walmart's all about. You need to check it out, because if you don't, you're missing out, because from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, they have everything for you, as you already know. Now they can deliver it to you so you don't have to go. It's fantastic. It's beautiful, and if you didn't know, now you do, because who knew? Walmart.com is the place for you. You can find a huge selection of items that you can't find in stores with 500 million items online. If it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, getting a birthday gift, Walmart is the place for you. I encourage you to check it out and see all the different ways they can help you and how they can deliver to make your life easier. Check out today. Go to walmart.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Cesar Salazar, personal catcher for Fromber. It's burying the it's not really the lead. I guess it'd be the sub lead. It's Jose Altuve's first left field start since July 28th.
Oh, even the broadcast has been all over it, talking about how he hasn't been playing left field.
Yeah,
And
so
now
he's
he
back
is.
out there today. Cesar Salazar stilling the lead from one Jose Altuve. Texture says, "Hooray for Cesar Salad." There you go. There you go. We all love it. We all love Cesar Salazar being the new backstop for Framber Valdez. All right, we'll get to the Texans' projected offensive line here in a minute. But here was Sean McVay, head coach of the Rams. He kind of got long-winded talking about this Houston Texans team. His perspective on the Fighting DeMeco Ryans.
They're a great team. I think they take on the personality of their head coach. And DeMeco's a guy, physical, tough. They play smart. They toe the line. I think they're really, that's reflected in all three phases. They have continuity in the defense and on the special teams where they've been excellent. And then I think they've been really dang good the last couple years on offense. Obviously took a little bit of a step back, but, we know what a great coach Nick Caley is. They kept a lot of their great coaches that were already in place. He and Jerry Shaplinski are really the only new guys as far as I know. But it's excellent personnel. There's a style of play. There's a reason why they've been a top 8 team each of the last couple years, winning their division and then being able to advance into the divisional round. And, they're excellent. We got a chance to practice against them a year ago, but everything that they're about is what I respect. And that's why we know it'll be such a great challenge. And that's what you love about the league.
It was long-winded.
Anything stick out to you?
I mean, it was so long that there was, right off the top, there was something that he said.
He said they toe the line.
Yeah, the toe the line. That was the Aziz
toe
thing.
the
I
line.
immediately thought you were going to jump on that with Aziz. But to me, the other thing that just sticks out after hearing him say that is, of course, he's going to be like a proud father in the fact that Caley came from his system, so he knows that they got a guy calling plays that learned from him.
I was reading, who's the dude who writes Monday Morning Quarterback these days?
Peter Kingston?
No, he retired. They gave it over to the other dude. Do you know?
I'll look it up.
Albert Breer.
Yes, that's it.
Albert Breer writes the Monday Morning Quarterback now that Peter King has retired, and he did a piece on Caley. He does 10 things. It's so long-winded, but he did a Caley, C.J. Stroud bit in there. It was pretty good. And there was a dude who used to play with the Rams that texted C.J. Stroud this past offseason. It was like, if you guys get Caley, you're going to be so happy. It was Ben Skoranek. Huh. Ben Skoranek texted Stroud, was like, hey, if you guys get Caley, you're going to be happy about that. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of year Caley has, what kind of year Stroud has. I think he'll be better, but, they got to go do it. And the offensive line, according to the Texans depth chart, unofficial depth chart, which we know that depth charts a lot of times can be misleading, fake, doesn't matter. Like Bill Ja'Cory Merced or whatever that guy's name is for the Commanders, he's listed as the fourth-string running back. Fourth-string running back for the Commanders on their unofficial depth chart. Woody Marks listed as the Texans' fourth-string running back, although I do think that that's actually accurate. I think Woody Marks is running back 4 for the Texans. But the offensive line that they penciled in on their depth chart, Tay Ursery, rookie second-rounder at left tackle. Laken Tomlinson, who's supposed to be the straw that stirs the drink on the toughness to that offensive line, the left guard. Jake Andrews wins the center spot. Ed Ingram at right guard and Titus Howard at right tackle. Cam Robinson, the big free agent acquisition, the backup left tackle. So if this is indeed the starting 5 that the Texans roll out there on Sunday, which we assumed it would be, are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm a little surprised because we talked about it previously, and it's good to have a backup in Cam Robinson. It's just that you went out in the offseason to get Cam Robinson, and it's a bonus that you drafted a kid that beat him out and also injury. But now he's a really expensive backup for you, and there's really no place that you're playing him. But other than that, I have to go into this season with the belief that they know what they're doing, that they found the 5 best guys that when they keep preaching continuity and the fist is stronger than the individual fingers, that this hand is going to come together to do a better job blocking and taking care of CJ than a year ago, and then we'll plan accordingly. Like you said, look, I go back to when I see this, and I know that Ursery is going to go up against Verse, and I know they'll move Verse around a little bit, but you look at it, and you think about to the Jets game last year when they just got used and abused by a massive defensive line that just took advantage of an inexperienced and and very messed up offensive line from the Texans.
Yeah, I like that they're going Ursery at left tackle. Like, just do it. Like, if you expect him to be your franchise left tackle for the duration of his time here, 4 years on his rookie contract, if there's a second contract, that's great because that means he's performing well. I think you should just go do it. Like, I know that you spent $12 million on Cam Robinson, but it's a one-year deal. He's a veteran. He's a little bit older. I don't need the bridge. Like, if Ursery's 90% of what Cam Robinson's giving you there, just do it and allow him to grow into the position. I think he can reach his potential quicker. And then if that's his spot, that's his spot. Now, the right side of the line, like, I kind of wanted Cam Robinson just to play right tackle. I know he's never done it before, and that's probably why they're not doing it. But I would have preferred Robinson at right tackle and to move Howard to right guard. That said, Ingram and Howard both had good preseasons.
Yeah, no, and I think that they have earned the right to be where they are. And with the Texans, what they don't want to tell you, they're not going to tell you. And we've been through all this throughout camp and whatever. This has pretty much been their offensive line, I guess, since the Cam Robinson injury kind of solidified everything. But we saw glimpses of this as they were even starting camp. So they didn't hide this, and they weren't kind of feeding us, a hill of beans at the time, going, yeah, right, okay, we'll see what happens when the season started. Well, it seems like this has been the consistent offensive line all through camp.
Yeah.
And so let's see what they can do. And like you said, I mean, you look at it from the flip side of this too, which is going to be really interesting, is the line of scrimmage and the D-line that can dominate more might go a long way to saying who wins this ball game, because on the other side of the Rams, they got a left tackle that was out, I think, for a significant amount of time with blood clots. And now you got Hunter and Anderson Jr. to handle too. So both lines and tackles are going to be really interested to watch to see who gets the upper hand.
No doubt. Key from LA, the Rams D-line is going to eat all day. Rookie left tackle was lunch meat. Key from LA spewing propaganda. Look, he might be right. What would be a successful day for Ursuri against that Rams defensive line, Key from LA? Obviously, no sacks would be wonderful. That'd be outstanding.
I mean, you're pretty much restituting saying he's probably going to give up one or two.
Yeah, hopefully not two. I could live with one. Two would not be great.
Yeah,
two tackles, 2 sacks. I mean, I wouldn't be happy with that.
I don't like it, but again, that's a pretty big ask for a kid in his first ever NFL football.
No
game
doubt.
To go up against a guy that talented.
No doubt. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Texans get it right with this projected offensive line, and we thought that this was going to be it. But are you good with it? Are you good with Cam Robinson being a backup? 713-780-ESPN. Also, the greatest coaching resume of all time. Shrug, Bill Belichick, he took one on the chin yesterday. He got beat pretty good yesterday, but I think that he's catching too much heat. What do you think? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know we're still in the middle of the dog days of summer, and the heat just isn't going away. If you're a Houston resident, you're used to it. But the one thing you wouldn't get used to at all is if your air conditioner went on the fritz. If it went out, you guys would be screaming and yelling, trying to get help as fast as you can. That's why I'm here to tell you about Temperature Pro, because Temperature Pro is the company you need to call from actually making sure that your system is up to speed and is ready to do everything you need it to do until it starts to cool off around here. And if something goes wrong, they're the people you call because they are trusted. They have unbelievable ratings and reviews, including an A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and they use all the top brands. They have Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. But the caveat to all of this is, I know the owner of the company because I grew up with him. My buddy John Blitz owns Temperature Pro, and he is dedicated to Houstonians. I have sent so many of my friends and neighbors his way, and all of them come back to me and say, hey, thank you so much, because I didn't have to worry about whether they were actually changing that part out, or if I needed that part, or if I needed a whole new system. These guys were fantastic, and that's why I'm telling you about them, because on top of all that, they'll work with you. Like, how about financing? 12 months, no payments, no interest. You need the AC fixed now, but it might take you a few months to pay it off. They're going to work with you because they understand. They know what the weather's like in Houston, and they know you need some trusted hands to take care of you, like those at Temperature Pro in Houston and Katy. John Blitz isn't going to steer you wrong. That's why he's been my friend for my entire life. I encourage you to check him out and see for yourself. BlitzProServices.com, BLITZ ProServices.com, or call him on the really easy-to-remember number, 281-247-5925. 281
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Happy Cesar Salazar Day for all who celebrate. Fromber celebrates it.
Happy holiday yesterday.
Yeah, happy holiday.
I saw it after we got off the air that the station tweet said exactly that.
Did it?
Happy Labor Day.
I remember they sent out something. I didn't know the language that they used. There is no Jordan today, though, by the way.
He's chilling right now. He's in
Are
the
we gonna hear
playa right now.
scheduled day off?
I mean, he's played a lot of days in a row.
Yes.
I have no problem. And you have the lefty. Like, it's a natural day for him not to play.
He's just played so well.
Yeah, no,
Getting
for sure.
on base and you're in go time.
I mean, when you have Cesar Salazar's bat in the lineup, do you need Jordan?
I'm not as – no, you don't. You don't need any offense tonight. Cesar Salazar and Fromber Valdez are putting up a bunch of goose eggs. All you need is one. You just need one run tonight.
Which Cesar Salazar will get clearly.
He's going to hit a home run off Reed.
Clearly.
Lefty on lefty. He's going to go Oppo Taco over the Crawford boxes. They're going to win 1-0. They're going to win 1-0 on the back and the bat and the glove and the calling of Cesar Salazar.
The legend, Cesar Salazar.
Yeah. I forgot what we were talking about.
We were talking about Jordan being
Oh, yeah, Jordan missing.
I thought there was something else.
I just don't.
Oh, the division, the lead. I'm not as panicked about the standings as you are.
Got a whole lot of help last night, except for one. I went to bed with a 2-run Arizona lead, and then woke up this morning to find out they coughed it up in the 10th, which sucks because the Rangers are only four and a half back. But you gained a game on the Mariners. You gained a game on both Detroit and Toronto. So whichever way you're looking at the race, you got a whole hell of a lot of help last night. You hope it continues because, unfortunately, this ain't the Yankee team you saw a few weeks ago. They've been red hot.
It's kind of the standings against the Yankees matter, too, because if you do surrender to the division, your lot in life compared to the Yankees matters. Yankees currently have a half-game lead on the Astros. So, that's something you got to consider. You got to, the more teams between you and that first team that's out of the playoffs, the better. And right now, the Astros are behind the Yankees by half a game.
And the Red Sox, right? Because the Yankees and Red Sox are tied for second in the East.
Percentage points, because the Astros are 76. No, they're half game up.
And the tiebreaker is head-to-head?
Yes.
Because Boston won the head-to-head. So you have a chance to at least get the head-to-head from the Yankees.
Yeah, I'm not sure the head-to-head record. Sounds right with the Red Sox.
Yeah, because they got the Red Sox swept them, remember? So
yeah, but the Astros took 2 of 3. Was that the only 6 times they played?
That's the only 6 times they play.
Okay, yeah, then they don't. I don't know the Yankees series, but whatever. Just another caveat to Cesar Salazar game coming up tonight. 713-780-ESPN. So yesterday, North Carolina got beat. They got beat bad. They took a 7-0 lead early, and everybody's like, oh, my goodness, look at Belichick. This is awesome. A bunch of people were tweeting after that, like, oh, this team looks good. This Belichick team looks good. And then TCU decided that they were just going to blow out the Tar Heels. I actually think that Belichick's taking too much heat today, though. This is the first game at a new program where they have 70 new players. Do you know what Nick Saban's record was his first year at Alabama?
Don't.
7-5.
Okay.
7-5. What Bill Belichick does in his first year does not matter. He's building a program. He's building something that he wants to sustain for a period of time. His year one record does not matter. It's what he does over the full body of work.
So there's a couple of things here. There's something that I can
full body of work
poke some holes in, but to kind of start where you left off, the one thing I would say is he's not only because Carolina was decent, but he's trying to take him to another level. In order to do that, you need a couple of years because you need to recruit all your players. And and he's never coached in college like this before, especially with this day and age of college football with NIL and transfer portal. And he got a late start when they hired him. So he was already kind of behind. Now he's trying to do it on the fly and do it as fast as he can. And to meet an opponent like TCU, which I think is a little underrated, their quarterback was impressive to me
Hoover
last
can
night.
sling the ball,
Boy,
man.
he can really make some beautiful passes. And they've got some players around him.
I mean, it's Big 12 football.
And they've got some money there, too. So I think overall this was a tough matchup for them in week one. But I think you have to give some leniency and some time to Belichick.
Absolutely. He's not – his career at North Carolina, his tenure at North Carolina isn't defined by a game against a team from one of the better conferences in college football.
The third best conference in college
football. One of the power conferences in college football.
I get that mindset for the most part. Like, a new coach comes in, he has to get his own guys in, but it's kind of an old way of thinking because Bill Belichick put 70 new players on the roster this year. Like, in the age of NIL and the transfer portal, he did get all of his players in. He got 70
He got rid of players he didn't want.
He was scraping up the bottom of the barrel.
He got rid of the players he didn't want or didn't want to use the way he was going to run his system.
He handpicked 70 new players.
From the bottom of the barrel.
From what was left.
In what world is 70 new players good? Like, the roster turnover there is nuts. Like,
well, because the phrasing is he's being stuck with the last group's players. He's not.
Well, I said 70
new
players right from
but
the
here's
rip.
the thing. It's also because he got a late start, and so you got to give him time so that he can have a full off season to kind of do whatever he needs to do. And to Jeremy's point, it's like Dion at Colorado the first year when you absolutely cleared house, but he had a little bit more time.
And he inherited 2 first-round draft picks.
And we're talking about the fact that he brought them both with him. Yeah, he was able to bring them both with him, which is what Belichick isn't doing. He's not bringing kids with him. And when we just got done talking about the Texans' offensive line and continuity, it's one thing when you grab a couple of players out of the portal and you get players that you need or you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're trying to grab everybody out of the transfer portal and wherever you can find them from, that's a hell of a challenge.
I don't think a huge roster turnover is good, for what it's worth. I don't think bringing in 70
back on the idea,
new players
well,
is a
he needs
good
to get his own players. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
No,
That's
you have
a
to
challenge.
build a foundation. You have to build a program. That's not happening overnight, even with 70 new players.
You have to build.
Okay, can you build one that's not down 41-7 though?
I mean, you're sleeping on TCU. TCU is the most disrespected team in
41-7?
college football. Hoover can sling it around. You know who beat TCU last year in Fort Worth? Your mighty Houston Cougars.
Look, this is not trashing TCU, but Bill Belichick's got to be within 41-7 of TCU at home.
And quarterback play wasn't great, and he's trying to pull from the scrap heap of what's left out there to try and find someone that's going to run his offense and do the things he wanted to do. And he got a 4-star, 5-star that he didn't think was capable of all the different idiosyncrasies of the offense. So he went with the kid that transferred, and the kid wasn't great last night.
The greatest college football coach of all time. We were talking about power programs yesterday. Alabama, North Carolina, where do they stack up? Alabama obviously way ahead of North Carolina. And yes, it was a different time then. There wasn't the transfer portal as hot and heavy as it is, the wild, wild west as it is. But Nick Saban, the greatest college football coach of all time, who built the greatest college dynasty in recent memory, went 7-6 in year one at Alabama. And we're ready to plant the flag on Bill Belichick after one game where he was the underdog. They weren't even supposed to win that game.
That's overlooking one
at home.
Huge, massive difference, though, in what the situation Saban in Alabama were in and Bill Belichick in North Carolina. Saban was in a situation where he could be there for 20 years to see this thing through. Bill Belichick at age 73, how long is he there?
73 is the new 53,
4, 5
Brian.
years max? Like,
he keeps himself in tip-top shape.
He's there as long as he wants to be there. Look at how long they had an old Mac
Grim
Brown.
Reaper says otherwise.
Why do you think Air Jordan's around? To keep him young.
Well, I'm sure you guys saw this note. TCU scored 48. The age difference between Bill and Jordan, 48.
Yeah. What's Jordan's last name?
Hudson.
How old is she again?
20-something.
Okay, because she's the same age as Max Johnson, who came into the game for North Carolina. I saw that tweet.
And the way she was
his backup quarterback and his girlfriend the same age.
That's one of the holes I had to poke with Belichick. Like, when you look at that last night, this is something that you would never think in a million years Belichick would ever allow. Like, to see him have her dressed pretty scantily on the sidelines and actually interacting with him during the course of a game where she looks like she's trying to get, clicks and fashion out there while he's trying to coach a football game is a pretty bad look for a guy that's always been the guy that's no nonsense.
That wasn't a good look.
But, I mean, doesn't that kind of hint to why their overreaction is fair, though? Like, this isn't the Bill Belichick of 20 years ago, who was this hard-nosed guy making sure he held his players to the accountable to the highest level of play. Like, he's clearly not the same guy, and not only because of age, but his priorities have shifted.
Why do you think he's clearly not the same guy?
Because it trailed off towards the end there in New England. He got rejected by the NFL, and clearly his priorities shifted.
But Brian,
he can't handle this relationship.
Whether it's him or his son, and their defense is their specialty for the majority of their career,
48.
right? Okay. The fact of the matter is is that in order to execute whatever defense they want to run, they have to have the players capable of doing it. And in year one, it's hard to get all those guys to do what they need them to do.
We need to give Belichick some time. Like, we're not grading Bill Belichick's tenure at North Carolina on one game against a program from one of the best conferences in all of college football. That's unfair to Belichick.
So he's age 75?
I think we need to give him 76? At least 3 years, right? Like, how long do you give any head coach you hire? I mean, that does come into play, but yes. Like, when you hire a head coach to take over your program, how long of a runway should that head coach get?
3 years.
Okay, then 3 years. Well, let's see where Bill Belichick's at in these 3 years, assuming he's still there.
I think it's definitely up in the air.
The point, though,
is
you should never judge a coach based on one game into their tenure. Ever. No matter how bad that game is. Because there's a lot. Kelvin Sampson was 14-17 in year one at Houston. Why? Because he didn't care as much about winning that first year. It was about laying the foundation of what was going to become what we're currently seeing. One game should not define a head coach ever.
Willie Fritz's history of coaching, his second year, has always taken off because you got to weed out the players that you don't want, that you didn't recruit, you didn't bring in, and you have to sort out everything so you can go forward. And now it's even more complicated with NIL and with transfer portal. But if you're a good coach, starting in year two, you start to see the progression, and I firmly believe you're going to see it.
There again, he got to pick 70 new players.
That's not a good thing. You keep saying that like it's a feather in his hat. 70 new players is not good.
The conversation, because, well, he's got to weed out who he wants and doesn't want. He already did that. He kicked out a bunch of players and brought in 70 new ones.
That's half a weeding.
You established that into the conversation.
No, Joel said it multiple times.
He got, what would I say? He got rid of the players that he probably didn't want, but that isn't as easy. Just snap my fingers and then I get rid of them and I bring in everybody I want and they all come to Carolina, especially when he got a late start.
He didn't get 70 five-star recruits here, Brian.
I know.
You got to give him time.
That's the current way. I mean, lots of teams bring in tons of new players. I mean, year one to year two, we brought up Dion in Colorado before. They still brought in a huge roster turnover from year one, year two, and they won. They won 9 games and made a bowl.
He brought in two of the most important, actually 3 with 2 players.
Yeah.
He brought in 2 of the most important recruits he could have brought in with him from his previous stop when he brought his kid to play quarterback. And he bought the Heisman Trophy winner to play D-back and wide receiver.
Yeah. Belichick brought his kid. He's putting out a bad defense.
With a man bun.
48.
Did you see the post-game press conference, by the way?
Let's hit that on the other side.
Okay.
That balloon march.
Brian's panic meter on Bill Belichick's through the roof. What are our panic meters
7.
on some of these other things going on around college football? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Pete, after UNC lost, Jordan Hudson entered the transfer portal. I like it. I like the nickname.
Maybe she started dating Johnson.
Be closer in age. Be identical ages. Texture, never judge a coach by the age of his girlfriend. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. That's a good point. You shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't. Jordan just wanted concession stand money from Daddy Bill. Oh, man, he's taking too much heat. How about that balloon arch during the postgame press conference? That was silly.
Small time.
It wasn't small time.
That was
wouldn't call it small time.
Wedding, graduation / birthday.
It's not small time. Like, that was probably an area where they had donors and stuff, so you make it a little bit glitzy and glamour-y.
I think she had something to do with it, or someone did.
Like, you see that stuff in suites a lot of times.
Right.
So I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't call it small-timey. It was just maybe, like, out of setting.
It was inappropriate.
Maybe
inappropriate feels strong.
No, I don't think so, because the media is there and it's supposed to be just cut and dried. We're here for interviews. They're here to give you
what you're
answers.
saying. It just feels
the balloon wasn't making mama jokes. You know?
Yeah, inappropriate just doesn't feel like I know what you meant, but it feels like the wrong word.
The setting was off for sure. It looked a little bit like maybe out of touch. Like it was kind of weird. I've never seen that at a press
Felt
conference.
high school. That's kind of what I meant by small
homecoming.
Time. Yeah, exactly. That's what
like
I meant.
a birthday, bar mitzvah, wedding, graduation, and like Jeremy said, with the Rockets, they used to do it on the suite level leading into your suites. They'd have a gathering area or something like that if you had a large group. But you don't do that for your head coach.
No, my guess is that it was a multi-use thing. I want to say that they probably used it for something during the game. And that's why you saw the glitz and glamour, and then the press conference was just happened to be there.
I would just
they're cheap.
I
they're
hope that's.
reusing?
I mean, you see multi-purpose things all the time. That doesn't
but I
make
would
it cheap.
disagree. I think, and again, you're the head coach
It's a
carrying a
theory.
whole lot of clout. No, I go. And my theory is more that she or someone had something to do with the new Carolina look and everything, and this was part of it, and it was a horrible decision.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss that theory either. Like, that's probably very much in play. Probably is the better theory. And it's like, to Brian's point last segment, it's like totally the antithesis of Bill Belichick. Like, could you imagine Belichick going up to those Patriots? We're on to Cincinnati with balloons and decor behind him and ribbon and all this tassel. Like, no.
And if he got his ass handed to him on his way up to the podium, he probably grabbed the bouquets and started dragging them off.
Yeah.
Get this crap out of here.
Yeah, like that's kind of my point in this whole thing. It's not reacting to one loss. It's, to me, reacting to who Bill is now. And it's just...
You're questioning the man.
Yeah. He's just not the same guy that he was 20 years ago.
Coach Prime beat TCU in his first game with a brand new roster. TCU wasn't as good then as they are yesterday. Also, I mean, I don't see this as an apples-to-apples comparison because of what Blanker said. He brought in the Heisman Trophy winner with him. That was with him at his previous stop. He brought in his quarterback, who was a prolific college quarterback that put up huge numbers. And what was Colorado's record last year in year 2?
9-5.
What did they do year 1? 7-6, something like that?
I think they won 5 games year 1, 9 games year 2.
Okay, so are we dismissing that Bill Belichick could win 5 games with an inferior roster?
I think he could win 5 games.
So he could match Dion with inferior players. So, like, that's not an to me, it's not an apples to apples.
Do we know that the entire roster is inferior?
Yes. That North Carolina team is not good.
No. And again, I think he's probably built the right coaching staff.
4-8. They went 4-8 Dion's first year.
If you don't have the right players, you can't execute no matter what you want to do. And I thought the quarterback play was less than.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I wonder if they go to Max Johnson just because he's solid and does the job.
I think he's got experience at a bigger time programs where I think that he could help him.
Key from LA, no mention of USC. They look good Saturday. We'll go listen to Travis Rogers on ESPN LA.
They played Missouri Valley State or
Did
some.
they?
Yeah, it was some directional school.
I mean, Jerry Rice walking through that door.
No, it was definitely a directional Missouri school, but I mean, settle down.
What does text say? It's going to be a long season for old Bill. So Kirk Herbstreit took some heat from this game yesterday. Paul went on he went in on him about his dog, which I don't like the dog thing. I'm not a fan of.
I didn't like how quickly he replaced Ben on the set. Like,
Ben
was barely cold in the ground, and the new dog was on the plane.
Yeah.
I'm a dog person. And I am respectful enough that I don't bring my dog, because not everybody is. And I think the fact that he was swimming in the main fountain on the campus.
Yeah.
He was at everything with Corso. He's on the set. And when he did the McAfee show, he filled in for McAfee last week, and the dog's running around the set and the whole time. It's just too much.
He took a dump. He took a dump on College Game Day where the kicker kicked it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, like they do that little kick
the kick for
money.
100,000 or whatever.
McAfee actually put it at 200 or 250, and the guy made it. He made the kick. But yeah, the little dog, whatever his name is, took a dump on the field. His name's Peter? What a terrible name for a dog.
Yeah.
You don't have a Peter, do you?
Well, the last dog was named Ben. He's naming the people's names.
And I remember there was one game day where it was really cold, and he had one of the assistants massaging his feet and stuff. I don't like Herb Street.
I just think
I'm not a Herb Street guy. I'm out on Herb Street.
Respectfully, and even to the point where, and I want to say, I thought it was just Brian and I that day, but Boomer had issues with a medical condition, and I had to bring him one day, but I wasn't going to bring him if it wasn't okay, because I don't want to be in that situation. And you're talking about a set, and I'm sure he's flying private, but even when you see, and he posts at the hotels are leaving the little doggy gift baskets and where to, all these extra amenities for the dog. It's I think you're taking advantage of a situation.
Yeah, one-off, and you ask everybody. It's no big deal. Whenever you do it nonstop and you're not getting anybody's permission on it.
Especially when you're in a role like Kirk. He brings the dog with the idea of he's basically going to have other people caring for it for half the time he's walking around.
Here's the other thing. On top of everything I just mentioned, what makes it even more not only messy, but just like a distraction, he brings him on the field pregame. And the dog's running around on the field pregame while the teams are warming up, stretching, and doing their thing. And it's he might do his thing, and he's not supposed to be out there.
He's going to take a dump on field turf. That's what he's going to do. This little Kirk and his Peter that he's taking down to the field, taking a dump all over the field turf. It ain't good. Anyways, he had the hot mic moment yesterday where he was telling his spotter, I guess you're terrible because he made a crude joke or whatever. And people thought he was saying they're terrible about North Carolina. He said that's not what he said. And you can't hear him say you're terrible. I went back and listened to it closely. So I actually believe him. But he was really upset and sensitive about it on Twitter after the game. And he called out Barstool, and he called out one of the other Barstool adjacents. And then he tweeted this: instead of making up things I said, okay, let me start over. Let's fix that in post. Instead of making up things I said, how about giving Reese, Holly, and I some love for getting through that game? Those games are by far the toughest games you announcers have to call. So this dude who's paid millions of dollars, who's at a college football game with his little Peter hanging out behind him, is telling people to give him love after calling a blowout? That is the most pretentious tweet I've seen all week.
Yeah.
All week. And I know pretentiousness. If anybody knows pretentious, it's me.
I used to like him, and I've seen him do this with just common fans that have responded to him on Twitter and stuff too, to where, again, it's a bit much. He's doing 2 games in 3 nights. Did you really need the dog? And it's all excessive, and it makes you not like him. I think he's good at what he does. I think he's really good when Fowler and he are the A team for college football. I enjoy listening to them. But I don't enjoy this kind of stuff.
No, he's a good analyst. He is. I'll give him that. I completely agree. But instead of making up things I said, how about giving Reese, Holly, and I some love because we had to sit through a blowout as we're making millions? Get out of here.
Yeah, his Twitter.
Get out of here.
He's
Kirk.
a great analyst, but his Twitter persona sucks.
So soft.
He's like Joel was pointing out. He constantly will go after the fans and really come from a high horse, I'm better than you mindset. He also, Paul and I talked about this last week. I haven't seen many analysts who constantly are more on the side of the team in contract negotiations or any sort of disagreement. Herb Street is always on the side of the team and the business. It's a very weird.
Last week, he was massively on the Cowboy side.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
I don't know what it is, but he feels like he's against players trying to make every dollar they can. Mm-hmm. It's just a weird
It's probably
hill
because
to
he's in
die on.
cahoots with coaches, maybe.
Yeah, maybe
probably.
so.
The texture of the dog is what made me like him. I'm sure he's getting permission. He probably is. Herbie knows he has leverage. You guys are jealous. He can do what he wants. Game day dies without him.
No, it doesn't.
He definitely has leverage. He definitely has
For
leverage.
sure.
I will say that. I'm not jealous of Kirk. And game day would not die without Kirk
it'd be
Herbstreit.
fine.
And
It'd
here's
be
the other
totally
thing.
okay.
Be self-aware enough to realize even if you could do that, don't do it. because it's a pain in the ass for a lot of people around that don't make the money you do, that have a job to do, that instead have to be glorified dog babysitters instead of doing their true production jobs.
Yeah, I care way more about the tweet than the dog. I think the dog's kind of silly, but like, oh, I had to watch a blowout. You guys should be praising me because I sat through a blowout. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I love dogs.
Street.
It's a beautiful dog, but let the beautiful dog have fun at the house while you go and do your games, and he'll be there when you get home.
Yeah. The dog doesn't bother anyone. Okay, you can have your opinion on the dog. That's fine. How about him crying foul and woe is me because he had to sit through a blowout? Texture Kirk has definitely fallen off. The speed that Herb replaced that dog is wild. It was towards the end of the season. And he had him replaced the same week he passed and didn't even go one college game day without a dog. Boo that man. That is kind of weird.
Yeah, Ben wasn't even cold in the ground yet, and he'd already been replaced. It was weird.
Yeah, that's making me think that it's a little bit
I want to say that they
self-fulfilling.
Had a brief time where they were both in the same house.
Did they?
I think because
Really?
I believe that Peter is related to Ben.
So he had his mistress living with his wife? Jeez. Now he's got little Peter. I love dogs, but
keep playing that
gosh,
card, don't you?
I hate the whole dog shtick. I like dogs too. It's just weird to bring them nonstop to the workplace. Be careful what you say about Kirk or his stepdad Lee Corso will come after you. Not so fast. I love Lee Corso. We had Lee Corso once on at the other place. He was awesome.
I think he's a really neat guy, and I think he has done so much to grow the overall brand of college football and the ESPN studio show. He made that show.
He was awesome. I feel like it's a good hands though. Even if we lost Herb Street from the show, Kirk is taking the whole dog thing and blowing it out of proportion. I felt bad for him when Ben died, but now he needs to leave Peter at home. I think so too. All right, 713-780 ESPN.
Ben and Peter are brothers.
Okay, that makes it a little bit more sense. Although I'm sure Peter felt bad whenever Ben was going to all the roadies and Peter had to stay home.
Yeah, I think at the end he was bringing them both.
All right, what's your panic meter? Brian's at a 12 on the North Carolina panic meter. What are your panic meters on some of these matters in college football? Like Arch. What's your panic meter on Arch? 713-780.
Texas is
Back to an 0-1 team. All right, 713-780 ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's a lot. Find a huge selection online that you can't even find at stores right now at Walmart.com. Brandon family's been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. We get to the point now we don't even have a grocery list. We just go into the Walmart app, Walmart website, and we add the items into our cart, knowing we're going to place the order that weekend and have it delivered to our doorstep that Sunday. It's fantastic. I don't have a ton of time. Family doesn't have a ton of time. We don't like to spend the little time that we do have at the grocery store. We don't like to mess with the crowd. I don't want to turn the game off, so we order online with Walmart. All those groceries are delivered to the house without having to leave the house. It is great. I know what some of you are saying. Oh, it's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, and because it's Walmart, you already know that those prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Think about that. You need something, you don't want to go to the store to get it, you can have it delivered, and it can get there in as fast as an hour. It's phenomenal. So start that order at Walmart.com. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Walmart is simply changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, maybe you're going to have a little watch party on Sunday, throwing a party like we're doing on Friday, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start an order right now at Walmart.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Text line's not happy at us for not liking Herb Street's dog.
I like the dog. I just don't think the dog should be there all the time.
It's not the dog's fault. It's Herbie's fault.
They're mad at us.
It is.
I might not sleep well tonight. Texter, Peter is Ben's kid, you dummies. Cool.
No, that they're brothers. I just looked it up.
Oh, are they?
I would feel worse about myself if I knew the genealogy of those two dogs.
Peter is Ben's younger brother.
I couldn't care less.
I don't want to know what the family heritage is of Kirk Herbstreit's dogs.
Yeah,
that's
we're being called dummies, and the dummy didn't know that the true answer is
I
that
just
they're
think
brothers.
it's kind of a loser thing to know the relationship of the dogs of some celebrity on.
Well, y'all knew. Y'all knew they were brothers. To be fair,
did we?
I knew they were related.
Let's see.
I mean, I'm not going to have to shy away from that.
Oh, man. All right, what's your panic meter on Kirk Herbstreit's dog? Just kidding. What's your panic meter on Arch Manning?
Brian, you should probably start because that's your boy. Except, what'd you call him? Wet cheeks?
Well, we call them cheeks or just call them ass. Okay. I mean, I still think he'll be fine. I think there's a reason why the Manning family, like, pretty much before he even got on campus, kind of let everyone know that he was going to start multiple years before he went to the NFL. They probably knew because he played against, in New Orleans, less than competition. It was kind of a small school thing. He wasn't playing against elite athletes, that he was going to need time. So he needs time. It is an elite defense. It was on the road. My worry meter's, it's like a 4.5 out of 5. I mean, if he just played poorly, my worry meter would be less. My worry meter is a little bit elevated because of him being unable to complete 5-yard drag patterns. Like, it wasn't just, he had a bad day. He made a few mistakes. He made a bad read. Or maybe he got hit and the ball fluttered. It wasn't that. It was he, feet set in the pocket, unpressured, couldn't complete a 5-yard drag. So that elevates it to like a 4.5, 5. Otherwise, it'd be like a 2.
Ooh. Oh, my God. I'm going higher than that. I'm going 5.5 right now that can quickly be elevated from there, because whether he stays or goes, you got to make a determination like, is this truly because he hasn't played on this level with this level of competition and he's going to get better? Because like we talked about yesterday, it's one thing to say, hey, you missed some reads. It's another thing to say that his mechanics and some of the things that coming from that Manning family and the Manning Passing Academy and the bloodlines that go with it and how many relatives could help him, he made a hell of a lot of bad throws mechanically.
Yeah, I'm at a 7-1. 7-1. He's throwing dream shakes sidearmed on 3-yard drags. Like, what are we doing here, Arch? Like, the fundamentals should be the strongest point of your game. Now, opponent, first real start, that factors in. Curious to see what he looks like against lesser competition, and then they can build him up to being who he thought he was. But I'm like at a 7-1.
Yeah, he's got 2 cupcakes the next 2 weeks against San Jose State, and I think
what if he looks mid in those games?
Yeah, that's worrisome.
Like, I'm starting at a 5, but I'm willing to jump up to where you guys are by October. Like, I think this is, if we see the same mechanical flaws the next 2 weeks, then I'm, DEFCON 1 situation.
Him being mid in those 2 games would be worse than being bad in this one.
Yeah, the only reason I'm only at a 5 is because it's on the road. It's against Matt Patricia. It's against a defense with probably the best defensive player in Caleb Downs at safety. Like, there are reasons why you could make excuses, but God, like to Joel's point, the mechanics were awful. He was sidearming and trying to bullet pass everything.
Like we just talked about with Belichick. I understand giving him a pass if he could pass, but he was playing against the deepest, best defensive unit in the country this year, with the most 5 stars, with the outstanding talent on top of that, with a defensive coordinator that's been there and done that in the pros, so he knows how to go at this kid. But at the same time, then look the part, right? At least make the right progressions, make the right reads, throw, and with your mechanics, look like you know what you're doing, instead of giving everybody a lot of reason to be worried and concerned because of how he handled all of that.
This is good radio, signed Aggie Matt. Arch Manning will be fine with 3 weeks. People are going to be putting him in the Heisman race. Okay. All right, we'll see. Arch looked like a lost puppy pooping on the turf. Arch is getting a Kirk Herbstreit Peter comparison.
He looks like Peter.
Panic meter should be on Sark, not Arch. His stats through 5 seasons aren't any better than Jimbo or Sumlin. Any validity to that for you, Brian?
No, I mean, well, specifically if you mentioned Jimbo, Sark's made the playoff in back-to-back years. When did Jimbo make the playoff with the Aggies?
It wasn't expanded back then yet. He
Okay,
would have made the expanded playoff in the COVID year when they beat North Carolina in the bowl.
Okay, sure, but Sark made the playoff last year, in 2 years ago in a non-expanded playoff. Feels more than Jimbo ever did.
Yeah, Texas gets the bias though. I'm just kidding. Israel says he looked uncoordinated. Trash can emoji. Pete only one game. Plenty of games remaining for Arch. He'll be Cowboys quarterback in 2026. The March for Arch. Panic meter for Kalen DeBoer in Alabama.
Huge. I would go 8.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go an 8-3 on the panic meter for Kalen DeBoer in Alabama.
I'll split the difference and go 8-2. I mean, we mentioned the stat yesterday. Nick Saban in 17 years, 4 losses against unranked opponents. Kalen DeBoer has lost to 4 unranked opponents in 14 games.
I should have said they're going to be an 8-4 because they're going to go 8-4.
There you go.
I missed a joke there. Panic meter on Notre Dame is a national championship contender.
4.
I'm at a 9-3. I never thought they were a national championship contender.
I think Carr showed a lot of. He showed as a young kid. He showed like he could be the guy for them for a couple of years. So I think he's got potential, and I think that they've got talent, and I think that they got a good coach. I think, and because their schedule's not always tough, I think they still will be in the mix.
I don't think Notre Dame's going to win a national championship in my lifetime.
Well,
for the rest of my life, the Irish will not win a natty.
I think the phrasing matters here because can they win a championship or be a contender? I think are two different questions. Like to me, they can make the playoffs, which make them a contender, but I don't think they can win a natty. So it depends on how you phrase the question.
Yeah, I don't think they can be a contender.
Yeah, I think they can make the playoffs. So it depends on how you want to phrase the question, but I agree with you that they won't win a title.
Clemson, not the best team in the ACC. Panic meter on Clemson is not the ACC favorite.
I mean, Miami should be right.
It's up to you.
Or Florida State.
How you guys sleeping on SMU like that?
I'm just mentioning other teams.
Nationally ranked SMU.
I got a mattress from a
playoff
company and I sleep
team.
They got
SMU.
They got stomped.
Playoff team SMU.
I think Miami's going to win the ACC.
Yeah, I would have it like a 7-4. I don't think Clemson is the best team in the ACC.
Yeah, Kate Klubnik did not impress me.
At all.
Yeah,
Although,
he did not impress me.
If you're going to say the things about Arch and Ohio State, you can easily say the same things about Clemson, although they were at home. That would be the difference there. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the Super Bowl side of things. The Super Bowl tiers. Who can actually win it all in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Isn't it great that football is back? Of course it is. And Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long as you watch along with some football. Playing on Underdog is easy. Pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, much, much more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can play with as little as $1. Even the Twitchers can do it. $1. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Today, I mentioned that Saquon Barkley free play yesterday. You can still get it. Will he be higher than 0 rushing yards? Yes. So take advantage of that free play right now. I was looking at the Texans and Rams on Sunday. Israel texted us earlier about Nick Chubb rushing for all those yards. So I went ahead, looked at the Texans-Rams stuff, and I think I got my picks locked in here. I'm liking Fairbairn more than 1.5 field goals. Field goal fest. I like Christian Kirk higher than 3.5 receptions, and I like Puka lower than 14 fantasy points. And you know what else? I got a supercharged payout, baby. So get on Underdog, get that supercharged payout as well. And of course, until Thursday, still time to hammer these best balls. You can find me in the lobbies. I'm approaching 500 best ball drafts. So come draft with me a little bit. Also with Underdog, you have the originals, like the ladders, where you make 3 to 5 picks, progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. So download the Underdog app right now. Sign up with promo code KILLERB. You can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, just one B. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. You should be next. Underdog, make picks, win money.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
National championship defense, Big 12 coach, MAC conference quarterback, unfortunately. Who's he talking about?
Say it again.
National championship defense, Big 12 coach, MAC conference quarterback, unfortunately.
Oh, he's talking about Texas.
Sark's a Big 12. Well, I mean,
That's
it is one of the best.
That's the criticism that he's bad as a play caller.
Oh, that's not a criticism. That's a compliment. It's a compliment. Notre Dame, absolutely. Not that they need a quarterback. Wait, he said absolutely not they need a quarterback. So he disagrees with you about Notre Dame and Carr.
I think they have a quarterback. I think he's going to develop nicely.
I mean, Carr's a freshman. He looked pretty good. Had 3 touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you.
Is that what you're saying?
Mark that one down. I agree with Joel.
Twice today, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if I like this. Get back on my side. I like when I have the numbers advantage, Brian. 713-780-ESPN. Okay. Teams that can win it all in the Super Bowl. Okay, we're done. We're done with Arch. We'll worry about Arch after he plays the second game. So Fox had these Super Bowl tiers. They had top contenders. Do you disagree with any of these? Top contenders, Philly, Baltimore, KC, Buffalo, Detroit. Any issue there?
No.
The top? Okay. One break away. Your Houston Texans.
Okay.
Houston, Green Bay, although they traded for a guy with a broken back. Cincinnati, Washington, Tampa Bay, and Pittsburgh.
I have a hard time thinking Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and to some degree Washington this year.
Okay, you're okay.
Ooh, that's spicy.
You waffle on Washington a little bit, I think.
No, but
you've been
no,
a little bit
pretty
contradicting.
I did not at all.
He's
I
thought
did
they're
not at all
overrated.
because
Love Daniels.
Because I took because
Well, you can love
I'm starting a
Daniels if they think
franchise
Washington's
with one
overrated.
player, so I took Daniels.
Fair.
But-
I'll eat the L.
But I think that coming into this season, I think that they started smelling their own, you know what's. I think that everybody's starting to talk about
What
them
makes
as
you
the
think that?
sexy Super Bowl pick. And I think that no matter what they did to bring in spend a lot of money and bring in a lot of players, I think they're set up to take a half step back.
What makes you think the players think their poop doesn't stink?
No, I think as a team, they're starting to believe their own headlines. That everybody's starting
But
to already
why?
put
Why do you think that?
Because they're the sexy pick. Because the young kid did what CJ did 2 years ago, and then they spent a bunch of money, so everybody immediately writes him in as, well, you know what? They're a Super Bowl contender. I think they still have a lot to prove. He's got to show that he could do it in year 2 when teams have a better chance to like see tape and adjust him.
But why do you say that the guys in the facility are like
I'm
reading
not
their
saying
press
it's on the
clippings?
players themselves. I'm saying as a team, they immediately, when you hear their quotes and stuff too, I start talking about the fact that they think they can compete for a Super Bowl and you know that they're. I just don't think they're there yet.
Okay. All right. I was nitpicking they're like reading their press clippings. Like I haven't seen any of that.
I meant it more as just the.
I got you. Like the noise on them is very high. You think it's overrated. and
Cincinnati, because they
warranted.
don't have a defense. Because I know they're going to score points. I just don't know who they're going to stop.
See, I think most people would say Cincinnati is a breakaway.
Because isn't that the breakaway that the defense, kind of like the Texans' offensive line, just goes from 32nd to 20?
See,
and
I think
then
I
that's
agree
the
with
break?
Their
I think
defense
I agree
is
with Blankers
okay.
on that. Like
They got to beat some really good teams.
I think their defense is such a liability that they're further away than that. So I'm with you on them. Definitely not. I'm out in Cincy. Commanders, because they're the NFC, like I think they do have a shot. Tampa Bay feels like they're more than one break away. Like I think Tampa Bay's the Hall of really good, but not Hall of Fame.
They're on the one break away. Tampa? Yeah, I don't think Tampa's there yet either, because I don't know if Mike Evans has got everything still left in the tank from last year, and I think he's set up to fall off a little bit. Godwin is a guy that's been injured now that I don't think is durable, and I don't know how much he's got left in the tank.
Yeah.
Baker had a good year last year.
Yeah, but I mean, what if Egbuka's really, really good, which they're saying that he is, and then they also, you know, they're getting a lot of boost for Bucky Irving. Like a lot of people are saying Bucky Irving could be one of the better running backs in the NFL. Up and comers, they have Denver, the Chargers, and the Vikings.
Wait, where are you on Pittsburgh? Because I don't think
No,
Pittsburgh's there yet.
I mean, do you hear what Jalen Warren said today about Aaron Rodgers? He's like, I love the guy. He's more than a teammate. He's a best friend.
Yeah, well,
I'm dead serious.
No, I heard the quote.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's weird. Hearing teammates of Rodgers talk about Rodgers is the exact opposite of hearing people talk about Rodgers.
Yeah, absolutely.
The exact opposite. Like, you would think that Rodgers is the worst human being in the world if they were non-teammates talking about Rodgers. if you only hear the clips where their teammates talking about Rodgers, you would think he's the greatest teammate of all time. It's so weird.
But to the Steelers' odds, like people on the Jets were saying that last year, and they had a great defense, and they had Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, and it didn't matter. They even added Devontae Adams, and they still had a losing record. So I'm not in on the Steelers. I think they should be down a tier.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put them in the up-and-comers tier.
Maybe on the fringe.
I don't even know if that. Like,
well,
I think there's a better chance.
We all agree that they have to go down at least one tier.
I think this could be the time Tomlin doesn't get to 500. I think we're looking at an 8-9 Steelers season. I think we're looking at the first time in Tomlin's head coaching career.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. I'll agree with that.
What's their Vegas total? It's probably 9.
Yeah, no, it's definitely on the board.
I think that they go under 500 for the first time.
I think their floor would probably be 7 wins, but that would still be a losing record.
Right. I think the ceiling with as tough as that division is 10.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, 7 to 10 feels fair.
So Denver, Chargers, Vikings, all good with the up-and-comer tier?
Mm-hmm.
On the fringe, Rams, Cowboys, Niners.
I think 2 of those teams probably should be higher. I think the Rams and Niners have the potential to be right there at the second tier.
I don't disagree, but how in the world are the Cowboys on the fringe?
They should be dropped.
They're chipping onto the putting green?
Yeah,
what?
They should be dropped.
Yeah, I agree there. That's why I said 2 of the 3 teams. I think the Niners and the Rams are grossly underrated as opposed to the Cowboys being overrated.
And the potential Cinderellas, they have Arizona.
Nope.
Out on that?
Out completely.
As long as Kyler's a quarterback, I'm out.
Correct.
I believe in the greatest athlete that walks our great planet,
yes, you do.
Kyler Murray. Chicago.
I still don't believe in Chicago.
I think they got a shot.
Caleb's
like
got a
if
whole
it
lot.
all clicks.
I think Cinderella's fair. Cinderella's fair for them.
Yeah, but it's all on Caleb.
Yeah,
on his shoulder.
Cinderella is acknowledging that their odds are long, but I think that tier is fair for them.
New England.
No, not yet.
I think their roster's got too far to go.
Yeah, not yet.
I like Vrabel. I think their offense has a chance to be like average. Their defense,
Yeah,
I think
you've answered your own question. Like I think they got to be down a tier.
All right, let's just go through the NFL teams. Can this team win it all? At the end of the year, can this team actually win the Super Bowl? Let's start in the AFC East. Miami?
No.
New England? Blankers? Miami?
No.
New England?
No.
Buffalo?
No. Yes.
Okay. Jets?
No.
No.
Baltimore?
Yes.
I would say yes. Cleveland?
No.
Pittsburgh?
No.
Cincinnati?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go no. I'm gonna plant my flag.
You're gonna go against your best friend in the world, Joe Burrow?
I love Joe Burrow. We locked eyes that one fateful night in northern Kentucky where the whiskey was flowing.
In the elevator? What kind of elevator were you guys in?
There was no whiskey. But northern Kentucky is known for their whiskey.
Sure.
That's why I played that card. No, I'm going to go no. I don't like the defense. I'm gonna plant the flag there. Tennessee?
No.
Houston?
Yes.
I think so too. Are we homers? Indianapolis?
No.
No. Jacksonville?
No.
Denver?
Duval.
I think they're taking a step back.
Yeah.
I would say yes. Their defense is great. It would take a lot of breaks, but they've got a few offensive pieces. I think they're on like the Cinderella tier, but I say yes.
I'm going no. I think they make the playoffs, but I don't think there's not a single dream of mine where I see Denver hoisting the Lombardi.
Completely agree.
So I'm out on them. Chargers?
No.
Yes.
Wow.
I believe in Harbaugh.
You got a low bar. Kansas City?
Obviously.
Yes.
What were you thinking about?
No, I had to inhale.
Giants?
No.
Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yes. Dallas?
No.
Washington?
No.
Yes.
I'm going yes on Washington. Chicago?
No.
I'm going no.
No.
Green Bay?
No.
No. Minnesota?
No.
No. Detroit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Tampa Bay? I go yes to Detroit too.
No.
I'm going no. New Orleans? No. Carolina? No. Atlanta? No. Rams?
Yes.
I'm going no. San Francisco?
Yes.
Yes. Arizona?
No.
Seattle?
No.
How many teams do y'all have?
Oh, I thought you were counting.
I was counting mine. I'm selfish. I have 8. I have 8 teams that could win.
I was pretty much with you, except for 1 or 2. I might have.
I have Buffalo, Baltimore, Houston, KC, Philly, Washington, Detroit, San Francisco. If there's a team that wins the Super Bowl that's not on that list, I will eat a napkin on the air.
What about John McClane? Shouldn't you eat like a newspaper?
I'm not doing that. I'm not an idiot. It's not.
He's not John McClane.
That's what I just said.
I know. I was finishing the joke. I hear you mention his name.
The 24 teams in the NFL have been eliminated.
I think I was at a few more than you. I think I was around 10, maybe 11.
You got a low bar.
Well, we said could win, not like our favorites too. That's you keep pointing further down.
Too small. Can't guard me. Too small. All right.
Mouse in the house.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Tyler and Conroe, Detroit being in the first tier is wild. They just lost their offensive mastermind. Yeah, how they handle their coordinators will be interesting.
Yeah, but the talent is there. As long as the coaching's good, decent, the talent is still all there.
Don't sleep on coaching.
Although their offensive line took some hits.
Daniels will be exposed in his sophomore season. I don't really think he will. Larry on that O-line. DC is going to be scary. I think that's a shot. Not to win it all, but be really good. Steelers have better coaching than the Jets. Keep sleeping on them. There you go. Keep sleeping on the Jet.
I think
the
Aaron
Steelers.
Glenn's going to be a good coach.
The Beast is the NFC East, the best conference in the NFL. Is the NFC East the best conference in the NFL? Philly, Washington.
I've got two contenders.
I think the NFC North is.
You would say that.
I would say the AFC North.
Guys,
outside of
that too.
Outside of one team, obviously.
If you had the first pick in fantasy, who'd be your choice? Was it a 12 team? Is it a 10 team? Is it PPR? 6-point passing touchdown? Is it a flex lead? Super flex lead?
Does
I would need to know
10-team
more.
or 12-team matter for who the first pick is?
No, I'm just being stubborn. But if super flex would matter.
Yes.
Dude, super flex, I'm taking
PPR
Allen.
standard would matter also.
Would it? If it's a standard league, are you not taking Chase one?
No, not if it's standard.
Who are you taking one?
I would take a running. I would probably leave Bijan.
Okay. Not over Saquon.
Yeah.
In a standard.
Well, you guys know where I'm at with Saquon. I think he's taking a step back.
Standard league, I still think I lean Chase.
Man, you lose so many points without the receptions.
Sure.
I would go standard. I would go running back. Probably 3 running backs before I would go Chase.
Hey, texter, send us. Is it a PPR, half point, standard? Is it super flex? And we'll help you out. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, did I see you had a birthday yesterday, Lamont?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Happy 30th birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah, well, it was kind of crappy, man, because we kind of infected in this house with freaking COVID. So that's that.
Happy birthday, COVID.
Yep.
That's what you got for your birthday. What's on your mind? What's up?
Yeah. Well, what's on my mind? I had 2 gripes about about college. Going back to your prior segments. One, I hate this. I hate the rankings at the beginning of the season. I think the rankings should start around by like 6th or the 7th week. And my next gripe is, I don't. Although I know that these high profile games are going to draw ratings. Is going to draw ratings for the first game. I don't like that, man, because just like what we've seen with Texas and Ohio State, it was a very sloppy, ugly game. I think that since college do not have preseason, they need to ramp up for that, man. You just can't put no 2 power weights out there and just ready to go right now. And that's all I have, fellas. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Lamont. I came out of the weekend games, and you guys know this. I had jotted it down under my notes on the rundown that I know that it's a ratings cow. It is a cash cow for everybody, and I love to see the matchups. But do I think that those matchups, if they were played mid-season or a few weeks in, would be better football? Absolutely, and it starts with the quarterback play. We just got done talking about a lot of them. There weren't unless you were playing a cupcake, there were a lot of highly rated quarterbacks that did not perform well. And I think, to Lamont's point, you can actually extend that and say some of the teams probably weren't ready for a serious matchup like that right off the top.
You just don't want to be playing those very quickly with conference around you.
I get it.
So, like, you want a little bit of separation before you're getting ready for SEC and Big Ten play. It would be better football, no argument there. And I completely agree with Lamont's point about the polls. I think we get preconditioned based on preseason polls where you know nothing about these teams because they have 70 new players some places, and we know nothing about them. Like, oh, this team's the 3rd best team in the country. Based on what?
Yeah.
Based on their helmet?
Yeah.
Based on a recruiting thing? Like, it's ridiculous. I completely agree. And then what happens, not that the AP has any say on, like, who goes, but you're going to tell me these college football committee don't get a little prisoner of the moment with these AP polls? Absolutely they do. It's stupid. I completely agree. They should wait till week 8.
Like,
the later, the better.
Like, as you get closer to when they're relevant, right? When the dust settles a little bit so you can analyze the teams, when you know you're getting closer to the first ranking to come out for the playoff, then you can actually truly put a number next to a name. But I am in the belief that it is unfair.
Yeah.
When you start ranking these teams before they've ever stepped and played an opponent, any opponent, let alone a good opponent.
There's some simmering conditions on who are the preseason top ranked teams. It's ridiculous. Like, let's use let's use Houston. Let's just use Houston and who's Arizona State. Like, Houston could have the same exact record as Arizona State, and Arizona State's going to be 20 spots higher based on the preseason poll.
Yep.
And, like, Arizona State probably isn't the best example to use because they did return a lot of players and they have first-round talent, but it's completely arbitrary on silliness, especially in 2025. Like, players, the roster turnover in college football athletics, period, has never been higher. So that means that the AP top 25 at the beginning of the season has never been less meaningless. Does that make sense?
Less meaningless?
Less meaningless.
More meaningless.
It's never been more meaningless.
Yeah. This has long been an opinion of mine that I would, at the very earliest, not start it till October, but I'd be fine if the first ranking didn't actually come out till the first college football playoff ranking, which I think is week 8.
Yeah, that'd be
week
great.
8. Because, I mean, you mentioned, like, the AP poll is no longer used to determine, like, you know, a national champion like it was back in the day or whatever. But, like, the college football playoff poll is usually not wildly different than an AP poll. And if you start a team off at, let's just use Texas as 1, like, if Texas wasn't ranked until week 4 or even this week, wherever they start off, but versus, well, they started off at 1, so we can only drop them this far. Like, it leaks into the conversation what's in the back of your mind of where they were at the beginning of the year, and a team that starts higher has, you know, isn't going to fall as far as a team that was unranked, even if the records are the same. So it does leak into the college football rankings.
Well, and the perfect example, because Texas didn't play that bad. I mean, there's a boatload of talent there. Look at Alabama. Alabama, going into the season, was Alabama's going to be Alabama.
Yeah,
and
top
now
10.
people are saying, should they even be in the top 25 with the whole bunch of quit that they showed and with how many guys looked less than and DeBoer being under scrutiny? They look like they could plummet, and all you need is a few weeks. You could have told that without having to put a number on them.
They're 21st, Alabama. UAP's out today, I guess.
What, they were top 10 last week?
They were 8, I think.
They were 8.
Yeah.
But, like, think of, like, okay, they're 0-1, and they got, you know, beat badly or whatever. Tennessee, who started the year at 24, is still behind Alabama.
Right. Whereas if you waited, let's just say the ranking started in week 2. Like, you saw 1 week. There's no way if you're starting fresh that Tennessee would be ranked ahead of or behind Alabama. But people factor in, like, well, they're 8. We can only drop them so far. We don't want to be overly punitive. And over the course of the season, that leaks into the college football playoffs because the college football playoffs are going to be drastically different than where the AP is. They're not going to be 6 spots different on a team because people would crush them for it.
I like your idea of not even having a poll until the
like week 8.
I'm actually okay completely getting rid of the AP top 25. What's the purpose? What purpose does it serve?
It's just for debate and
what
fodder.
purpose does the coaches poll serve?
Nothing.
Like nothing.
Well, even less. No one talks about the coaches
It's just
poll.
to have a voice be heard, catch people's attention. But yeah, it has no clout.
Should it be
anymore.
less? Should the coaches poll be less than the media?
Well, we treat it that way, though. No one ever. When's the last time you heard anyone ever reference the coaches poll?
Well, I mean, game notes will tweet. Like, I mean,
outside of that,
it does get some run, but at the same time, this goes back to a bigger conversation that we've had in the past as it relates to just football in general. These coaches are voting, but are they really voting? Because they got blinders on and they're so dialed into their opponents and their team and what they have to do. Are they paying attention to every game across the country? I don't think they do.
We've had the instances come out in the past where coaches have been
the
caught.
media doesn't either, though.
I know, but that's the one that
Some
takes,
do, but not
like,
enough.
when they put the graphic up on game day or on the game itself, with the ranking next to the team, the one they use 100% of the time is the AP poll.
So you're saying that there's more validity and credibility to the AP?
No, I'm just saying it's treated that way.
What
I don't
do you
think it has more validity, but I think
should,
it's treated that way.
Do you think we should be, we should listen to the AP?
No, I don't care about it.
No, I'm not a fan of polls, especially in this day and age. This texture, for example, LSU went and bought a new defense. Like, how do you have any idea? How do you have any idea how good these teams are going to be? Like, you're going out and spending money. There's 50 new players. Everybody's hitting the portal. And like, oh, yeah, this team's number 3. Based on what? Based on what you think their roster's going to look like? It's ridiculous to me. There's only one team you could rank preseason, and that's the team that won the national championship the year before. See, I think that's a bad argument.
How can you say that when it depends on how many guys you lost?
What if you lost every starter?
Yeah, you lost a bunch, and then, okay, great. You could say, well, we went out in the portal and we got all these guys, but you don't know how they're going to fit. You don't know, especially a lot of these guys are being pulled from lesser than programs and smaller programs trying to get to the big time level. You don't know how they're going to equate to that. So I don't think that's even legit.
Texture, the coaches don't even vote on it. They get assistants to do it. They don't even
That's
get
right.
assistants to do it. No, it's not. They don't even get assistants to do it.
No, they get their
PR guy to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, you put it on my desk. I'll sign off on it. Like it used to matter because of the BCS, right? Like you'd have but I do think that this college football committee or whatever, the selection committee, I do think that they look at the AP. I do think that they're like, okay, well, this team's this, here.
100%. Because if it didn't, we would see some differences between the two. But I remember last year when it got down towards the end, like teams might be one or two ranking spots different between the two, but they're pretty much lockstep.
Yeah. Not a huge fan
Which
of
is
it.
why you shouldn't have preseason rankings, because it factors in, even if they say it doesn't, it clearly factors in the back of people's heads.
And also, like, if a team lost, how are they a top 25 team today? Like, there's been that doesn't make any sense to me that you could. Oh yeah, they're 0-1, but they're going to the top. There's 3 0-1 teams in this week's AP top 10.
Because it should be based on resume.
But,
3 0-1 teams.
But if you played a down to the wire or a tough one-score game against another highly ranked opponent.
But that's arbitrary. They're highly ranked because the
That's
AP is
true.
telling you they're highly ranked. They
can't
could be
argue that.
awful. Not that they are, but they could be awful. Like what if Miami's not any good? Like what if Miami's 8-4 and Notre Dame
Florida
just
State's
lost
not
to-
any good?
Yeah, absolutely. Like what if Alabama's the second best team in the country? Like let's play out. Like Florida State's 13th, 14th. What if Alabama's the second best team in the country and Florida State just beat them?
I think if anything,
They're 14th in the country, Florida State.
It's the fodder factor is why these other polls exist at this point, because you guys are right. You make the point and it's valid. The fact that you might have beat a ranked team, but you don't know if they're going to be a ranked team at the end of the year when the rankings come out.
I don't even get the fodder aspect of it. Like, what is the AP gaining here? Like, what are they getting? Like, we don't rank. Some people
but I think the polls themselves are exactly what we're doing right now. We're talking about it, and people.
But what does the AP get out of that?
I can't. I mean, I don't know if you think that they're going to have more
meant
people
fodder for us.
following. Yeah, I did too.
But the AP is going to be like, hey, we're going to do this so the radio guys can have stuff to talk about.
It gives more exposure overall to college football.
That happens, but I don't think that's their motive. I think this is an antiquated thing that just.
Well, then why did they ever? I mean, why did they ever do it?
Because it used to matter. Because like that, they used to define national championships.
Yeah, the AP number one was your national champion.
Since we got to the BCS and then after that, why did they still do it?
Ever since, like, once the BCS was gone and the AP didn't factor in to national championships or whatever, I think it was just because, well, we've always done it this way. We might as well just keep doing it. And the writers, writers how they are, like we want to vote and have a say. Like, it makes no sense, quite frankly. I think it's an antiquated thing that we just continue to do because we've always done it.
Yeah, what if we did this? What if we had an AP ranking for NFL teams? Like,
yeah, I mean, they have power rankings, but no, we don't even pay attention to them.
That's essentially what the AP is doing. They're basically just doing power rankings, but for some reason we listen to it.
I mean, every poll is going to fluctuate, but I don't.
No, but I'm saying, like, you get ESPN to do one, and they want their clicks, and then you get CBS or Fox, and they do theirs, and they are going to differ. It's the Chris Sims factor because they do get something out of it. They do their poll because they're going to get run.
Yeah, they get
and
clicks.
exposure.
Yeah, I don't even look at power ranking. I think they're so dumb. Like you have qualifiers in the NFL, and college football is getting closer and closer to that. You win your conference, you're in the playoff. Now they do have more at-larges, and it's not just based on record. It is based on opinion. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's cash them or trash them when we come back. Cash or trash, Texans edition. Texans edition, cash or trash. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Texans edition with the NFL season kicking off in, about 50 hours? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash 'em or trash 'em, Texans edition. NFL kickoff a little over 50 hours away. My kind of party. 713-780-ESPN. If you
Let's
have,
do it. Okay.
Texans, cash 'ems or trash 'em. The texter earlier that wanted advice on the number 1 overall pick standard. I'm going Jamar. I would go Jamar Chase, still standard.
I would go Bijan.
Who would you go, Blankers?
Jamar Chase.
Chase. Did you do your fantasy draft yet?
I did one of them.
How did it come out?
Not bad.
What
I
pick
think
did
you
you
guys
have?
would like. I had 8.
12-teamer?
Yes.
Where'd you
12-teamer?
take Jordan Love?
I did not.
Is your standard or PPR?
It's PPR. I got.
Who'd you take at 8?
The Lions, Gibbs.
Oh, wow. He fell to 8?
He lasted to 8? Wow.
No wonder you win this league. It's full of noobs. He
Daniels.
fell to 8 in a
That's
PPR?
crazy.
Let me pull this.
Who'd you get in the second round?
I have to go back and look. I'll pull it for you.
Gibbs at 8's a steal.
Yeah.
Man. All right, cash them or trash them. 713 Texans edition. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing or trashing Texans edition?
I will
Lakers?
cash or trash, in my opinion, that the Texans will have a top 3 defense, top 3 in sacks, top 5 in interceptions.
I'm cashing that sucker. I think they're going to be top 3 in points allowed and total defense.
Just total defense.
Okay, so yards.
That's yards, yeah.
I'm going to cash it. I'm a sucker for this swarming Texans defense this year.
Cash it.
They got some ball hawks in the secondary. Well, I just thought of another one. They have some ball hawks in the secondary. They got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson going to run wild on opposing quarterback. Probably going to hurt Stafford in the first game. And if Will Anderson has a top 5 sack year, he might get $45 million next year.
Yeah.
And if Stroud plays well, he might get 60. There might be over, cash or trash, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud will both sign contract extensions next year with AAV combined of over $100 million.
Cash it.
That's so crazy.
Easy.
That's so crazy.
I mean, there's room, of 10 million more probably?
That's crazy.
And I wouldn't be shocked.
No, 100 feels light. If 100 million can feel light, 100 million can feel light. That really wasn't mine. I just kind of stumbled onto that one. The Texans will do something that they have never done in franchise history. The Houston Texans will participate and lose in the AFC Championship game. They're AFC Championship bound in 2025, technically 2026.
Trash it.
Trash.
Not there yet.
Yeah.
Haters.
I'm with Joel on this one. That's the third time. I'm
Trash
trashing it. I'm trashing
Mark it.
Yeah, all
Going
right.
to the AFC Championship.
The station hasn't done like an official predictions video yet, right? We
Not
usually
yet.
do that every year. Okay, so
You would be
will that
included,
be
not
your
Joe.
prediction, Jeremy, that they make the AFC title game?
Yeah, I think they do
You'll
it this
stick
year.
to it? All
I
right.
think they go 11-6, make a run, get to the AFC title game, and lose it.
All right. Do you guys know what the number 1598 means? 1,598.
No.
It is the single-season receiving yards record currently held by Andre Johnson, the team record that is.
Team record.
I think my cash or trash it this week is that record will not stand by the end of the season. Nico Collins would have done it last year. Even if factoring in the Buffalo game where he barely played, he had 2 catches. Those first 5 games last year before the hammy injury, he was on a pace for over 1,900 yards, 1,927 to be exactly, almost 2,000 yards. I think Nico Collins stays healthy and breaks Andre Johnson's single-season team record for receiving yards of 1,598. Call it 1,600. He goes over 1,600.
I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I think there's a lot of receivers to be thrown to this year, and I think he's going to have a great year. I just don't think he's going to break the record.
You said he was on pace for this?
Yeah, if you look at I went to his game log on Football Reference and took the first 5 games. His pace was 1,927.
Before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, remember he started really red hot.
Okay, so you're not factoring in the games he played
No,
after
I am factoring
he
in
got
weeks
back.
1 through 5, including the Buffalo game where he only had 2 catches.
Some fuzzy math. They teach
No,
you this
it's
at,
taking what he started off at before
Texas
he got
Roadhouse
injured.
U. Math
Well, if I
101.
took the entire season, he would not be on pace for it because he barely cracked 1,000. Of course not. I'm talking about when he was at his peak before the injury.
Yeah, I'm trashing this by a lot.
Trash.
His career high is less than 1,300. And you said like he's going to stay healthy this year. You know the last time that Nico Collins played a full, healthy season in the NFL?
He never has.
Never.
He never has.
Yeah.
You know the most games he's played in a year?
12?
15.
15.
Jeez. He's played 14 his rookie year, 10 his sophomore year, 15 his junior year, 12 his senior year. Now he's
freshman, sophomore.
Now he's in graduate school.
No, he's a COVID senior now.
Is he going to get to year 7 like Tyler Shuck?
Yeah. I mean, what's his name? That little Rizzling guy at Utah. He was there forever.
Yeah,
I think
was.
Cameron Rising.
Cam Rising, yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm trashing this in a big way. I don't think he gets close to 1600.
I don't know if the rookies are going to establish themselves as quickly as we thought a few months ago before training camp started. And look, Christian Kirk is nice. I just don't think he's the sort of Stephon Diggs, even Tank Dell before injury guy that's going to take that sort of target percentage.
I also don't think that this offense is going to be slinging it around 30, 35 times a game.
I would have agreed with you before the Mixon injury.
I still think they're going to try.
And
I'm still proven differently that they.
And I mean, the Texans' offensive line, they're known to have good offensive line play, and Nick Chubb is going to find the fountain of youth.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that, but that was part of my thinking. Without Joe Mixon, and I'm kind of leaning towards he misses most of the season, I think that, I mean, it's not going to be a massive jump. They're not going to suddenly become like one of the most pass-heavy teams in the league, but I think that adds a few, passes to Nico Collins' way every game.
16, that's a lot. I think Nico's going to have a great year, says a texture, but I also think the Texans are going to have a lot of 3-and-outs, therefore not getting over 1,600 yards. I thought of another one. Kalen Bullock, not Bullock, will lead the Houston Texans in interceptions.
I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I'm going to cash this one because I don't think people are going to throw it stingily.
I think that's why I was going to say Lassiter is.
Yeah. I mean, Lassiter is definitely someone that would be in contention. Bullock had 5 last year. Like, he's already shown to be that sort of playmaker. I think he could lead the team.
I think he's going to lead the team. Ball hawk, second year, playing the entire season as opposed to last year. Maybe he didn't start like the first 3 or 4 games last year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who was starting?
Was it Jimmy Ward?
I thought he was. Wasn't he hurt?
Then
so
he
Ward,
eventually got hurt.
It was Ward and who? They were starting like a jabroni.
Yeah, the guy that with the hyphen.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson wasn't here yet.
No. Why is his name escaping?
So last year, the Texans' leader in interceptions was Kalen Bullock and Derek Stingley Jr. They tied with 5. Last year had 3. Aziz Al-Shire is a linebacker.
Not him.
It wasn't.
Who was this other safety?
Wasn't Petrie because he was. Oh, it was Eric Murray. Eric Murray.
That's not what I was thinking of, but okay.
Eric Murray. He ended up starting a bunch of games too because Ward got hurt again. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, Casper Trash It, Houston Texans edition. Instead of spending money on extending Davis Mills and paying Graham Mertz, the Texans should be bolstering their running back room and their offensive line.
I mean, it's future money.
Yeah, I'm going to trash that.
It's not current. They're not giving him $7 million of
Graham
this
Mertz
year
is
money.
Coming on pennies on the dollar. And you extended Davis Mills starting next year, and you need a solid backup just in case. I don't think there's a problem there at all with what they did.
Yeah, Graham Mertz is a 6th-round pick. He's making pennies.
That's what I said, yeah.
No, I'm in agreeing. And look, $7 million might jump off the page to some people, but $7 million for a backup quarterback is not outrageous in this, in the NFL now.
Who's the highest paid backup quarterback in the NFL? Plus, the contracts are going up.
It's got to be. Well, Garoppolo's got to be making a decent salary with the Rams.
I have no idea.
It's got to be a veteran, right?
Maybe Carson Wentz.
Probably Jameis. Nah, he probably didn't get much. He just signed.
He just barely got in before the start of the season. I don't think he.
It's probably a quarterback who was on a contract who's been surpassed. He was he was once the starter, and now he's no longer, no more.
The answer is very easy. It's Kirk Cousins.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I mean, we should say
$45 million.
Yeah, besides Kirk Cousins.
That's so crazy, man.
Yeah. We have to throw him out.
What a cushy clipboard carrier guy that is.
Bryce, Jaden started. Drake, Anthony Richardson, 8.5.
Yeah. I mean, that does fall into the parameters you're talking about. A guy that lost his job.
Yeah, 8.5. Mariota's 8. So he's getting. I mean, Davis Mills is making top quarterback money. Davis Mills is already at 7. So they give him an additional $7 million for one. It was 7.
Yeah, 7.
So he didn't even get a raise. He just took the same contract. But 7 would have him as if we get rid of of $45 million Kirk Cousins. Anthony Richardson, who's a starter who got beat out. True backups, and they've never been starters. Marcus Mariota makes the most at 8, and Davis Mills is second at 7.
That's higher up the list than I thought it would be.
So the Casario is willing to pay his backup quarterback the second most.
God, that is true. That's the Casario doing the same thing.
That's a
Paying
lot.
top of the market.
I mean, Brissett's at 6.25.
Tyrod's at 6.
Tyrod's at 6. Here's the other thing, though. Like, this market's probably going to go up. So 7 right now, second. Maybe it's 5th in a year. You know? That's still kind of high, though.
God, Trubisky's...
That's why he signed it.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Maybe that's the answer as to why he was willing to accept a backup role, because he was going to get top of the market.
He's getting paid. Yeah, he's getting paid a lot.
I'm surprised Jameis is at 3 and Garoppolo's at 3.1. I would think those guys are higher just because of experience.
Yeah, they're not good. You know?
Yeah.
Like, in Jameis Winston's on their depth chart, he's quarterback number 3.
Right now he is, yeah.
I'm not sure that if Matthew Stafford missed 4 games, I guess it depends on what happened in the year. I'm not sure that Jimmy Garoppolo starts a majority of them.
I think he does.
I don't know, man.
You're gonna take the elder statesman from Georgia?
Yeah. Like, it depends. Like, if it happened to, like, in week 1, that's different. But if it was week 10, 11, 12, 13, I'm not sure. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jeff, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I just think with Nico, I think he's going to have a great season. But between him being injured and the new offensive line, I see a lot of three and outs. I'm thinking maybe between 12 and 1,400 myself.
There you go.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
Text line says Deshaun Watson, the highest paid backup.
Oh, well, that still falls in. It feels like we have to get rid of.
Was he a backup though? Like, I know he got benched, but
Is
if he
being
was
hurt
there,
the same as
He's
being
hurt.
a backup?
Now he's been on the list, so whichever one is.
Yeah, I know. Like, if he was healthy, would he be starting in Cleveland?
I think
he would.
so.
I think so for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a backup because being injured is not the same as being the backup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it almost has to be a true backup. Like, you're signed to be the backup because Kirk Cousins is an anomaly. Deshaun's an anomaly. Anthony Richardson's an anomaly. Drafted in the top 5, you're our starter, and gets beat out because he's not any good. Kaimi won't miss more than 3 field goals this season. Cash or trash?
I'm going to trash it.
Yeah, that's
Trash.
light. I'm going to trash that as well.
Plus, they're comfortable having him try 50-plussers, and those are tough.
D'Amico's kind of weird about that at times, though.
Sometimes. I mean, he just when you think you've got him pegged and figured out, he changes his mind.
He errs on the side of conservativeness.
He definitely
for sure.
does.
Kristen Umble, the Houston Texans legend. John Weeks will return to the Texans at some point this season.
Trash it.
Yeah, I'm trashing it. Why would the 49ers let him go?
And he got the contract, so he's fine.
Keith, cash or trash, Labor Day should be moved back one weekend to accommodate the NFL opening weekend.
Ooh.
Didn't the NFL opening weekend used to be on Labor Day?
I think that's right.
I think it did.
Yep, I think that's right. It was the first week in September.
Yeah, I think it's probably like 10, 15 years ago.
There's a Friday game this year. Friday night.
Is that the one in Brazil?
Yeah, there was one last year. Obviously, your boys
Green
run
Bay
it.
and Philly, but
Yeah.
I thought that was. Oh, maybe it was Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Friday. I
Who's
think that's going to be an annual
who's the Brazil
tradition
game?
now.
Kansas City and
Is it the Chargers?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a YouTube game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sucks.
Yeah.
That's not good. I'm going to have to get a free trial.
For YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, is it YouTube TV exclusive? Or is it just YouTube?
It just says YouTube on ESPN.
Go ahead, you say it this time.
What?
You just said that.
What did I say?
No, you just said that. What he just asked.
I answered it already?
Yeah.
Pay attention, Brian. Gosh. All right,
Says,
713-780-ESPN.
Yesterday.
What's that?
Oh,
yeah, I wasn't listening. Yeah, I kind of tune you out at times. Texans bold predictions. We got hit some here. What else you got? 713-780-3776. How likely are these bold Texans prediction to come to fruition? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Man, Blankers was telling me his fantasy football team. Who do you draft with? Your daughter's elementary school?
No.
It's ridiculous. He's in a 12-team league. Got Gibbs in the first, Nico in the second,
Bucky Irving,
Bucky in the third,
Jaden Daniels
in the fourth,
Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah, Gibbs shouldn't make it to
ridiculous.
8. Nico shouldn't make it to the second.
Do y'all have an opening? I want in this league.
No.
Same.
I want in this.
I want to make some money.
I took a flyer on Ja'Cory Cross getting married, and you were saying that's not.
He's being no. I wasn't saying that. The Commanders have him listed as fourth on their depth chart, but I don't believe their depth chart.
Okay.
Like he's being drafted in the top 100 now.
Yeah.
Where did you get him? What pick?
10.
It's a 12-team league. Were you late in the draft? So you were picking. That was coming back. So it's probably an early 10th.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one. That was it was in the 120s.
Yeah. It would be.
That's a steal.
I got Egbuka in the 9th.
He should be like a.
Is this a money league?
Pick?
Yeah.
I would be asking for a raise in the
I
entry
had a
fee.
sneaky suspicion, you guys, as much as you guys are connoisseurs, that I might have done all right.
That's ridiculous. The rest of your leagues are donks.
We'll see.
Bunch of donks. Can't believe that. Texter says Texans sweep the AFC South. Bold prediction there. You buying that one?
I'm not. They'll slip up
Trash.
once.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of buzz for teams in the South. I was reading something a little bit ago about Liam Cohen, one NFC executive. It was like Liam Cohen's the best play caller in the NFL. He was always one step ahead of us. No one else was one step ahead of us. So it's like
if they lose at least one game in the division, who do they lose to? Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be my vote at Jacksonville.
Against Duval and that running back trio and Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas Jr. and
Tank
Whatever
Bigsby
Travis
and Bashaw Tootin.
Travis Hunter. They listed Travis Hunter as their second receiver in a backup corner. But again, I don't believe these depth charts. I don't believe preseason
They're
depth
unofficial,
charts.
you know.
Yeah, I just don't believe them.
I think that makes the point. They're calling them
That's what I'm
unofficial.
saying.
Yeah. Jonathan Alexander had his bold predictions. 10 bold predictions for the Houston Texans season. Cash or trash this. C.J. Stroud will have an improved season.
Cash it.
I cash it. I don't know how bold that is. That would be my argument. Is that a bold prediction?
No, I don't think it is. That feels like a very low bar for.
But I also think it kind of says that it wasn't statistically it wasn't as bad as people thought last year. It just wasn't as good as year one.
Well, doesn't that make it even less bold?
I think to some degree because people are out. It's so quick to say he took a step back. It was a sophomore slump. Well, statistically he did, but he also was running for his life on just about every play.
Here's I think he has a better year. I also don't think he had a bad year last year. I think the stuff around him was bad. I don't think he necessarily was bad. His second bold prediction: Nico Collins stays healthy and records career highs across the board. So this would be 81 catches and 1,300 yards and 9 touchdowns.
I have to cash
I'll
it.
cash that.
Because his career high, all his career highs in the big three receiver stats were in 23. 80 catches, 1,297 yards, and 8 touchdowns. I think that
Didn't play.
What do you think his high is in receptions? Like his ceiling this year?
90, 95.
You don't think he can get to 100?
He'll be close.
See, I don't think he's a volume catcher either.
I don't think he is. I think he's more like Mike Evans, where he gets 70-ish catches, but there are a lot of bombs, and so his yards rack up.
And he's good with the yak.
Yeah, the yak is big.
So he's like I like him more in standards and half PPRs than I do PPRs. Sorry to nerd out on you guys. The next one for Jonathan Alexander, Derek Stingley will be an All-Pro again. These bold predictions ain't that
Not very bold.
Cash that.
Yeah,
ain't
cash
that bold. I mean, All-Pro, I guess, is always bold because, like, there's not.
But he says it in there that do it again. Like it's
back to back.
Yeah, exactly. It's not really not that bold. He just did it.
Running game will struggle.
These aren't bold.
These are not bold.
These are not bold.
These should be like, what is the mild? 10 mild predictions about the Houston Texans. Running game will struggle, Blankers.
I think you can cash that.
You cashing that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cash the running game will struggle. I'm still on my Dameon Pierce total yards kick though. I think he's going to lead the Texans in total yards.
I have to believe in Chubb.
Next bold prediction. Next mild prediction. I'm just going to change the name of this. Next mild prediction. Will Anderson will be a contender for Defensive Player of the Year.
These are so mild.
That one's a little stronger, I guess.
Yeah, it's.
But he just says contender. He couches he
what
buys himself an
top
out.
5.
Yeah, maybe get votes.
Yeah. I'll cash it.
I think he'll be in the mix.
Yeah, but he says
it's
the bar.
It's a mild prediction.
Yeah.
Next one. This one's a little stronger. Texans defense will set sack record. Texans will break the franchise sack record they set just last season. We became a little less bold. They recorded 49 sacks last year.
Cash it.
So 50 or more for the first time in franchise history. Swarm.
Write it down. They'll do it.
You cashing it? That was a cash?
Oh, I was letting you go first, but yeah, I'll cash it as well.
Yeah, cash it. Offensive line will be so-so.
Hold on. That's for real?
Yeah, I'm not lying.
What's so?
Offensive
what's
line.
so-so? Like,
Hey,
give me a
so-so.
number or a ranking or like
middle of the pack.
upper 50,
So-so.
lower 50. Like, what's so-so?
Has Jonathan Alexander ever read a Bold Takes article? I don't think he has.
Could you imagine we're like doing the sports radio? Like,
With these
here's
takes?
my hot take. Texans will go 10-7. Here's my next hot take. Texans will contend for the AFC South.
And the running game will struggle.
And the offensive line will be, quote, so-so.
So are you cashing or trashing? Offensive line will be
Cash,
so-so.
Sure.
I mean, I will take so-so. I will take so-so right now.
What does so-so look
That's
like
what
as
I'm
far
saying.
as
I think
ranking?
so-so is kind of middle of the pack.
We actually pinpointed it like, what, top 20, top 25?
I think so-so's top 16. I think so-so's average. Would you agree?
I think so-so's
Like
a little
if
less
we're
than
trying
average.
to define so-so, what is the definition of so-so?
I think good is upper half.
Yeah,
So
I think it has to
so-so's
be
less than that.
below 16.
You don't think so-so's average?
No.
I think it's less than average.
So the
Slightly
dictionary,
less than average.
Oxford Dictionary.
Here we go again with the dictionary.
The sentence they used cracks me up. Neither very good nor very bad. A happy ending to a so-so season.
A happy ending. Pause.
Neither very good nor very. I think that's average. I think
Yeah.
so-so's average.
I think
so
you're-
16ish.
I think you actually hit it.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't feel like it's average, but by that definition, it would be average.
Yeah. So let's go 14th through 18th. I would take so-so.
I would definitely take it. I don't think they get that.
See,
but
that's
I
a
would take
bolder
it.
prediction than we were letting on.
Yeah.
It really was. It was a
you
bolder
define
prediction.
so-so.
Why wouldn't you define so-so?
No, I'm saying I'm glad you did because to me
Oh.
it seemed like it was less than.
Yeah. Titus Howard will move back to guard.
In just one of 17 games?
At some point, he'll move back to guard because either Ed Ingram will struggle and they need to move some pieces around and get Cam Robinson in there somehow.
Sure.
Now, the bold part's actually the next sentence. Cam Robinson, who's currently second string, will then play left tackle, and Tay Ursary will move to right tackle. That's the bold part of that.
Ooh. You would think if Ursary's going to be there for the long haul that he just stays, but Robinson probably doesn't want to play right tackle.
I'm going to trash this one. No,
Trash.
Well,
I'm going to cash the first part of it.
yeah, same. I think that he could obviously play guard, but I don't think they would move Ursary.
Yeah,
I think once you commit to Ursary at left tackle, he's playing left tackle.
Yep.
Yeah, the logic of the second part is flawed. Like,
Yep.
if Ursary, if he earned it and he's playing well, why would you mess around with moving him to right tackle?
Mm-hmm. What was the whole John Lopez, Tom Herman argument? Like, you
Smell
miswrote the
test?
story. Like, if you
Oh.
drove by a building that was on fire, but you didn't say it was on fire, was it really on fire? That whole thing was so confusing.
I just remember the smell
I remember
test
that they
thing.
were hot at each other, but
Oh, they were hot. That
whole interview
that
where
was
Nick
entertaining.
asked him to go out to lunch or whatever.
I was gonna say, and lunch
Absolutely
came
not.
up. Yeah, that was a Nick Wright staple. You have to go to lunch.
The Texans will host 2 playoff games. That's bold.
That is bold.
So they would have to be at least a top
4 seed?
No.
3.
No.
Yeah, top 3. Yeah.
Because they would host the wild card, and then they.
Yeah, you'd have to be top
You could
3.
potentially be 4.
Right,
and
but
5.
I don't think that's what he's
With
saying,
upsets.
though.
Right, I know, but I'm just playing out the scenario because you could be 4 or 5 and host if the 6 and 7
Technically
advance.
true. It doesn't feel like the spirit
Because
of
what
what
was
he's saying,
what was
though.
the Texans seed whenever they would have hosted the AFC Championship and they beat
Oh.
Kansas City? They would have played
I
the
think they were
Titans.
4.
They were probably a 4. No, they couldn't have been a 6
Because they were division winners, so I think they were 4.
I think they were 4 that year. Yeah, I was just trying to see where the
And
seeding would
Tennessee
have
was
to
the
be.
6,
No,
I
that
think.
one's in play. That one's in play. It also would help out my cash or trash that they're going to play in the AFC Championship game for the first time in franchise history. The path is much better if they're hosting 2 playoff games to get there.
It feels like the hotter take there is that they'd have, if you're taking the spirit of it, the spirit of the take, in my opinion,
Yeah.
the hotter of the 2 takes is that they'll be a top 3 seed and they could win 2 playoff games. Like I think
for sure.
Yeah, I think that's loftier as far as
See,
just the expectation than
you say the spirit of the take, but the next take ruins the spirit of this whole darn thing.
Okay.
Texans will lose in the divisional round again.
Jonathan,
How do you have they're going to host 2 playoff games and then they're going to lose in the divisional round? He's talking out of both sides of his. He's writing out of both hands. He's typing with both hands. You would do that.
Yeah, yeah.
He said, what do you mean? His 9th bold prediction, Texans will host 2 playoff games. His 10th bold prediction, Texans will lose in the divisional round.
Car wreck of the day
He is
nominee.
on both sides of the – he's not even on both sides of the fence. He's on the opposite sides of the fence. Come on, man. I do like it. I do like Jonathan Alexander. But the 9 and the 10 out of both sides of the mouth.
If Jonathan Alexander was a 10 before, he's a 9 now. Like this drops him down a rank.
Great journalist, great writer, could not be a hot take artist.
No. This is bad.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Willabits is coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be gold, Jerry. Gold. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You also know that a new car from Monument Chevy is gold. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevy is the place to do your car shopping because they're the dealership that you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, going to get your car shopping done fast. It's always annoying when you're buying cars. You're dealing with these dealerships where you don't know if they're being honest with you. They're hassling you all the time. You're not getting your car shopping done fast. You don't know if you're getting a good deal, a bad deal, if you're overpaying under. You never know. But you do at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, 5 decades. Can you believe that? How many businesses are around for 5 decades? That's how you know they're doing something right. And they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is a pillar in the Houston community. They have a family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire good people, which leads to the fantastic culture that they have at Monument Chevrolet. And you can get a bunch of the cars there. How about the Chevy Silverado 1500, the tried and true Chevy Silverado? Yeah, you can get that at Monument Chevrolet. The Blazer EV, the new electric SUV. You get into the new Century with the sleek, modern Blazer EV. The Malibu, an economic and stylish car. How about the Suburban? Suburban's been around forever, and Monument Chevrolet's been around forever, 50 years to be exact, selling all of those vehicles to you. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. Check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. She was long-winded there.
Ask the question.
That lady. Am I being a homer here? 713-780-ESPN. So we talked about this athletic survey yesterday where they polled 32 people, about 31 people, executives, coaches, but then all of these people didn't necessarily vote. So there's some categories where there's only like 30 responses. But the one where I'm potentially being a homer, and I want to run it by you, Blankers, you, Brian, you, Hive, 713-780-3776. So they polled the pollsters or whatever, and they asked who are the best defensive play callers in the NFL. And DeMeco Ryans, of all of the votes that are in this thing, he got just one vote. So you have 31. I think there was only 30 that were polled in this one. So there's 30 people that were polled. They got to pick 3 options. They got to pick their top 3. Not just their first one, not just their second one, but 3 coaches. Best defensive play caller in the NFL. Name those guys. DeMeco Ryans got 1 vote. He got 1 vote out of a potential 90.
That's brutal.
90 vote. All he had to do was be on somebody's top 3. He was on somebody's top 3 once. Vic Fangio, number 1. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. He had 20 votes. Brian Flores had 16. Steve Spagnuolo, he had 15. Mike McDaniel was 6. Vance Joseph with 5. Jeff Hafley, who has a broken-backed linebacker, he had 4. Todd Bowles and Dennis Allen had 3. Jesse Minter, 2. Mike Vrabel, 2. Lou Anarumo, the Colts DC, had 2. Robert Saleh had 2. Patrick Graham had 2. DeMeco Ryans had 1. Am I being a homer for being insulted on behalf of DeMeco Ryans?
No, not at all, because when you think about it, McDonald hasn't done anything. I understand he's the same position as DeMeco. He's done it for 1 year. DeMeco has a deeper resume of doing it and having success as a DC and as a head coach calling defensive plays. So that one stood out to me. There was a couple others as you were rattling off the names, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, he's done it for longer and had more success. And a lot of these teams have had more in their back pocket, and you're going to tell me that he only got 1?
Look, I'm a casual. I've never heard of Patrick Graham.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who that is.
Never heard of Patrick Graham. I've never heard of Jesse Minter.
I do not know this man.
I know that.
Jesse Minter's an ex-player?
Yeah. I don't
Former
know
linebacker, right?
I think I was going to say like a safety.
Maybe
DeMeco got
Kevin Minter. That was a linebacker.
DeMeco got 1 vote out of a potential 90. Is the best defensive play callers in the NFL. Remember the 1 year he was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco? They were number 1 in defense that year?
I think
maybe 2.
Top
3
he was
for
there
sure.
2 years, I think, right?
Okay, maybe 2.
Yeah. I
thought it was 1. I thought he took over for Saleh, was only calling plays 1 year. Regardless, he had a top 3 defense in San Francisco, and the Texans, who won 11 games in 3 years before he got here, have had good defenses in each of the last 2. Had 1 vote.
Yeah, it feels maybe I don't know if this is crazy. I feel like he should have like 30 votes out of 90 because, I mean, again, it's not name only the top play caller. It's
no,
you
name
get
your top 3.
Yeah, you get to pick 3. The fact that we talked about that QB list was it yesterday about the QBs you start the franchise with. Justin Herbert, I believe, got 4, but then on DeMeco on his list got 1.
1.
That's crazy.
Now 30, I think is too many because that would be unanimous that he's on everybody's top 3, which I think it's fair to say he wouldn't be in everybody's top 3. But he's only in one person's top 3 is a crime.
Wouldn't you think within your own division and conference they see you enough too to realize that
I don't know what the pool was though. So that's making assumptions with the pool.
That's
like I don't know what the voters pool was. All we know the voters pool is that it was coaches and executives. Maybe they didn't get anybody from the AFC South. Maybe they didn't get anybody from the NFC West. Maybe he's not respected league-wide. I don't believe that to be true. You're right, Brian. He was there for 2 years in San Francisco calling plays. The first year he was there, he was 9th. The second year he was there, number 1. Number 1.
DeMeco, yeah.
DeMeco.
Yeah, that's why you look at some of the guys towards the end of the list too, and even from the stat that Hafley just took over Green Bay's defense. So I don't know how Hafley can be rated higher than DeMeco Ryans.
So I'm not being a homer?
No,
not at all. Not at all.
I don't ever want to be accused of being a homer. It's the worst thing you could call me.
We were both wrong. Mike Minter was the NFL player. Jesse Minter was the D-backs coach and defense coordinator of Michigan, and then went to the NFL.
Who you said? You said we. Whenever you were saying we, who were you referring to?
Brian and I both thought that the Minter played football.
The offense will be top 10 group this season. Texans.
Offense will be top 10?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'll trash that. Tank Dell will play football again.
This year?
Cash it. Not this year, but he'll play.
It says will Tank Dell play football again.
Yes. Then I'll cash it.
Yeah, I think he'll play football
Not
again.
this year, though.
Jeremy will get in a fight with a lineman again this year. Titus Howard is still around.
Let's go. I'll trash it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll trash
fight
it.
him.
Because you're not going to fight it.
No.
Verbally
He's
fight.
not a man enough to
CJ
fight
will
him.
throw 4,200 plus yards and 30 touchdowns. Cash or trash? Feels a bit high. I'll trash that.
Trash.
Texans will finish top 3 in the AFC South. He's making fun of Jonathan Alexander.
Cash.
Bold predictions: Stroud will win NFL MVP.
Oh, trash.
Is this year's Texans defense better than Jaguars defense in 17? Sure.
Yes.
Titans will win the AFC South. Hot take.
Trash it.
Tell them boys to tighten up.
Cash or trash? Texans win Sunday with a field goal on the last drive.
Trash it.
Yeah, trash. I'm gonna trash it. Jaden Higgins finishes top 3 in touchdowns. Rookies or regular players? I would trash both.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about on the team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess.
So Nico won.
Just receivers or all players?
I would assume he's talking about all receiving touchdowns.
Oh, okay. All receiving. Yeah, I would cash that. Top 3. That's very.
If Mix was
small
playing a
pool.
full season,
yeah, that's kind of a Jonathan Alexander.
7 receivers. I mean,
take.
you do have the running backs. Texans win the wild card at home, then lose the divisional at home. Trash. They're going to the AFC Championship game.
Cash.
Killer Cam must be starting tonight. No lineup announced. We literally throw a party in the first segment, Israel, for the lineup today. We literally celebrated through a party.
We did. Thanks for listening, Israel. Yeah, but you're a diehard instead of a part-timer.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. I love how you're hating on Israel for not listening to the entire show.
Because he's got all these bold takes about how we don't know at that ball and he knows everything, and then he does this.
I love this feud so much. I think it's my favorite feud right now.
He does, I think, hate Israel more than he likes Cam.
Who does Blankers hate more?
Him.
Does Blankers hate me more or Israel
that's a
more?
good point.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me reframe the question. Does he hate Jordan Love more or Israel more?
No, he likes Jordan Love than me and Israel. I think. I don't want to
I
speak
think
for
it's
him.
you than Jordan Love than Israel.
It's up for debate.
Depends on what
the
day.
day. Depends on the day.
Fair. Let's get to car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Your car wreck of the day is certainly not Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And the fact that it's only 90 minutes away, you have a less of a chance of getting in a car wreck than somewhere like 4 hours away. So you're being safe when you go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're also going to escape the rat race. You're going to escape the anxiety, the stress of whatever's causing you that. Maybe it's the job. Maybe it's traffic. Maybe it's your texters that text into your show. Who knows? But you're going to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and leave all that in the past. Get on out there, escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. They got the Two Creeks right there nestled up against the property. They have the big catch and release pond in the center of the property, which is great for the kiddos. You can hike on their 92 acres of property, kayak, play some pickleball. They have a pool. They have some drinks. That's always nice and relaxing. It's 90 minutes from Houston, as we mentioned. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. We were out there at the start of the summer. The treehouse we stayed in was awesome. Kids loved it. You're going to love it. Your kids are going to love it. It's a great vacation spot. Great spot for the weekend. Great spot to get away from work for a couple of days. They have glamping too. That's cool. They have the cabins right there on the creek. That's awesome. If you have an RV, just pull up that bad boy. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That's Fromber's music. What does Fromber give you tonight?
6 and 2.
Trash. 6 shutty. He's got Salazar catching him.
Yeah, was Caesar Salad behind the plate?
Really, we need Cesar Salazar
Brian,
music.
6 and 2.
Quite frankly. Texter, can we take pics with the talent, the listener appreciation party? Yeah, Johnny Lance will be available for pictures.
Yeah, thankfully, I won't have to take pictures because I'm not talented.
Johnny Lance will be available
George
for all
will
the
be
pictures you
available
want.
for pictures.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Glenn Davis coming up after us, too. Soccer Matters at 6. And then 8 o'clock, it's the Hall of Fame with Brad Gilmore and a guy that wouldn't beat up Psycho Stu, Booker T. All right, what's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
Mine are both,
nominate that.
Mine are both right out of last night's game. Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan, on the sidelines talking to him in-game. And that backdrop for the press conference.
The balloon arch.
Yeah,
that was bad.
The balloon arch was so bad.
Ranking of arches.
The balloon arch Manning was the worst thing. Just combine them. Balloon arch Manning. Worst thing that happened in the last 3 days.
How the mighty has fallen.
What was your first one? Just Belichick in general?
Belichick, its girlfriend, talking to him on the
right.
sidelines and being on the sidelines during the game.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It really
Belichick
is for a guy with his stature his entire career.
I mean, just imagine Belichick in 2005 thinking about the idea of having a girlfriend on the sideline.
You know what they say? It's undefeated.
It is undefeated.
Remember, just recently, Gronk and Edelman had their podcast or whatever. They were talking about he was all about no distractions, hated all distractions, the girlfriend distractions, all these distractions. Now Belichick's living the exact opposite of all of his rules when he comes
coming over to my
Patriots.
side then? He's a different man.
He's worried about the man.
It's not the same guy.
He's
Doesn't
worried
mean
about
he can't
the man.
turn it around, Brian.
He's worried about the man not coming around.
Kick her to the curb? He ain't doing that. It's undefeated.
She may kick him.
Yeah, well,
She's
now
on
money's
campus.
also
She's
undefeated.
probably taking resumes right now.
She's buying real estate with his money. Really?
Yeah.
What she's doing.
Money doesn't have the record as the other, but it's pretty close.
I'm actually going to nominate the Bill Belichick hate. I think it's gone too far. It's one game and what's going to be a sensational tenure on out at Chapel Hill. He's going to do great things on the Hill. And then also Kirk Herbstreit for the soft tweet last night. Instead of making up things I said, how about giving Reese, Holly, and I some love for getting through that game? Those games are by far the toughest games you announcers have to call.
Soft.
Oh, man, I had to call a blowout. Give me some love, people on the internet. What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to you for that Booker T.
That was
Psycho
great.
Stu thing. I'm also going to nominate Lamont's birthday. We wished him happy birthday. He's like, I had COVID. And then Jonathan Alexander's bold predictions. That was the worst bold predictions I've ever seen.
It might be the winner for me. What do you think, Blankers?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's go.
They were pretty mid.
He needs to win after that. Those mild predictions. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, everybody, we're off and running here tonight. Looking forward to the best in soccer talk, self-proclaimed 2 hours. Brian McDonald behind the glass after being a part of the Killer Bees. And we're looking forward to talking to you tonight here. 713-780-3776, streaming at ESPN975.com. I got some tickets to the Dynamo LA Galaxy. The Dynamo are winners. First time since, I believe, July 6th. 3-2 win, and yes, they are still in the playoff hunt. Welcome in, everybody. Looking forward to this. Liverpool have added Alexander Isak from Newcastle. He held out. Happens in sports. You might say he's got a good agent. It's crazy money. So how does Arne Slot now fit him in with Ugo Ekitike in the same starting 11? We'll talk about that tonight. Not sure this is a good precedent. Players holding out like that. I feel kind of bad for Newcastle. Seattle Sounders win the Leagues Cup dramatically in front of close to 70,000 fans over Inter Miami. You may or may not like the Leagues Cup. Seattle certainly does. They put a beat down on Leo Messi, Sergio Busquets, Luis Suarez. They are the best run club in modern day MLS. They achieve on and off the field. They do have healthy pressure out there. Community in front office and on the field. They're winners. Large crowds, relevancy in a market, plus so much more. It is way out in the universe based on what we got going on here in Houston. And I don't know how it's going to change here. We'll discuss that tonight. This is another important topic, and we'll have Nico Moreno on from Sounder at Heart on the program tonight. Federico Di Michelis is going to join me in studio for a number of segments here tonight as well. We'll banter around a lot of topics. Enough already with Luis Suarez. Now, you've heard me on this show talking about his sheer will to play the game. The guy's beat up. He's a mangled mess. Still produces moments. Has had a historic career, but he's a repeat offender now, so I'm done with him. Can him. I don't know what's going to happen. MLS, Leagues Cup, there's all different committees trying to figure this out and decide what the consequence for spitting on a security guy at the Sounders game is going to be about in the Leagues Cup final. I don't know. Inter Miami, there's some things creaking, I think. Grimasci's off to Parma in Italy, young talent. Don't know what the future of Luis Suarez is. I believe Sergio Busquets, and this is just me talking, I think he's going to retire. He doesn't look like he's having fun. Messi will play in his final World Cup qualifier at home in Argentina on Thursday. But they got outplayed. Outplayed by a team that had a number of ties to Seattle. And this is what I talk about over and over and over here in Houston. And we aren't going to turn the corner until we use local resources. I'll say this blue in the face, and that means in the front office. By the way, the fiery topics with Pat Onstad, and that was a great interview. Pat and I are not going to lose our friendship over not agreeing on things. We're not supposed to agree, and that's the only type of media coverage we have. It's all we got. But that's not just lack of investment in the team. And it's great to go back and say, well, I invested in Hector Herrera. That's wonderful. But professional sports is about what have you done for me lately? Every year you have to make a big signing. And I'm not even sure what year we were going for the MLS Cup. Or do we just say every year? Because action determines really how serious you are about ambition in winning the MLS Cup. I would have thought after Hector Herrera's year in 2023, I would have said to myself, he's not going to be able to replicate that. But can we bring in another big name to counter him? Get him to have his surgery quicker instead of carousing around on the beach with his family and go for it. We didn't. And you got what you got. And you can go back and best points ever, but we're fighting for 8th or 9th again. And that's what's always been consistent. At what point do we say before the season, why do we draw a line in the sand and say we're gunning for top 3? and let us hold you accountable. It's healthy. That interview with Pat Onstad is nothing but healthy. We do not have coverage like the Texans. We do not have coverage like the Rockets, and we don't have coverage like the Astros. So what's the point? Can't sit there and say you want that kind of coverage if your stadium's empty and you shun that kind of coverage and you get butthurt about that kind of coverage. I hope nobody's butthurt. I didn't intend to upset anybody. But listen, skepticism is a part of journalism. You have to ask these questions in order to be a real soccer town. We got the World Cup for a reason, right? But we don't have that type of coverage. The mainstream does not care about MLS, does not care about the Houston Dynamo. It does not care about the Houston Dash. I'm sorry. Puff pieces don't show care. They're just pieces that are just basically obliging. They're obliging because someone has said, hey, can we get the owner of the team on? So Channel 11 does a Puff interview. How can you interview the owner of a team here in Houston that draws nobody, that isn't relevant, in a World Cup 2026 year without asking the owner, why is our stadium empty? And why are we so irrelevant? Now tell me what's wrong with that. Well, Channel 11's tied into the Houston Business Journal, and on it goes, right? The Houston Business Journal reported that revenues were up. I don't feel like they're up. I don't know. Up from what? Anyway, I want MLS to be a success here. I know what it could be. I know what the Dash could be. I mean, to be getting 1,000 people at games or less and that small crowds. I mean, Bay FC just drew 40,000 people. So what's the difference between Bay FC and Houston that's been here forever and we can't draw? I'll let you answer the question. All right, 713-780-3776 is a number to call in here tonight. 713-780-3776. I don't want to be the angry guy. I wish I was covering Seattle. I would be happy more often. There's always something, I don't know. I'm glad the Dynamo won 3-2. It wasn't easy, though. It wasn't easy. They're still in the playoff hunt. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. Alexander Isak to Liverpool, $167 million from Newcastle. Held out. Kind of sad for Newcastle. I feel bad for them. It's a bad look, though. He basically goes on strike. Florian Wirtz, they bought for $154 million. Isak is the third highest signing in history. 62 goals and 109 appearances for Newcastle. How are you going to fit him in? Going to talk about that. First, I do want to go to Brandon, who's on the line now, because he does want to respond to the take on the Dynamo. Brandon, you're up.
Hey, Glenn. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you, Brandon?
Doing good. Hey, thanks for letting me get on the show. And I wanted to get to your point about the team, the Dynamo and the Dash. And I'm going to be the first to admit that I have never been to a Dynamo game and I've never been to a Dash game. So I'm just going to get that up front.
Wow.
But I want to enjoy the team. I want to enjoy the Dynamo. I remember being younger and as a kid and the Dynamo winning what was 2 titles in 3 years or 2 titles back to back, and it was exciting. And then all of a sudden, like, the team just fell off and the excitement fell off. It's almost like the Roughnecks. The Roughnecks had this huge charge up front, and then they stopped. So for me, as a general fan, I don't see any reach for me. I don't see any reach out to come attract me from the top 4 the top 3 other teams.
From a marketing standpoint, is that what you're saying, Brandon? From a marketing, I don't think there's enough investment in marketing here at all.
Yeah. So I think you have a great point about like asking the hard questions. Why is the stadium empty? There's no true investment in reaching out to a fan like me. I listen to your show because you have a great show and you make soccer exciting. And I sit in the car and I listen to you all the time. but like there's no energy coming from the team to attract me to go to the game. If that makes sense. So I just wanted to get that point across and agree with you. I think there needs to be more investment in getting the general fan to go out there, and it's just not happening.
Well, investment comes, and I think some of the fans are so focused on investment in the team. And granted, they did spend $18 million over 3 years paying the salary of Hector Herrera, but he's gone. So now you're 27 out of 30. And by the way, that's the MLS Players Association who posts that. So that has to be pretty accurate. You're 27 out of 30. What does that show your fan base? What type of ambition does that show? And then you're signing a lot of guys that are free transfers. And again, I don't know how you can expect people, to buy this. Sadly, and this hurts me to talk like this, but I've been around the team since it got here. I love the soccer community here in Houston. I'm passionate about it. I'm sad mainstream media doesn't care at all. Nobody seems to want to do anything about it. Our front office still needs Houstonians and resources from Houston. If you remember the face of the franchise with Oliver Luck, and that Houston connection went a long, long way. We've never replaced that. Got ran into the ground under the prior ownership with Gabriel Brenner and the president of that team. And until people care and get fired up and want to talk about this, you're going to continue to have this. It's going to be a concentric circle, and it's going to be frustrating. And I'm frustrated. I will admit that. I am frustrated. Do I want them to get in the playoffs? Sure, I do. Is that going to change my opinion of the entire year? Probably not. Probably not. I know it's not me. No, I know there are people out there that if they get in the playoff, it's all great and it's going to be rosy again. No, not for me, because I don't see the relevancy growing. I don't see it going year to year to year that we're moving forward. And just saying we made the playoffs and an 18 out of 30 teams makes it, that's not improving relevancy. It's not putting anybody in your stadium. Your stadium is pretty much empty except for a bunch of great, great loyal fans. And I don't know how you're going to get attention from the media if you got an empty stadium. So all these things work off each other. But to be fair to Pat Onstad, I don't think he's got the support from a front office when it comes to marketing the team, making it exciting. By the way, if you're not playing in front of a lot of fans, what player wants to come here? Right? I mean, when he's in discussions with potentials, and I mean top-end players, they're going to say, well, nobody goes to your games. How are you going to sell that? It's not easy. It's not easy. Anyway. Did I get a little too fired up,
going
Brandon?
back. No, I love your passion, and that's why I love your show, and this is why I wanted to call in, because I wanted to admit, just because it's like I'm a general fan who has never been, and I've never heard so much passion coming from somebody about the team than you have ever put into it. I hear you when I watch games on TV. You're the broadcaster, so it's like I love your passion for the team, and I love your investment in this topic, because it needs to be brought up. And just like anything, you have to kind of stir things up a little bit to get the conversation moving. And you got my attention, and I've never been to a game before, so you got my attention.
Well, you do. And the tough thing for me is, and I wish people would at least give me some little credit here, is I have to straddle the fence. This is an independent soccer show. Yeah. The Dynamo don't put money into this show. And this is a show that I'm basically buying my airtime because I want soccer on the air. I'm going to admit that now. I used to say that's not a good thing to tell the public. Well, I don't care. I'm going to tell them now. And so when I'm on a broadcast, it's very different. It's very different because it's a singular game. It's a micro look. But on this show, I have to have skepticism based on what's happened here. I've lived it. Probably been a part of that as an organization as long as anybody. And it does bother me when people come in from outside our community here and come in and have all the answers, don't utilize our resources, don't talk to anybody, basically hide. So what do you think the fan is going to think? Pat Onstad doesn't hide.
The same thing.
I want to just make this clear. He's been very transparent on the show. Starting to get some players coming to our live events at Senate Avenue Brewing. But president of the team has to talk. Owner has to talk. I'm sorry. You have to talk. GM of the Dash, I think, is coming out. Angela Hucles, who I know very well, Angela. But you got to get out and talk. You can't hide behind, you can't close your door. Because if you don't have transparency and you remain opaque, it's not going to happen. By the way, what if I offered you 2 tickets to the Dynamo Galaxy game, and then you call back in and you tell me if you enjoyed it?
I can do that.
Would you
be
go?
awesome.
Would you go to the
I
game?
would love that.
Would you go to the game?
Yeah. When is it? When
It's
is it?
Saturday night.
Saturday night. Well, unfortunately, I'm out of town, but if you have another game I can go to, that'd be great. If not, I'll still go. I want to go to a game.
No. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I have other tickets to some other games on different dates. How about Portland at Houston, Saturday, September 20th?
I can do that.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get off the phone with you now. I'm gonna let Brian get your information, and I'm gonna send you 2 tickets to the game on the 20th. The only thing is, I ask that once you go to the game, you come back and you describe your experience.
I will. I will do that. That's a deal, sir.
All right. This isn't a term paper I'm doing for college either, by the way.
Yes, sir.
That was supposed to. That's a bad attempt at a joke, but I really would like that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. You got it.
Brandon, thank you very much for the phone call tonight and kicking us off. Great stuff. 713.
Yes, thanks for having me have you on the show.
Anytime. 713-780-3776. Okay. So there's a general sports fan who says, I'm not seeing any marketing. There's nothing grabbing me to get me to go to a game over the Texans, Astros, or Rockets. Okay, so we're going to get Brandon down to a game. 713-780-3776. A front office and the competitive side, they got to work together. That happens in Seattle. I can assure you. All right, so back to Liverpool. So the question is now, how does Orange Slot play both Ugo Ekitike and Alexander Isak? They're both number 9s. They're grabbed in the same window. Pretty incredible. Not to mention that you also got Florian Wirtz for $154 million. Isak comes at $167. It's crazy money. Crazy money. So you got 2 number 9s. I guess that can be a problem. But maybe Isak, I don't know. Does he replace Luis Diaz wider? Do you change your system to be a little bit more narrow to keep those guys closer to goal? 4-2-3-1. Maybe you play Wirtz, Salah, and Ekitike behind Isak. Now, it's going to be fascinating to watch this from a tactical perspective and how they slot these pieces together, no pun intended. So Liverpool's 3-0 right now. They're not playing their best, but nobody is in any of these leagues. Nobody's playing their best right now. Nobody wants to be playing their best. Barcelona's not playing their best. So Liverpool's 3-0, top of the table. They beat Arsenal 1-0. Szoboszlai's amazing free kick, which, by the way, those are 3 points at the end of the year. You may be saying are huge 3 points. This weekend, Liverpool goes away to Burnley and one J.J. Watt, who's one of the owners. J.J. Watt's one of the owners of Burnley. And then you got the Mancunian Derby this weekend, Manchester City and Manchester United. So the European transfer window closed. The Premier League did 2.6 billion pounds. It's probably up to 3 billion because I'm missing one of the days of business. Biggest spenders, predictably, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal are your biggest spenders. Managers getting drop kicked out. We'll talk about them when we come back. This is courtesy of Cactus Music. I went down there. I hadn't been there for a while because I was not feeling great. And I went in there, I had a great conversation with Quinn. Brian, Brian, you don't do vinyl, do you? You don't do vinyl, right?
I haven't spent the money to build it up. I have a few, but I don't really invest in it, no.
Yeah, because they had a $1 sale, and I mean, there was good stuff in there, too. I spent $4.
What did you buy? Or tell us one of them that you bought.
One of them I got was a great album called Tom Catton from the legendary Southern
that
rock
was in
band.
the photo you messaged out on social media.
Blackfoot.
Yeah, I saw that photo. Yeah.
With Richie Medlock. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get the calls in. This is a great band called Super Heavy that had one of the Marley Brothers, Mick Jagger, Joss Stone. If you just called, call back in. We want to take your calls next segment. Dynamo, Liverpool, whatever's on your soccer mind. Sounders, should Luis Suarez be suspended for a long time? You tell me. 713-780-3776 is the number. This is Super Heavy.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, call-in number is 713-780-3776. This was a massive hit for Eddie Grant. Very cool song. I like the revving of the motorcycle, Brian McDonald. Brian McDonald knows his music, by the way. My
Yeah, you
producer.
seemed very fired up about it. Like it touched like something deep in your soul. When
Electric
you heard
Avenue?
Yeah, no, specifically the motorcycle rev. Like you were geared up for it.
I mean,
Part of the pun.
what does the motorcycle represent, right? Born to be
Freedom.
wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My brother's got a few. He's got a couple. He's got bikes. He loves
Have you ever owned one?
I have not. I cracked up a mini bike and called it quits. Yeah. Honda 70.
Understand.
Yeah. All right. Welcome back. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Hey, next Tuesday, we're live up at Senate Avenue Brewing. I hope Brian is going to be there as well.
I will.
By the way, Andrew Mitchum says, come early because we really have to work on the sound system. So we want to make it nice and clean for everybody. If you wear a jersey to Senate Avenue Brewing next Tuesday night for the 6 to 8 p.m. show, you will get a free beer. And it was really cool to do the last one with Jack McGlynn and see all the different jerseys. And we had a couple good surprise jerseys in there, Liga MX jerseys, Dynamo jerseys. We had Premier League jerseys. I mean, it was fun. Aston Villa, Arsenal. It was good. So I hope you join us up there. Senate Avenue Brewing. It's 16,000 Dillard. Amazing, fresh, craft brewed beer. Knock a few of those back, come up, live radio. And we will have Jane Campbell right now, the Houston Dash. And we're working on a Dynamo player as well. Plus, I have some other surprise guests. All right, let's keep the phone lines going here. 713-780-3776. That's 3776 ESPN. 713-780 ESPN. All right, let's go to the phone lines and Tom. Tom.
How you doing, Glenn?
Good, Tom. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Hey, first, that was a great opening monologue. I have a high appreciation for your frustration. So, we have lived down here for several years. Originally from Kansas City area, I refereed high school soccer and NAI for almost 25 years. One of the major things that when we moved down here, and it still surprises me to this day, is not only the lack of coverage for the professional teams, but the lack of coverage for the fine high school programs that are around this city. In Kansas City, they did cover them. If somebody signed with Nebraska or North Carolina, it was on the news. When the Wizards changed their name to the KC Sporting, and when Current came on board, I mean, it was all over the media, and I was down here at that time. And yes, I do go to games here for a long time. The Dynamo and KC Sporting was a very intense rivalry.
Yes.
And it just amazes me how dead it is here. You know, I went to the World Cup in '94. I was out there for many games, except the last one. But it just astounded me that how people, even if their teams were out and they were just closing out their bracket, there were, for every fan in the stadium, there were 10 of them outside. You know, this is a great sport. Your coverage is excellent, and just more power to you. You're not the only one sounding off on this. I do. I know some other people do. It's not enough. I don't get it. But keep up the good work, Glenn. Highly appreciate it, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure, Tom. Thank you. And anybody that's refereed that long and has been involved in the game. So, you know, we're getting good feedback from people. I think 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. We got a lot of really good sound that Brian has helped pull for me today. So, hey Brian, let's pull up this from Dean Saunders, who's a former Premier League player. He's got a bit of a pet peeve, and he's like me. We're a little tired of the laptop.
Things I don't like, right?
Yeah.
Number one, imposters
who've crept into football with a laptop and baffled the public with stats and new words, long words, trying to baffle the public. So they think, oh, he sounds intelligent. Like high press, that was closing down. Low block was sit deep. Park the bus was get behind the ball. Transition, counter-attack. So, you know, these people who'd like swallowed a laptop and they think they're baffling us. That gets on my nerves.
Yeah, so he's talking about the changing language of football, and everybody's. I think there's a lot of people who do it to try and sound smart. That's why when Brian Schmetzer speaks for Seattle, it's just basic. It's clean. It's right to the point. It's no mumbo jumbo. It's no gobbledygook. I also am not a big fan, and I'm sure there's people that could push back on me with this, and that's fine. I don't like seeing coaches with laptops. And I know Ben Olsen does, and that's his prerogative, honestly. But for me, if you can't talk about your team without a laptop, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we had, 18 shots. Well, we saw it with our eyes. 15 of them went into the 30th row. But that's where modern soccer is. And I think once somebody starts using laptops and you got tripods on the field and all that, everybody has to do it, right? Everybody has to do it because you have to keep up with the Joneses and you want to make sure somebody's not getting an edge over you. The one I love is, and I saw this on a Premier League game. Guys in the coaching box, the coaches in the coaching box, they get scored on. And he's having to stand there with the place going nuts. He doesn't know where to look, so he runs and goes back to look at the laptop and huddles over with his assistants. And to me, it's almost like a kid hugging a teddy bear. You got to run for your little safety zone and be around. And honestly, what are we looking at? I mean, if we're looking at a disputed play that's already been called and it's over and done with, what's the point? Your eyes need to be on the field. I don't know. Do you agree with me? Or am I just, behind the times? I think there's use for data. There's no question. I think you can have discussions with players. I think it helps validate things. I think it quantifies things. But I also think we got a bunch of geeks in data that probably never played soccer or probably played limited. And their job is to throw as much data as they can at the powers to be to keep their job. VAR. Look what happened with VAR. Clear and obvious is what we were told. Now it's a fallback position, VAR, for referees. Instead of seeing a guy who's a yard offside and blowing the whistle and keeping the game moving, and that's the beauty of soccer, right? The game is fluid. It keeps moving. We're going to stop it. We're going to do a check. We're going to have the cameras on us. We're going to, we're going to make a collaborative decision without the referee being accountable. It's a fact. I think it's a real issue. It's chopping the game up. All right, I got another good one here. How about John Terry? Remember the former Chelsea defender? This is soundbite number 10, Brian John Terry.
Everyone's obsessed with playing out from the back at the minute. It drives me insane at all levels of football. At Chelsea, I wanted the ball. We wanted to play out from the back constantly. But Peter Cech would put the ball on the 6-yard box. We'd split and we'd go, no thanks, not today. Why? Because they've got 3 men on the edge of the box that are going to come charging after me, charging after Ricky, and put pressure on us. So what we'll do is we'll beat that press. We'll go into Didier, and Big Pete's capable of it in a 50-yard quality pass into his chest. Now we beat that press. You set lamps. You go wide. So that's a strength. That's recognising football and understanding football. Now, naturally, if you're the two attackers and you're sitting off, I go, I'll have it every day of the week. So I'm not sure players have the responsibility to make those decisions anymore. It's play out from the back at all costs. Now, I'm not sure I would have fitted into that because I would have gone, I'm not playing out here because it's on me. And, even at the bridge at times, Sanchez puts the ball down and it's like you can feel the supporters. At times you're going, just go long, just beat the press. But it's not. They want to play. And that's all football clubs as well. But I think in terms of players, you have to take a bit of responsibility on the pitch. You're going, I'm not comfortable at the minute. We're under pressure as a team. And there's some good teams in the Premier League as well. let's give ourselves a little bit of a rest for 5-10 minutes and go a little bit more direct, which is completely fine. I mean, you say the word direct now, you're a dinosaur, you're kind of
old school.
Yeah, old school. That's probably why I'm not managing all of that. But that's just where we are in today's football.
Well, there's a fine line there. That is a really interesting take from John Terry, because he used 3 words: at all costs. So if you're given data and you're told to play the position this way, and you decide not to play the position the way your coach wants you to play it, guess what? You may not play. And I think that's okay as a basis. By the way, I'm not a fan of inverted wingers. I think it's boring. I am not going to sit on TV at home in my house on my couch and watch 2 center backs pass the ball back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, hit the 6, back to the center backs while the other team stands off them. I'm not watching that. My life's too short. Hopefully not too short, but at this point, I'm not wasting my time on that. That is not entertaining. When is the game entertaining? When we get the ebb and flow of tempo and transition, right? The level goes up. The game gets faster. The lines get broken. The team shapes are broken. I'm looking at it as someone who wants to be entertained. I'm not looking at it from the perspective of a coach. Now, in England, people can accept that because culturally, they can accept a draw. It's very different the way they've been brought up with the game. But here, if you're the Houston Dynamo, your product has got to sell too. I mean, there's not one thing. There's a number of things that have to be hit to turn this around. And it's a big mountain. I can tell you that. It is a big mountain. And making the playoffs, being one of 18 teams, it's not going to all of a sudden, yeah, it might for a game or two bring more people to the stadium because we'll get the hype, right? And the excitement of it. That's why they have a playoff system. But John Terry says some really important things there. Now, I'll even dovetail off that again. When the Dynamo were playing Tigres pushed a very high line on them. And the Dynamo, I was watching this, were so ingrained in the way they want to play with the possession, the build-up. By the way, it's not as good a possession team without Coco Carrasquilla and Hector Herrera. Hey, bingo. Wow, that's a real big statement I just made, right? Bingo. How can it be? That was a great possession team in 2023. That was a great watch. You saw an exceptional player at the height of his game making every single person, including the coaching staff, better. It flamed out. You knew it was going to flame out. But I saw the Dynamo so ingrained in death by 1,000 passes that they didn't recognize how high Tigres was. And this is not the first game. And that the game was presenting itself a lot of space behind Tigres. And that's where you needed to put the ball and make somebody run. Turn them so that they're running back towards their own goal. How many times can you turn an opponent when you pull them out? Well, Tigres was so high, it was presenting its. I couldn't believe it. And the ball kept going lateral. I'm like, please, I'm thinking to myself, just put it in behind him. Turn them. Okay. Let me get off the soapbox. We've got Nico Moreno, Sounder at heart. We're going to talk some Seattle Sounders. Federico DeMichelis is going to come in studio. We're going to handle this interview together. We'll do a couple more segments. Later on tonight, I do not want you to miss the Jordy Sunier interview. It will be the final segment of the night, but there's some things about Lamine Yamal you need to know. If you're a Barcelona fan or just if you're a fan of soccer, he is acting like an 18-year-old. And it's a real concern in Barcelona. And by the way, they dropped points this weekend. Daft Punk. You guys know this band? Did they ever show their faces, these guys?
I have no idea on that one.
Yeah.
I've heard of them, though.
French. Maybe they're ugly. They didn't want to show their face. I don't know. Oh, come on. We can have a little fun, can't we? talk radio, soccer talk. It's fun. We're going to have fun. We got Fernando Di Michelis about to come in studio. He's going to have to take the well, he's lucky he's not Uruguayan. Let's just say that with Luis Suarez. He's lucky he's Argentine. All right, we'll take a break here. As we go to break here, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's where the Houston Liverpool supporters group gets together, Houston LFC. Now, by the way, if you want that kind of experience around watching a game, that's a great place to go because that group has grown. I've been there since the beginning, kind of dealing with them and Hugh O'Connor's, and they've really, really grown. And it's a fun, if that's what you like, the group experience, that's a good one. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. And also, I do remind you, the best in Greek food, it's Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. They're going to be catering at the big event on Friday down at St. Arnold's. Our good friend Dimitri. Nico Nico's is an establishment here in Houston. It's legendary. 3 locations, the original in Montrose, up in the Woodlands, and I-10 and the Beltway. Break coming up next. Nico Moreno, Sounder at Heart.
Look, seriously, I'm super proud of everybody in the room. This was an entire organizational effort, top to bottom. You guys embody grit, determination. You overcome adversity. You guys do everything so well. This is one of the biggest, best moments of my life, and thank you.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats. It's a great place to get a little merch. So jump on it. That was Brian Schmetzer, the head coach of the Seattle Sounders, in his impassioned speech in the locker room after the 3-0 demolition of Inter Miami in the Leagues Cup final. So we don't know how much you love the Leagues Cup now, but they certainly do in Seattle. 69,000, almost 70,000 people. A man with his finger on the pulse. He is Nico Moreno, Sounder at Heart podcast, and Pulso joins us now. Nico, thanks for coming on.
Hey, Glenn. Always a pleasure to be on with you guys over there in the city of Houston with the very best, of course. And, yes, it's exciting times here in the Pacific Northwest. I cannot tell you how important it is for this fan base to have that night. Everything about that night, the atmosphere, the trophy, the product on the field. I mean, it was quite literally the perfect soccer story here for the Seattle Sounders, Brian Schmetzer, Paul Rothrock, absolutely everybody that was a part of that collective win. It was just amazing.
We're talking to Nico Moreno of Sounder at Heart. Also joining me in studio, Nico, is Federico Di Michelis. So we're both going to volley some questions off you. I'm going to start because I think Seattle in modern-day MLS is the standard bearer of the league from everything, on and off the field, competitive side, fan base, front office, all of these great things, but truly community in the front office and off the field. How do they get it done? Talk to me. Take us into that behind the curtain a little bit on why this club is so successful and frankly, so respectful to the soccer community.
I mean, it starts with the roots, right? It's not generic. It's organic. It's something that, it's history. It's culture. You mentioned it. It's community. It's about embodying everything that has to do with the soccer here in this region, right? And you see it. You've always seen it from, the NSL days to the very beginning of their MLS chapter. It is about having a guy like Brian Schmetzer that has been as a player or as a coach or with the club, almost his whole life, 25 years or so that he's, been with this club. You could hear the emotion in that statement that you started, this segment with. Well, he cries, right? He feels it. He talks about the organization top to bottom, right? So that's where it all starts. But then it's also executed by a phenomenal infrastructure that goes back to Chris Henderson and Kurt Smith at one point, Siggy Smith. It is absolutely everything that has to do with how this team, this club has been made, and they do not go away from their ethos. They don't go away from their mythology, right? They don't need to go purchase, players with big names to put butts in seats because the people are going to come watch the product because it's internal. It's the pride of the city. So that allows them to do other things like with Garth Lagerwey, the biggest fingerprint he put on this club was putting a lot of money into the academy and get that built up. And now you get the Obed Vargas, the Danny Leivas. You get, all these players like Snyder Burnell coming in and being able to perform. So it's about a team just understanding that it's about the collective. It's about putting a great product for the fan bases. And even when they have been those big names like Clint Dempsey, Olafemi Martins, they always did it with the foundation of that alone, right? The non-necessity of having to do all of these other things, but just let the product and, the heart kind of play on the field.
Exceptional way of putting that together for us. That was a wonderful listen. Federico's got a question for you.
Nico, Federico here. Good to hear you. This is great what you're saying. You know, I have one question or something that caught my attention when I was watching the celebrations. I saw De La Vega celebrating with the kids, with the grassroots kids there at the stadium. What kind of relationship do the first team players have with the rest of the academy? What do you see there happening in Seattle?
They're all one. It's literally one band, one sound. I mean, that sounds as cliche as it could be, but that's what it is here in Seattle. I mean, they practice one field over, the academy kids. There have been times like when Paul Rothrock, you see he has that cast in his hand. He had a really big fall during training. He goes down. They're playing a scrimmage. They need a kid. They go to the academy. They know who they're watching. It's just not just a pick of just anybody. They know who they're watching for the next pipeline of players. They'll bring him in. He knows the formation. He knows the concepts. He knows how the Sounders play, and that's the chemistry. That's what it is on the field. Now, off the field, it's always been the exactly same thing. They share with these players. They get to go and ask about how do you train, how do you watch film. I used to talk to all the way back to the Roman Torres days. I remember him. He was the first guy to ever tell me about some guy named Josh Atencio, who he thought had this great build and he could play center back, he could play defensive mid. So that's the relationship. They know each other on and off the field. They feel like they can go back and forth. They know that they'll have support from those experienced players. In the last year of Raul Ruiz, when he was here, he was the one that was helping out all these academy kids, the ones that went with them to Marbella in Spain, because they did take some kids with them. So it's just that. They're all one unit, and that's what makes it so special.
Nico Moreno joining us, Sounder at Heart, Pulso. You mentioned Garth Lagerwey and executives. There is soccer passion in that front office, no question. And I find it something that must be focused on is, number one, soccer passion and knowledge in high-end positions in the front office. These are people that are going to carve out the vision. And then I would say that Garth Lagerwey goes, this is an organization that's going to look for the best of the best that they can find to continue the tradition and continue, the high bar of visionaries in, the president position, the sporting director position, in all these key areas. Is that fair to say? Because Craig Weibel's your GM now, who used to be a Houston Dynamo player. I was always upset that they never retained him back in the Gabriel Brenner years when Chris Canetti was the president. How can you let this guy get away?
Absolutely, and that's kind of it could be the theme of the Sounders, right? It's next man up mentality, right? So it literally is the infrastructure that allows you to plug and bring certain people. Now, they're very careful in who they bring, right? They have to be part of the culture. There are things here in Seattle that are non-negotiable. So if you come in and you don't fit the culture, then you're gone, right? But they know how to pick them, and that's
give me an example of what would be non-negotiable. Can you give me an example?
Absolutely. Non-negotiable would be somebody that believes that he's bigger than the club, that his ideas are beyond what it is getting kids in the academy system and those coming to the Tacoma Defiance minutes, right? And using those resources around to, like Georgie Minungu, a guy that wasn't an academy kid, but they wanted to go out there and get him, bring him to Tacoma. If for some reason you are a guy that maybe with the Tacoma Defiance, you want to worry more about winning and not about developing, then that's a non-negotiable. We don't need